Chapter 1. The Universal Job Change. I am a necromancer. Dr. Qu, is there truly no hope for my daughter's recovery? At this moment, a stunning middle-aged woman stood before Qu Lingxiao, her face etched with urgency. This woman, known as Lu Ruyu, possessed a figure and visage that were nothing short of exquisite, yet she was infamous in the vicinity for her promiscuity. This reputation instinctively prompted Qu Lingxiao to distance himself from her. A man, born into this world, surely deserves a confidant of exceptional beauty, does he not? Yet for Qu Lingxiao, that confidant could never be a woman of loose morals. If he were to have such a companion, she must be as pure and enchanting as a fallen angel. Nevertheless, business must proceed. This is a world where everyone is allowed to change jobs on a certain day in 2040. A colossal crimson moon appeared in the sky, and shortly thereafter, nearly everyone gained the ability to change jobs. All manner of professions and races, once confined to the realm of games, manifested within humanity, causing the existing order of the world to collapse and transforming it into a fierce competition centered solely around leveling up. With levels come the keys to all that the world has to offer. Of course, elevating one's level necessitates the accumulation of various special resources. But fortunately, such resources began to emerge following the onset of universal job changes. However, one cannot escape the necessity of labor. Qu Lingxiao's profession was that of the once despised necromancer. Initially, he had thought that being assigned this profession would lead to a life of hardship, digging in graveyards and facing disdain from all. Yet surprisingly, he found that he need not leave his shop. Resources flowed to him in abundance every day, often to the point where refusing them became a tiresome endeavor. This was due to Qu Lingxiao's unique abilities to resurrect the deceased and heal undead beings. Consequently, he became a sought-after physician in the small District 6. Daily, undead beings or individuals seeking to resurrect their loved ones sought his assistance, often with generous compensation. For instance, Lu Ryu before him was a vampire. As for her profession, she had been reluctant to disclose it, and Qu Lingxiao refrained from pressing her. After all, everyone has their secrets, do they not? However, when it came to the request she made, Qu Lingxiao found himself unable to assist. Madam Lu, your daughter's entire nervous system has succumbed to necrosis. I am truly at a loss. Qu Lingxiao spoke the truth when Lu Ryu's daughter was brought to him. She was nearly a shattered husk, her once beautiful form lying limply on the bed, resembling a deflated inflatable doll. It was then that Qu Lingxiao realized that her entire nervous system had deteriorated. While the girl had been revived, she had become a mere shell of herself, her face expressionless. Yet it was an undeniably beautiful, expressionless face. The girl, named Lu Mimi, appeared to be merely 17 or 18 years old. Yet as a member of the bloodline, this could not possibly be her true age. Her delicate, willow-shaped brows framed a pair of cold but alluring eyes, evoking an inexplicable fondness in Qu Lingxiao upon their first meeting. If circumstances permitted, he genuinely wished to save her. However, given Qu Lingxiao's current level, he was incapable of repairing such severely damaged neural pathways. That ability would only come with his advancement to a senior necromancer. As it stood, he was merely a novice, with a vast distance still to traverse before reaching the next tier. Dr. Qu, I beg you, help my daughter. She cannot marry that demon lord. If funds are insufficient, I can borrow. I implore you, do not abandon her. Qu Lingxiao's goodwill was misinterpreted as a monetary demand, which irked him. What vexed him further was Lu Ryu's reason for wanting to cure her daughter, to serve that so-called demon lord. In truth, the demon lord she referred to was not a demon in the conventional sense. In this world of universal job changes, while humanity's races had transformed and the ability to change jobs had been granted, there were no definitive rules dictating who constituted a demon or a hero. Professions and races do not inherently signify good or evil. For instance, even vampires can join the recently prominent Dawn Wardens, provided they adhere to the principles. However, there will always be a few unscrupulous individuals, and the demon lord Lu Ryu mentioned was one such person. Qu Lingxiao had known this individual for quite some time. They had even been childhood friends, though long since lost contact. The gluttonous demon lord, known as Zhuang Liren, was a repulsive, rotund man who, in his greed, instigated strife between his parents, ultimately leading to their divorce. Such a wretch had somehow attained the title of gluttonous demon. In reality, A demon was merely a type of undead creature, grotesque and oozing with vile digestive fluids, so corpulent that bits of its own decaying flesh would fall from its body as it walked the streets. And Lu Ryu intended to offer her own daughter to such filth. This thought filled Qu Lingxiao's gaze with disdain as he looked at her. Yet, work is work and should remain untainted by personal feelings. Thus, Qu Lingxiao cleared his throat and stated with conviction, "Madam Lu, my skills as a necromancer are still woefully inadequate to restore your daughter's nervous system, and I fear that your daughter may not wish to marry such a scoundrel as Zhuang Liren." Originally, Qu Lingxiao had intended to phrase his response more delicately, but recalling Zhuang Liren's misdeeds compelled him to be more forthright. This startled Lu Ryu profoundly. "Dr. Qu, you hold a position of great influence and need not fear the demon lord, but we, as a vulnerable mother and daughter, cannot afford to provoke him." As she spoke, she reached out her delicate fingers in an attempt to silence Qu Lingxiao. Yet, he effortlessly evaded her gesture. "If he dares to bully you, let him come for me. If you fear him, Qu Lingxiao, do not." Qu Lingxiao declared loudly, fully aware that his necromancy clinic was a vital establishment in the area. Given Zhuang Liren's character, it was certain he would send someone to keep an eye on him, both to prevent ambushes and to ensure Qu Lingxiao didn't flee. Qu Lingxiao intended for Zhuang Liren to hear his words, for those who prey on the weak must be reminded of their vulnerabilities. Qu Lingxiao, well versed in this principle, would not hesitate to assert himself in this matter. Even though his stance was merely a refusal to allow Zhuang Liren to take advantage of such a lovely daughter, it did not imply any genuine intentions towards Lu Mimi. Observing that she could not persuade Qu Lingxiao, Lu Ryu prepared to leave with her daughter in tow. However, to her astonishment, the girl who had just been so compliant suddenly pushed Lu Ryu away with a gentle but resolute force. Although her strength was modest, it was undeniably firm. The girl's face, though stiff, bore a gaze of unwavering determination. "Mom, you should go, I will stay here. I believe being the doctor's assistant could be quite beneficial." She understood that her daughter's inclination was sound. Remaining with the doctor as his assistant was indeed a wise choice. Qu Lingxiao was the only physician in this district, and even the local gang leader would not dare to cross him. Moreover, rumors suggested that they were old acquaintances. Lu Ryu turned her gaze toward Qu Lingxiao, realizing that no matter how she calculated, the outcome ultimately depended on his agreement. "Very well. Let her remain here to assist me. Perhaps I might devise a way to heal her." Upon hearing Qu Lingxiao's words, Lu Ryu's frown vanished in an instant, and her tone with him became inexplicably more intimate. As if he were no longer the esteemed doctor she could hardly approach, but had suddenly transformed into her prospective son-in-law. Chapter 2: Gratitude and Betrayal. Lu Ryu, clearly well-versed in matters of romance, recognized the interest that the esteemed Dr. Qu had in her daughter. With this realization, she had no intention of lingering as a third wheel any longer. Yet, she maintained the necessary courtesies, for after all, Qu Lingxiao was not yet her son-in-law. Was he? "Dr. Qu, I entrust my daughter to your care. I shall take my leave now." As she spoke, Lu Ryu performed a deep, respectful bow towards Qu Lingxiao. Her manners were impeccable. Naturally, Qu Lingxiao was not overly concerned with such formalities. "Mimi, tell me, do you wish to marry that Zhuang Liren?" Qu Lingxiao whispered conspiratorially to Lu Mimi, his tone imbued with intrigue. In truth, nearly everyone in this vicinity had resided here before their job changes. Since the advent of universal job changes, many had wreaked havoc due to their newfound abilities, rendering the transportation system in disarray. Even attempting to leave had become a cumbersome task. Lu Mimi happened to fall into the category of acquaintances with Qu Lingxiao, though they were not particularly close. Nonetheless, Qu Lingxiao felt it was important to express the appropriate concern. Upon hearing Qu Lingxiao's words, Lu Mimi's face instantly flushed crimson. However, her expression remained emotionless, a fact Qu Lingxiao attributed to her neurological impairment. Yet this did not render her unattractive. Rather, she resembled an adorable porcelain doll, her blush enhancing her charm to an extraordinary degree. "Of course not, Brother Qu. You should know me better. I have always upheld my virtue." As she spoke, the only part of her that could move her eyes began to well with tears. For she felt wronged. Qu Lingxiao was aware of her grievance. He was familiar with Lu Mimi's reputation. Despite having a wayward mother, she herself was a paragon of propriety, often shyly retreating at the mere prospect of conversing with men. In truth, when she initially expressed her desire to remain by his side, Qu Lingxiao was utterly taken aback, assuming it was an offer of devotion. Once she began to speak, however, it was as if a floodgate had opened. She divulged everything from being compelled by Zhuang Liren to the threats from her mother, laying bare her soul. Ultimately, she revealed a shocking truth that left Qu Lingxiao astonished. Brother Qu, the injuries on my body were self-inflicted. I would rather die than serve that repulsive fat man. In that moment, Qu Lingxiao finally comprehended how, as a vampire, her physical defenses were akin to being encased in steel, and he marveled at the monstrosity that could reduce her to such a state of shattered bones. Indeed, she had done this to herself. This realization gave him the impression of her being endowed, yet lacking in wit. It is well known that the undead possess an extraordinary vitality. In other words, they are remarkably resilient. One of the primary reasons for the collapse of the societal order was the large-scale insurrection of the undead. When humans gain superpowers, a degree of arrogance is to be expected, which is quite normal. However, becoming part of the undead often leads to diminished cognitive function. Vampires, in this context, are considered relatively lucid. In the early days of the nationwide professionalization, there was indeed an instance where an undead being, surrounded by a 4,000 strong army, managed to turn the tables and defeat them. Such situations can be particularly perilous when one is unaware of the potential transformations of those around them. In fact, many military personnel have transitioned into irrational entities. Whether these individuals have genuinely lost their reason or have simply succumbed to their newfound powers remains ambiguous. For an undead to contemplate self-destruction is a profoundly foolish act. So, does inflicting such catastrophic injuries upon yourself not hurt? Qu Lingxiao already knew the answer to this question the moment he transitioned into a necromancer. All knowledge pertaining to the undead had flooded his mind. He was well versed in the intricacies of both the vampire lineage of Lu Ruyu and her daughter, as well as the gluttonous demons associated with Zhuang Liren. He was also acutely aware of the methods to eliminate them. However, Lu Mimi's response to Qu Lingxiao's inquiry was tinged with irritation. It hurts, but it is all because you, as a doctor, refuse to assist me. Otherwise, I would not have to endure this suffering. This left Qu Lingxiao momentarily flummoxed, for according to his recollection, Lu Mimi had always visited with her mother. Their conversations had been few and far between. When had she ever asked him to help her end her life? Even if she had, he would have certainly declined. Despite their undead status, living is undeniably preferable to being dead, is it not? When did that happen? I don't recall at all. Yet Lu Mimi shyly glanced around before exhaling a fragrant breath towards Qu Lingxiao, as if attempting to entice him. However, due to her current neurological affliction, her every gesture appeared almost too innocent. Had it been anyone else, Qu Lingxiao would have been left in a stupor. Yet, with Lu Mimi's breathtaking beauty accentuating the moment, it could only be described as pure and enchanting, making it difficult for Qu Lingxiao to resist drawing closer. However, the tales of El Dongbin and the dog, as well as the farmer and the snake, serve as constant reminders that good intentions do not always yield favorable outcomes. As Qu Lingxiao leaned in, preparing for a romantic encounter, he was suddenly met with a fierce bite to his neck. Ironically, those sharp canines were ones Qu Lingxiao had personally repaired in order to facilitate Lu Mimi's feeding. He had intentionally sharpened them. Now this very act had backfired on him. Despite being a necromancer, he was still human. While there are spells that allow for resurrection as an undead, Qu Lingxiao had not incorporated such abilities into his repertoire. All his points had been allocated to necromantic restoration. To receive such a response in return was utterly unexpected. This incited a surge of anger within Qu Lingxiao, while a powerful instinct for survival compelled him to push Lu Mimi away. However, his hands inadvertently found themselves resting upon a pair of supple spheres. This caused him to tremble involuntarily. Initially intending to maintain his gentlemanly composure, he ultimately succumbed to the temptation of indulging before his imminent demise. As Qu Lingxiao activated his necromantic restoration, he could not help but employ a massaging motion, rendering the act second nature. Lu Mimi, unfazed, whispered softly in his ear, "As long as you help me through this ordeal, Brother Qu, I am entirely yours. Even in such a life-and-death situation, Qu Lingxiao felt his face flush with embarrassment. Was she confessing her feelings to him? As a necromancer, he understood that some bloodline beings develop strong affections for their prey, but he had never anticipated encountering such a situation himself. Yet, after having his blood drawn, he felt no fatigue whatsoever. On the contrary, he felt invigorated. Curious, he extended a finger to his forehead and cast an identification spell. Accompanied by a gentle blue glow, his attributes materialized before him. Chapter 3. The Engagement. Name: Qu Lingxiao. Race: Human. Occupation: Junior Necromancer. Skill 1. Intermediate Undead Restoration. Skill 2. Undead Perception. Special buff: Lover of the Blood Charm Demon buff effect. As long as the target is alive, any male approaching the Blood Charm Demon will be repelled and suffer minor damage. Upon reviewing his attributes, Qu Lingxiao found that all other data appeared normal, except for the peculiar buff titled Lover of the Blood Charm Demon. The effect of this buff was astonishing. So long as Qu Lingxiao remained alive, no one could lay a finger on Lu Mimi. It was as though he had become a mere shield. The moment he perceived this buff, a fleeting impulse to eliminate Lu Mimi surged within him. Had he not recognized that such an action would yield no benefits for himself and could likely provoke the ire of Zhuang Liren, he might have indeed acted on that impulse. However, upon gazing at Lu Mimi's face, though somewhat stiff, it was undeniably enchanting. He chose to acquiesce. After all, there was a matter that astonished him even more. Lu Mimi, you are actually a blood charm demon. It is well known that vampires come in myriad varieties, and with Qu Lingxiao's rudimentary necromancer perception, he could only discern the general race of the undead. Whether they belonged to a special or advanced lineage eluded him. Thus, when he discovered that Lu Mimi was among the rarest of special breeds, he was left utterly astounded. Simultaneously, another grave thought invaded Qu Lingxiao's mind. Does Zhuang Liren know that Lu Mimi is a blood charm demon? The more he pondered, the more he felt that Zhuang Liren's interest in Lu Mimi was far from simple. Perhaps it was precisely because he was aware of her unique lineage that he desired to forge a partnership with her. Since the advent of universal class transitions, the significance of partnerships had transformed, evolving from mere confirmation of marital bonds to a feature that generates random buffs based on racial distinctions, although the buffs acquired in such a manner were not fixed. Through prolonged observation, Qu Lingxiao had discerned certain patterns. The rarer and more advanced the race, the more potent the buffs conferred upon their partners. That a S for the blood charm demon. Such an exceptionally rare breed had yet to establish a record of confirmed partnerships. If Zhuang Liren's intentions were indeed to acquire this mysterious buff, then everything fell into place. Though Qu Lingxiao and Zhuang Liren had not been in contact for years, he was aware that, despite appearances, Zhuang Liren was far from foolish. Rather, he was exceedingly cunning. Otherwise, he would not have been able to dominate District 6. Would he? Lu Mimi's actions effectively entwined Qu Lingxiao's fate with hers to know. It was more accurate to say that she had purely relegated him to the role of a disposable shield. Should he perish, this so-called lover buff would undoubtedly dissipate, allowing her to easily change her mind and seek solace in that rotund, undead fool's embrace. This realization left Qu Lingxiao with an overwhelming sense of being a mere pawn. What infuriated him further was Lu Mimi's choice to delay their partnership, despite the subtle but crucial distinction between a partner and a lover, which directly affected Qu Lingxiao's ability to receive the buff. It was imperative to note that such partnership buffs were granted only once. Had she conferred one upon him, Qu Lingxiao was confident he could persuade Zhuang Liren to relinquish his claim on Lu Mimi. After all, the necromancer profession, based on current information, was decidedly rare. Furthermore, as necromancers were predominantly human, some refused to associate with the undead, opting instead to aid other professions and races in purging them. This had resulted in a dwindling number of necromancers capable of healing the undead. If Lu Mimi could not provide Zhuang Liren with any advantages, then Qu Lingxiao believed it would be relatively easy to ensure their survival in Zhuang Liren's eyes. However, Lu Mimi had not uttered a word about marriage, seemingly intent on using him as a mere one-time shield. The more he contemplated this, the angrier he became, ultimately confronting her coldly. Are you intending to utilize me as your human shield while you seek another partner? Only to cast me aside afterward? Why should I assist you? Upon hearing Qu Lingxiao's words, Lu Mimi, whose face bore the stiffness of her neurological affliction, managed to produce a smile. Because the one I wish to marry is you. Let us wed. As she spoke, she leaned in and pressed her lips against Qu Lingxiao's cheek. This innocent gesture left him momentarily dazed, leading him to inadvertently acquiesce to her request. Very well. Let us marry at once. Yet, at that moment, Lu Mimi began to play coy. There's no rush. It's our first time after all, that we should invite friends and family to witness our union. Friends and family. Qu Lingxiao was taken aback by her words. Although, due to the nature of his profession, he was a significant figure in this district teeming with the undead. The concept of friendship was foreign to him, but he felt no kinship with the stench-ridden undead, and thus had no friends. The only individuals he could converse with were Lu Mimi and her mother. Shall we call your mother? Qu Lingxiao suggested, reaching for the antiquated telephone. It was noteworthy that this phone line had been connected by the undead themselves. The previous communication system had been nearly obliterated by years of turmoil, and only those of considerable wealth, like Qu Lingxiao, could afford such a device. Lu Mimi's family also possessed one, owing to her mother's close ties with a former electrician among the undead. However, just as Qu Lingxiao was about to dial, Lu Mimi stopped his hand. Qu Dage, there's no need to rush, that we have more important guests to invite. Who? Upon hearing Lu Mimi's words, Qu Lingxiao felt an ominous premonition. He sensed that what he was about to hear could lead him to regret his agreement. That, of course, it's Zhuang Liren. You two were childhood friends, and he was once my suitor. Besides, he's the leader of District 6. It would be inappropriate not to invite him, Lu Mimi said through gritted teeth. Upon hearing this, Qu Lingxiao could not help but admire the accuracy of his intuition. This woman was truly cunning. Shrimp meat and pig heart. Qu Lingxiao mentally berated her actions, but dared not voice his thoughts. After all, he was under the curse of the lover of the blood-charmed demon, that if she were to lose her temper and berate Zhuang Liren, given her volatile nature, she might very well disregard his identity and eliminate him. Thus, in Qu Lingxiao's view, with Lu Mimi, a soft approach was imperative. Otherwise, someone would inevitably suffer the consequences, and that someone would undoubtedly be him. Chapter 4. Targeting the face. Lu Mimi, emboldened by her words, prepared to fetch the telephone. Qu Lingxiao quickly restrained her, and in their ensuing struggle, the fabric over her chest was inadvertently torn open, revealing a soft, white expanse. Qu Lingxiao, taken aback, immediately withdrew his hand, feeling a wave of embarrassment wash over him. While they were on the verge of marriage, they had not yet wed. Moreover, due to his profession, which placed him in constant proximity to the undead, he had never experienced any intimate contact with a woman. This sudden turn of events was overwhelming for him. Yet Lu Mimi seemed to revel in his bashfulness. Guiding his hand to her ample bosom, encouraging him to caress her, she assured him fervently, Qu Dage, consider this. With Zhuang Liren around, how can we enjoy our little lives in peace? Do you truly wish for a rotting, corpulent undead to constantly gaze upon your lovely wife? As she spoke, she pouted and planted a kiss on Qu Lingxiao's cheek, sending his heart aflutter. Thankfully, he managed to retain some semblance of rationality, repeatedly insisting, this matter requires careful consideration. We must think it through. Having already tasted the bitter fruits of hasty decisions, he could not afford to be impulsive this time. Lu Mimi, however, was not pleased with his response. She turned away in a huff, her movements surprisingly agile, reminiscent of the spoiled heiresses often portrayed in dramas. Were it not for his own diagnosis revealing her neurological damage, he might have genuinely believed she was a perfectly healthy spirit. Seeing that Qu Lingxiao was not attempting to placate her, she dropped the pretense, turning to seize his hand and placing it upon her abdomen. She then earnestly declared, Qu Dage, you know I truly like you. I've liked you since childhood. You know, as a necromancer and a member of the bloodline, we can have children together. Let us have a multitude of hybrid offspring, shall we? Or do you truly wish to see the demise of the Qu family line? It was evident that Lu Mimi had conducted some research on Qu Lingxiao, or perhaps his background was never a secret. In truth, Qu Lingxiao had not grown up in this vicinity, but had been abducted by traffickers to a remote mountain village. However, not long after, the universal class transition occurred. Not all humans could withstand the transformative power of class transitions, and Qu Lingxiao's parents perished due to their frail health during the process, before their demise. They harbored a fervent hope that Qu Lingxiao would establish a family, a desire that pricked at his heart like a needle. How he longed for that. Yet, in this District 6, the inhabitants were all specters. And venturing elsewhere in this era bore risks tantamount to suicide. Trust had become a rare commodity, reserved solely for the familiar. Any intruder into another's domain risked becoming a slave or meeting a swift demise. As a necromancer, Qu Lingxiao's abilities held little value in districts dominated by humans or other conventional races. Even if he managed to escape this place and survive, he would forever forfeit his right to choose a partner. After all, in an age where self-preservation reigned supreme, a lack of productivity rendered one nearly worthless, and a woman would willingly spend a lifetime with a man deemed useless. Even if Qu Lingxiao possessed an undeniable handsomeness, the very type that young women of a bygone era adored, it could not alter the fate dictated by the prevailing circumstances. Thus, in a certain sense, Lu Mimi's invitation was indeed his sole hope of fulfilling his parents' wishes. She presented conditions that he could scarcely refuse. However, this did not imply that Qu Lingxiao would genuinely conspire to eliminate Zhuang Liren on her behalf. Not only had matters not yet escalated to that point, but even if they did, he would not presume himself capable of confronting a gluttonous demon like Zhuang Liren. Qu Lingxiao understood all too well that Zhuang Liren was no easy adversary. A truth he recognized as someone familiar with all specters. Mimi, I shall speak with Zhuang Liren. I am 70% confident he will acquiesce that Qu Lingxiao spoke truthfully. Long ago, Zhuang Liren had sought him out, expressing a desire to assault other districts and in need of a battlefield medic, offering Qu Lingxiao the freedom to set his own terms that time, Qu Lingxiao had declined. Zhuang Liren had sworn that the invitation would remain open indefinitely. Should Qu Lingxiao make this request publicly, the likelihood of Zhuang Liren acquiescing was substantial. It was a method of leveraging his own worth. Qu Lingxiao had assumed Lu Mimi would agree, but to his astonishment, upon hearing his words, she shed 2 streams of blood tears. You do not love me at all. I shall not have a man who is unwilling to fight for me. Yet despite her verbal protests, her body clung to Qu Lingxiao, her ample bosom pressing against his chest, causing his heart to flutter. Ultimately, he resolved to hear more of her thoughts. What, Lu Mimi, do you truly expect me to duel with that brute, Zhuang Liren? Given my slight stature? Qu Lingxiao lamented, feeling quite helpless. This time, he did not belittle himself. His height was considerable, and his appearance undeniably handsome. However, when compared to Zhuang Liren, who weighed a staggering 600 pounds, an accurate assessment derived from his abilities, Qu Lingxiao barely reached 1/5 of that mass. Moreover, Zhuang Liren was a pure warrior among the undead, while Qu Lingxiao's skills were primarily focused on healing. Should a confrontation arise, it was evident that Qu Lingxiao would merely serve as an appetizer for Zhuang Liren. How could he possibly navigate such a predicament? It would be akin to courting death. Yet, Lu Mimi seemed to have anticipated his response. After mustering a stiff smile, she replied, My dear Lingxiao, my intention in seeking your assistance is rooted in absolute certainty. Do you think it is only we who desire his demise? Lu Mimi's rhetoric was remarkably astute, effortlessly categorizing Qu Lingxiao among those wishing for Zhuang Liren's end. Caught in this unexpected predicament, Qu Lingxiao found himself unable to refute her assertion, compelled to listen as she continued. Lingxiao, you must understand, Zhuang Liren has offended many. Over 1/3 of the residents in this district yearn for his downfall. And you are simply the most crucial piece in this puzzle. Qu Lingxiao recognized the truth in her words. For those in positions of power often ruffled the most feathers. Zhuang Liren, with his brash demeanor, had naturally incurred many grievances, particularly given his affiliation with the brutal, gluttonous demon race. Yet, fear of his formidable strength quelled any rebellion. Nevertheless, Qu Lingxiao could not fathom why he had been designated as the pivotal element. Before he could voice his confusion, Lu Mimi continued. Chapter 5. The inept healer Lu Mimi elaborated to Qu Lingxiao. Elder brother Qu, I know you are not adept at violence. All you need to remember is this. If Zhuang Liren is injured, you must heal him to the utmost. After all, you are the only physician in this vicinity. Even if labeled an inept healer, your practice will not suffer as long as you ensure his demise. Everything will be well. At this juncture, Lu Mimi flashed Qu Lingxiao a beguiling smile. Although her entire being seemed to be in a state of decay, that smile, however stiff, exuded a potent allure. Moreover, her words suggested that she had meticulously orchestrated every detail, anticipating his every move. Undoubtedly, Qu Lingxiao found himself irrevocably ensnared in her scheme. Even if the buff she had bestowed upon him dissipated, her death meant no one would come forth to kill him for the sake of being with her. Yet, lurking behind her was an unseen hand. According to her, a third of this district desired Zhuang Liren's death. How many among them were allies of Lu Mimi? Would they harbor murderous thoughts against him for eliminating her? After all, he was the sole physician capable of healing the undead in the area. Logically, Qu Lingxiao held a trump card. However, unless absolutely necessary, he was reluctant to gamble on Lu Mimi's tolerance of him. Additionally, it was merely a minor medical mishap, hardly a grave matter. Just as Qu Lingxiao hesitated, Lu Mimi deftly nestled into his embrace, her finger tracing circles on his chest. Though no words were spoken, her enchanting presence set his heart racing. With a determined resolve, he finally acquiesced to her request. Upon hearing his agreement, Lu Mimi showered him with fervent kisses, reminiscent of a devoted bride. She then unabashedly approached the window, cupping her hands together and mimicking the call of a bird. Clearly, she had prepared a signal, concealing it from him. The ensuing chorus of chirps from all directions confirmed this notion that instant. Qu Lingxiao's final doubts were dispelled. Surrounding him were Lu Mimi's allies. Should he oppose her now, the consequences would be dire. Moreover, given that he was now privy to their plans, they would not easily let him go. Lu Mimi proceeded as if they had previously conspired, notifying their friends and family. Though in truth, there was only one person, Zhuang Liren. Upon discovering it was Lu Mimi calling, Zhuang Liren erupted into a fit of cackles. Yet swiftly, as Lu Mimi announced their impending nuptials, his laughter gave way to silence, then transformed into a tone of blessing. Congratulations. You and Lingxiao are destined for happiness. With that, he hung up. Lu Mimi did not conceal her intentions. Activating the speakerphone, the words, while ostensibly kind, struck Qu Lingxiao as unsettling. Although they were indeed congratulatory, Zhuang Liren's tone was gravely serious, resembling someone attending a funeral rather than a wedding. However, Qu Lingxiao reconsidered in this realm. Most individuals, if not all, save for himself, were of the undead. Viewed in that light, the distinction between a wedding and a funeral seemed rather negligible. When Lu Mimi revealed that the wedding would take place at Qu Lingxiao's Necromancer hospital, Zhuang Liren abruptly ended the call, neither confirming nor denying his attendance. That Qu Lingxiao was left in a state of confusion. Nevertheless, considering Lu Mimi's temperament, she was likely to attend, albeit with the intention of causing chaos. Yet, whether she would truly swallow her pride remained uncertain. One thing Qu Lingxiao was certain of was that even if Zhuang Liren was willing to spare Lu Mimi and himself, she would never forgive Zhuang Liren. Or perhaps, from the very beginning, her intent had been to take Zhuang Liren's life. Shortly thereafter, Lu Mimi's mother, Lu Ruyu, arrived. She had donned an exquisite evening gown, accentuating her already enviable figure. Her purpose in visiting was to present wedding attire for Qu Lingxiao and Lu Mimi. This further solidified Qu Lingxiao's belief that everything had been premeditated. Remarkably, even the suit's measurements were a perfect match for his physique. Although Qu Lingxiao was already of notable stature, this felt excessively coincidental. After all, Lu Ruyu had previously insisted on marrying Lu Mimi off to Zhuang Liren. Could it be that this perfectly fitting wedding attire was intended for that enormous glutton? With this thought, Qu Lingxiao, who had been elated at the prospect of finally establishing a family, was suddenly engulfed by a wave of despondency. Whenever such moments arose, he preferred to take a stroll, inhaling the ever-refreshing air. It was far better than being cooped up indoors. Yet, to his dismay, even before his wedding, he found himself deprived of solitary moments. Lu Ruyu and Lu Mimi discreetly linked their arms with his, creating an illusion of sisterhood rather than mother and daughter. Had things been as they once were, strolling down the street might have instilled a modicum of pride in Qu Lingxiao. Yet now, he found himself utterly unable to derive any enjoyment from the situation, for it was evident that the mother and daughter were watching him intently, even as they attempted to soothe their own emotions by repeatedly bumping the white object they held against him. Qu Lingxiao could not shake his anxiety. Ultimately, he found himself unable to utter a word that might encourage them to distance themselves. This was not due to any lewd intentions on his part, but rather an understanding that even if he did speak, they would not acquiesce. Such behavior was entirely predictable. Had he been in their position, knowing such a significant secret, he too would not permit the other party to act independently. Although he had retaliated and offered them treats, the possibility of one of them being timid and a natural snitch, rushing off to inform Zhuang Liren, loomed large that if that were to occur, it would spell disaster for everyone involved. Thus, Qu Lingxiao opted to refrain from seeking unnecessary trouble and simply walked along the street. Before long, he realized that it was not just Lu Mimi and her mother who were fixated on him. Several passers-by occasionally glanced in his direction, their affiliations, whether with Zhuang Liren or Lu Mimi, remaining unclear. Among them, he noted a few unfriendly gazes, yet none took tangible action against him. Gradually, Qu Lingxiao grew accustomed to this scrutiny. At that moment, he spotted a familiar figure approaching, the intent unmistakable. However, the way this person gazed at Lu Mimi and her mother was clearly one of caution, betraying an awareness of their presence. Qu Lingxiao, recognizing the situation, glanced at the two women's long skirts trailing on the ground and, with a stoic expression, declared, "Mimi, Annie, I need to use the restroom." The two women paused, momentarily taken aback by his statement. However, when Qu Lingxiao added, "Why don't you both accompany me?" they obediently released their grip. Chapter 6. The meeting. This development was entirely within Qu Lingxiao's expectations. Although Lu Mimi and Lu Ruyu were soon to become his family, they had yet to tie the knot, making such a public display of companionship for a restroom visit rather inappropriate. Particularly given their shared obsession with cleanliness, the long skirts they wore would surely gather dirt if allowed to drag on the ground. The restroom on Block 6 was hardly a pristine locale. It was drafty and devoid of even a single cleaning staff that Qu Lingxiao always had to pinch his nose upon entering, let alone for Lu Mimi and her mother. Yet, despite the dismal conditions, Qu Lingxiao insisted on retaining this restroom. Zhuang Liren had initially planned to transform this prime piece of real estate into his personal swimming pool, but Qu Lingxiao had managed to convince him to keep it. Citing hygiene and safety concerns, that he still vividly recalled the expression on Zhuang Liren's face upon hearing his proposal, as though he had just consumed something unpleasant that in truth. Qu Lingxiao had nearly laughed while making that suggestion. Apart from himself, there were hardly any living souls in Block 6, and it was not uncommon to find insects crawling about. The notion of maintaining sanitary conditions in such a place was a rather farcical excuse. Nonetheless, Zhuang Liren, perhaps out of respect for Qu Lingxiao as the sole doctor in the area, relented. Viewed in this light, Qu Lingxiao owed Zhuang Liren a favor, albeit one that he would likely never repay. Naturally, Qu Lingxiao had no idle desire to preserve a restroom. He was merely fulfilling a request made by the individual before him. Though he was unaware of the true identity of this person, he knew they were a well-known black market merchant from the nearby neighborhoods, surnamed Moreau. They frequently sought Qu Lingxiao's expertise to procure potions that only necromancers could concoct, as well as hair and skin samples from his patients. It seemed their demand for such items was substantial, that Qu Lingxiao had little interest in the purposes behind these requests. All he cared about was the generous compensation. Clearly, this individual had new business to discuss, which was why Qu Lingxiao had seized the opportunity to visit the restroom. Although the black market merchant did not accompany him inside, given the restroom's permeable nature, it would be a simple matter for them to find a way in. Initially, Qu Lingxiao anticipated that the encounter would leave him in a state of disarray, and he had mentally prepared to keep his distance. However, he was taken aback when the person appeared before him. Impeccably dressed and exuding a faint, pleasant fragrance adorned with a peculiar clown mask, the figure was undeniably attractive, with a striking physique. Were it not for the unusual circumstances of their meeting, Qu Lingxiao might have taken a moment to admire them. Yet, given the unsavory environment and the prying eyes of Lu Mimi and her mother lurking outside, this was hardly an appropriate setting for such appreciation. Not to mention, the merchant wasted no time in getting straight to the point, offering Qu Lingxiao no chance for pleasantries. "Dr. Qu, I must inquire how you came to be involved with that Lu Mimi and her fiery mother. With your gentle nature, how have you managed to avoid being devoured whole by them?" Qu Lingxiao was taken aback by the merchant's casual tone. Yet he recognized this was an attempt to gauge his own stance. Thus, he felt no qualms about turning the tables. "That's so. Brother Morong, you are acquainted with the Lu family?" At this, a glimmer of intrigue flickered in the merchant's eyes that Qu Lingxiao instantly realized he had hit the mark. This individual was indeed probing for information. However, that spark quickly faded as the merchant waved his hand dismissively. No, I merely know that the Lu mother and daughter are renowned beauties in the area, that I heard that Lu Mimi is to marry Zhuang Liren, orchestrated by her mother, Lu Ruyu, while Qu Lingxiao remained indifferent to most of the information. The mention of Lu Ruyu's involvement in the matchmaking between Zhuang Liren and Lu Mimi caused his expression to darken, that it became painfully clear that he had been unwittingly used as a pawn in this scheme. Initially, Qu Lingxiao had merely suspected as much, but now it was undeniable. Lu Mimi was not being coerced into submission. Rather, this was a calculated move to manipulate his relationship with Zhuang Liren. Yet, despite his indignation, Qu Lingxiao found himself lacking the opportunity to act upon it. The black market merchant, sensing the shift in Qu Lingxiao's demeanor, pressed on. So, what is the nature of your relationship with her? We're getting married. Qu Lingxiao responded curtly, while the merchant hastily showered him with a barrage of congratulatory platitudes. Yet Qu Lingxiao found himself unable to absorb a single word, his true thoughts echoing. Whoever wishes to marry may do so. I have no desire to wade through this murky water. His demeanor toward the merchant grew increasingly frosty. Brother Morong, your visit to summon me was not merely to discuss this matter, was it? As the sole doctor in Block 6, I am quite busy, as you know, being the sole lifeline for the needy. As he spoke, Qu Lingxiao patted his chest, feigning a struggle beneath the weight of his responsibilities, implicitly suggesting, I've already shared so much. Shouldn't you offer me some benefit in return? Otherwise, I may have no time for you in the future. The merchant, quick to grasp the hint, promptly placed an order for a multitude of rather mundane items and handed Qu Lingxiao a bag of magical crystals as a deposit, the value of which far exceeded the goods requested. Qu Lingxiao inspected the crystals and found a total of 50 that since the implementation of the universal profession system, everyone required these magical crystals to aid their advancement. It was not that experience points were unnecessary, but each leveling up demanded a considerable sum of magical crystals in addition to accumulating experience. Even acquiring skills required the expenditure of these crystals. This peculiar system led Qu Lingxiao to repeatedly question whether the architect of the universal profession transition was, in fact, a loan shark. Fortunately, these magical crystal mines refreshed periodically. However, they were predominantly claimed by larger factions, leaving only a meager trickle to reach Block 6. Even so, Qu Lingxiao had amassed a total of 250 crystals, sufficient to purchase a beautiful female slave at the market. Were it not for his pressing need to acquire self-defense skills, he might have entertained the notion of visiting the slave market. Clearly, the timing was not right. Noticing that Qu Lingxiao had been in the restroom for an extended period, Lu Mimi hurriedly urged, Darling, we must be on our way. The wedding is about to commence, and we need to purchase some supplies. Chapter 7. The wedding. Oh dear, congratulations, Dr. Qu. I wish you both a lifetime of happiness. Qu Lingxiao had assumed he would not encounter any familiar faces for a while, but to his surprise, within just a few steps, he found himself face to face with another acquaintance that seemed he truly had a talent for making connections. The slender, pale woman before him, caressing his hand while gazing at him with a wistful expression, was among the rare few undead in the vicinity who bore a semblance of human form. If one could overlook her ashen complexion, equally pale hair, and strikingly red lips, she could indeed be considered beautiful. She is also one of those who have long harbored an interest in Qu Lingxiao, frequently seeking opportunities to engage him in casual conversation, all the while looking for chances to draw closer to him. However, Qu Lingxiao remains utterly disinterested in her. The reason is simple. Her aura is so chilling that even the act of approaching her sends shivers down his spine, let alone the thought of being with her. This is entirely reasonable, considering she is a Yuki-Ana. In this vicinity, there are several spirits that belong to mythical races, and the Yuki-Ana is among them. A spectral being that appears solely in the folklore of her island nation. Qu Lingxiao has always believed this phenomenon is due to the existence of a large film supply store from that very island, which once thrived in the area. In his childhood, he often attended to the business there, but now it stands as a desolate ruin following the collapse of the established order. Coincidentally, this Yuki-Ana is the daughter of the store's proprietor. She was once shy in her youth, yet after the onset of universal specialization, she has suddenly become exceedingly affectionate towards Qu Lingxiao. This moment, while bestowing blessings upon him, she leans in and whispers in his ear, If Dr. Qu finds it difficult to continue with Sister Lu, you can come to find Shuer, that I'll be waiting for you. This prompts Qu Lingxiao to instinctively shake off her hand. The chill emanating from her words leaves his ears feeling as though they might freeze. While her blessings are all well and good, why must she entwine him with Lu Ruyu, the woman he is destined to marry? This situation leaves Qu Lingxiao feeling quite embarrassed. Although they are both spirits now and age is no longer an issue, Lu Ruyu is undeniably a captivating beauty. Yet, Qu Lingxiao cannot accept it. He has already been ensnared once, and if he were to be caught in another trap, he would absolutely refuse. Fortunately, Lu Ruyu's next words restore Qu Lingxiao's composure, for had she not done so, he might have lost his temper on the spot. Rest assured, Schwer, my Mei Mei will be well taken care of by Dr. Chu, won't she? Lu Ruyu gazes at Qu Lingxiao, her eyes curving into crescent moons, exuding an air of indulgence towards him. Seeing her expression, Qu Lingxiao quickly nods, as if fearful she might have a change of heart. Observing this reaction from him, Lu Ruyu feels a sense of pride and exchanges a few pleasantries with the Yukiana before preparing to leave. However, just as the three are about to turn away, the Yukiana unexpectedly stops Qu Lingxiao. Brother Chu, upon hearing her voice, Qu Lingxiao is momentarily taken aback, for in his memory, she has not referred to him this way, in many years, specifically. Not since the onset of universal specialization. He turns to see what she wishes to convey, only to be caught off guard as she suddenly lunges at him, pushing aside Lu Ruyu and her daughter. Lu Mimi, in a swift motion, she kisses Qu Lingxiao on the cheek and utters, Brother Chu, the Lu mother and daughter are not good people, that if you find yourself in trouble, remember to contact me. You know where to find me. With that, she runs tearfully into a nearby alley. Her demeanor evokes a sense of sympathy. Nonetheless, Qu Lingxiao does not pursue her, not due to any feelings for Lu Mimi, but simply because her kiss leaves a frost upon his cheek that if he were to marry her, he fears the prospect of being frozen together, for in this second district, there is no other doctor who could separate them. Thus, in Qu Lingxiao's view, it is best not to consider her at all until he is fully transformed into a spirit. Meanwhile, Lu Mimi, feeling indignant, pinches Qu Lingxiao. What's the deal with that woman? She just won't let go. If she tries that again, I swear I'll tear her mouth apart. After saying this, Lu Mimi glances at the frost left on Qu Lingxiao's cheek and gingerly rubs it until it melts away. Meanwhile, she whispers into his ear, Brother Chu, I know you suspect my intentions in being with you, that I do not deny that. But trust me, once we deal with that scoundrel, Zhuang Liren, I promise to be a devoted wife and mother. As she speaks, she playfully nudges him with her ample bosom, drawing the attention of several spirits nearby, some of whom cheekily whistle at the pair. Fortunately, they are swiftly chased off by the fiery Lu Ruyu. You shameless lot. Haven't you ever seen young people in love? If you're so capable, go find someone for yourselves instead of envying others. However, Lu Ruyu's actions only serve to redden Qu Lingxiao's cheeks further. At this point, he can only hope that after defeating Zhuang Liren, Lu Mimi will continue to treat him this way. As for her mother, Lu Ruyu, Qu Lingxiao holds no expectations whatsoever, given her notorious reputation as a social butterfly. It is a reputation too loud for him to ignore. Preparations for their wedding soon proceed, as the guests they intend to invite are all fixed. They merely need to prepare some dishes that the guests would enjoy, animal intestines, brains, kidneys, and some semi-stale meat, primarily for Zhuang Liren, who relishes such fare. Following this, they procure fresh blood plasma, fruits, and vegetables, which will serve as the meals for Qu Lingxiao and Lu Mimi. In this world, where survival has become a luxury, even weddings have become exceedingly simple. With the wedding attire prepared by Lu Mimi and her mother, this ceremony is considered quite extravagant for the times, since spirits generally do not need sleep. It is advisable to hold the wedding sooner rather than later. Under Lu Ruyu's call, the guests soon gather. Among them is Zhuang Liren, accompanied by his band of loyal subordinates, who have shared in many violent escapades. Though they initially appear unruly, they all bow respectfully under Zhuang Liren's lead. Zhuang Liren looks much as Qu Lingxiao remembers him, his body adorned with decaying flesh and a shirt that seems about to burst at the seams. Evoking memories of a character from an online game, that Qu Lingxiao finds himself staring a bit too long at Zhuang Liren's belly, only to be met with a hearty laugh from him. Little brother Qu, you have quite the discerning eye. You've even guessed where I've hidden your gift. As he speaks, Zhuang Liren plunges his swollen hands into his own abdomen, After a moment of stirring, he produces a rusted box from within. Upon witnessing this, both Lu Ryu and Lu Mimi recoil in horror, and even Qu Lingxiao, accustomed to strange sights, turns pale that he can almost envision Zhuang Liren pulling out a revolver from that box to shoot him on the spot. Chapter 8. Calm. Just as Qu Lingxiao instinctively attempts to evade the sight of the box, Zhuang Liren's two subordinates block his path. "Why are you hiding from the gift my big brother has prepared for you?" One remarks. "Are you afraid that my big brother might steal your beautiful bride? If that is the case, you shouldn't be marrying her." However, before the subordinate can finish, he is reduced to a puddle of pus by the corrosive saliva spewed by Zhuang Liren. Qu Lingxiao realizes this is the unique skill of the gluttonous demon, a digestive fluid with formidable corrosive properties, capable of killing Zhuang Liren's subordinate with a single strike. That it is evident that this display is intended to intimidate Qu Lingxiao regarding his impending marriage to Lu Mimi. Without further ado, Zhuang Liren commands with his swollen hand, "Brother, open it." "Do you not trust me?" As he utters this, he wears a smile that is more grotesque than sorrowful, despite its name implying a demonic nature. The gluttonous demon is, in fact, a type of zombie, one that is covered in digestive fluid. This fluid is highly corrosive to all materials except metal and rubber, and the box is coated in such fluid. To open it would be akin to self-sabotage. Fortunately, Qu Lingxiao has a solution. As a doctor, he has a habit of carrying rubber gloves for surgical purposes. Maintaining a facade of ease, he puts on the gloves and carefully opens the box, mentally preparing for the possibility of encountering something revolting or explosive within. However, when he finally opens it, he discovers only a pair of ring-sized objects, akin to pigeon eggs. "This was given to me during my last visit to the neighboring district." Zhuang Liren chuckles. "But as you can see, my fingers are far too large to wear them, so I thought I'd gift them to you as wedding presents. That don't be ungrateful." Qu Lingxiao breathes a sigh of relief. Feeling a flicker of gratitude towards Zhuang Liren, I end this era of universal specialization. Such decorative items, while not expensive, are exceedingly rare due to the lack of craftsmanship, leading to their scarcity. Qu Lingxiao wishes to express his thanks. Yet the words stick in his throat, as Zhuang Liren is, after all, the very person he intends to eliminate next. To both kill and honor him with a gift is something Qu Lingxiao cannot fathom doing. If anyone were to ask, he would certainly declare that he cannot accomplish such a feat. However, at this moment, one must bow their head beneath the eaves. He adjusted his facial expression and revealed a charming smile to the other party. "Zhuang, I thank you." "Oh, what thanks? Just don't take the opportunity to finish me off when I'm injured." Upon hearing this, Qu Lingxiao couldn't help but shiver. Could it be that the other party had already seen through him? As this thought emerged, Qu Lingxiao felt as if he could scarcely breathe. Fortunately, the delicate and soft hand of Lu Mimi gently pinched him, bringing him back to his senses. That in any case, great favors need not be repaid with words. "Brother Zhuang, should you or your brothers require anything, do not hesitate to seek me out. I guarantee that my remedies will cure your ailments." After Qu Lingxiao spoke, Zhuang Liren clapped his hands joyfully. Evidently pleased with the outcome, he exchanged a knowing glance with his subordinate, then swiftly consumed the concoction Qu Lingxiao had prepared, brain, kidneys, and legs. Before signaling his men to depart as they were leaving, he offered a critique of the dishes prepared by Qu Lingxiao. "Qu, your dish is quite palatable, though a tad too fresh. It ought to be left for another 10 days or so to develop its flavor. Until we meet again." With that, he took his leave along with his subordinates. Everything progressed far too smoothly, to the point where Qu Lingxiao almost believed that matters would simply pass by without incident. Zhuang Liren would not be assassinated, and he would not become the one to deliver the final blow. However, an unexpected turn of events soon unfolded. Qu Lingxiao suddenly heard a gasp, followed by the cacophony of fighting outside. The sounds were a mlang of Zhuang Liren's subordinates and others, based on his knowledge of the district. Qu Lingxiao could vaguely guess who was involved. Soon, a series of anguished cries resonated, and regardless of who the owners of those voices were, they must have met their demise, for Zhuang Liren had entered. His corpulent form trembled as he approached Qu Lingxiao, and then he collapsed onto the ground. His subordinates, brimming with malice, threatened, "Listen here, Qu, my brother has just spared you out of magnanimity. If you repay kindness with malice, I won't let you off the hook. Hurry, treat my brother." As he spoke, he brandished a cleaver menacingly, indicating that should Zhuang Liren be harmed, he would not hesitate to strike Qu Lingxiao down. This left Qu Lingxiao in a predicament. He had previously promised that should Zhuang Liren seek his healing, he would take the opportunity to eliminate him. Yet now, with such a ferocious figure standing guard, Qu Lingxiao found himself bereft of the courage to act. Just moments prior, he had discerned through his abilities that Zhuang Liren's subordinate belonged to the zombie race. Though not particularly formidable, they were exceedingly difficult to kill, at least with his combat prowess, which was not significantly superior to that of an ordinary human. It would be impossible to dispatch the foe through a surprise attack. However, at that moment, the subordinate's face was abruptly yanked away. And it was none other than Zhuang Liren himself who did so. "You worthless fool, you frightened my brother. Heal him at once, or perish." Zhuang Liren flung the lifeless body of his subordinate aside and turned to Qu Lingxiao with a forced smile. "Now, let us begin." Without waiting for further instruction, Qu Lingxiao proactively examined the wounds on Zhuang Liren. Strictly speaking, the injuries were not severe. By his race's standards, they could be considered negligible. However, after assessing the wounds, Qu Lingxiao discovered that the weapon which had inflicted them had been smeared with a substance known as holy water. This was a divine tool derived from the prayers of holy practitioners, a bane to the undead. However, to Qu Lingxiao's knowledge, the majority of holy water was expended in the internal strife among the undead, with few using it to uphold justice. Unfortunately, Qu Lingxiao possessed no capability to heal the damage wrought by the holy water. In other words, even without his prior agreement with Lu Mimi, Qu Lingxiao would be unable to heal Zhuang Liren. Furthermore, these wounds would not lead to an immediate death. Rather, they would cause immense suffering before ultimately leading to his demise. Yet, upon gazing into Zhuang Liren's eyes, Qu Lingxiao was certain that the latter would not wait for that moment to end his life. Chapter 9. Betrayal. Brother Zhuang, I will treat your wounds immediately. Thank you, brother. As Qu Lingxiao rushed forward to attend to Zhuang Liren's injuries, a harmonious scene of brotherly camaraderie unfolded between them. Yet, only Qu Lingxiao was aware that he could not heal the other's wounds. While he presently could not treat Zhuang Liren, he had to maintain appearances. After all, judging by the murderous glint in Zhuang Liren's eyes, it was likely that he would take Qu Lingxiao down before succumbing himself. Since the other party lacked medical knowledge, Qu Lingxiao decided to play along. After all, one need not have first-hand experience with pig slaughter to recognize its essence. Qu Lingxiao seized a knife and set about Zhuang Liren's body, thrusting left and right. To an onlooker, it would appear as though Qu Lingxiao were engaged in battle. His movements were remarkably deft, if it were not for Zhuang Liren observing the compassion etched upon Qu Lingxiao's face. He might have genuinely believed he was about to be assassinated. Yet even so, he could not help but inquire, "Brother, how should I treat this injury? Your technique seems rather alarming." Upon hearing this, Qu Lingxiao's heart tightened. Alarming? This was merely the technique of a butcher. Presently, Zhuang Liren's intestines and kidneys were nearly protruding from his body. All Qu Lingxiao was doing was rinsing them with a bottle of liquor purchased from the local grocery store. However, Zhuang Liren's question did not stump Qu Lingxiao. "Of course, I am cleaning the wounds. You've been poisoned by the holy water, and your entire body requires cleansing. Only for you, Brother Zhuang. If it were anyone else, I would not bother for any amount of money." Upon hearing Qu Lingxiao's words, Zhuang Liren was immediately overwhelmed with gratitude, tears streaming down his face as he promised to repay Qu Lingxiao handsomely once he overcame this ordeal. Qu Lingxiao merely smiled nonchalantly, continuing his work. In truth, while Qu Lingxiao outwardly appeared calm, his heart was in turmoil. What he desperately wished for was for his patient to perish swiftly, should Zhuang Liren discover that he was being deceived before his demise. The fate of his two subordinates would mirror Qu Lingxiao's own future. To Qu Lingxiao's astonishment, however, his task was soon concluded, albeit under the guise of attempting to assassinate the district leader. While Qu Lingxiao feigned healing Zhuang Liren, a group suddenly charged in. The leader was someone Qu Lingxiao recognized, the second-in-command of District 6. That upon sighting Qu Lingxiao attending to Zhuang Liren, he viciously kicked him aside. "Poison doctor, how dare you harm my brother?" Then, he unleashed a barrage of punches upon Zhuang Liren's already opened abdomen. In an instant, internal organs and blood splattered everywhere. This second-in-command, a formidable zombie, wielded hands like natural hammers. Not only could he easily crush Zhuang Liren, but he could also obliterate a piece of steel. Under the relentless assault, Zhuang Liren's belly exploded. Though he continued to wail in agony, his loyal second-in-command mercilessly pulverized his skull with a single blow. Turning to Qu Lingxiao, the second-in-command ominously whispered, "Dr. Qu, have you forgotten our agreement?" A pungent stench wafted into Qu Lingxiao's nostrils as he struggled to suppress the urge to retch, attempting to explain himself. However, the second-in-command would not listen, insisting that his men bind Qu Lingxiao. "Take this quack away." He attempted to assassinate the district leader. At that moment, Lu Mimi and her daughter rushed over. Upon witnessing Qu Lingxiao's predicament, they hurriedly sought to intervene, the second-in-command. "What is the meaning of this? We had agreed beforehand." Upon hearing Lu Mimi's words, the second-in-command spat on the ground. "How dare you speak? This brat has betrayed us. If it weren't for my lack of that certain something, I would have dealt with you two already. Now, get as far away from me as you can." His impatience was palpable. All of this reached Qu Lingxiao's ears, that it seemed this second-in-command was a eunuch. Simultaneously, Qu Lingxiao began to grasp the reason for his current predicament. His performance had been so convincing that the others believed he genuinely intended to save Zhuang Liren, leading to this unwarranted disaster. However, Qu Lingxiao also considered another possibility, jealousy. Perhaps the second-in-command resented him for being more capable than he was. Yet regardless of the reason, Qu Lingxiao was in deep trouble. He desperately attempted to explain, but the second-in-command would not hear it. Thankfully, the assailants did not seem intent on killing Qu Lingxiao. They merely sought to confine him in a dark room for education. However, the one who suggested this soon joined the revelry. In truth, the entire District 6 was in a frenzy, while Qu Lingxiao found himself ensnared. All that remained for him was a plate of half-cooked meat. Yet, gazing at the meat, Qu Lingxiao couldn't help but recall the deceased Zhuang Liren, who had appeared much like this, rendering him utterly devoid of appetite. That it was not until late into the night that a figure stealthily approached Qu Lingxiao. The moment the figure drew near, Qu Lingxiao recognized who it was. Due to the bone-chilling cold that permeated this neighborhood, only one individual bore its mark. This person was none other than the Snow Maiden, whom he had encountered previously. Peering through the window, she witnessed Qu Lingxiao's pitiful state and immediately knelt upon the ground. Beautiful ice-blue eyes brimmed with tears that resembled glistening ice beads, and even her tears were imbued with a frigid essence. Yet upon seeing her, Qu Lingxiao could not help but feel an overwhelming joy. After all, she was the only one willing to accompany him in this dire moment. Trembling, she extended an object toward him. As Qu Lingxiao leaned in to take a closer look, he discovered it was a moldy piece of bread, though it was evident that this bread had long since passed its prime. In this world, especially in the haunted district of number 6, teeming with restless spirits, such a morsel was indeed a rarity. The Snow Maiden had shown her kindness. Expressing his gratitude, Qu Lingxiao attempted to accept the bread from her hand. It was the least he could do for a gift, and he felt compelled to taste it that moment. He was prepared to risk everything for her. However, as he reached out to grasp the bread, he realized that alongside it, she had slipped him a note. Before he could discern its contents, the voice from outside startled him into hastily concealing it. "Snow Maiden, enough already. This fellow is already claimed by that shameless woman. Lu Mimi, she'll come with the money to redeem him tomorrow. You should abandon all hope," a voice outside taunted. Yet, amidst the mockery, Qu Lingxiao found a flicker of hope. Lu Mimi had not betrayed him. She would indeed come to rescue him. Although the events of this night had been far from pleasant, if Lu Mimi truly wished to be with him, then this sacrifice would not be in vain. Chapter 10. The Swamp of Possession. Upon hearing this news, Qu Lingxiao was aflame with excitement, nearly shouting out loud. Had it not been for the foreboding presence of the fearsome guards outside, he might have done so. Even so, he struck the floor in exhilaration, only to have his hand pierced by the sharp edge of the note. The note, though harmless in its normal state, had become a dangerously sharp weapon when frozen solid. The pain it inflicted brought to mind the fact that someone still cared for him. That moment, with no one paying attention, it was the perfect opportunity to inspect the note. Utilizing the feeble moonlight filtering through the window, Qu Lingxiao cautiously examined the text. As he read the note, a wave of incredulity washed over him. In the past, knowing someone would risk themselves to save him would have filled him with joy. Yet now, the reality was that Lu Mimi and her mother planned to come with the ransom at dawn. If that were the case, why must he escape with her tonight, without a clock to gauge the time? His only watch had been confiscated upon entering this place by a guard with a sinister grin. Lacking any means to measure the passage of time, Qu Lingxiao nevertheless surmised, based on the guard's drinking habits, that not much time remained until the appointed hour. This predicament left him in a quandary. Strictly speaking, even if Lu Mimi did not come to redeem him, he was confident that these thugs would not dare to kill him. The so-called second-in-command was likely merely trying to intimidate him, given that a doctor resided nearby. Could they truly bring themselves to kill him? With this thought, Qu Lingxiao grew increasingly resolute that when the Snow Maiden arrived, he must not leave with her. The reasons could be contemplated later. Yet as these thoughts circled in his mind, sleepiness overtook him, and he dozed off, oblivious to the figure that entered the room, even as it picked up the hardened piece of bread from the floor and began to gnaw on it. Qu Lingxiao slumbered on, while the one consuming the bread made every effort to avoid awakening him, moving stealthily as if made of sludge, occasionally revealing a pair of yellowed, resentful eyes. Unbeknownst to all, this entity was Zhuang Liren, or rather, the true essence of Zhuang Liren. Everyone, including Qu Lingxiao, believed him to be a gluttonous demon without profession, yet they failed to comprehend that Zhuang Liren's true form was that of a creature resembling a puddle of muck. The parasitic swamp, a being far rarer than the gluttonous demon. Lacking offensive capabilities, it could, however, possess the powers of the undead, rendering it a perilous monster. The actions of the second-in-command had merely allowed Zhuang Liren to switch hosts, and the unfortunate candidate was none other than himself. Yet, Zhuang Liren chose to bide his time, waiting cautiously beside the only person he could trust, Qu Lingxiao. All who opposed him would meet their demise. The footsteps approaching prompted Zhuang Liren to retreat into a corner. He could not reveal himself yet. Patience was paramount. The one entering was none other than the infatuated Snow Maiden. Somehow, she had procured a key to the room and effortlessly made her way to Qu Lingxiao's side. Gazing at him with adoration, that Qu big brother, when will you ever look at me with your own eyes? I am the one who truly cares for you, yet that Lu Mimi merely seeks to exploit you. As she spoke, her feet stamped anxiously, unknowingly crushing Zhuang Liren beneath her heel. It is worth noting that while the parasitic swamp appeared as a mere puddle, it was a puddle that could indeed suffer harm. Snow Maiden's high-heeled shoes, adorned with shards of ice, inflicted pain upon Zhuang Liren, causing him to emit a muffled groan. This sound alerted the Snow Maiden to something amiss as she dragged Zhuang Liren across the room. She was oblivious to the sanguine scent emanating from the internal wounds she had inflicted. Fuming, she continued her tirade. That moment, Qu Lingxiao awoke, rubbing the sleep from his eyes to find the Snow Maiden before him. Instantly revitalized, Snow Maiden, I truly appreciate your coming to rescue me, but I cannot escape with you. You know I have a family now. Qu Lingxiao rambled, oblivious to the tears streaming down the Snow Maiden's face in response to his words. When he finally realized, the floor was strewn with shards of ice, and there lay a mud-like figure, frozen solid. This puddle was indeed Zhuang Liren. The Snow Maiden, after weeping, seemed to come to terms with the situation, bidding farewell to Qu Lingxiao before departing, leaving him to wallow in sorrow. Meanwhile, Zhuang Liren, nearly crushed beneath her heel, endured his pain in silence. Though he ached, he could not cry out, even though Qu Lingxiao had once stood by his side. The fear of betrayal loomed large. Should Qu Lingxiao suddenly turn against him, Zhuang Liren would have no means of escape. Thus, he persevered until the late hours of the night, falling asleep once more. Finally, Zhuang Liren managed to extricate himself from the melting ice. From that moment forth, he vowed to himself never to approach any undead with ice attributes, even if they implored him to possess them. With this resolution, Zhuang Liren sought refuge in a corner. Chapter 11. The Holy War the following day unfolded as usual. Lu Mimi and her mother indeed arrived to retrieve Qu Lingxiao, before Lu Mimi could utter a word. Her mother, Lu Ruyu, flung herself in front of Qu Lingxiao, showering him with concern. Thank goodness you're safe. I was so worried. One could easily mistake her for Qu Lingxiao's bride, given her fervor. Meanwhile, Lu Mimi struggled to squeeze past her mother, enveloping Qu Lingxiao in a tight embrace, sobbing uncontrollably. The sight of her distress quelled the torrent of resentment that had welled within him, though he understood that many matters were beyond Lu Mimi's control. It was unfair to burden a woman with such weighty concerns, but Qu Lingxiao knew he had one final hurdle to overcome before he could leave this place. This hurdle was none other than the second-in-command who had orchestrated his capture. Qu Lingxiao suspected that this individual did not merely wish to intimidate him. Rather, he likely sought to coerce Qu Lingxiao into compliance with some demand. However, Qu Lingxiao found himself without options, whatever the second-in-command required. He would have to agree, provided it was not too outrageous. Whether he would escape or remain would depend solely on the reasonableness of the demands made upon him, as Qu Lingxiao anticipated. The second-in-command, or rather the newly appointed leader of the district, finally approached him. Upon seeing Qu Lingxiao, the leader opened his arms and lunged toward him. Although the scent emanating from the man was repugnant to Qu Lingxiao, he maintained his politeness and endured the embrace. Yet, the leader had no intention of relinquishing his hold. Instead, he tightened his grip with such force that Qu Lingxiao felt a rush of blood to his mouth. Infuriated, he suppressed his rage, knowing that a wise man does not succumb to immediate provocation, that he swallowed the blood and faced the leader with an impassive expression, which only served to raise an eyebrow from the new district chief. Continuing, he pounded his chest while introducing himself, saying, "Allow me to introduce myself. I am the newly appointed leader here, Su Dali. You may call me Brother Li. I was a sworn brother to the late Zhuang Laoda, whom your incompetence has led to his demise, that I had every intention of avenging him." But he paused for a moment, wiping away non-existent crocodile tears, before continuing. "However, you are the only doctor in this place. If you were to die, who would care for my fallen brothers? Thus, I have decided to spare your life, but you must partake in the forthcoming holy war." Holy war. Upon hearing this proclamation, Qu Lingxiao's mind momentarily buzzed. He had anticipated various demands from the other party, yet never imagined he would be asked to participate in such a so-called holy war. Just the name itself suggested extreme danger, that a rational person would disregard any notion of a holy war. After all, one's life is paramount. However, in District 6, a significant portion of the undead lacked such discernment. Upon hearing Su Dali utter the words holy war, their eyes sparkled with excitement, akin to starving wild dogs finally catching sight of a bone. Their expression seemed to convey, "Come, deceive me. I absolutely adore being deceived. It would indeed be a sin not to calm them." Yet Qu Lingxiao, still human, was not so easily swayed by such rhetoric. Nevertheless, he did not wish to offend Su Dali unduly. So he cautiously inquired, "Brother Li, may I ask who we will be battling in this holy war?" In truth, Qu Lingxiao was entirely ignorant of this matter. Before the universal job transition, he had been a reclusive hermit. Moreover, the scarcity of professions had rendered him indifferent to the relationships among various districts that he believed that asking this question would demonstrate his concern for the situation. However, the other party took no heed, instead chastising Qu Lingxiao for his apparent lack of concern for the district's safety and elaborating on how he had safeguarded it, while portraying the enemy as exceedingly malevolent. That Qu Lingxiao discerned that this discourse was not solely directed at him, but also intended for his subordinates behind him. In essence, Su Dali was regarded as the guardian deity of District 6 that ultimately, Qu Lingxiao learned that their adversary was none other than District 7. He had some understanding of this district, as it was adjacent to District 6. During his school days, he had classmates from District 7. From his previous interactions with friends from there, he knew that most of the inhabitants were druids, those capable of transforming into various beasts. It was said that the previous leader of District 7 could even metamorphose into a colossal fire dragon. Viewed in this light, Su Dali's challenge appeared to be a certain path to his demise. Nevertheless, Qu Lingxiao did not perceive Su Dali, the one who had usurped Zhuang Liren's position as district leader, as a complete fool. He must possess some hidden ACT that moment. Su Dali issued a command to Qu Lingxiao. "Xiao Chu, immediately upgrade some offensive skills, such as the necromantic resurrection technique, that I will send you corpses. You may not need to engage directly in battle, but you must provide us with sufficient troops. As for the bodies, I will deliver them to you." Having said this, he departed with his entourage, leaving only Lu Mimi and her mother behind. Upon seeing Su Dali walk away, Lu Mimi hastily produced a towel to wipe the sweat from Qu Lingxiao's brow, only to be met with his indifferent withdrawal. At this moment, Lu Mimi's role in the affair remained ambiguous. Until Qu Lingxiao could ascertain whether she was truly on his side, he resolved to maintain a cautious distance. He had heard too many tales of heroes falling prey to the charms of beautiful women. Yet, while Lu Mimi was somewhat easier to manage, her mother, Lu Ryu, proved to be far more challenging. She persistently showered Qu Lingxiao with affection, even going so far as to initiate physical contact, seemingly oblivious to her daughter's disapproving glances. This behavior indirectly revealed to Qu Lingxiao that Lu Ruyu was the dominant figure in their relationship. In other words, if Lu Mimi were to betray him, it would likely be under her mother's coercion. After all, Lu Mimi was the first woman with whom Qu Lingxiao had shared an intimate connection. With this realization, he felt somewhat relieved and was less resistant to Lu Mimi's closeness. However, sharing his plans with them was out of the question. Ever since he grasped Su Dali's intentions, Qu Lingxiao had resolved to escape this place. Under such circumstances, he could not trust Lu Ruyu as for Lu Mimi. He needed to observe her further, that if she truly aligned with him, he would not mind including her in his plans for escape. After all, districts predominantly inhabited by the undead were not limited to just District SIX. Necromancer. Qu Lingxiao could make a living anywhere. Meanwhile, Lu Mimi, noticing Qu Lingxiao's improved demeanor, eagerly set about preparing a meal for him, showcasing her cooking skills with a delightful dish of scrambled eggs with tomatoes. When Qu Lingxiao invited Lu Mimi and her mother to join him for dinner, they both politely declined. It was only then that he recalled they were vampires and could not consume human food. Nonetheless, it mattered little. Qu Lingxiao was merely being courteous. Eating alone, he savored his meal, and his opinion of Lu Mimi as a potential partner softened somewhat. Chapter 12. Level up. Looking at Lu Mimi, who was nervously glancing at him from time to time, Qu Lingxiao momentarily forgot that she was a vampire. Her demeanor resembled that of a newlywed bride, that he recalled that the wives of relatives in his family had appeared similarly anxious when first married. This behavior lent Lu Mimi an endearing quality, making even her facial paralysis, a result of nerve damage, less noticeable. To Qu Lingxiao reached out to caress her cheek, only to find Lu Ruyu watching them with a beaming smile. This caused Qu Lingxiao's face to redden. However, Lu Ruyu would not relent, forcibly joining their hands together. Lingxiao, from now on, we are family. I understand that my reputation as a widow has not been the best. But that will change. With you as the head of the household, I, Lu Ruyu, shall have a man by my side, and no one shall dare take advantage of me. While her words bore no fault, to Qu Lingxiao's ears, it sounded as if he were marrying both mother and daughter. His face flushed even deeper, and he hastily changed the subject. I recall brotherly mentioning something about me needing to level up. I must be alone for a while. Though he spoke thus, Qu Lingxiao merely sought an opportunity to collect his thoughts. That in this situation, he needed to maintain absolute composure, resisting any distractions, whether to persist as a carefree necromancer or to engage in a night of passion with a woman before him, only to be manipulated into death in the so-called holy war, hinged on his ability to remain level-headed. Seeing this, Lu Ruyu nodded in agreement. You must focus on Brother Li's concerns. That don't forget to learn the necromantic resurrection technique he wants you to master. This spell can not only resurrect corpses, but also bring back the deceased undead. As she spoke, she cast a satisfied glance at Qu Lingxiao, whose potential she evidently found promising. It was no wonder. For the greatest advantage of the undead was their resilience. They were difficult to kill. To maximize this advantage, becoming a necromancer was essential. With the ability to resurrect the undead, the necromancer stood as a central figure within their community. Clearly, Lu Ruyu believed that aligning herself with Qu Lingxiao was a path to a bright future. However, Qu Lingxiao remained indifferent. He merely wished to live a good life, having no aspirations to become a central figure. Once he entered his room, Lu Mimi and her mother obediently refrained from following him, allowing Qu Lingxiao to exhale in relief. Although he was not one to be easily swayed, being accompanied by two such enchanting women made it hard for him to maintain his composure. Thus, Qu Lingxiao pointed at himself and opened his attribute panel. With the accumulated magic crystals, he could undertake one upgrade, advancing from a novice necromancer to an intermediate level. However, this would only enhance his basic attributes and unlock a plethora of skills. It held little other utility. For the time being, he opted to follow Su Dali's instructions and acquire the skill known as Necromantic Resurrection. Necromantic Resurrection. Magic crystals required. 150. Effect. Revives one undead creature or corpse. If a corpse is revived, its abilities will be diminished compared to its prior state, and if the corpse's spirit power exceeds that of the necromancer, it will go out of control. Gritting his teeth, Qu Lingxiao chose to learn the necromantic resurrection skill, consuming 1/3 of his magic crystals. This skill was almost exclusively designed for reviving the undead, and only in this manner could it be rendered truly effective. According to the skill description, Qu Lingxiao could only use it to resurrect corpses with spirit power inferior to his own. If the spirit power of the deceased exceeded his, it would result in chaos. If this skill were merely as described, it would be akin to child's play. Jesting aside, after the universal class change, all statistics such as mental strength and vitality have become concealed and invisible. How could Qu Lingxiao ascertain whether his opponent's mental strength surpasses his own? Not to mention that upon resurrection, one would be weaker than before. Perhaps before the universal class change, this skill could have intimidated ordinary individuals. However, now it is nothing more than a woeful ability. Fortunately, this skill has no limit on the number of corpses that can be resurrected, and in a certain sense, Qu Lingxiao could adopt an approach of merely bringing the dead to life without nurturing them. At worst, he could resurrect the bodies and refrain from exerting control, which would serve to vex his enemies splendidly. Even if these corpses cause some trouble, Su Dali would naturally step in to resolve it. With this thought in mind, Qu Lingxiao's spirits lifted somewhat, that he then proceeded to enhance his combat skills, such as the Undead Punishment spell and the Undead Control spell. The former is a skill that inflicts damage on the undead, while the latter enables control over undead beings with lesser mental strength than his own. Qu Lingxiao pondered the need to find an opportunity to test the Undead Control spell, if it were a clever pair like Zhuang Liren and Lu Mimi. He felt he could not possibly prevail in mental strength. However, against those fervent individuals deluded by the holy war doctrine, he held a measure of confidence. Soon enough, the opportunity for this experiment not only presented itself, but even came with a gift from Su Dali. Clearly, the other party's previous ferocious demeanor was merely for show. Deep down, they understood that Qu Lingxiao was someone they could not afford to offend. They instructed their subordinates to deliver a substantial quantity of magical crystals to Qu Lingxiao, far exceeding what he currently required for leveling up. Although their stated reason was to urge him to upgrade quickly and not delay the impending holy war, Qu Lingxiao discerned that they were merely lulling him with a stick while offering him a sweet. Despite its apparent futility, who would refuse such a generous gift? Without hesitation, Qu Lingxiao utilized all the magical crystals to level up in no time. He had unlocked all available skills and successfully advanced to an intermediate necromancer. Initially, he thought there was little distinction between the intermediate and beginner levels. However, the difference was stark. Now, Qu Lingxiao possessed an extraordinarily keen awareness of everything occurring within a 300-meter radius. That it was a sensation that lay somewhere between hearing and sight. He could even borrow the perspectives of nearby undead beings. This realization brought him a surge of delight. Although he naturally kept this transformation to himself, that he understood that if wielded wisely, this ability could become his secret weapon to victory. Observing the diminutive subordinate who had come to deliver the magical crystals, Qu Lingxiao noted not only their short stature, but also their rather foolish appearance. Upon noticing Qu Lingxiao's gaze, the individual broke into an incessant silly grin. Clearly belonging to the type with low mental strength, that Qu Lingxiao recalled Su Dali mentioning that during discussions of the Holy War, this person had been the most vociferous in their enthusiasm. With such excellent experimental material presented before him, how could he refrain from utilizing it? With this in mind, Qu Lingxiao activated the Undead Control spell, as a glimmer of green light flashed in his eyes. The other party's body began to tremble uncontrollably. Chapter 13. Secrets. As the green light flickered in Qu Lingxiao's eyes, the other party's body quaked violently. Soon, Qu Lingxiao found his consciousness merging with that of the individual before him. Compared to Qu Lingxiao's own awareness, the other's consciousness was both feeble and foolish, allowing Qu Lingxiao to gain control over their body in a matter of moments. Furthermore, he acquired not only control of their physical form, but also access to their memories. Perhaps due to the individual's inherent lack of clarity, the memories Qu Lingxiao retrieved were muddled and indistinct. Nevertheless, he gleaned some understanding of recent events, particularly concerning Su Dali. Most crucially, he discovered that Su Dali's intentions extended beyond merely utilizing Qu Lingxiao to resurrect the undead army. This revelation incited a deep-seated resentment within Qu Lingxiao, solidifying his resolve not to serve the other party. Now equipped with the Undead Control spell, Qu Lingxiao could execute a perfect backstab when Su Dali least expected it. To carry out this plan, Qu Lingxiao needed to ensure that the individual was completely at ease. After confirming that he could not extract further information from the undead before him, he erased their memory of being manipulated and set them free. However, the connection between them remained intact that if necessary, Qu Lingxiao could control their every action at any time. Now, he awaited Su Dali's summons, preparing himself mentally that if the other party detected any inconsistencies, it would spell trouble. As anticipated, Su Dali proved to be quite impatient. Within the hour, he dispatched another subordinate who appeared somewhat more astute than the previous one, but nevertheless, Qu Lingxiao instinctively sensed that manipulating this individual might prove challenging. However, he saw no need to exert control over them at that moment. For now, all he needed was to feign compliance and accompany them to Su Dali. Nonetheless, he remained committed to playing his part. Just as the other party reached out to grasp Qu Lingxiao, he unleashed the undead punishment spell upon their face. Instantly, their countenance transformed, resembling a vibrant market display. Once they regained their composure, they dared not approach Qu Lingxiao again, their demeanor becoming markedly more respectful. "Dr. Chu, Brotherly has asked me to take you there." Following the ordeal, the subordinate exhibited a palpable fear of Qu Lingxiao, their voice trembling that moment. Qu Lingxiao made a surprising discovery. The other party's mental strength had diminished slightly. Though he could not ascertain the exact value, he distinctly sensed the weakening of their mental fortitude. With this realization, Qu Lingxiao disregarded the subordinate's attitude and cast another undead punishment spell. This time, the decrease in their mental strength was unmistakable. When casting the undead punishment spell, a green halo enveloped the caster's hands, resembling the flourish of a whip from a distance. After experimenting, Qu Lingxiao comprehended why this skill was termed a punishment spell. It appeared that this ability inherently compelled the undead to obey him. With this thought, a sly smile crept upon Qu Lingxiao's lips. Yet when contemplating whether to utilize this skill to manipulate Su Dali, he ultimately refrained. Given Su Dali's strength, it was likely that the moment he sustained a blow, he would retaliate instantly, leaving Qu Lingxiao no opportunity to strike a second or third time the TO effectively employ this skill. He would require additional assistance, such as a decoy to draw fire. The other party would need to endure until Qu Lingxiao could weaken the undead's mental strength sufficiently to exert control over them. Regardless of how one viewed it, this represented a substantial undertaking. However, once accomplished, the rewards would be immense, as it would mean acquiring a formidable undead servant, present. Qu Lingxiao was in no rush to manipulate the subordinate before him. He harbored no concern that Su Dali would discover his mistreatment of his underling, in fact, quite the opposite. Qu Lingxiao wished for the other party to be aware that the more he pushed, the faster Su Dali would seek to control his actions, that he feared not the complications that might arise, but rather the possibility of prolonged uncertainty. This encapsulated Qu Lingxiao's mindset. Meanwhile, the subordinate, fully compliant, kept a safe distance from Qu Lingxiao, their gaze akin to that of a mouse encountering a cat. When Qu Lingxiao flashed a grin at them, the subordinate's terror was palpable. In an unfortunate twist of fate, their flight led them directly into Su Dali. Or rather, Su Dali had likely been waiting there all along. Observing his subordinate's clumsy demeanor, Su Dali frowned. However, he did not seem to suspect that this underling had been mistreated by Qu Lingxiao. He merely assumed the individual had acted recklessly, impatiently pushing them aside. When he turned his attention to Qu Lingxiao, his expression transformed into one of forced cheerfulness, albeit a smile more grotesque than a frown. "Dr. Chu, you've arrived, and I wonder if you've mastered the resurrection spell for the undead that I requested. That if you find yourself short on magical crystals, I can lend you a few." "Lend?" Qu Lingxiao inquired, a look of perplexity crossing his face that he did not believe that the other party was speaking casually. After all, despite their differing professions, the costs of upgrading skills were quite similar. Moreover, the quantity of magical crystals previously given to him had been enough for him to level up 3 times. The word lend held significant implications. Indeed, these magical crystals have been painstakingly seized from those detestable angels by my brothers, that I cannot simply give away my brother's hard-earned gains to Dr. Chu, can I? The other party flashed a cunning smile at Qu Lingxiao. Before long, 2 panting undead beings arrived, bringing with them a corpse. The body appeared to have endured considerable torment in life, its visage now a grotesque mask. Yet, through the pallid skin and the pristine feathers behind it, one could discern that it had once belonged to an angel, and a rather beautiful one at that. Revive her, but do not make things difficult for me. Su Dali commanded Qu Lingxiao. Without hesitation, Qu Lingxiao complied with this directive, preparing to cast the resurrection spell on the corpse before him. Then a surge of purple light emanated from Qu Lingxiao's hand. Qu Lingxiao immediately sensed an immense weight pressing down from his palm, that he exerted every ounce of strength to force the purple light into the corpse before him. As the purple light entered, the body began to tremble violently, ultimately rising to its feet. The hollow eyes fixated on Qu Lingxiao with an unwavering gaze. To his astonishment, the corpse reached out a hand toward him, yet that hand bore no warmth whatsoever. Chapter 14. The creator of the undead faced with this sudden gesture. Qu Lingxiao did not flinch, allowing the entity to touch him. The hand was that of a woman, delicate and fair, yet undeniably stiff. Qu Lingxiao's rudimentary resurrection spell had failed to restore any vitality to her. In truth, what stirred was merely a frigid shell. This was to be expected, for every skill possesses its own level. And Qu Lingxiao's necromancy remained at a novice stage. The notion of resurrecting a vibrant undead through such means was, by all accounts, a futile endeavor. Yet, in the presence of the undead he had revived for the first time, Qu Lingxiao felt an inexplicable sense of paternal instinct. The figure before him appeared blank, utterly oblivious to its surroundings. The touch of its hand on Qu Lingxiao bore no malice, evoking a sense of innocence within him, as if she were a child in need of guidance. However, this harmonious atmosphere was abruptly shattered by the raucous laughter of Su Dali nearby. Dr. Qu, you truly are remarkable. You've really brought this beast back to life. Do you realize this creature killed 30 of our brothers before it perished? Now kneel before me, Su Dali commanded coldly, pointing to the ground. Clearly, the newly resurrected undead did not grasp the meaning of Su Dali's words and looked at Qu Lingxiao with a perplexed expression. At that moment, Qu Lingxiao noticed the creature's eyes were strikingly heterochromatic, one blue, the other red, resembling two exquisite gemstones. The thought that such a beautiful creation would be commanded to kneel before Su Dali filled him with revulsion. Estimating that she would not provoke him unduly before gaining control, Qu Lingxiao chose to feign ignorance of Su Dali's demands. After a moment of fluctuating emotions, Su Dali resumed his smile. Very well. This newly revived undead requires some training, that I'll leave that task to you, my younger brother, that I shall not intrude. Surprisingly, Su Dali's tone was unusually courteous, so much so that Qu Lingxiao was taken aback. He had anticipated some grumbling, as Su Dali was known for his volatile temperament. While this did not imply a lack of intelligence, it was nonetheless unexpected. Qu Lingxiao instinctively sensed something was amiss and extended his newfound mysterious abilities to the surrounding undead. Through their perspectives, he glimpsed a familiar figure, Mr. Murong, the black market merchant with whom he had collaborated. How could Murong possibly be here? Was this affair somehow connected to him? Qu Lingxiao pondered, realizing he had known Mr. Murong for 3 years without ever learning his profession or abilities. Whenever Qu Lingxiao attempted to inquire, Murong skillfully evaded the questions. All he knew was that Murong was a black market merchant, renowned for his catchphrase, "If there's a problem, come to me." The fact that Murong was present now suggested a potential agreement with Su Dali. Had he been involved from the very beginning when plotting against Zhuang Liren? The more Qu Lingxiao contemplated, the more plausible it seemed. After all, Murong's timing had been too fortuitous that if he were merely probing for information, it would explain everything. Simultaneously, Qu Lingxiao felt relieved that he had refrained from disclosing anything to Murong. Otherwise, his current predicament could have been perilous. Noticing Qu Lingxiao's expression, Su Dali paused, but quickly donned a smile. "So, my younger brother, how do you view me?" Su Dali. "Quite well. Why do you ask?" Qu Lingxiao thought of chastising Su Dali, yet realized that thus far, he had not committed any unforgivable acts against him, but he had even bestowed upon him an abundance of magical crystals, albeit on loan. That it was not as if he could outright accuse Su Dali of being a scoundrel. Observers might mistakenly believe Su Dali harbored a peculiar fondness for Qu Lingxiao, given the warmth in his gaze. Nevertheless, Qu Lingxiao remained unmoved at Su Dali, undeterred, pressed on. "If I were to request your oath of loyalty, would you comply?" As he posed this question, Su Dali's breathing grew noticeably labored, suggesting it was part of his strategy to control Qu Lingxiao. Yet, Qu Lingxiao could not outright refuse. Instead, he extended his perception. hoping to glean insights through the perspectives of the undead, particularly the one observing Mr. Murong. This action proved fruitful as he discovered Murong, in a state of excitement, scribbling something on paper, while many of the characters were unfamiliar to him. One name stood out, his own, Qu Lingxiao. Watching Murong's every move only deepened Qu Lingxiao's sense of mystery. Then he recalled a remark Murong once made: sometimes a contract can make a beast obedient. Knowing of a profession related to contracts, Qu Lingxiao swiftly connected the dots. Murong was a contract master, a unique profession capable of crafting magical contracts. Once established, the bound individual was obliged to adhere to the stipulations, or face penalties corresponding to the contract's level. Although Qu Lingxiao was unaware of Murong's rank as a contract master, the intricate runes suggested it was not low. Armed with this knowledge, Qu Lingxiao decisively countered. "Then, Brother Li, are you willing to sacrifice everything for your brethren?" Without hesitation, Su Dali replied, "Of course. I, Su Dali, have always regarded my brothers as family, that I would not hesitate to die for them. Murong, I shall offer you 3 times the benefits Su Dali has promised." "Let the contract be established," Qu Lingxiao declared. And no sooner had he spoken than the ceiling above resounded with 3 knocks, and Murong himself descended. "Dr. Chu, truly, nothing escapes your notice. As you wished, the contract is established," Murong announced, as the contract in his hand emitted a dazzling radiance that Qu Lingxiao knew he had taken a gamble that had paid off. Chapter 15. A new official takes office. Although contracts are often misused, they fundamentally serve as mutual constraints. Hence, if a contract can bind Qu Lingxiao, it can equally bind Su Dali, requiring only the latter's verbal assent. That Su Dali, caught up in the moment, had inadvertently referred to Qu Lingxiao as a brother, granting him an opportunity. Nonetheless, the success of the contract ultimately depended on Murong's stance, hidden in the ceiling above. Based on his understanding of Murong, Qu Lingxiao speculated that their relationship with Su Dali was merely one of mutual benefit, which was why he proposed a 3-fold incentive for Murong's support. Murong had readily agreed that in fact, Qu Lingxiao had suspected Murong's presence in the ceiling as early as when he observed the undead's perspective. The building they occupied was an old church, featuring a dilapidated ceiling. Given that Murong had to be close to him to finalize the contract, Qu Lingxiao had wagered on his location, and he was correct. Satisfied with the outcome, Qu Lingxiao noted that Murong was equally pleased to receive 3 times the benefit. The only one dissatisfied was Su Dali, who glared at Qu Lingxiao before turning his ire toward Murong. Roaring, "Murong, you treacherous woman! I shall not spare you." As he spoke, he lunged toward Murong, poised to crush her with a single blow. However, Murong stood unfazed, a smile in her eyes as she regarded Qu Lingxiao. Seemingly anticipating Su Dali's assault, at Su Dali, "Kneel down and do not move," Qu Lingxiao commanded. Upon hearing the order, Su Dali instinctively contemplated resistance. Yet at that moment, the runes in Murong's hand suddenly soared towards Su Dali, fusing with his body. Instantly, he trembled as if struck by lightning, a pungent scent of charred flesh wafting through the air. A wave of nausea washed over Qu Lingxiao. He could not help but feel a sense of satisfaction regarding the power of this contract. Ultimately, Su Dali, albeit reluctantly, squatted down, which allowed the electrifying sensation to dissipate. Nevertheless, the resentment in his gaze showed no sign of abating, and he alternated his glances between Qu Lingxiao and Murong, momentarily appearing uncertain about whom he harbored more animosity towards. At this juncture, Murong, with a radiant smile, remarked, "Dr. Chu, you just forfeited a splendid opportunity that if Su Dali were to eliminate this fragile woman, then you would be relieved of your debt to me." This marked the first instance where the other party referred to herself as a woman, her voice shifting from an intentionally neutral tone to an increasingly melodious one. That Qu Lingxiao discerned that this was her true voice, as it sounded remarkably natural. However, she still wore her jester's mask, showing no inclination to remove it, which left Qu Lingxiao feeling somewhat disappointed that he did not press the matter further, instead offering a polite expression of gratitude, which she accepted without hesitation. In a certain sense, Murong had indeed assisted Qu Lingxiao, for had she not aided him in fulfilling the contract, it was very likely that he would be the one squatting on the ground now. Although Qu Lingxiao would never allow such a scenario to unfold, had Murong declined to cooperate, his most probable course of action would have been to flee, utilizing the undead he had just summoned as a shield, potentially even enlisting a few of Su Dali's subordinates. Despite his inexplicable fondness for this newly created undead, it paled in comparison to the value he placed on his own life. He remained acutely aware of the distinction between what was trivial and what was significant. Qu Lingxiao had initially believed that Murong was genuinely helping him, but when she mentioned that Su Dali owed her 50,000 magical crystals, all his gratitude towards her evaporated in an instant. 50,000? Su Dali must have lost his mind. Qu Lingxiao incredulously inquired. Yet Murong responded nonchalantly. He is not insane. His mind is as sharp as ever, and he is prepared to take drastic measures, should he succeed in conquering Block 7. That sum would be but a trifle. However, you, on the other hand, currently owe me 150,000, and this debt is non-negotiable. It must be repaid within a month, Murong declared with her hands on her hips, exuding a haughty demeanor. This made it difficult for Qu Lingxiao to reconcile this brash persona with the previously elegant and enigmatic Murong. However, he dared not offend her, for who could say what hidden abilities she might possess? As if to mock Qu Lingxiao, just before departing, she suddenly turned and said, I forgot to mention that when I jumped down, the contract was not yet completed. It was Su Dali who was too impatient. Otherwise, she left the statement hanging, provoking Qu Lingxiao's ire. What the hell? I protected you, and yet you have the audacity to charge such a high fee. However, these thoughts remained unspoken in his mind. He was well aware of Murong's capabilities and recognized that he would need her assistance in the future. Offending a black market merchant was simply not an option. After respectfully seeing her off, Qu Lingxiao began to summon the nearby undead to assign them tasks, according to the rules of Block 6. Whoever eliminated the previous leader would automatically become the next. Although Su Dali was not dead, he was now compelled to heed Qu Lingxiao's commands. Thus, Qu Lingxiao's ascension to the position of leader in Block 6 was a foregone conclusion. The tasks assigned to these undead were straightforward. To inventory the warehouse and transport all resources to him, Qu Lingxiao aimed to utilize these resources to expedite his own advancement in this world where everyone was undergoing class changes. In this realm, only one's own strength remained an unchanging truth. Anyone else could potentially betray him. Unfortunately, the previous two leaders of this district had shared the same mindset when the undead brought forth the meager remaining magical crystals. Qu Lingxiao felt an overwhelming urge to curse. Simultaneously, he realized that Su Dali had indeed been exceedingly generous towards him, for the total remaining spirit stones amounted to a mere 100. Other resources were also scant, utterly insufficient for Qu Lingxiao's upgrade requirements. Consequently, he set his sights on another target, turning to Su Dali with a charming smile. Now, let us engage in a fruitful collaboration. Chapter 16. Punishment under Qu Lingxiao's scrutinizing gaze. Su Dali involuntarily shivered. This feeling was far more terrifying than being glared at fiercely by Qu Lingxiao, causing him to immediately soften. Brother Qu, you know I harbor no ill will towards you, yet Qu Lingxiao appeared to disregard his words, coldly stating, do not lie to me. In an instant, electric sparks began to envelop Su Dali. His body convulsing, I will never dare again. No sooner had he uttered those words than another jolt of electricity struck him. It was only when Su Dali exclaimed, I hate you. I despise you for being a complete man. I just want to control you, you pretty boy. That he began to weep. That in a moment of desperation, he attempted to attack Qu Lingxiao, but after being shocked repeatedly, his steps faltered. Qu Lingxiao effortlessly evaded his strike and even tripped him, leaving Su Dali utterly broken. That he cried out, what do you want from me? To this question, Qu Lingxiao simply replied, never entertain thoughts of harming me. That he then turned and walked away. Behind him, the sounds of electric shocks echoed, causing Qu Lingxiao to feel a begrudging admiration for Su Dali's tenacity. Truly, he would not relent until he had caused Qu Lingxiao harm. Simultaneously, Qu Lingxiao recognized the immense utility of Murong's contractability. If he were to establish such contracts with multiple individuals, he would no longer need to worry about anyone plotting against him. However, the thought of Murong's exorbitant fees gave him a headache. In fact, Qu Lingxiao currently owed her 150,000 magical crystals. While he felt that even if he could not repay her immediately, she would not resort to drastic measures against him, she seemed unperturbed, likely opting to have him work off the debt. Yet, given Murong's personality, securing her assistance again would be fraught with difficulty. With a sigh, Qu Lingxiao turned his attention to the undead he had personally created. You look so pale. I shall name you Xiaobai. Now, Xiaobai, you are responsible for monitoring Su Dali, and do not act without my command." With that, Qu Lingxiao departed. After such a tumultuous day, he felt exhausted. The last time he encountered a situation like this was when the wife of the leader of Block 14 was giving birth and sought his help as a regular undead doctor, relying solely on his skills, which proved inadequate. That time, it was Zhuang Liren who intervened to persuade her to leave, that Qu Lingxiao could not shake the feeling of trepidation, wondering if trouble was brewing on the horizon. However, his concerns were unfounded. Upon seeing Qu Lingxiao, the undead immediately knelt in unison, gazing at him as if he were an emperor. "Leader, I have just procured these fresh organs for you. Still warm. Do give them a taste." "Leader, my daughter has reached marriageable age. Would you care to consider her?" "What do you mean, your daughter? Isn't your daughter a swamp zombie, covered in blisters? My daughter is far superior." A flurry of offers to present gifts, seek favor, and introduce potential brides flooded in, leaving Qu Lingxiao astonished at how swiftly news had spread. Yet he had no time to indulge them. He casually unleashed a wave of undead punishment magic into the crowd and moved on. This attack inflicted no harm, but served as a potent deterrent, compelling everyone to disperse. Only Lu Mimi and her mother remained, gazing at Qu Lingxiao with a hint of ambiguity that Qu Lingxiao allowed her to plant a kiss on his cheek. In the cramped living room, a sumptuous spread of 4 dishes and a soup was laid out, all of Qu Lingxiao's favorites. This involuntarily made him think that marriage was truly wonderful. However, he soon began to question this thought. It all stemmed from Lu Ruyu's incessant chatter, which revolved around Su Dali, yet failed to elicit any substantial inquiries. She seemed to want to pry, but lacked the courage. Were it not for Qu Lingxiao's firm belief that Su Dali was a eunuch, he might have suspected an affair between Lu Ruyu and him. Ultimately, Qu Lingxiao unceremoniously divulged Su Dali's current predicament. Having been outwitted himself, he had now become Murong's puppet due to the contract. Upon hearing this, Lu Ruyu gasped in shock, covering her mouth. After a prolonged silence, she finally calmed down, her face filled with terror as she addressed Qu Lingxiao. "Lingxiao, you have stirred up a hornet's nest. Su Dali is merely a pawn, but the puppet master behind him is someone you cannot afford to provoke." The intentions of the other party were quite explicit. The individual backing Su Dali, Qu Lingxiao, was undeniably someone not to be trifled with. The organization manipulating Su Dali from behind the scenes was known as the Soul Palace. Qu Lingxiao almost misheard it as bastard, yet even the name Soul Palace struck him as excessively juvenile. He could hardly fathom what sort of person would bestow such a peculiar name upon their organization. However, upon observing Qu Lingxiao's nonchalant demeanor, Lu Ruyu cautioned him, "Do not underestimate the Soul Palace. It is currently the foremost organization rivaling the Dawn Guardians, a force we certainly cannot provoke." Lu Ruyu's implication was unmistakable. She wanted Qu Lingxiao to shoulder the mess left by Su Dali and continue collaborating with the organization known as the Soul Palace. It was clear that Su Dali had been duped into becoming a pawn for the Soul Palace. Such a turn of events would never sit well with the cunning Zhuang Liren. Presumably, that was why the opposing party was so eager to eliminate Zhuang Liren. Although Qu Lingxiao harbored a strong dislike for Zhuang Liren, he found himself supporting him in this matter. After all, becoming cannon fodder for another organization was hardly a wise course of action. To Qu Lingxiao's knowledge, several nearby district leaders had already joined the Dawn Guardians that if the Soul Palace sought to meddle here, a fierce battle was inevitable, and Qu Lingxiao had no desire to become a casualty in that conflict, nor did he wish for the entire district to become a mere pawn for the adversary. Thus, he naturally held a rather unfavorable view of the Soul Palace. Just then, a series of knocks echoed from outside the door. Chapter 17. A visitor from the Soul Palace, the moment the knocking resonated. Qu Lingxiao noticed an unusual expression flicker across Lu Ruyu's face. Although it was merely a fleeting moment, Qu Lingxiao keenly sensed that the knocking was likely connected to Lu Ruyu, probably from someone associated with the Soul Palace. This realization led him to silently commend himself for refraining from disclosing his stance on the matter. "Please come in." Despite his annoyance at the uninvited intrusion and covert surveillance, Qu Lingxiao recognized that rashly confronting a formidable organization was unwise given his current capabilities. After considerable contemplation, he resolved to allow the visitor to enter. Upon seeing the face of the newcomer, he was taken aback. It was none other than Mr. Murong. Qu Lingxiao had initially suspected that this black market merchant was far from simple, and it was highly likely that she was the key figure in this affair, more so than Su Dali. Her appearance only served to confirm this notion. Noticing Qu Lingxiao's unabashed gaze, Murong covered her mouth with a playful laugh before teasingly remarking, "What's this? Brother Qu, are you not inviting me to join you for a meal? I recall we fought side by side as comrades." Upon hearing her words, Qu Lingxiao quickly responded, "Of course. Come and eat." He then retrieved a pair of chopsticks for her. Murong, not one to be polite, began to eat heartily, all the while praising Lu Mimi's culinary skills, which piqued Qu Lingxiao's interest. "Perhaps this dish was prepared by me?" Upon hearing this, Murong was momentarily taken aback. "Oh, it's your handiwork. Brother Qu, just like your appearance, it's truly impressive," she exclaimed as she gulped down a chicken leg, bone and all. Qu Lingxiao maintained a cheerful facade. Yet inwardly, he cursed her as a crafty fox. It was evident that she had been monitoring him from the outset, and now she was pretending to have just arrived. Especially concerning was the fact that she had not broached any serious topics immediately after entering, leading Qu Lingxiao to instinctively suspect she was concocting some scheme. Finally, after satisfying her hunger, Murong initiated a discussion about business. "Brother Qu, why not share your thoughts on the Soul Palace? I'm quite curious." Her tone was reminiscent of a little girl inquiring of her older brother, and her lively demeanor only added to the illusion. However, as she posed her question, Qu Lingxiao felt a chill run down his spine. She clearly intended to lower his guard. The more Murong acted this way, the more cautious Qu Lingxiao became. The Soul Palace is quite formidable, yet with the Dawn Guardian's overwhelming strength, I truly cannot afford to be their enemy. Sister Murong, you must understand my position. As he spoke, Qu Lingxiao sighed heavily, appearing genuinely troubled. Yet both were acutely aware of what his words implied. With the Dawn Guardian's might, the Soul Palace would undoubtedly need to demonstrate commensurate strength and offer significant benefits to secure his cooperation. Qu Lingxiao subtly expressed his reluctance to become cannon fodder, and upon mentioning the Dawn Guardian's power, Murong could hardly afford to remain nonchalant. After all, what would that say about the Soul Palace's standing? Yet she feigned indifference, cheerfully stating, "The master of the Soul Palace has indicated that if Brother Qu can assist in this matter, she wouldn't mind helping to settle your debts." This proclamation sent Qu Lingxiao's mind racing with 1,000 curses. "What do you mean by helping to settle my debts? From the very beginning, you conspired with them to ensnare me." At this point, Qu Lingxiao had seen through their ruse, yet he maintained an unruffled exterior. Calmly inquiring, "I wonder what agreement you had with Brother Li. Should I call him over to ask?" Upon hearing Qu Lingxiao's words, Murong clenched her fists, then gradually relaxed her grip. She understood that Qu Lingxiao's value far outweighed that of the inept Su Dali. In fact, she had come prepared, initially hoping to save enough to purchase some cosmetics. However, faced with Qu Lingxiao's formidable presence, she had no choice but to reveal her hand. Murong produced a magical pouch from her pocket, crafted from spatial magic stones. This pouch possessed a vast interior, capable of holding numerous items. The moment Qu Lingxiao laid eyes on it, his eyes narrowed. He knew that anything contained within such a pouch would surely include some purple treasures. Without waiting for her to open it, Qu Lingxiao swiftly snatched it away. "No need to trouble yourself, Sister Murong. I shall open it myself." Despite his words, Qu Lingxiao's body instinctively tucked the entire magical pouch into his clothing. Observing his gleeful demeanor, Murong could not help but inwardly lament his audacity, but she had to maintain her composure, smiling as she shared drinks with him. Yet, she remained vexed that Qu Lingxiao had thwarted her plans for a lucrative gain. As they shared a cup of toasts, Murong miscalculated. She assumed that the alcohol of this era was predominantly low-proof, self-brewed varieties. To her surprise, Qu Lingxiao's concoction was not only potent, but also dangerously intoxicating. Unbeknownst to her, Qu Lingxiao was an avid brewer, equipped with all the necessary apparatus for fermentation and distillation. The liquor they were consuming was crafted from apples grown in his own backyard, having undergone repeated distillation to achieve an alcohol content of 60 degrees. Murong, being a mere girl, had never encountered such a strong drink. Before long, she was utterly inebriated. In her drunken state, she bore little resemblance to her previously enigmatic self. Not only did she engage in playful antics with Qu Lingxiao, but she even planted a kiss on his cheek. She even removed the clown mask that had adorned her face, revealing her beauty that left Qu Lingxiao silently praising. Absolutely stunning. Qu Lingxiao was acutely aware that she was an unscrupulous merchant, one who had nearly outmaneuvered him. Yet beauty was beauty. Some might allow their relationships to taint their aesthetic judgments, but Qu Lingxiao was not one of them. Regardless of enmity, he appreciated beauty when he saw it. Murong, too, was lavish in her display of charm that as the revelry reached its peak. She shed her top, revealing her alluring figure encased in snug undergarments, and suddenly lunged into Qu Lingxiao's embrace. He intended to resist, yet was taken aback when she began to explore his body with unabashed boldness. Chapter 18. Murong Xie. By the time Qu Lingxiao awoke the next day, Murong was already preparing herself nearby. When she had worn the clown mask, her alluring figure and beguiling voice had already ensnared many a man in her web. This very allure had afforded her numerous advantages in her dealings. However, when she removed the mask, the world around her seemed to dim in comparison. Her every movement exuded the grace of a mature woman while embodying the vivacity of a youthful maiden, causing Qu Lingxiao to steal several glances. Yet she furrowed her brow and playfully pinched his waist, controlling her grip to ensure Qu Lingxiao felt no discomfort. "Now I belong to you, so you must take responsibility for me," she said coyly, turning her back to him. That moment, Qu Lingxiao nearly succumbed to a moment of impulsive agreement. However, a thought struck him. Murong was, after all, a contract mage. Who can assure that the other party is not simultaneously drafting a contract while posing this question? The aftermath of Su Dali's fate remains vivid in memory. Thus, in a bid for precaution, even if Qu Lingxiao recognizes that such actions are rather unscrupulous, he nonetheless forcefully pulls the enigmatic Murong towards him. As he anticipated, Murong intends to betray him. Observing the nearly completed contract in her hand, Qu Lingxiao's face flushed with a mix of anger and confusion that he was uncertain whether to be enraged at her. After all, she had given him her first time. The bloodstains on the sheets had yet to dry. Yet this woman dares to scheme against him, using the contract to bind him as her slave. This predicament left Qu Lingxiao at a loss. Eventually, it was Murong who shattered the brief silence. Leaping into Qu Lingxiao's embrace, her slender fingers, reminiscent of spring onions, traced circles upon his chest. "Since you've seen through my little ruse, then I belong to you now. Wherever you go, I shall cling to you for all eternity." As she uttered these words, the contract she had nearly completed soared towards her, merging seamlessly with her form. This moment brought Qu Lingxiao back to his senses, that he conceded that the Murong before him was indeed a beauty. However, the description of venomous vixen was equally fitting, although uncertain of her true intentions. Qu Lingxiao could hardly fathom what this woman, capable of ensnaring even herself, was truly capable of. Whether her actions were to soothe him or merely an act, the contract held no power over the contract master himself. Ultimately, Qu Lingxiao had to admit that she was an enigma he could not decipher. He had initially expected her to linger a while longer, perhaps attempting to gauge his sentiments, to his surprise. Murong was as decisive in her departure as she had been in her arrival, swiftly donning her attire. Before leaving, she introduced herself, saying, "I am Murong Xie. Do not forget me, or I shall ensure your demise." Accompanied by her threat, Murong Xie revealed a mysterious smile before obscuring her stunning visage with a terrifying clown mask. As he watched her depart, Qu Lingxiao felt an inexplicable emptiness that he prided himself on being impervious to the allure of beauty. Yet he could not deny that Murong Xie was different. There was an undeniable magnetism about her, drawing him in with fervent intensity. At times, she seemed like a confidant, while at others, she exuded an aura of mystery and inviolability. In truth, she was indeed mysterious. Even after years of acquaintance, he had only just learned her name today. There was one more thing he knew, the identity of the man who had taken her first time. Contemplating this, Qu Lingxiao felt a surge of inexplicable pride that as he pondered, Murong Xie had already vanished, like a fleeting breeze that if not for the blood-stained, disheveled sheets persistently reminding him of the previous night's events, he might have believed it all to be a mere dream. Long after this incident had passed, Qu Lingxiao speculated that Murong Xie must have fled. However, her acting was so impeccable, her demeanor so carefree, that it was difficult to discern her true intentions. Yet at that moment, Qu Lingxiao found himself devoid of the energy to contemplate these matters. Just as Murong Xie departed, a cacophony of violent clashes erupted in the distance. Qu Lingxiao hastily directed his senses towards the undead minion, Xiaobai, which he had summoned. What he witnessed was a horrifying sight. The source of the tumult was none other than Su Dali, who had been ensnared by his contract. At that moment, Su Dali was trapped in a mass of foul sludge, which writhed and emitted a repugnant laughter that Qu Lingxiao recognized that laughter. It belonged to none other than the voice of Zhuang Liping, whom Su Dali had slain. He had not heard that voice in ages, and there was no mistaking it. This revelation left him frozen in disbelief. How could this be? Zhuang Liping had been killed by Su Dali, and he should have been a gluttonous demon. How had he transformed into this grotesque sludge? Qu Lingxiao attempted to discern the nature of the sludge using his necromancer abilities, yet found himself utterly incapable. It dawned on him that even directing his senses towards the undead he controlled did not allow him to utilize his necromancer powers. Thus, he had no choice but to investigate in person. Fortunately, he had no pressing matters at hand. After offering a few words to Lu Ruyu and her daughter, who were whispering at the doorway, Qu Lingxiao hastened to the location where Su Dali was imprisoned. Upon entering, he was greeted by an exclamation of delight from the massive sludge. "Ah, who do we have here? Is that my dear brother Qu? It seems you are the only one loyal to me in this vicinity. Come, help me seize Su Dali's body, and we shall collaborate. Who needs the Soul Palace?" Upon hearing the sludge's words, Qu Lingxiao realized he had been correct in his assumptions. The Soul Palace had once sought to collaborate with Zhuang Liping, and judging by the tone, it appeared he had been rebuffed. Furthermore, the sludge now mistakenly believed Qu Lingxiao was on its side, a misconception he could exploit. However, he still utilized his abilities to ascertain the nature of the creature. To his astonishment, he discovered it was not a gluttonous demon at all, but rather a being known as a possession swamp. This classification was crucial, as it meant this entity could not strictly be considered an undead. It was merely an organism related to the undead. This revelation was made possible by Qu Lingxiao's recent ascension to intermediate necromancer status. Otherwise, he would not have been able to gather this intel. Chapter 19. The Dawn Sentinel's handwritten letter. Even with the newfound knowledge of the creature's nature, Qu Lingxiao, now an intermediate necromancer, found it of little use. The necromancer's records indicated that this being was quite formidable, nearly advising anyone to flee upon encountering it. This left Qu Lingxiao at a loss for how to confront it. The best course of action in the face of such a foe seemed to be to first soothe it with gentle words. Given the level of trust it had shown him, Qu Lingxiao felt confident he could manage this. Yet the outcome was disappointing, and no matter what Qu Lingxiao said, Zhuang Liping merely repeated, "Qu, my dear brother, help me seize this scoundrel Su Dali. I promise you a generous reward." His tone suggested he held considerable power, yet the promised reward was merely resources from District 6, which Qu Lingxiao now controlled entirely. What reason had he to heed Zhuang Liping's demands? However, refusing posed its own risks. Qu Lingxiao feared that if Zhuang Liping seized Su Dali's body, he might turn against him. Although the contract bound Su Dali, it was specifically directed at him. Qu Lingxiao had no guarantees it would remain effective against Zhuang Liping. Meanwhile, Su Dali displayed a defiant demeanor, seemingly oblivious to the fact that Qu Lingxiao did not align with Zhuang Liping's interests. Instead of pleading for mercy, he shouted, "You all shall perish, die," as he hurled himself against the wall with Zhuang Liping in tow. While Su Dali's words were insincere, his body betrayed him that he understood that direct attacks on Qu Lingxiao would incur the contract's penalties. Otherwise, he would not have squandered such a prime opportunity. Seizing this moment, Qu Lingxiao observed Zhuang Liping closely, that he noted that with each impact from Su Dali, Zhuang Liping visibly trembled, and the tendrils ensnaring Su Dali loosened slightly. This led Qu Lingxiao to suspect that Zhuang Liping, despite appearing as a mass of sludge, could indeed be affected by physical attacks. With this realization, Qu Lingxiao issued an attack command to Xiaobai. Upon receiving the order, Xiaobai promptly picked up a wooden stick and swung it toward Zhuang Liping. Qu Lingxiao had specified that even if Su Dali were harmed, it was acceptable. After all, he was a doctor and could always heal him later. Another reason for this approach was to assert that Xiaobai was merely assisting him, and any injury to Su Dali would be incidental. With this rationale and his status as a doctor, Qu Lingxiao was confident that Zhuang Liping's cunning would prevent him from eliminating him. With Xiaobai wielding the wooden stick, the situation shifted dramatically. Qu Lingxiao had always felt something peculiar about Xiaobai. Despite her being a resurrected corpse, she bore no trace of a soul. This meant Xiaobai was a completely transparent entity. Regardless of Qu Lingxiao's commands, she complied without hesitation. This resulted in her appearance as a pale, beautiful maiden, yet when commanded to attack, her movements were as fierce as Qu Lingxiao's own, embodying a distinctly masculine ferocity. In fact, Qu Lingxiao himself doubted he could wield a weapon with such ferocity. Each strike was aimed squarely at Zhuang Liping's vulnerabilities. Although Qu Lingxiao could not glean further information about the possession swamp from the records of intermediate necromancers, his keen observations allowed him to discern its weaknesses. Without a doubt, it is the other party's murky, bloodshot eyes, the only organ on their body that still resembles that of a living being. Moreover, for any creature, the eyes are perpetually a vulnerability. Thus, when Qu Lingxiao issued his command, he specifically instructed Xiaobai to strike fiercely at the adversary's eyeballs. Xiaobai dutifully complied, landing 7 or 8 hits on the opponent's eyes out of every 10 attacks. Each blow, to some extent, dulled the adversary's movements. Although it had not reached the point of compelling them to release Su Dali, it certainly rendered them weaker. Wait, stop. Let us cooperate, shall we? I possess a personal letter from the Dawn Guardians. If you wish to maintain your position as the district leader, it would be prudent to engage with them more. As he spoke, Zhuang Liren finally sprang away from Su Dali's body, transforming from a heap of mud into a figure standing upright. A mud man emerging from the mire, Su Dali, witnessing this, was intent on delivering a blow, but Qu Lingxiao subtly maneuvered Xiaobai to prevent him. While he yearned to eliminate Zhuang Liren at that moment, he found himself intrigued by the letter from the Dawn Guardians. Even though Murong Xiaoye from the Soul Hall could barely be deemed his ally, Qu Lingxiao had never intended to serve a single faction, that in his eyes, the ideal scenario would be to acquire resources from both sides while remaining disengaged from their affairs. This way, both factions would hesitate to act against him, fearing he might align with the other. Of course, this was the most favorable outcome, and numerous considerations remained. Yet to achieve this, the first step was to communicate separately with both factions. Qu Lingxiao did not wish to have his association with Murong Xiaoye lead the Dawn Guardians to unjustly categorize his assets within the Soul Hall's sphere of influence. If he were to fall as a pawn, he would have nowhere to lament, but he still aspired for his Qu family to flourish and did not wish for an untimely demise. Therefore, enlisting Zhuang Liren's assistance to establish a connection with the Dawn Guardians was his immediate priority. Upon witnessing Xiaobai's demeanor, Zhuang Liren let out a sigh of relief. Observing Zhuang Liren's current behavior, Qu Lingxiao realized that the other had never genuinely believed he was aiding him. The previous words were merely a ruse to deceive him. Only when the pretense failed did Zhuang Liren begin to speak candidly. This revelation reinforced Qu Lingxiao's understanding that Zhuang Liren was not to be underestimated, further solidifying his resolve to eliminate him. Nevertheless, at that moment, Qu Lingxiao opted to first leverage Zhuang Liren to establish contact with the Dawn Guardians. So, Brother Zhuang, where is the letter from the Dawn Guardians? As he spoke, Qu Lingxiao narrowed his eyes, revealing an impeccable, amiable smile. Chapter 20. The smile. Upon seeing Qu Lingxiao's benign smile, Zhuang Liren's previously languid form suddenly jolted. As a seasoned scoundrel, he had encountered numerous ruthless individuals over the years. Yet he had never before encountered one who could feign sincerity so convincingly. Although he had known Qu Lingxiao for many years, this was the first time he realized the depth of his cruelty. This revelation instinctively rendered Zhuang Liren's tone serious. However, it was impossible for him to abandon his scheming nature. The Dawn Guardians wish to meet me. So, Qu, you should first help me acquire a vessel, such as the one before us, Su Dali. As he spoke, Zhuang Liren attempted to inch closer to Su Dali. However, Qu Lingxiao promptly halted him. Wait, I need to consider this. Upon hearing Qu Lingxiao's words, Zhuang Liren actually came to a stop. Though his remaining eye was filled with reluctance, he truly did not advance another step. This was undoubtedly related to Qu Lingxiao's earlier display of a smiling facade. After a prolonged wait, Qu Lingxiao finally provided his answer. No, they wish to meet the district leader. I am currently the leader. So, Brother Zhuang, you should rest a while. As he spoke, he issued a command to Xiaobai, who immediately fetched a large jar, previously used for pickling vegetables. Qu Lingxiao pointed at the jar. Brother Zhuang, please, that as a newcomer, I still require your assistance in gaining favor with the Dawn Guardians. Upon seeing the jar, Zhuang Liren's body emitted strange hissing sounds, and white vapor began to rise from above him. Qu Lingxiao was well aware that Zhuang Liren was angry, and in truth, this was precisely what he wished to provoke. Qu, do not overstep your bounds. Have I not treated you well all these years? As he spoke, Zhuang Liren began to move toward Qu Lingxiao, his demeanor suggesting he was ready to confront him. However, after only a few steps, he leapt onto Su Dali's body. The action came without warning, and Su Dali, caught off guard, found his body taken over that a broad face began to beam foolishly at Qu Lingxiao, clearly perceiving himself as the dominant party. Yet Qu Lingxiao's smile remained unwavering, much to Zhuang Liren's growing irritation. What do you mean by this? Do you not realize I am in control now? As he spoke, Zhuang Liren commanded Su Dali's massive fist to collide violently, producing a sound reminiscent of metal striking metal, clearly intended to intimidate Qu Lingxiao. However, Qu Lingxiao continued to regard Zhuang Liren with indifference, causing a twinge of unease to creep in. Clearing his throat, Zhuang Liren said, Qu, my brother knows you did not intend this. Someone must have instigated you, right? Rest assured, as long as you behave moving forward, I will hold no grudges that if we unite, no one can bully us brothers. The other began to lecture Qu Lingxiao. However, Qu Lingxiao merely yawned and replied nonchalantly, Kneel. Why should I kneel? Upon hearing Qu Lingxiao's command, Zhuang Liren initially wore a look of disdain. Yet soon, he felt his body begin to tremble uncontrollably. Eventually, even his essence, hidden within Su Dali's body, began to be affected. What have you done to me? Zhuang Liren bellowed in anguish, commanding Su Dali's body to swing its fists wildly. Ultimately, however, he complied with Qu Lingxiao's order and knelt down. Of course, this is due to the contract with Su Dali. You are a necromancer, and I cannot contend with you, but Murong's contract is not limited to just necromancers. Since you have fused with Su Dali, you must bear the contract's power as well. At this point, Qu Lingxiao flashed a wicked smile and began issuing a series of impossible commands to Su Dali's body, including, but not limited to, twisting himself into a pretzel and eating noodles with his posterior. Su Dali naturally could not fulfill these commands, resulting in him enduring continuous electric shocks. Ultimately, he collapsed, charred and motionless. This allowed Qu Lingxiao to exhale a sigh of relief. Throughout the ordeal, he had been on edge. On one hand, he worried whether Murong's contract would prove effective against Zhuang Liren, and on the other, he feared that the contract might lack sufficient force. Any failure in either regard would leave Qu Lingxiao in a precarious position. Fortunately, his gamble paid off. Everything unfolded without incident. The reason Qu Lingxiao had requested Xiaobai bring the pickling jar was to incite Zhuang Liren, compelling him to recklessly enter Su Dali's body, that Qu Lingxiao understood that Zhuang Liren did not trust him. If Qu Lingxiao had directly suggested he enter Su Dali's body, Zhuang Liren would likely have doubted him and insisted on a different vessel, potentially one of the two women he favored. Lu Mimi or Lu Ryu, that a villain like Zhuang Liren would never pass up an opportunity to manipulate the situation to his advantage, that Qu Lingxiao would have done the same. Possessing a vessel that mattered to the other was far more beneficial than occupying an enemy's. Was it not? Especially since Qu Lingxiao was uncertain whether Zhuang Liren knew about the contract placed on Su Dali. This rendered provoking Zhuang Liren all the more necessary. Anger can cloud judgment, leading one to fall into traps. Regardless, Qu Lingxiao's gamble had succeeded, and he would reap greater rewards as a result. In fact, there was still more information regarding the possession swamp. This segment detailed its uses rather than merely its characteristics. Indeed, while the possession swamp posed dangers for necromancers, it was equally a valuable material for crafting necromantic artifacts. That Qu Lingxiao wasted no time, that he drew a dagger from his pocket and began to dissect the immobile Su Dali. According to the records, the possession swamp should be located within the stomach. Sure enough, after a thorough search, Qu Lingxiao discovered the barely conscious Zhuang Liren. The other's murky eye had dimmed, yet his body still exhibited slight movements. Upon seeing Qu Lingxiao brandishing the dagger, he emitted a barely audible plea. Brother, I beg you, spare me. We are childhood friends. In response, Qu Lingxiao revealed a warm smile, then thrust a blade into the location of his opponent's heart. Zhuang Liren had fallen. Chapter 21. The Hive. According to the records of the Necromancer's data, while the possessed swamp could not retain the abilities of its former life after being resurrected by necromancy, The gelatinous substance that constituted them was an excellent material for nurturing poisonous insects, that be why merely grinding the possessed swamp and imbuing it with the necromancer's intent, one could control any insect species. With the most formidable being the venomous hornets, it is worth noting that after the commencement of universal job transitions, various animals, in addition to humans, began to undergo transformations, including mythical creatures. There have even been sightings of dragons and cheilants. However, what truly instilled fear in humanity were not these massive beings. Rather, it was the evolved venomous insects that posed the real danger. Among them was a hornet the size of a fist, known for its ferocious venom. Compared to the grotesque monsters transformed by the universal job change, the hornet's diminutive stature belied its lethal capabilities, that a single sting from this creature was sufficient to bring down an elephant within a minute. Even more terrifying was the fact that these venomous insects often appeared in swarms, that if not for the relatively weak penetrating power of the hornet's stinger and its frail vitality, the devastation they could cause would have been far greater. Nonetheless, few were willing to confront a swarm of these hornets, with the exception of the undead. The unique characteristics of the undead race rendered them immune to the vast majority of toxins. Save for corrosive ones, to which they had considerable resistance, the neurotoxin of the hornet was no exception. The undead could completely disregard it. Some among them even collected the nests of these hornets to use as projectiles against enemies of other races. However, this method paled in comparison to the technique outlined in the Necromancer's records for controlling insects using the possessed swamp. This method allowed for these insects to be entirely under the Necromancer's control. Even capable of harboring the Necromancer's consciousness like other undead beings, that be why scattering these insects, Qu Lingxiao would effectively gain countless eyes watching over him, which was one of the reasons he was determined to eliminate Zhuang Liren. The value of his opponent's body was simply too precious. After a moment of silent tribute to his elder brother Zhuang Liren, Qu Lingxiao began the processing. The first step was to extract Zhuang Liren's grotesque eye. However, he did not discard it, as records indicated that it was also a rare material. Although the method of refining it had not been provided in the data for intermediate necromancers, Qu Lingxiao carefully stored it away. Next came the treatment of Zhuang Liren's corpse. He crushed it, mixed in some common herbs and honey to create a semblance. Finally, using secret techniques, he infused his consciousness into the concoction. The insect-controlling gel was complete. The next task was to locate the hornet's nest. This process posed a slight challenge for Qu Lingxiao, for although he was a necromancer, it was merely a profession. His true form remained that of a human, and a rather fragile one at that. Fortunately, as the saying goes, one relies on their parents at home and on friends outside. While Qu Lingxiao had neither parents nor friends, he had the undead. After assigning the task of locating the hornet's nest to the nearby Xiaobai, Qu Lingxiao settled onto the sofa, patiently awaiting developments that in truth, it would be more accurate to describe the task as retrieval rather than mere searching. This was because the undead were unafraid of the hornets, and thus, during Zhuang Liren's reign, nests had been installed all around it. Qu Lingxiao had even quarreled vehemently with Zhuang Liren over this matter. Yet the latter refused to budge, clearly prioritizing the hornet's deterrent effect against enemies over Qu Lingxiao's personal safety. Nonetheless, Zhuang Liren did dispatch some undead to protect Qu Lingxiao, ensuring he would not be attacked by the hornets. Little did Qu Lingxiao anticipate that one day he would actively seek trouble with these hornets. In retrospect, it was rather ironic. Shifting his perspective to Xiaobai, Qu Lingxiao noted that the latter had successfully coated the hornet's nest with the insect-controlling gel. Not just one nest, but multiple. According to the records, a mere dab of this gel would contaminate all the insects within the nest. Soon, Qu Lingxiao discovered that his consciousness could connect with these insects. Gaining access to their perspectives that in no time, he had a comprehensive grasp of everything within Block 6, where he also spotted a shadowy figure. This figure was unlike any other undead in the vicinity. Instead of the usual stench of decay, she exuded an air of noble purity that left Qu Lingxiao feeling awestruck. However, this did not imply that she was a fearsome individual, on the contrary. Despite her wearing a voluminous cloak, it could not conceal her striking physique. Through the cloak seams, Qu Lingxiao clearly saw her long, fair legs as well as the staff she carried at her waist. She was a mage, and a light mage at that, adversarial to the necromancers. The presence of a light mage in a block dominated by the undead was highly irregular, and judging by her demeanor, she appeared quite anxious. Standing at the corner of a building, she frequently glanced around while checking the exquisite watch on her wrist that in the post-universal job transition world, only a few places could produce such precise instruments, rendering them exceedingly valuable. This area certainly did not include Block 6 or any nearby districts. Only in the protected zones, where productivity had not ceased, could such technology be found, according to Qu Lingxiao's understanding. That location was also the headquarters of the Dawn Guardians. Numerous signs led Qu Lingxiao to conclude the identity of this figure. She was likely a representative sent by the Dawn Guardians to negotiate with Zhuang Liren, and possibly had met with him even after his downfall. However, Qu Lingxiao could not glean any further information through mere observation. To uncover more, he would have to engage her directly. With this thought in mind, Qu Lingxiao turned to leave. Yet upon seeing Su Dali, who lay sprawled on the ground, having been eviscerated by his own hand, he was struck by the idea of repurposing the body. Although Su Dali was not the sharpest tool in the shed, he ranked among the strongest of the undead in Block 6. Moreover, his imposing stature was quite impressive. Without a doubt, having such a hulking figure at his side would afford Qu Lingxiao some leverage during negotiations. With that in mind, Qu Lingxiao immediately employed the Necromancer's resurrection spell on him. Chapter 22. Insect Blade. Initially, Qu Lingxiao had believed that, given the extent of Su Dali's bodily damage, resurrection would be unlikely. However, to his surprise, Su Dali not only revived swiftly, but appeared eager to engage. Perhaps it was due to the torment he had previously endured, or simply because his mental fortitude was not particularly robust. After being revived by Qu Lingxiao, he exhibited an unusual level of compliance, which astonished Qu Lingxiao and brought him joy. However, Qu Lingxiao overlooked a crucial detail. In his haste to extract Zhuang Liren from Su Dali's belly, he had neglected to sew the latter's abdomen back together. Moreover, although Qu Lingxiao was a doctor, his clientele were the undead, so his surgical skills were not held to a high standard. In other words, Su Dali's abdomen was left crudely opened, with various internal organs spilling out, creating a most unpleasant sight. Ultimately, it was through Qu Lingxiao's use of the resurrection spell that Su Dali's abdomen was restored to its original state. The cost of such an action was that Qu Lingxiao found himself drained of all magical energy. Just as with mental strength and physical prowess, magical energy was an elusive quantity in this world, only truly understood through empirical experimentation. Based on Qu Lingxiao's experience, his magical energy was closely linked to his mental fortitude. Consequently, with his magical energy nearly depleted, Qu Lingxiao began to feel a throbbing headache. Fortunately, he had not yet reached the point of being unable to connect with the Hornets. At present, the Hornets represented Qu Lingxiao's greatest asset. With their assistance, he felt confident he could extricate himself from any non-undead adversary. Being prepared was his consistent approach. Before long, Qu Lingxiao arrived at the location where he had previously spotted the peculiar woman. Fortunately, she remained in place. Unfortunately, she noticed Qu Lingxiao's arrival and immediately launched an offensive. Qu Lingxiao had never imagined that a person's speed could be so astonishing, nor had he anticipated anyone could weave through the attacks of two undead warriors to ensnare him. All of this transpired in an instant. Upon realizing that someone was approaching, and that it was not the pitiful Zhuang Liren, she frantically lunged at Qu Lingxiao. This left him utterly bewildered. Wasn't she a mage? How could her physical prowess be so extraordinary? By the time Qu Lingxiao comprehended her true strength, she had already seized him by the throat. Upon sensing Qu Lingxiao's pulse, her pupils involuntarily narrowed. You are but a mere human. How could you possibly linger in the district of the undead? Though such words were uttered, the grip that restrained Qu Lingxiao showed no signs of relenting, and in fact, seemed to tighten further. Order your subordinates to step aside, the woman commanded with an icy tone directed at Qu Lingxiao. He longed to refuse, yet the increasing pressure from her hand compelled him to temporarily acquiesce. However, in a bid to deceive her, he resorted to clumsy gestures instead of directly manipulating Su Dali and Xiao Bai with his mental prowess. Once Xiao Bai and Su Dali had distanced themselves, the woman loosened her grip as Qu Lingxiao coughed incessantly. He eventually managed to catch his breath and coldly remarked, "Is it not permissible for me to reside here prior to the universal job change? Furthermore, is it not against the law to harbor occupational discrimination?" What he stated was, of course, aligned with the propaganda of the Dawn Guardians. The woman appeared momentarily taken aback by his words. then inquired with a look of suspicion. "Are you here to rendezvous in place of Zhuang Liren?" To Qu Lingxiao's astonishment, upon his declaration, she swiftly removed the cloak that obscured her face. Gazing at him with an icy demeanor, she declared, "If that is the case, you must be Su Dali that I did not anticipate you to be human. However, since you have allied with the Soul Temple, allow me, Diana, to personally take your life." Upon glimpsing her stunningly beautiful visage, Qu Lingxiao realized she was indeed of Western descent. Coupling her name with her appearance left no doubt regarding her identity, before he could comprehend how a Westerner came to involve herself in the affairs of Longhua. She had already launched an assault upon him. Qu Lingxiao initially assumed she would once again resort to physical attacks. Yet to his surprise, she drew forth a wand and unleashed a blinding spell. Even under the light of day, the spell's brilliance rendered him unable to open his eyes. Additionally, this incantation instilled a sense of dread within the undead, while Shaobai managed to withstand it. Su Dali, upon being illuminated by the radiance, scurried away in terror. Qu Lingxiao cursed his cowardice silently while growing increasingly curious about Shaobai, who, despite lacking a soul, could resist light magic and exhibited remarkable combat muscle memory. This prompted him to consider investigating Shaobai's origins. Nevertheless, the immediate concern remained dealing with the adversary, who identified herself as Diana, that Qu Lingxiao had a strong premonition that she would prove to be the most formidable opponent he had ever encountered. With this thought in mind, he ceased to conceal his strength, issuing commands to Shaobai and all his insects in an instant that in a remarkable display. Shaobai and the swarm of insects surrounded Diana. Diana furrowed her brow, then leapt skyward, using the insects as a means of propulsion. Her singular target was none other than Qu Lingxiao, the leader of the insect swarm. As her wand spun, it transformed into a short sword. Aimed directly at Qu Lingxiao's heart. "Die," she shrieked, her expression revealing her unwavering confidence in this strike. However, the short sword was unexpectedly halted by a dark object adorned with numerous yellow stripes. This object was the sword crafted from the fiercest insects that Qu Lingxiao had summoned. This blade was no ordinary creation. It was constructed from the queen of each nest, each possessing an incredibly hard shell and wings as sharp as blades. Even though the short sword in Diana's hand was no mere trinket, breaking through Qu Lingxiao's insect sword proved to be a daunting task, especially considering Qu Lingxiao's ability to manipulate the sword at will. Chapter 23. The Villain, You Scoundrel. Your tactics are as shameless as they are despicable. Diana spat furiously after Qu Lingxiao once again foiled her assault with his insect sword. Her ire was understandable. The enemies she had faced previously were either brutish individuals who favored brute force or sneaky cowards who excelled in ambushes. The former often fell to her straightforward approach, while the latter were dealt with once she managed to close the distance. To Diana's peculiar combat style stemmed from her profession as a battle mage. Typically, one of her caliber should find it easy to handle any foe in either category. Yet Qu Lingxiao was neither. Every time Diana attempted to engage him in close quarters, he would deliberately create distance, employing the scattered insects for ranged attacks. Conversely, whenever she sought to unleash magic from afar, he would immediately engage her in close combat with his enigmatic insect sword. In essence, he was determined not to grant her a moment's respite. What irked Diana even more was that, despite Qu Lingxiao's swordsmanship being utterly rudimentary, his weapon possessed an uncanny flexibility and agility that surpassed that of an arm. This rendered her utterly at a loss, even causing her to breathe heavily. In truth, Diana had long anticipated this battle. Although her superior had instructed her to communicate with the leader of the 6th District for a battle fanatic like her, communication equated to engaging in combat. However, when she encountered Zhuang Liren, he had already become a mere puddle of flesh, devoid of any form. Faced with such an opponent, she had no desire to engage. Zhuang Liren's demeanor was humbly servile, even evoking a flicker of sympathy within her. Yet when this scant sympathy transformed into rage upon confronting Qu Lingxiao, who claimed to have replaced Zhuang Liren, her fury intensified tenfold, especially upon discovering he was human. In her eyes, how could an ordinary human possibly coexist among the undead? This could only imply one thing. This man was far more ruthless and cunning than the undead. How else could he coexist with them in harmony, even rising to the position of leader within the district of the undead? With such thoughts swirling in her mind, Diana's attack frequency quickened. Her short sword danced like a steel rose, each strike aimed precisely at Qu Lingxiao's vital points. This left Qu Lingxiao, wielding the insect sword, struggling to keep pace. After all, manipulating the sword's transformation required mental energy. Having already expended considerable mental power in the preceding skirmish, he found himself on the brink of exhaustion as Diana pressed her relentless assault, leaving him with scant opportunity to retaliate. The situation had boiled down to a contest of endurance. Would Qu Lingxiao's mental energy deplete first? Or would Diana's stamina give out? However, Qu Lingxiao was not one to resign himself to fate. Although Diana's assault was relentless, she overlooked one crucial detail. He possessed more than just the insect sword. Shaobai was still poised to act, and numerous ordinary fierce insects lingered nearby. Seizing the opportunity, Qu Lingxiao deftly evaded the battle, channeling his remaining mental energy to command the surrounding insect swarm and Shaobai to launch an offensive. To his astonishment, Shaobai and the swarm exhibited a remarkable synergy that a swarm of fierce insects formed a makeshift staircase, allowing Shaobai to ascend and charge toward Diana like a fallen angel from the depths of hell. At that moment, Diana found herself with Shaobai above, swarms of fierce insects to her flanks, and no enemies behind her. Yet, rather than retreat, she transformed her short sword back into a wand and began to whirl it swiftly. At the wand's tip, a flame ignited, growing larger with each rotation until a colossal fireball emerged around Diana. The moment the fireball appeared, the swarm of fierce insects scattered in all directions, leaving only Shaobai unfazed. With a wooden stick, he aimed a ferocious strike at Diana's head. Yet, as expected, the wooden stick crumbled into ashes before reaching her due to the flame's intense heat. However, devoid of the stick, Shaobai still had his fists. His fist landed heavily against Diana's forehead, causing her to stagger backward. Diana had anticipated a fall, but unexpectedly, a hand from behind caught her. Instantly, her face flushed crimson. However, upon realizing who had embraced her, her expression transformed into one of fury. "Release me!" she shrieked, her voice laced with rage as she struck out wildly, landing several blows squarely on Qu Lingxiao. Yet such assaults were mere pinpricks to him, as he was enveloped tightly within the swarm of fierce insects. Only his hands remained exposed. This was not an attempt to take advantage of her. Rather, it was simply a necessity. Should the insects encase his hands, he would be unable to grasp anything, faced with the struggles of the beauty in his embrace. Qu Lingxiao attempted to calm her with words that I have no intention of conversing with a scoundrel who allies with the undead, she retorted, her struggles intensifying. This incited Qu Lingxiao's ire, and he had approached her in earnest for negotiation. Yet she had attacked him without provocation and now labeled him a scoundrel, that if that were the case, he would show her just how scoundrel-like he could be. After Qu Lingxiao made such a statement, he directly manipulated the most formidable opponent, using poison needles to gradually tear apart the fabric of their clothing. With each rip, the adversary emitted agonizing screams akin to that of a slaughtered pig. Yet Qu Lingxiao found great amusement in allowing the most formidable opponent to continue this torment, insisting that it must be done slowly. Before long, the adversary was left with but the most rudimentary garments. To Qu Lingxiao's astonishment, he discovered that the opponent possessed an unexpectedly superb physique, particularly the two globes upon their chest that resembled footballs. Were it not for his knowledge of the opponent's tomboyish nature, he might have believed them to be artificially enhanced. This revelation instinctively prompted Qu Lingxiao to reach out towards those two spheres. However, at that moment, the woman suddenly lunged at the nearest formidable opponent, attempting to bite. Indeed, her teeth were sharp and fierce, biting down with a strength comparable to steel, causing the formidable opponent to crumple. The venom within him gushed forth uncontrollably that Diana's body convulsed as the toxin took effect, leaving Qu Lingxiao at a loss for how to proceed. Chapter 24. The nun at this moment, Diana, now poisoned, appeared even more pallid. Her already fair complexion, a consequence of her European heritage, was now alarmingly ghostly, far surpassing even the likes of Lu Mimi and her mother, resembling a vampire. Particularly in her disheveled state, she bore an uncanny resemblance to the alluring corpses from the most chilling horror tales before the global class transition. This sight evoked an inkling of guilt within the otherwise composed Qu Lingxiao. However, this fleeting sense of guilt quickly dissipated. What truly concerned him was how to handle the woman before him. Logically, the toxin from the most formidable opponent should have been exceedingly potent. capable of easily dispatching an elephant. Thus, Diana should have long since succumbed to death. Yet to his surprise, she remained alive, albeit with rapid breaths and weakened vital signs, suggesting she would not perish imminently. Clearly, she possessed a certain resistance to toxins, complicating Qu Lingxiao's approach to her predicament. Were she to have simply died, it would have been easier to deal with. He could have transformed her into an undead, severing ties with the Dawn Guard to focus solely on the Soul Palace. While this would incur some loss for Qu Lingxiao, at least he would have the support of Murong Xiaoya. Ultimately, he held little attachment to the entirety of Block 6, as he lacked a collective sense of belonging towards most of its undead inhabitants. Only those resembling humanity, like Lu Mimi and Xuan Nu, were regarded as peers, while others such as Su Dali and Zhuang Liren were viewed as outsiders. Thus, if he and those he cherished were not to become mere cannon fodder, there was little in Block 6 that would warrant his sorrowful longing. But alas, Diana was still alive. Truly, irritating women always remain irritating, even in death, lingering in a half-alive state that repulses if she were an unattractive woman. It could have been overlooked, yet she possessed both exquisite beauty and figure. Moreover, the most crucial point was that she was human, just like Qu Lingxiao, that if he wished to fulfill his parents' legacy and continue his lineage. Diana was evidently a far superior choice compared to Lu Mimi and Murong Xiaoya. Lu Mimi was a vampire, and while he could not ascertain Murong Xiaoya's race, he knew she was certainly not human. He had personally confirmed this one fateful night, for no human woman could ever possess such attributes. As Qu Lingxiao encountered his first woman post-global class transition, especially one as beautiful as Diana, he felt a pang of reluctance. Moreover, killing her would directly incite the wrath of the Dawn Guard, necessitating utmost caution. Throughout history, it has always been taboo to slay envoys in times of war. Although she had initiated the confrontation, Qu Lingxiao was well aware that the Dawn Guard, an organization dedicated to combating violent factions, would not heed the words of a necromancer. Despite their propaganda advocating for the absence of discrimination, the existence of such biases inherently bore a certain legitimacy. Qu Lingxiao was acutely aware of this and would not naively seek forgiveness from them. Suddenly, Diana moved. Though her motions were subtle, it was evident she was attempting to move purposefully. Out of the corner of his eye, Qu Lingxiao caught sight of her crawling towards the remnants of her torn clothing. His initial reaction was to commend her for her modesty, assuming she sought to cover herself. After all, in any era, virtuous women deserve praise. However, he soon realized something was amiss, for as she approached the garments, she cast them aside, seemingly searching for something. When her pale hands grasped a small pouch, Qu Lingxiao understood that a magical pocket. Was it possible she possessed an antidote? The more he pondered, the more plausible it seemed. Given that she dared to venture into Block 6 alone as a human, she must have been prepared. The presence of the most formidable opponents surrounding the district was no secret, and it was something she had actively promoted. With this revelation, Qu Lingxiao swiftly approached and snatched the magical pouch from her grasp. "Hand it over!" Witnessing Qu Lingxiao seize her belongings, Diana's already troubled visage twisted further in anguish. Her face now marred with a network of crimson veins, giving the impression that she was on the brink of transformation. "What more do you want from me? You've already violated me. Must you continue this torment?" Her words echoed with a plea, yet her tone was resolute, almost defiant. Qu Lingxiao, however, was more preoccupied with the implications of her accusations. "Violated? When did I ever violate you? I merely tore your clothing. You have violated me. I am a nun. Simply by seeing my body, you have defiled me." Diana spat vehemently. Qu Lingxiao was taken aback. Such archaic sentiments, typically found in the most feudal of times, emanated from a modern woman, a blonde-haired, blue-eyed foreigner no less. In his experience, foreign women were generally more liberated. This left him utterly bewildered. After a moment of rummaging through her belongings, he finally uncovered the source of her beliefs, essential doctrines of the Dawn Guard. This book, discovered within her magical pouch, meticulously chronicled the origins of the global class transition and the trials that lay ahead. That it essentially attributed everything to the celestial conflict among the gods, asserting that all humans were mere pawns in their divine struggles. Numerous anecdotes and evidence were presented. Yet, to Qu Lingxiao, if viewed solely as fiction, it might serve as an intriguing narrative. However, reality is not a novel. Unless the gods themselves manifested before him, he would not be swayed by such tales. Consequently, he felt no affinity towards the woman indoctrinated by this doctrine, that he crouched down, bestowing upon her a smile that blended compassion and mild pity. So, dear nun, what are you willing to offer for your survival? Chapter 25. The Healer's Compassion. What am I willing to offer? I would gladly offer your mother. Would you be willing to give birth to my son as your mother did for me? How delightful! Despite her foul demeanor, Qu Lingxiao perceived her as merely shy, believing she fundamentally desired to survive. After all, she was a nun. How could a nun utter such venomous words? Thus, he interpreted her words as mere bravado, thinking she secretly wished to contribute to the propagation of humanity. Then when shall we wed? Or do you prefer to bear children out of wedlock? Qu Lingxiao maintained his amiable smile. However, this only served to further agitate Diana. Do you not understand what I am saying? I am saying I will offer nothing. If you wish to kill me, then kill me. Stop pestering me. Upon hearing her declaration, Qu Lingxiao grasped her meaning that it appeared he had misinterpreted her intentions. Logically, he should end her suffering immediately, for that is the greatest mercy a healer can provide. Before the global class transition commenced, he often heard people envy the euthanasia programs in foreign lands, where patients had exhausted all their family's resources yet remained unhealed. Why prolong their suffering? Nonetheless, before ending her life, Qu Lingxiao wished to gently persuade her, for in this fragile time, with humanity in decline and she being such a young woman, it would be a tragedy for her to perish without contributing to the continuation of the human race. Dear nun, you should truly consider this. After all, men like me, who are kind, gentle, and willing to tolerate your fiery temper, are exceedingly rare. How about I give you half a vial of the antidote first? If it doesn't work, then I will. Upon hearing Qu Lingxiao's words, Diana completely broke down, crying out in desperation, "Oh heavens! Oh gods! What have I done to deserve encountering such a scoundrel? You might as well strike me down with a bolt of lightning." Listening to her lamentations, Qu Lingxiao finally confirmed that she had no desire to continue living. As a doctor, he felt compelled to alleviate her suffering. Embracing this noble thought, he picked up the short sword that had fallen to the ground and aimed for her heart. Just then, a figure sprang forth from the nearby underbrush. "Brother Qu, if you want to have a child, I can help with that. I am a monster, not a wraith." Taken aback by the sudden appearance of the pale figure, Qu Lingxiao froze in place. The figure was none other than the Snow Woman, who had long shown interest in him. Qu Lingxiao held a considerable fondness for her. After all, while he was imprisoned by Su Dali, she was the only one who risked everything to see him. Despite the lack of real danger, in terms of appearance, the Snow Woman was enchanting, possessing a beauty that could rival both Lu Mimi and Diana. Her skin was as white as snow, and her hair shimmered with a lovely silver hue, complemented by a pair of lively red eyes that could evoke a sense of tenderness in anyone who gazed upon her. Especially with her gentle demeanor, it was no wonder that men felt compelled to cherish her. However, she was indeed a Snow Woman, a race imbued with an icy essence. The mere act of drawing near to her sent chills through Qu Lingxiao's body, but he even pondered whether a kiss upon her delicate cherry lips might leave him forever frozen in place. While some might find such an image beautiful, Qu Lingxiao considered it entirely reasonable. He had no desire to be eternally bound to her, unless she could dispel the cold that enveloped him. She would never grace his list of potential partners. After all, Qu Lingxiao was a doctor, not someone seeking to admit himself to a hospital. In the face of the Snow Woman, Qu Lingxiao could only feign indifference. Eventually, after an agreement to meet again, he managed to send her away. Meanwhile, Diana lay on the ground, her eyes wide open, leaving Qu Lingxiao to wonder if she had truly passed on. Just as he prepared to gently close her eyes, she finally spoke. "Why you? You mean to say that a man like you actually has women pursuing him?" "Am I dreaming?" Diana repeated the word "you" thrice, her face a portrait of disbelief. "That's because you are the one who is truly unpopular," Qu Lingxiao replied, shaking his head in disappointment as he prepared to walk away. "Wait, am I really that unlikable?" The tone of Diana's voice was now filled with self-doubt that Qu Lingxiao unceremoniously said, "Think about it. The men who tried to approach you were all screaming and running away. And why wouldn't you save yourself? It's clear you understand you're unpopular." After Qu Lingxiao's blunt remarks, Diana was plunged into a sea of self-doubt. Ever since the universal class change, she had been an exemplary student at school. Even after arriving in the Dragon Kingdom, she had consistently excelled. Yet one thing had never changed. The men around her either avoided her or were frightened away by her presence. Nicknames like Manly Woman and Female Demon King had followed her relentlessly. Gradually, she began to feel that those around her believed they were unworthy of her. However, after Qu Lingxiao's revelations, she suddenly grasped the truth. It was indeed her unpopularity. You actually wish to accept someone as flawed as me? I am truly grateful." As she spoke, Diana began to cry. Although she could be terrifying when angry, in this moment, with tears streaming down her face. She resembled a delicate flower, pure and enchanting. Qu Lingxiao quickly offered comfort. "As long as you stay by my side from now on, I will help you correct these flaws. You must believe in me and also in yourself." Listening to a doctor is always the right choice. After hearing Qu Lingxiao's earnest encouragement, Diana nodded solemnly. Thus, on this day, Qu Lingxiao successfully saved a patient, and not just any patient, but a human, not a wraith. This filled him with immense pride. After administering the antidote to Diana, he seriously stated, "Now it's your turn to repay me." Chapter 26. Diana's gratitude in response to Qu Lingxiao's request for repayment. Diana nodded earnestly. She realized that he was indeed an exceptional man. The fault lay with her. With this thought emerging, another naturally followed. Despite my shortcomings, he still wishes to accept me, that I must repay him well and dedicate everything to him. Embracing this sentiment, Diana knelt before Qu Lingxiao, placing one of his hands upon her forehead. This was a gesture of submission from a lower-ranked member of the Dawn Guardians to a superior. However, given Diana's extraordinary talent and unique role as a battle mage, no one had ever been deemed worthy of placing their hand upon her head until now. Qu Lingxiao was the first to achieve this. From the charming smile on his face, it was evident that he was not surprised by this outcome. The reason for this turn of events lay in the special buff Qu Lingxiao had received upon marrying Lu Mimi. Effect name: Blood Demon S Beloved. Unique effect: when an enemy is on the brink of death, the host's charm level increases 300-fold, with a certain probability of causing the enemy to submit immediately. When Qu Lingxiao first acquired this skill, he was utterly bewildered that in a world where strength determined authority, what good was such a skill? If one possessed sufficient combat power, even a person with the lowest charm could command a legion of followers. Much like Zhuang Liren. Conversely, even someone as beautiful as Lu Mimi, the blood demon, was forced to bow beneath the might of others due to her weakness. To Qu Lingxiao, this skill seemed utterly useless. Yet now, he realized its true potential. It was a weapon to conquer both body and heart. With this skill, as he vanquished his foes while weaving words of persuasion, loyal followers would come easily. Given time, Qu Lingxiao could establish the most formidable organization that in his mind. Lu Mimi suddenly gained newfound importance. He had heard rumors that if one partner died, the special buff granted to the other could vanish as well. This was something Qu Lingxiao could not allow to happen. However, as he pondered this, he also recognized the improbability of such an event. Lu Mimi was a high-rarity vampire. Even with catastrophic injuries, she had not perished. With his protection, anyone who dared to threaten her would have to think twice. More pressing was the question of how to address the situation with Diana, who was currently kneeling before him. Her hands clasping his as she rubbed her face against them. The soft, delicate sensation ignited a tempest of masculine instincts within Qu Lingxiao, but it was evident that Diana viewed herself as Qu Lingxiao's woman, which posed a significant dilemma. After all, he was already married. It was one thing to have an ambiguous relationship with Murong Xiaoye, as she demanded no formal recognition. But Diana had explicitly stated that she was a nun, and traditional values weighed heavily upon her. In this context, could she truly accept being a third party? As for Lu Mimi, Qu Lingxiao felt no concern. She had shown no discontent after witnessing his interactions with Murong Xiaoye, seemingly content to let him have his way. What worried Qu Lingxiao more was the possibility that while Diana was currently swayed by his charm, should she learn that she was to be a third party, the emotional shock could lead her to recoil, undoing all his efforts. Yet, Qu Lingxiao could not abandon Lu Mimi. Setting aside the fact that she had always been obedient to him, her beauty made her hard to relinquish. Additionally, they had yet to consummate their marriage. After finally marrying a wife, to separate without having touched her would surely infuriate Qu Lingxiao's parents in the afterlife. Moreover, among all his partners, Qu Lingxiao was easily acquired. Diana was won through persuasion, and only Lu Mimi had been obtained at great cost. The value of such sacrifices was not to be underestimated. Furthermore, the buffs Lu Mimi provided as a partner were an invaluable asset Qu Lingxiao could not forsake. Thus, despite his internal turmoil, he risked provoking Diana's immediate backlash and said, Diana, I must inform you that I am already married. Upon hearing Qu Lingxiao's declaration, Diana visibly froze for a moment, in the eyes of Qu Lingxiao. This was a foreboding sign that the other party was on the verge of turning hostile. Even his body instinctively recoiled a little. However, the subsequent words from the other person dispelled all of Qu Lingxiao's anxieties in an instant. It's all right. You are my master, and I am willing to do whatever you ask of me, they said, while planting a kiss on Qu Lingxiao's hand. Anyone witnessing Diana's fervent expression at that moment would have believed she was addressing a deity, rather than a necromancer. With the last remnants of concern vanished, Qu Lingxiao boldly lifted her chin, captivated by her doll-like beauty. For the first time, he realized the profound satisfaction of being a physician. Yet, he was also reminded that there were many more unfortunate maidens like Diana among the Dawn Guards who needed his salvation, that a powerful sense of social responsibility surged within him. Indeed, these were tumultuous times. Yet, in such chaos as a man, especially as a healer, it was imperative to shoulder greater burdens. At this moment, Diana, kneeling before him, evidently yearned for more healing. Her fragile form leaned against Qu Lingxiao, rubbing against him with her most voluptuous parts, leaving him momentarily breathless. However, reason dictated that this was not the appropriate place for such indulgences. That he extended his arms and lifted the limp Diana, feeling her warm breath and gazing into her dazed eyes. He carried her into his bedroom. Yet an awkward scene awaited him there. Lying on the bed was none other than Lu Mimi, who had yet to consummate her marriage with Qu Lingxiao. Upon seeing Diana sprawled in his embrace, her face instantly flushed with indignation. However, this expression flickered away as she turned to respectfully tidy the disheveled bed. My dear, I shall take my leave now, although Lu Mimi's demeanor was impeccable. A hint of disappointment lingered in her words. Just as she prepared to depart, she found herself suddenly unable to move. Strong arms held her tightly, while soft lips, like gentle raindrops, descended upon her neck, sending shivers down her spine. Chapter 27. The consummation. At this moment, Lu Mimi lay comfortably on Qu Lingxiao's solid chest, her breathing serene and untroubled. She had longed for this day, for what felt like an eternity. Perhaps to others, her proximity to Qu Lingxiao appeared to be a mere ploy to exploit him for some ulterior motive. Yet, only Lu Mimi knew the truth. She genuinely cherished him, from a long time ago. She had developed feelings for Qu Lingxiao, enamored by his warm smile, his handsome visage, and the bashful expression he wore upon seeing her. Back when the world had yet to embark on its transformation, they were just ordinary children in that tender age of budding romance. Lu Mimi had harbored a dream. How wonderful it would be if she could marry him. Thus, her later act of shattering her own bones was born from that very desire. Originally, the plan was for Lu Mimi to marry Zhuang Liren and execute an assassination scheme. However, Lu Mimi resolutely refused to comply. With thoughts of surrendering to death, she pondered, if I am to perish anyway, why not see him just one last time? This train of thought led her to the drastic measure of fracturing her entire skeleton, knowing that he was the only doctor in the district. As long as she was injured, she would certainly be able to see him. In the end, Lu Mimi's wishes were fulfilled, and even the assassination plot against Zhuang Liren transformed into a strategy to utilize Qu Lingxiao against him. In a certain sense, Lu Mimi had drawn Qu Lingxiao into this power struggle. Yet, she harbored no regrets. Even in death, she wished to share her fate with him. She had prepared herself for this sacrifice for quite some time. However, her first encounter was unexpectedly preempted by the audacious Qu Lingxiao. Lu Mimi felt resentment, yet was powerless to act, for Qu Lingxiao was her superior, holding the contract that bound Lu Mimi and her mother. With a mere whim, Qu Lingxiao could snuff out their lives. Thus, Lu Mimi had to endure. She had thought this union was destined, only to discover that Qu Lingxiao was cradling a woman seemingly made of water. Witnessing Diana's limp form in Qu Lingxiao's embrace, gasping for breath, Lu Mimi initially feared she would be overshadowed once more. She tidied the bed, preparing to feign indifference and leave, reasoning that as a married couple, they would have ample opportunities to be together. However, to her utter surprise, Qu Lingxiao seized her from behind. The undeniable strength of his grip and the distinctive aura of masculinity made Lu Mimi, a vampire, feel as though she had been reborn. Even her eternally pale cheeks flushed with a radiant HU. Did I end this moment? Qu Lingxiao claimed Lu Mimi, skilled and assured, as if he were no novice. Lu Mimi found her ultimate belonging, aspiring to be a good wife, fulfilling her duties to nurture and support her husband. Though children were not yet in the picture, she could certainly attend to him. As a devoted wife, she felt compelled to care for another woman who loved her husband. Thus, upon seeing Diana sprawled on the floor, Lu Mimi's first instinct was to fetch a blanket and cover her. At that moment, Diana softly expressed her gratitude. Between the two women, an unspoken bond akin to camaraderie seemed to emerge. Gazing into each other's eyes, they both understood they shared a common goal. Realizing this, they knew they must support one another. However, this delicate connection was abruptly interrupted by Qu Lingxiao's awakening. Lu Mimi, he called out, reaching out to caress his wife, only to grasp at empty air. Upon hearing Qu Lingxiao's voice, Lu Mimi immediately nestled into his embrace, her slender waist swaying in submission. Meanwhile, Diana placed Qu Lingxiao's foot in her lap, her expression filled with concern. "Master, it's quite chilly. You might catch a cold. Allow me to warm you." Yet anyone witnessing this scene would have deemed it Diana who needed warmth. With beautiful women surrounding him, Qu Lingxiao felt his tensions ease somewhat. Yet, it was as if a sudden thought struck him, and he bolted upright, directing a question at the pious Diana on the floor. When Qu Lingxiao recalled this detail, he inquired without hesitation, "Are you joking?" No matter how you look at it, Diana doesn't seem like a mere pawn among the Dawn Guards. Such an individual represents the Dawn Guards in negotiations with the district leader. How could she not relay messages? Hearing this, Diana paused. "What time is it now?" Qu Lingxiao glanced around, seeking the answer on the old clock mounted on the wall, only to discover it was already 11:55. Observing Qu Lingxiao's anxious expression, Diana reassured him, "It's all right. We still have 5 minutes. Did it won't take long to use the communication crystal." She reached for her waist, but found it empty. No magical pouch in sight. "Oh no, the magic pouch." Following Diana's exclamation, Qu Lingxiao hurriedly searched as well, only to find nothing to— "Oh no, in the excitement yesterday, I must have misplaced it." They hastily donned their clothes, preparing to search for the lost item. Just then, a voice called from outside, "Dr. Qu, are you looking for this?" Accompanied by a charming voice, a figure draped in black robes entered the room. That it was none other than the enchanting Murong Xiaoye. Her trademark dark cloak adorning her in a more daring fashion, revealing parts usually concealed. Especially striking was her face, unmasked and radiant, smiling sweetly at Qu Lingxiao. However, when he glanced at her outstretched hand, he saw a magical pouch, unmistakably the one he had previously taken from Diana. It was clear that it held the communication crystal. Given that she belonged to the Soul Hall, Qu Lingxiao reasoned that even with their amicable relationship, she would not readily part with such an item, as it was a tool for communicating with her adversaries that if it were up to him, he would have ensured a profitable exchange. Thus, he abandoned any notion of fostering goodwill and addressed her matter-of-factly. "Murong, name your price. I will ensure you are satisfied." Yet, she responded as if she had heard the most amusing jest, giggling uncontrollably. "You want me to name a price? What a heartless man!" As she spoke, she playfully draped her leg across Qu Lingxiao's abdomen, teasingly rubbing against him, the magical pouch in her hand swaying enticingly before him. The provocative expression on her face made Qu Lingxiao feel certain that the price demanded by the other party would undoubtedly be substantial. Chapter 28. Dual Agent. "You wish to use this to contact your lover's organization and then cast aside me, your little paramour, do you?" As she spoke, Murong Xia leaned in and planted a kiss on Qu Lingxiao's cheek, causing him to involuntarily display a look of tension. Despite having delved deeply into the nature of the enchanting woman before him, she still retained a considerable air of mystery in his mind. At the very least, she was certainly not a superficial woman. That Qu Lingxiao was acutely aware that relying solely on their established rapport would never compel her to act wholeheartedly on his behalf. Thus, he had abandoned any thoughts of cultivating a closer relationship from the outset, so, What exactly do you desire? We can negotiate. There are still 4 minutes left. After that, this item will lose its value. Qu Lingxiao stated coldly. However, upon seeing his demeanor, the other party responded with a charming smile, while one hand began to wander restlessly over Qu Lingxiao's body. Dr. Chu, you truly are cautious. Yet you know me. I have always advocated for mutual benefit, and this time shall be no exception. How about serving as a spy for our soul hall? A spy? Qu Lingxiao contemplated the request, but he never anticipated that she would ask him to become a spy. For a necromancer like him, infiltrating the Dawn Guardians as a spy would indeed pose a considerable challenge. Noticing the skepticism etched on Qu Lingxiao's face, she hurriedly clarified, "Not you, but rather this young lady beside you. Judging by her appearance, she hasn't even reached adulthood yet, has she?" Murong Xiaoya said with an air of mystery. However, Diana was not swayed by the flattery. "I am already 19 years old. I have long since come of age. Furthermore, how dare your soul hall set its sights on the Dawn Guardians?" Upon hearing Diana's words, even Qu Lingxiao was taken aback. He had initially believed that his abilities had secured her unwavering loyalty. Yet her recent remarks indicated a lingering allegiance to the Dawn Guardians. This realization nearly compelled Qu Lingxiao to reject her proposal outright. Murong Xiaoya, evidently aware of this, casually tossed a magical pouch to Diana. "You understand my intentions. I do not wish harm upon the Dawn Guardians. Rather, I seek to establish a mutually beneficial relationship between us and your master. After all, the affairs of those high-ranking individuals are not worth the lives of us mere pawns. Wouldn't you agree?" Upon learning that the arrangement would be advantageous for Qu Lingxiao, Diana's expression immediately softened. However, she maintained an appropriate level of caution. "Please elaborate on the specifics of your proposed collaboration. If it truly benefits my master, I will agree. Truly a straightforward, sword-wielding nun." Murong Xiaoya exclaimed joyfully upon hearing Diana's words, her expression suggesting that an agreement had already been reached. "That in truth, I have no ulterior motives. As you know, the individuals from the Soul Hall have always been at odds with the Dawn Guardians. However, this discord does not concern those of us on the ground. It is essential for us to cooperate to mitigate significant conflicts. Military supplies will be distributed as usual, conflicts will be avoided, and the benefits will be shared. Dio, you understand." Her implication was that regardless of orders from above, neither the Dawn Guardians nor the Soul Hall subordinates should engage in actual combat. Yet the supplies allocated from above should still be collected, to be divided between both sides. Qu Lingxiao and Lu Mimi found this proposal quite agreeable. However, Diana's expression turned skeptical. "Are you suggesting we deceive the organization?" "This is unethical." Murong Xiaoya frowned at this remark. Yet when Diana glanced toward Qu Lingxiao, she immediately realized she had misspoken. "That if my master consents, then I have no objections." After saying this, Diana did not forget to rub Qu Lingxiao's hand against her cheek, behaving like a docile little cat. Thus, the agreement was established, bringing a sigh of relief from Qu Lingxiao. According to this plan, neither the Soul Hall nor the Dawn Guardians would be able to inflict any losses upon him. Moreover, through Diana's connections, he could even reap considerable benefits. With these advantages, Qu Lingxiao would be able to rapidly enhance his strength in a short period. At that point, he would no longer need to worry about anyone daring to disrupt his idyllic life. With this thought in mind, Qu Lingxiao could not help but embrace Lu Mimi and Diana. And at that moment, Murong Xiaoya unexpectedly lunged forward as well. The three of them held each other tightly, creating a scene of remarkable harmony. Subsequently, Diana began attempting to contact the higher-ups of the Dawn Guardians. After reporting that the negotiations had gone smoothly, this matter should have concluded temporarily. However, Murong Xiaoya showed no signs of preparing to leave. Instead, wearing a beaming smile as she gazed at Qu Lingxiao, "What's the matter? Do I have flowers on my face?" Qu Lingxiao asked irritably that he always felt that Murong Xiaoya was a dangerous individual, one who could sell him out at any moment. Upon hearing Qu Lingxiao's remark, Murong Xiaoya pouted. "What's wrong? Have you forgotten me now that you have a new love? Let me tell you, there's no way you can shake me off. Furthermore, I want to know what buff you have acquired." It was only at this point that her true motives were revealed. However, Qu Lingxiao was utterly perplexed. "What buff? I told you about my marriage with Mimi, didn't I? Wait, are you suggesting that partner skills can be obtained twice?" Qu Lingxiao suddenly realized something, tapping his forehead lightly. When he checked his attribute list, he was astonished to find an additional buff. Yet, this buff was rather peculiar. Skill name: Tamer of Battle Mages. Unique effect: physical attacks during combat have a certain chance of producing magical attack effects, with results varying. Note: related to the host's luck value. Gazing at the skill he had acquired, Qu Lingxiao was utterly bewildered. Moreover, it was related to luck value. After the universal job change, even skills like mental power and strength were hidden, not to mention the enigmatic luck value. Additionally, Tamer of Battle Mages did not seem to resemble a partner buff at all. That it appeared more like a buff acquired after meeting special conditions. With this in mind, Qu Lingxiao turned to Murong Xiaoye, hoping she could provide him with an answer. Chapter 29. Skills. That's so. Why on earth have I obtained 2 partner skills? Qu Lingxiao inquired of Murong Xiaoye, who was seated beside him. Based on his past impressions of her, it was indeed plausible that she might know the answer to in fact, Murong Xiaoye was aware of it. After settling on a Qu Lingxiao's lap, she explained with an air of flirtation. My dear, who told you this is a partner skill? It is merely a special skill acquired upon meeting specific conditions. A special skill? Upon hearing Murong Xiaoye's explanation, Qu Lingxiao felt even more confused, as he had never heard of such a concept as a special skill. Fortunately, Murong Xiaoye continued her explanation without making him wait long. It's normal that you don't know, as this situation typically arises only among rare professions or races. When someone establishes a special relationship with them, they receive this special skill that is somewhat akin to a snowball effect. The more special skills one acquires, the more likely they are to gain additional special skills that you understand what I mean. Murong Xiaoye believed she had explained quite thoroughly. However, Qu Lingxiao still could not fully grasp her intended meaning. Observing Qu Lingxiao's puzzled expression, she covered her mouth and smiled before continuing. Although I am unaware of what special skill you obtained from Sister Lu, I suspect that it may very well be the reason for Diana's unwavering obedience to you. As Murong Xiaoye spoke, she carefully scrutinized Qu Lingxiao's expression, seemingly searching for something on his face. Yet her efforts resulted in disappointment, as Qu Lingxiao's expression remained largely unchanged throughout, even after hearing Murong Xiaoye's words. He pushed her away and issued an invitation for her to leave. In any case, thank you for your help, Murong, but my wife and I have matters to discuss, so I want to keep you for dinner. Qu Lingxiao's tone was polite, though to Murong Xiaoye's ears, it felt more painful than a bitter pill to swallow. What is this? Once you've used me, you wish to cast me aside. You truly have no conscience. As Murong Xiaoye grumbled, she attempted to wrap her arms around Qu Lingxiao's neck, only to be dexterously evaded. Watching Qu Lingxiao engage in earnest conversation with Lu Mimi, Murong Xiaoye felt as though she were the only outsider in the room. Her fists clenched tightly in frustration. Ultimately, she merely flashed Qu Lingxiao a bewitching smile before departing the room, not forgetting to swipe an apple from his table before leaving. All of this was witnessed by Lu Mimi. She uneasily addressed Qu Lingxiao after Murong Xiaoye had departed. Lingxiao, do you think it's wise to treat Murong Xiaoye in such a manner? Her standing in the Soul Palace is not insignificant. Lu Mimi's concerns were not without merit. Even though Qu Lingxiao had shown some growth, he remained a mere speck when compared to the colossal entities like the Soul Palace or the Dawn Guardians. Offending either could very well lead to his utter destruction. However, in response to Lu Mimi's caution, Qu Lingxiao remained remarkably composed that it's nothing to worry about. After all, she currently seeks to collaborate with us. Moreover, given the bond we share, she wouldn't wish me harm. He spoke. A characteristic benevolent smile graced Qu Lingxiao's face. Just as Lu Mimi became enamored with his charm, Qu Lingxiao seized her hand. Come, let us take a joyride. A joyride? But we have no vehicle. Lu Mimi questioned skeptically. It was understandable for her to doubt Qu Lingxiao's words, as automobiles have become a rarity in this era. The 6th District hadn't seen such a contraption in decades. Qu Lingxiao, however, chose not to respond to her query. Once they reached the outside, Lu Mimi soon understood what Qu Lingxiao meant, that he merely whistled. And instantly, countless venomous insects converged. These were not just any insects. They were the most formidable of his tamed creatures. With a resonating buzz, they coalesced into the shape of a motorcycle, and Lu Mimi found herself lifted onto the rear seat by Qu Lingxiao. With a symbolic push of his foot, the motorcycle soared into the air. This was Lu Mimi's first experience of flight, and as she gazed down at the vastly diminished 6th District, she realized just how small her home truly was. Simultaneously, She relished the sensation of being pressed against Qu Lingxiao's back. In that moment, she felt as though Qu Lingxiao belonged solely to her, a presence that no one could usurp. However, the delightful escapade was destined to end soon. As the sun was about to rise, a unique breed among vampires. Lu Mimi would not perish in sunlight, but she would inevitably experience discomfort. Yet, she was still reluctant for their joyride to conclude. Big Brother Qu, how did you come up with the idea of using the most formidable creatures as a means of flight? That is simply remarkable. Qu Lingxiao felt a tinge of embarrassment at the question. For the inspiration had struck him during his battle with Diana. In fact, the first to employ such a method was none other than the little undead he had created, shadowy. However, he could not divulge this and instead explained that it was inspired by a comic he had once read. The mention of comics immediately piqued Lu Mimi's interest, prompting her to insist on wanting to see them. Faced with her enthusiasm, Qu Lingxiao reluctantly promised to procure a few from Xiaoye on their next encounter. After the universal job transition, comics had become exorbitantly priced. The thought of his earlier treatment of Xiaoye made Qu Lingxiao believe she would certainly exact a hefty price from him. Thus, he abandoned the idea of contacting her via communication crystals, deciding to wait until their next meeting, but he felt that by then, she would likely have calmed down. Qu Lingxiao did not believe he had acted wrongly towards Xiaoye, as she was undeniably shrewd and astute. The saying that a woman's lack of talent is her virtue had never resonated with him until he met Xiaoye. He now felt that those who uttered such words possessed profound wisdom. It was worth noting that he still owed Xiaoye a significant sum of magical crystals, which made him somewhat anxious in her presence, fearing he might fall into her trap once more. Chapter 30. The Snow Woman has gone mad yet. Qu Lingxiao was taken aback to discover that the source of his troubles was not Xiaoye, but rather someone he deemed least likely to cause issues. Oh no, Chief, the Snow Woman has lost her mind. Upon hearing this report from a lowly subordinate, Qu Lingxiao could hardly believe his ears. Was he hearing correctly? The Snow Woman, that honest, reticent figure, had gone mad? It was only after the subordinate repeated the message that Qu Lingxiao accepted the troubling reality. Following the directions given, he arrived at the street where the Snow Woman stood disheveled, her once flawless alabaster complexion marred by an expression of rage on one side and tears on the other. For the first time, Qu Lingxiao witnessed a countenance that embodied both pitiable sorrow and terrifying fury. It became evident that the Snow Woman was indeed in distress. Snow Woman, please stop. Qu Lingxiao still hoped to awaken her senses. However, events did not unfold as he had anticipated upon hearing his call. The Snow Woman slowly turned her head towards him, yet her movements displayed no hesitation. She picked up debris from the ground and hurled it in Qu Lingxiao's direction. The fragment belonged to the remnants of her own home, which she had reduced to rubble. The surrounding houses had also suffered damage, causing the residents to huddle in fear, instinctively seeking refuge behind Qu Lingxiao. Clearly viewing him as their protector, that Qu Lingxiao could not allow chaos to reign in his domain, not even if it was instigated by the Snow Woman, who had harbored affections for him. Without flinching, he summoned a figure from the ether, and it was none other than Su Dali, the undead he had previously resurrected. Following the resolution of the incident involving Diana, Qu Lingxiao had further honed his skills, and the ability to summon undead spirits had emerged as particularly advantageous, especially in crisis situations like this one. As the debris hurtled toward him, Su Dali was instantaneously summoned. Undeterred by the flying rubble, Su Dali adopted a stance of readiness, arms outstretched, prepared to face it head-on. His formidable strength allowed him to withstand the impact, albeit with a slight backward stagger. However, he was not unscathed. Inexplicably, the rubble ignited into flames upon contact with Su Dali, singeing half of his body. Yet, as a zombie under Qu Lingxiao's control, Su Dali felt no pain, merely rolling on the ground to extinguish the flames. Observing Su Dali rise with a silly grin, Qu Lingxiao couldn't help but appreciate the utility of having a shield. However, this thought was fleeting as he turned his attention back to the Snow Woman and furrowed his brow. He found it peculiar that her abilities were traditionally associated with ice. Yet at this moment, she was exuding both frigid air and searing heat, an embodiment of contrasting elements that Qu Lingxiao began to wonder if the Snow Woman might belong to a unique race, suddenly revealing these qualities due to certain circumstances. Fortunately, the ghostly girl beside him interjected, "Big Brother Qu, please don't harm Sister Snow. She's in this state because of that wretched talisman, that if we remove it, she will return to normal. A talisman? What is that? Qu Lingxiao inquired, prompting the ghostly girl to explain. Essentially, the Snow Woman was a craftsman who had created the talisman to negate her icy attributes, hoping to be closer to Qu Lingxiao. However, due to the scarcity of certain materials, she had opted for cheaper substitutes, resulting in the current predicament. Upon hearing this, Qu Lingxiao felt overwhelmed, acknowledging his own charm and youthfulness. Yet he certainly did not relish the idea of being frozen solid, nor did he wish to be roasted alive. The Snow Woman could be as frigid as frost, yet her warmth threatened to scorch him. These thoughts remained unspoken, for with so many onlookers, it would be unbecoming for a district leader to voice such sentiments. All he needed to do was remove the insect-like talisman from her chest. Believing that since the Snow Woman had affections for him, she would willingly allow him to touch her. Thus, he lunged towards the talisman. However, to his surprise, the Snow Woman adeptly dodged his grasp and retaliated with a kick to his chin. This marked the first time Qu Lingxiao had suffered a direct attack, leaving him dizzy and incensed. Since you are so ungrateful, do not blame me. With this thought in mind, Qu Lingxiao, anxious about the potential harm to the other, urgently called upon the most formidable victory. Upon sensing Qu Lingxiao's summons, the most formidable victory swiftly gathered from all directions, that in no time, it enveloped Qu Lingxiao entirely. This was the optimal combat method that Qu Lingxiao had devised through extensive research. Given that the power of the most formidable victory was sufficient to lift him into the sky, it could naturally transform into armor to carry him aloft. An armor capable of flight was a dream that Qu Lingxiao had cherished since childhood. At this moment, realizing his dream filled him with a sense of pride. Suspended in the air, Qu Lingxiao gazed down at the Snow Woman, now a mere speck, and a sinister smile crept across his lips. He raised his hand, and instantly, a substantial number of the most formidable victory coalesced into a colossal arm, which lunged towards the Snow Woman. That Qu Lingxiao was confident that he could capture the frenzied Snow Woman with this arm formed from the most formidable victory. However, to his astonishment, the arm not only failed to seize the Snow Woman, but the connection between the most formidable victory and Qu Lingxiao was severed. Dead. How could that be possible? Chapter 31. Qu Lingxiao's business acumen. Qu Lingxiao desperately sought to perceive the part of the most formidable victory that formed his arm, only to receive a singular piece of information. Part of it had been scorched to death, while another part had been frozen. It was only at this moment that Qu Lingxiao realized that despite the outer shell's hardness and venom, the essence remained that of insects. Being insects, they were unlikely to withstand the onslaught of ice and fire. With a pained expression, Qu Lingxiao looked down and discovered that some of the most formidable victory had been frozen into ice sculptures, while others had been roasted to perfection. It resembled the bizarre performance art crafted by certain deviants before the universal job transition. Yet, Qu Lingxiao could discern no beauty in this occurrence, for these were his beloved insects. Since taming the most formidable victory, Qu Lingxiao had come to the realization of how fond he was of insects. Furthermore, the most formidable victory had now become his vehicle, armor, and weapon. These three elements held significant importance for any man. For Qu Lingxiao, anyone who dared to destroy these three possessions, even if it were a woman who adored him, would be unforgivable. However, Qu Lingxiao had to acknowledge one undeniable truth. He was utterly powerless against the situation at hand. The most formidable victory could not withstand the incursions of fire and ice, and beside him, Su Dali was a grotesque and uncouth male zombie. The mere thought of letting his filthy hands touch the ethereal Snow Woman made Qu Lingxiao feel nauseous. In the air, Qu Lingxiao was in a state of frantic despair, while below, the ghostly maiden continued to implore him, "Brother Qu, please hurry. The Snow Woman is burning her life force." Qu Lingxiao harbored no doubts about her words. For as a necromancer, he understood that spirits possess the ability to sense life force. Since the ghostly maiden claimed that the Snow Woman's vitality was waning, it was indeed the case. There was no need for her to deceive him at this juncture. Now, the only way to successfully rescue the Snow Woman lay in one method: gritting his teeth. Qu Lingxiao summoned Xiaobai, that in truth, if possible, Qu Lingxiao would prefer not to involve Xiaobai in this matter. Although Xiaobai lacked a soul, she was the first undead he had personally resurrected. Obedient to Qu Lingxiao's every command, she also possessed an appearance that was remarkably adorable. From a certain perspective, Qu Lingxiao had come to regard her almost as a daughter. If circumstances allowed, he would not wish to send her into danger. Xiaobai, go and retrieve the talisman from the Snow Woman's chest. Inflicting a little injury is acceptable. Rest assured, even if you perish, I will ensure your resurrection. For reasons unknown, as Qu Lingxiao conveyed this command to Xiaobai, he inexplicably added that last line that it should have been meaningless to say such a thing to a being without a soul. Yet Qu Lingxiao felt it was better to include that phrase. Even he himself could not discern the reason. Upon receiving the order, Xiaobai did not hesitate to launch herself at the Snow Woman. Despite being unable to match the Snow Woman's dual onslaught, Xiaobai's agility was remarkably nimble to 80 times. Qu Lingxiao even felt as though she had anticipated the Snow Woman's movements. Even without a soul, Xiaobai's actions were imbued with grace. That as she evaded the Snow Woman's fierce attacks, she managed to inch closer to the Snow Woman's form. If Murong Xiao were present, she would undoubtedly be astonished by Xiaobai's performance. For only a master of combat could possess such exquisite agility. It was only a true master of battle who could so precisely time each movement. Yet, all of this unfolded within a soulless body. This miracle manifested amidst the ongoing struggle at last. Seizing an opportunity, Xiaobai swiftly plucked the talisman from the Snow Woman's body. The moment the talisman was removed, the Snow Woman's gaze visibly dimmed, her entire being resembling a marionette with severed strings as she began to topple backward. Fortunately, Qu Lingxiao intervened just in time to prevent her from crashing to the ground. Nevertheless, the Snow Woman was already on the brink of unconsciousness. Even in such a weakened state, upon recognizing that Qu Lingxiao was the one cradling her, she extended her hand to caress his face. "Brother Qu, I didn't mean to. I just wanted to enough." "No need to say more," Qu Lingxiao interjected, placing a finger to her lips to silence her. Complying, she ceased her speech, allowing Qu Lingxiao to employ the necromantic restoration spell upon her. At that moment, Qu Lingxiao felt uncertain about whether he could heal the Snow Woman. According to conventional wisdom, the Snow Woman should not be classified as an undead. Rather, she was more akin to a spirit or monster. After all, in the mythos of the islands, the Snow Woman was regarded as a creature born purely from ice and snow. Only a small fraction of legends depicted her as the spirit of a woman longing for her husband. Qu Lingxiao's necromantic restoration spell was designed to heal undead beings. Whether it would prove effective was a matter of uncertainty, even for him. Fortunately, as the unique purple aura of the restoration spell enveloped his hands, the Snow Woman's complexion visibly improved that in a short span. She was able to rise to her feet. Standing upright, the Snow Woman enveloped Qu Lingxiao in a heartfelt embrace. "Brother Qu, thank you. You saved my life." This should have been a moment for a maiden to pledge herself in gratitude. However, when she placed a kiss upon Qu Lingxiao's cheek, it instantly encased half of his face in ice. I'm sorry, I got carried away," the Snow Woman attempted to explain, but Qu Lingxiao fled as if escaping for his life. What a jest! There are countless flowers in the world. Why fixate on a single snowflake? Qu Lingxiao wished to survive for a few more years. Yet, the Snow Woman was not inclined to let him off so easily. "Brother Qu, do not worry. I will soon develop the perfect talisman. And then I will repay your kindness." At that moment, Qu Lingxiao thought to himself, "As long as you cease your troublesome antics, that alone would suffice as my reward." Due to the commotion caused by the Snow Woman, the buildings of District 6 suffered considerable damage, and Qu Lingxiao lost numerous most formidable victories. However, the gains were substantial, as Qu Lingxiao discovered that the Snow Woman was a rare craftsman, specifically a magical craftsman. It is worth noting that there exists a vast chasm between craftsmen. This revelation led Qu Lingxiao to envision a promising future. Perhaps dabbling in the arms trade would prove lucrative. With this thought, Qu Lingxiao concluded that he must summon Murong Xiao, for only she possessed knowledge of the current market trends that Qu Lingxiao intended to engage in profitable enterprises, for he had never been one to involve himself in ventures that incurred losses. Chapter 32, Matters of Business. What? You actually encountered a craftsman, a magical craftsman at that. We are destined for greatness. At that moment, upon meeting the Snow Woman, Murong Xiao exclaimed with palpable excitement at Qu Lingxiao. This elicited a modicum of displeasure, but he coldly reminded her, "Mind you, it is I who stands to gain, not we," And the snow woman was not something I acquired. She was a magical craftsman from the outset. Unbeknownst to others that in response to Qu Lingxiao's icy reminder, Murong Xiaoye initially pouted in anger, then raised her chin with a smug expression, declaring, "Do not rejoice too soon. While it is true that the snow woman is a magical craftsman, the materials she requires are not so easily obtained, especially in this lower-tier district." That Qu Lingxiao understood the implications of her reference to the lower-tier district. The distinction between upper and lower tiers was determined by the abundance of special resources. District 6 and its neighboring areas were small locales that only possessed a minimal quantity of magical crystal mines, categorizing them firmly as lower-tier districts, though Qu Lingxiao had long been aware of this fact. Hearing it articulated by Murong Xiaoye nonetheless left him feeling somewhat disheartened. "Then, am I unable to purchase the materials?" "Purchase? With what will you buy?" "Your own self," Murong Xiaoye replied with a laugh. Soon, her expression shifted to one of seriousness. Dr. Chu, to speak candidly, the resources you possess are utterly insufficient to exchange for those necessary to craft magical items, unless you are willing to undertake perilous commissions, which are seldom available, and even then, one risks their life. Thus, I advise you to trade the snow woman to others. Only within a more formidable faction can she truly fulfill her potential, such as in the Soul Palace. That Murong Xiaoye uttered these words. Her expression was exceptionally grave. However, Qu Lingxiao found it impossible to accept the proposal. After all, the snow woman is a person, a living being, not merely an object to be bartered, especially considering that she has always held deep affection for him. Such an act, therefore, becomes inconceivable. Upon observing Qu Lingxiao's countenance, Murong Xiaoye swiftly deduced his thoughts. "Dr. Chu, I comprehend your current sentiments. The snow woman is indeed human. Yet, reflect upon this. In these times, are there not many who sell their sons and daughters? Take, for instance, the nearby Director Wang, who sold his own daughter for magical crystals to facilitate his advancement. The Director Wang that Murong Xiaoye referred to was once among the wealthiest individuals in the vicinity. Following the universal job transition, he unexpectedly unlocked the chef profession. Not just any chef, but one capable of crafting dishes that bestow various buffs upon the consumer. This should have been a lucrative vocation. However, the profession proved too commonplace that in a bid to distinguish himself among the myriad of chefs, Director Wang, after careful consideration, sold his biological daughter to others in exchange for magical crystals for his upgrade. He is now renowned as a chef in the area, having accumulated considerable wealth, while the fate of the daughter he sold remains a matter of indifference, even to the point of her life or death being unknown. Seeing Qu Lingxiao lost in thought, Murong Xiaoye assumed he was wavering. She continued to persuade him, "Dr. Chu, consider this. In such a world, merely surviving is commendable. Moreover, the snow woman would receive far better protection in the Soul Palace. Would she not?" While Murong Xiaoye and Qu Lingxiao conversed, the snow woman remained silent, her lips pressed together, her hands gripping Qu Lingxiao tightly, even causing the ice shards to pierce his palm. Nevertheless, Qu Lingxiao did not release her, for he understood that the snow woman belonged to him. No one should dare to take her away. Thus, he made a decision that appeared audacious to outsiders. Why not have them deliver the resources here? This way, the snow woman could assist them without leaving, a mutually beneficial arrangement, was it not? Qu Lingxiao spoke with a serious demeanor, as if he anticipated the other party would not easily acquiesce. Dr. Chu, do you believe this is an appropriate location? District 6 is the front line of the Dawn Guard and the Soul Palace's battlefield. Do you think establishing a magical item processing factory here would prevent the Dawn Guard from attempting to seize it? Murong Xiaoye's expression betrayed her urgency as she articulated this. Initially, she had thought Qu Lingxiao would be a reasonable individual done on such matters. She assumed mutual benefit would surely lead to agreement. However, to her astonishment, the usually affable Qu Lingxiao was now resolutely unyielding, that he even uttered a statement that could potentially offend the Soul Palace. Either bring the resources here, or we shall side with the Dawn Guard. Choose one. Upon hearing Qu Lingxiao's declaration, Murong Xiaoye's complexion fluctuated between red and pale. She had believed that their close relationship would prevent him from putting her in such an awkward position. Yet, she did not anticipate Qu Lingxiao's heartlessness. Especially for the sake of a cold, unfeeling woman, that a surge of jealousy, anger, and the innate pride of womanhood compelled Murong Xiaoye to rise and exit the room. However, As she reached the doorway, her steps faltered. How she wished for Qu Lingxiao to stop her. Even if his methods were somewhat crude, at least Xia could interpret it as a sign of his affection. Yet, after waiting in vain for a long moment, she saw no movement from him. Frustrated, she stamped her foot and prepared to leave. Just then, a pair of strong arms embraced her from behind. Murong, the business discussion is concluded. Let us talk about our feelings. Upon hearing that familiar voice, the corners of Xia's mouth involuntarily lifted. Her body transformed into a delicate, pliable form, and soon she found herself leaning against Qu Lingxiao. This moment should have been one of romance and poetry. However, Xia still wished to discuss business matters. That it was highly likely that the Soul Palace would be incensed as a result, and at that point, even Xia would be unable to shield Qu Lingxiao. Yet, just as she was about to speak, Qu Lingxiao pressed his lips against her cherry blossom mouth, murmuring indistinctly, "We must separate work from personal feelings, my dear." Instantly, Xia was overwhelmed, surrendering entirely to Qu Lingxiao's desires. After their intimate encounter, she resolved firmly, "If the Soul Palace poses a threat to Lingxiao, then I shall rebel alongside him." Embracing this thought, Xia nestled against Qu Lingxiao, appearing as a gentle little cat. Chapter 33. Biological Siblings and Truth. Xia was often the one reminding others to distinguish between work and life. Yet at this moment, she found herself ensnared in an intimate relationship, unable to extricate herself. Indeed, she had hopelessly fallen for the man before her. This sentiment had begun to manifest some time ago. Part of the reason was that few within the Soul Palace could rival Qu Lingxiao's handsomeness. Furthermore, compared to the less astute individuals in the Soul Palace, Qu Lingxiao was markedly more rational and therefore more approachable for women. For instance, during previous business dealings, if it rained, Qu Lingxiao would always bring an extra umbrella for her. Such gestures were often overlooked by Xia, for she was no ordinary human. An umbrella was hardly essential. However, ever since that time, she had never forgotten to bring an umbrella, always carrying the one Qu Lingxiao had gifted her. From that point onward, Xia and Qu Lingxiao had scarcely made any profit in their business dealings, while others might perceive her interest in Qu Lingxiao as stemming from his unique profession. Only she knew that her affections ran deeper. Even during the earlier incident with Su Dali, Xia had personally settled the Soul Palace's share. Her request for Qu Lingxiao to provide her with 150,000 spirit stones stemmed from her pride and a desire to find opportunities to draw closer to him. If she could not make him fall in love with her, she would ensure his debt bound him to her. This encapsulated Xia's thoughts that in truth, she had not been drunk that day. All her intoxication had been an act to facilitate her time with Qu Lingxiao. Initially, after witnessing Qu Lingxiao's demeanor toward her today, Xia had thought their paths were destined to diverge, even preparing to give up. Yet, just then, he had embraced her, allowing her to once again experience the joy of womanhood. After experiencing that intimacy, she found herself unable to stop. Even now, the way she gazed at Qu Lingxiao was filled with fervent affection. This love even caused Qu Lingxiao's face to flush in truth. Compared to Xia's girlish musings, Qu Lingxiao's thoughts were far less convoluted. He simply felt a touch of bashfulness and recognized that she was indeed very beautiful. Moreover, he sensed her genuine fondness for his company. Otherwise, she would not have cried out so melodiously and mournfully that day, right? Thus, Qu Lingxiao sought to please her by drawing closer. However, he never expected that she would become so infatuated. Her gaze imbued with a sense of guilt. Was he merely a scoundrel deceiving a young girl's affections? When this thought crossed his mind, Qu Lingxiao felt as though struck by a thunderbolt. Fortunately, he quickly rationalized his actions. Murong, being such a materialistic and power-driven woman, must have some psychological issues. Certainly, my presence is but a remedy for her afflictions. Having concluded this, Qu Lingxiao felt a wave of relief wash over him. Even the way he looked at Xia brimmed with newfound confidence to her. This was a testament to Qu Lingxiao's maturity and responsibility. "Lingxiao, will you marry me? I wouldn't mind being a secondary wife." Xia's voice was as soft as if it could drip water. However, upon hearing her request, Qu Lingxiao could not help but furrow his brow. Marry her? Such a potential calamity that could strike at any moment. At this thought, a look of disdain crossed Qu Lingxiao's face. Xia, This expression conveyed that she was somehow inadequate. Lingxiao, tell me what is wrong with me, and I will change. You must not abandon me. As she spoke, Murongxia's eyes brimmed with tears. Faced with this situation, Qu Lingxiao found himself at an impasse. He could neither agree nor offend her. After all, she represented the Soul Palace. To offend the other party would mean becoming an enemy of the entire Soul Palace. A course of action that Qu Lingxiao would never consider. After all, putting on a facade of ironclad resolve is merely an act that he would not dare to confront an organization whose strength far surpasses his own. Yet, Qu Lingxiao devised a strategy to deal with the situation. To delay. The tactic of procrastination has always proven effective in such circumstances. With this thought in mind, Qu Lingxiao cleared his throat and donned a tender expression, gently caressing Murongxia's chin, as if to convey his unwavering commitment to her. "Xiaoye, you know how difficult my situation is," he professed, while discreetly wiping away non-existent crocodile tears. "Difficult? Are you referring to the 150,000 magic crystals you owe me? Not a problem. You can repay me in flesh." In the wake of the universal job transition, the existing order had crumbled, and the genteel sensibilities of civilized society had long since vanished. Thus, Murongxiaye, a young woman, spoke such assertive words without the slightest hint of embarrassment. This declaration took Qu Lingxiao by surprise, marking it as a potential avenue of consideration in his mind. However, he could not afford to acquiesce to her demands over such trivial matters. If he were to act, he must commit fully. "Xiaoye, do I not trust you? My concern lies elsewhere. A matter of great importance." Upon hearing Qu Lingxiao's words, Murongxiaye's expression shifted to one of skepticism. "Brother Lingxiao, do tell. What is it? Shall I relinquish my entire fortune to you?" As she spoke, she playfully traced a finger across Qu Lingxiao's chest, an action that stirred a surge of blood within him. Despite his self-proclaimed sage demeanor, "I am not referring to that matter. It is something entirely different." In truth, Qu Lingxiao himself was uncertain of what that was. He merely sought a flimsy excuse to mislead her. Yet unexpectedly, Murongxiaye seemed intent on taking him seriously, even willing to stake her fortune on the matter. It was not until he glanced at the sobbing snow maiden nearby that inspiration struck. He turned to Murongxiaye, his face earnest, and said, "Xiaoye, you must understand, the snow maiden and I are actually siblings. Before my parents passed, they entrusted her care to me, and I simply cannot bear to abandon her." Perhaps even Qu Lingxiao was convinced by his own deception, as a few genuine tears escaped his eyes, leaving Murongxiaye momentarily stunned. However, she quickly realized something was amiss. "Wait a moment, I know the Snow Maiden. Her family used to run a video store, right? I recall her surname is Lin, isn't it, Snow Maiden?" As she spoke, Murongxiaye regarded the timid Snow Maiden with suspicion. The latter exchanged glances between Murongxiaye and the pleading Qu Lingxiao, momentarily at a loss for words, resulting in a tense stalemate. Chapter 34. Complicated family relations. "Well, is it true or not? Speak up." Observing the Snow Maiden, who was stuttering and struggling to articulate, Murongxiaye took a seat beside her. Speaking with heartfelt sincerity, "Fear not, despite your brother being an outsider. I assure you that if you are indeed his sister, I will treat you kindly and not mistreat you. Now, tell me honestly, are you truly Qu Lingxiao's sister?" When mentioning Qu Lingxiao, Murongxiaye deliberately emphasized his name. Although she was infatuated with him, in terms of intellect, Murongxiaye held a position of significant stature in District 6, where even Qu Lingxiao might not be her equal. Initially, under the influence of her emotions, she had taken Qu Lingxiao's words at face value. However, upon hearing him claim that the Snow Maiden was his sister, she suddenly sensed something amiss. The way the Snow Maiden looked at Qu Lingxiao mirrored her own gaze, revealing that it was not merely an innocent expression. In an instant, Murongxiaye concluded that Qu Lingxiao must have an inappropriate relationship with the Snow Maiden. Thus, while she appeared to be concerned for the Snow Maiden, her demeanor resembled that of an inquisitor. Just as Qu Lingxiao was on the verge of admitting to his deception, the Snow Maiden unexpectedly spoke up. "Actually, Qu Ge and I share the same father. But our mother is different." "What?" Murongxiaye's mind buzzed at this revelation. After considerable mental gymnastics, she began to discern some familial resemblances between them. Both slender, both attractive, they must be blood relatives. If Murongxiaye's assessment were to be heard by anyone with a semblance of medical knowledge, they would likely ridicule her as a fool. Yet sometimes a person's mind cannot help but wander to absurd conclusions that if the Snow Maiden were to adamantly claim that she and Qu Lingxiao were indeed full siblings, Murong Xiaoya might have dismissed it. However, if only the father were biological while the mother was not, it left ample room for speculation. Like many others, Murong Xiaoya concocted a somewhat scandalous narrative in her mind. Ultimately, she held Qu Lingxiao's hand and remarked, "Your father is quite an open-minded man." Such a statement from Murong Xiaoya, raised in a post-transition society, was indeed unexpected. However, in her childhood recollections, she remembered that in this moderately sized city, there were indeed couples who engaged in such behaviors, though they often faced gossip. Complimenting someone as open-minded was not entirely unwarranted, that Qu Lingxiao felt a twinge of discomfort at being labeled as such by Murong Xiaoya. However, considering that he himself had been dubbed a son-in-law by her, he deemed his father's dignity to be of little consequence. Fortunately, Murong Xiaoya did not press him further on this topic. Instead, she graciously brought their hands together and declared, "In these chaotic times, camaraderie is of utmost importance. That a strong sibling bond is indeed a blessing. And as your sister-in-law, I shall lend my support." Yet once they were left alone, she bit Qu Lingxiao's ear hard and coldly reminded him, "She is your sister. You better know your limits." Qu Lingxiao understood the warning behind her words. Even someone as thick-skinned as he could not help but feel a flush of embarrassment. Nonetheless, he assured her, "Xiaoye, you are overthinking it. I would never make such a mistake, especially since she is so cold." "Is being cold an excuse?" she retorted, pinching his thigh with a certain fierceness. Despite her irritation, her eyes sparkled with affection as she gazed at him. Thus, Murong Xiaoya decided to let the matter slide, leaving Qu Lingxiao and the Snow Maiden to exchange bewildered glances. "Brother, The Snow Maiden seemed eager to clarify something, but Qu Lingxiao interrupted her that it's fine. "As long as we can navigate this situation, everything will be all right." Though he said this, Qu Lingxiao had already labeled the Snow Maiden as a troublemaker in his mind. Her experiments and her recent audacious claims indicated that she was not as innocent as she appeared. This led him to resolve to limit her interactions with someone as astute as Murong Xiaoya. While her unexpected revelations had proven somewhat useful this time, who could guarantee that they would be effective in the future? Such matters were akin to a game of roulette. Lose once, and there would be no second chance. In a world where death could strike at any moment, Qu Lingxiao could not afford to gamble with his fate on such perilous endeavors. He adhered to the principle of meticulousness. This was Qu Lingxiao's creed. From the outset, he had anticipated that Murong Xiaoya could be swayed to his side. This was not mere speculation, but was based on her previous proposition of a secret deal. Since she was willing to collaborate with the Dawn Guardians and himself to deceive the higher-ups, even sharing resources, it was clear that her allegiance to the interests of the Soul Palace was not absolute. As long as she was not a die-hard loyalist, Qu Lingxiao saw potential for manipulation and utilization. It was simply a matter of catering to her preferences. To be frank, he found a certain enjoyment in the process of bribing her. But it was also quite exhausting. Fortunately, she had temporarily taken her leave. Had she lingered for a few more nights, Qu Lingxiao might have truly transformed into a specter. Thus, he retrieved his dwindling supply of spirit stones and activated the skill, Return of the Undead. Skill name, Return of the Undead. Unique effect. A necromancer of a non-undead race, upon death, randomly transforms into an undead of a random race and gains 30 seconds of invincibility. Note: the types of undead that can be transformed into vary based on the skill's level. Gazing at the skill panel's data, Qu Lingxiao resolved to avoid using this skill whenever possible. For while the prospect of transforming into a random undead was enticing, what if he ended up as someone like Sudali? An unpleasant odor would surely deter any potential romantic interests. Living would be preferable to such a fate. However, among the most rudimentary of the undead's returns, transforming into a powerful zombie is already considered a commendable outcome. To achieve a higher level of transformation, particularly one that retains reproductive capabilities, such as that of a vampire, requires a full 3 levels of skill, equating to a staggering 4,750 magic crystals. The higher the skill level, the greater the demand for magic crystals and experience points. Especially since the Return of the Undead is a unique skill, the requirement for magic crystals for advancement is naturally increased. This realization instilled in Qu Lingxiao a new objective: to survive at all costs. And if death were to come, it must be in a state of fully maximized skills. Otherwise, being deemed a useless entity would be far more excruciating than his own demise. Upon grasping this, Qu Lingxiao understood the formidable road that lay ahead. Nevertheless, accumulating wealth remained paramount. The mere thought of this spurred a flicker of anticipation regarding his forthcoming collaborations that he even found himself hoping fervently for a swift confrontation between the Dawn Guardians and the Soul Palace, as it would allow him to reap the benefits of their conflict. Chapter 35. Conflict. Qu Lingxiao's yearning for conflict was indeed palpable, yet he did not anticipate that it would arrive with such alarming rapidity. While envisioning the future within his chamber, he was abruptly startled by a resonant, thunderous roar. The voice, long and robust, brimmed with righteous indignation. One might have mistaken it for Qu Lingxiao having just caused distress to the wife of the roarer. Qu Lingxiao, however, questioned himself. He had never committed such a heinous act after all. He simply lacked the time, did he not? Qu Lingxiao, you vile poison master, come forth and meet your demise, faced with such a blatant call for his end. Qu Lingxiao stepped outside without a moment's hesitation. Before him stood a diminutive middle-aged man of unremarkable appearance and demeanor, yet his eyes sparkled with shrewdness. Flanking him were two guards, whose statuesque forms and alluring presence revealed a mastery of the intimate arts. To Qu Lingxiao, this juxtaposition evoked a sense of exquisite flowers adorning a pile of dung. Nonetheless, he stifled his ire and inquired about the man's identity. After all, Qu Lingxiao was no fool, and he preferred to avoid conflict with those of unknown provenance. A mishap could prove to be significantly detrimental. To his astonishment, upon his inquiry, the man spat upon the ground before responding. Kid, you don't even know who I am. I am Wang Taizhu, the renowned druid king of this vicinity. The man regarded Qu Lingxiao with an expression of condescension, as if he were a simpleton. Qu Lingxiao had indeed heard the name before. After all, there were not fewer than 5 million individuals bearing the name Wang Taizhu in the world. However, the title of Druid King was unfamiliar to him. That it was then that Lu Mimi, standing nearby, quietly remarked, "This man is a druid from Block 7, quite famous, though his notoriety stems not from his prowess but rather from his brother, the leader of Block 7." That upon hearing this, Qu Lingxiao's understanding dawned. It appeared the man was well connected. Instantly, the tension that had gripped Qu Lingxiao began to dissipate. Initially, he had harbored suspicions about the man as true nature. Yet, being a person of influence, it was reasonable to surmise that his abilities would be rather lackluster, at least not on par with the leader's strength. Wang Taizhu observed Qu Lingxiao and Lu Mimi engaged in hushed whispers. A lecherous grin crept across his face. Kid, don't let your lack of strength fool you. The lady beside you is quite delightful. How about lending her to me for a little fun? As he spoke, he wore a provocatively challenging expression. This audacity ignited a blaze of fury within Qu Lingxiao. What a ludicrous proposition. Here in Block 6, his territory, and Lu Mimi, his wife, was being offered up as if she were a mere plaything. If Qu Lingxiao were to acquiesce, it would mean conceding to a level of humiliation beyond measure. With this thought, Qu Lingxiao approached with a disarming smile, feigning an intent to engage in amicable discourse. Wang Taizhu, witnessing this response, beamed with delight, revealing a set of large, yellowing teeth, convinced that his noble lineage had intimidated the young leader of the undead district. Albeit Wang Taizhu's personal prowess was lacking, his ability to read the room was formidable to him. Qu Lingxiao was merely a figurehead, elevated by the peculiarities of his vocation. In terms of strength, he surely paled in comparison to Wang Taizhu. Not to mention the formidable brother backing him. As Wang Taizhu observed the smiling Qu Lingxiao, he was already preparing for the latter to willingly offer Lu Mimi to him, perhaps even throwing in a few additional women, such as the alluring snow woman beside him. Yet Wang Taizhu was entirely oblivious to the fact that as he approached, Qu Lingxiao had already communicated with his 72 most formidable wasp queens. Unbeknownst to him, a swarm of thousands was already en route toward him. Before the wasps could even react, Su Dali and Shaobai, lurking in the shadows, had already made their move. For his own safety, Qu Lingxiao had always kept these two bodyguards close at hand, and now, directing them was second nature. In an instant, Shaobai confronted Wang Taizhu's 2 female guards, while Su Dali, grinning wickedly, charged at Wang Taizhu. It was only a matter of moments before Wang Taizhu found himself pinned beneath Su Dali. This was hardly surprising. Wang Taizhu, a mere druid, was nothing more than a half-hearted pretender, even if he were a true master. Facing off against a brute strength like Su Dali's was futile in mere moments. Wang Taizhu was subdued as Su Dali held Wang Taizhu down. A series of sinister chuckles emanated from his throat, suggesting an unsettling enjoyment in his position of dominance. This unnerved Qu Lingxiao, recalling some ominous rumors he had previously heard, and he resolved never again to turn his back on Su Dali, even if the latter was merely a zombie under his control. Meanwhile, Xiaobai was grappling with Wang Tieju's two female guards, who proved to be no ordinary opponents. In response to Xiaobai's sudden onslaught, one transformed into a cheetah while the other morphed into a jaguar. This revelation made Qu Lingxiao realize that not all druids were easily dispatched. What he did not know was that not every druid possessed shape-shifting abilities. Only a select few among them were capable of such transformations. And even then, their ability was fleeting. The two guards were borrowed from Wang Tieju's brother, and while they appeared obedient, they would not hesitate to eliminate Wang Taizhu should he act inappropriately toward them. Confronted by the formidable beasts, Qu Lingxiao furrowed his brow. Yet he quickly embraced the age-old tradition of overwhelming through sheer numbers. With a single command, all the undead surged forward. However, they were a moment too late. The swiftest among them was the Snow Woman. Upon hearing Qu Lingxiao's order, she leaped before the two guards without hesitation, and with a chilling breath, she encased them in ice. Turning back, she gazed at Qu Lingxiao with exhilaration, as if eagerly awaiting his praise. Yet Qu Lingxiao instinctively covered his face. The last icy kiss from her still lingered. Chapter 36. Gifts. Although Qu Lingxiao harbored lingering trepidation regarding the Snow Woman's icy kiss, he could not overlook the need to reward his subordinate for her recent triumph, that he declared a reward of 100 magic crystals for the Snow Woman. Upon hearing Qu Lingxiao's proclamation, all present turned enviously toward her. It was evident that if another opportunity arose, they would strive to perform commendably in front of Qu Lingxiao. After addressing this matter, Qu Lingxiao's gaze fell upon Wang Taizhu, who trembled with fear at the sight of his frozen guards. Despair had long since gripped him, and as Qu Lingxiao's eyes met his, that despair reached a crescendo. Yet, Wang Tieju's response was to escalate his attacks on Qu Lingxiao. "You fool! Are you unaware of the rules of war? Killing me will make you a laughingstock across the globe, and your wife will become the object of public ridicule." Before Wang Taizhu could finish his tirade, half of his face was abruptly severed away, a result of a strike from the wings of the wasps that had just arrived. The reason for using the wasps' wings instead of their venomous stingers was that Qu Lingxiao did not wish to kill Wang Taizhu outright. He needed to extract more contracts from him before his demise. Wang Taizhu felt the sting of losing half his visage. His spirit was utterly crushed, but he hastily retrieved a letter from his pocket, exclaiming urgently, "My lord, please do not be hasty. I have a letter from my leader's brother." Upon hearing this, Qu Lingxiao momentarily processed the information. Could a brother truly write a letter? Wouldn't the contents be rather pungent? It soon dawned on him that Wang Taizhu was reminding him that the leader of Block 7 was indeed his brother. Nevertheless, Qu Lingxiao accepted the letter. Upon receiving the letter from the formidable Wang Taizhu, Qu Lingxiao suddenly grasped its true meaning. It became evident that the envoy was not sent to instigate a confrontation. Upon reflection, although Wang Taizhu appeared to be ineffectual, he was nonetheless the elder brother of the leader of District 7. Was he not? If he were to perish here, it would undoubtedly tarnish the reputation of District 7. Yet, even if the intent was not to engage in battle, the contents of the letter were undeniably provocative. Esteemed leader of District 6, Qu Lingxiao, I am Wang Buwei, the leader of District 7. I come to inform you that, although your strength is lacking, we do not wish to be your adversaries. After all, we are well aware of the relationship between the previous leader and yourself. They were not friends. You need only provide a war compensation of 5,000 magical crystals, and we shall refrain from any punitive actions against you for the next year. The letter bore Wang Buwei's personal signature. In terms of phrasing, Wang Buwei was somewhat courteous, yet he audaciously demanded a hefty sum of 5,000 magical crystals as compensation. The usage of the term punitive actions implied that, should a conflict arise, victory would be assuredly his. It was as if he were directly branding Qu Lingxiao's District 6 as a band of marauders. In truth, if District 7 possessed such formidable strength, Qu Lingxiao would have no objections. The issue lay in the fact that the combat prowess of District 7 had historically been rather unimpressive during the tenure of Zhuang Lirun. He had triumphed in several clashes, 7 or 8 in total. Were it not for the presence of a druid capable of transforming into a fire dragon, District 7 would have been swallowed whole by Zhuang Lirun long ago. Yet, this defeated foe dared to utter such brazen words, clearly underestimating Qu Lingxiao's understanding of the situation, seeking to extort a sum that Qu Lingxiao, naturally, would not be polite to such individuals. However, this did not imply that he intended to eliminate Wang Taizhu. On the contrary, he preferred for the man to remain alive, though how he would ensure that was another matter entirely. Upon hearing Qu Lingxiao's response, Wang Taizhu was momentarily taken aback. Initially, he had thought his life was forfeit, and he had agreed to the demand for 5,000 magical crystals. It is worth noting that Wang Buwei had only anticipated a mere 1,000. This was an unexpected windfall, leaving Wang Taizhu elated. However, just as he reveled in his fortune, Qu Lingxiao continued, "The magical crystals can be provided, but they must be exchanged for District 7. And I shall graciously accept the gift you have brought me." Mr. Wang did at that moment. Even a simpleton like Wang Taizhu could not suppress his fury. Exchange District 7? What a farcical proposition. No district, regardless of its status, could be worth so paltry a sum. This was clearly an outrageous demand. Yet faced with the imposing Qu Lingxiao, he forced himself to endure, grimacing as he inquired, "Might I ask what this gift is?" "My esteemed leader, I came here empty-handed." However, Qu Lingxiao was unperturbed by Wang Taizhu's inquiry. With a gentle shake of his head and a smile, he replied, "Oh, Mr. Wang, you did bring something with you." And not just one. As he spoke, Qu Lingxiao seductively licked his lips, causing Wang Taizhu to realize what he meant by gift. What a preposterous notion. As a seasoned libertine, Wang Taizhu could not possibly misunderstand the implication behind Qu Lingxiao's expression. "Absolutely not. Jin Tong and Jin Yu are my brother's personal attendants. I cannot allow this." Without a moment's hesitation, he firmly refused. That Qu Lingxiao raised an eyebrow, intrigued. "Oh, Mr. Wang possesses quite the spirit. But does your say hold any weight in this matter?" As he spoke, he gestured casually, and in an instant, a swift strike from Zui Mengsheng severed Wang Taizhu's most prized possession. Before executing this maneuver, Qu Lingxiao had skillfully created a barrier to shield the scene from the observing women, subsequently allowing Su Deli to pin Wang Taizhu down, keeping his humiliation concealed to those present. Only an ugly man with a vicious glare directed at Qu Lingxiao remained visible. Although his appearance had not changed, the unrestrained murderous intent he exuded rendered him more formidable than before, albeit still overshadowed by Qu Lingxiao's languid demeanor. After concluding his business with Wang Taizhu, Qu Lingxiao waved his hand, signaling Su Deli to release him, albeit while ensuring he covered his wounded area. Despite this, the onlookers comprehended the essence of the situation, and it appeared slightly more dignified. Qu Lingxiao did not expect too much from this encounter. Having dealt with Wang Taizhu, he turned his attention to how to approach the two exquisite prizes. Chapter 37. Gifts of greater weight than bonds. Gazing upon the two beauties encased in ice, Qu Lingxiao pondered whether Wang Buwei, the leader of District 7, was truly a fool. Why would he forsake such beautiful women to accompany his dim-witted brother to his demise? Had Qu Lingxiao not been merciful, these two enchanting souls might have met their end as well. With this thought in mind, Qu Lingxiao felt a surge of benevolence that he was compelled to liberate these two lovelies from their plight. Regardless of the circumstances, they were far too fine to be shackled to someone as foolish as Wang Buwei. With urgency, Qu Lingxiao instructed the Snow Maiden to assist in thawing them. Though the Snow Maiden was somewhat reluctant, she complied. That an adept at freezing others, she was equally skilled at thawing. With a gentle inhale directed at the two sisters, the icy grip that held them captive dissolved into a chilling mist. Yet they remained somewhat rigid. It was hardly the stuff of mindless television dramas. Post-thaw, one could not simply spring back to life without a transitional period. As a physician, Qu Lingxiao naturally took it upon himself to embrace the two women, providing warmth. After all, he was the only living soul present, and his body was the warmest among them. Who better to offer them solace than himself? As he nestled them close, he could not help but sigh. So soft, so fragrant, even though they had just been released from their icy prison. The smoothness of their skin and the delicate softness of their forms intoxicated Qu Lingxiao. when he became aware of the peculiar gazes directed at him. He promptly cleared his throat with an air of authority, declaring, "What do you know? I am merely assessing the physical condition of my patients. You should all return to your duties, if anything befalls them. It will be on your heads." At his words, save for a few brave souls, the rest skedaddled, acutely aware of Qu Lingxiao's formidable nature. They were not inclined to provoke him over trifles. Meanwhile, Lu Ruyu appeared poised to interject, her furrowed brow suggesting she feared a potential depletion of resources. However, just as she approached to speak, Lu Mei successfully intervened. This was hardly surprising. Previously, Lu Mei had been obedient to her mother. But now that she was married to Qu Lingxiao, the leader of the district, she had no reason to heed her mother's words, especially when they could potentially harm her husband. Even as Lu Mei thwarted her mother's advances, Qu Lingxiao, utilizing his necromancer abilities, was acutely aware of the entire situation. That in his role as a district leader, the foremost task was to ignore the opinions of certain individuals, particularly those of women. What mattered was how his man conducted himself. Let them observe in silence. Any unnecessary chatter would only draw the ire of outsiders, leading them to believe Qu Lingxiao had failed to discipline his household. With this rationale, Qu Lingxiao began to massage the sisters, aiding Jin Tong and Jin Yu in restoring their body warmth. Among the two, Jin Tong was the first to awaken, as the druid capable of transforming into a leopard. She was overwhelmed upon realizing she was cradled in Qu Lingxiao's arms, his hands gently caressing her. Her face flushed a deep crimson as she instinctively reached out to push him away, yet found herself unable to do so. This was due in part to her recent liberation from the freezing state, but also because Qu Lingxiao's technique was simply exquisite. The tender caresses revealed to Jin Tong the sheer pleasure of being massaged for the first time. Her body, once taut with tension from prior battles, now succumbed to a wave of relaxation, as if all her accumulated injuries had suddenly surfaced. She found herself grasping Qu Lingxiao's hand, urging him to massage the still stiff areas of her body, almost succumbing to a sense of addiction. Before long, Jin Yu also regained consciousness. That in contrast to her sister, she was far more bashful. Upon realizing she too was enveloped in Qu Lingxiao's embrace, she began to struggle violently. However, she inadvertently caught sight of her sister, lost in bliss, and a question arose within her. Should I be enjoying this moment as well? This query swiftly dissipated upon hearing her sister's soft plea to not stop. Mental relaxation naturally leads to physical ease. Thus, she soon joined the ranks of those relishing the massage. That it was not until both of their bodies were rejuvenated that Qu Lingxiao finally ceased his ministrations. The two women, who had been under Qu Lingxiao's care, gazed at him with eyes brimming with gratitude. That moment, Qu Lingxiao extended his hand, graciously inviting, "Would you consider becoming my women? There is still space beside me." Upon uttering these words, Qu Lingxiao couldn't help but feel a flush of embarrassment. This gesture was something he had learned from a certain passionate anime, yet he had never mustered the courage to employ it until now. He was fully prepared for the possibility of rejection. However, to his astonishment, both women immediately accepted without a second thought upon witnessing Qu Lingxiao's boldness. Thus, following Lu Mimi, Murong Xiaoye, and Diana, Qu Lingxiao gained two more cherished confidants: Jin Tong and Jin Yu. Consequently, another set of bed sheets in Qu Lingxiao's home was rendered unusable. The announcement of this loss came from his mother-in-law, Lu Ruyu. What a son-in-law! Always engaging in such perilous activities. And now there are two more bloodstains on the sheets. At this rate, living in this household is becoming untenable, she grumbled as she tossed yet another tattered sheet into the trash bin. After the universal job transition, global industrial production had come to a near standstill. That it was indeed rare to find anyone so wasteful with resources. Nevertheless, Qu Lingxiao bore no criticism towards her. Firstly, he was one of those with such means. Secondly, his spirits were exceptionally high at the moment, for Jin Tong and Jin Yu had, astonishingly, remained untouched until now. Initially, he had assumed that as the personal attendants of Wang Bu Wei, these two sisters must have been led astray. Yet he was surprised to learn otherwise. Moreover, he discovered from them that the leader of District 7, Wang Bu Wei, was also a woman, and a remarkably beautiful one at that. This revelation sparked his desire to meet her. Chapter 38. The engagement ceremony within a quaint building in District 7. A group of individuals stood nervously surrounding Wang Taizhu, who had just returned from a mission. Although their faces were marked by terror at the sight of Wang Taizhu, none dared to approach him. They were well aware that Wang Taizhu was the brother of the leader, Wang Buwei, and as the leader remained concealed behind a veil, they knew better than to act without her command. To make matters worse, Wang Taizhu had botched a task that the leader had personally entrusted to him. Thus, despite his grievous injuries, no one dared to offer him aid. Indeed, they didn't even have the courage to glance in his direction. Wang Taizhu bore a gruesome gash across half his face, revealing a set of yellowed teeth, with blood gushing forth. His lower body was similarly affected, yet no one dared to look further, for all present were young women. And their leader, Wang Buwei, was also a woman. Had she been born in a more conventional era, Wang Buwei would surely have been labeled a delusional young girl. Her true name was Wang Lily. But she had renamed herself Wang Buwei, inspired by her ability to transform into a fire dragon. Dragons were a symbol of kingship, proof of being chosen by the divine. The name Buwei was derived from Taoist philosophy advocating for a governance of non-action. In truth, she and Wang Taizhu were not biological siblings. They merely shared the same mother. As she gazed upon her battered brother, Wang Buwei was filled with disdain. She held herself in such high regard. Even before the universal job transition, Wang Buwei had been celebrated as a prodigious young woman. Following the transition, she had swiftly transformed into a druid capable of morphing into a fire dragon. Drawing inspiration from the comics she had adored in her youth, she perceived herself as the chosen one. Hence, from that day forward, she discarded her cumbersome school uniform in favor of a long robe befitting a cultivator. Though she identified as a druid, she referred to herself as a fairy. This self-perception compelled her to reject any blemishes upon her life that in her eyes, her brother's failures were a source of embarrassment. While Wang Taizhu could also transform as a druid, his form was that of a mere rhinoceros beetle. Although not entirely devoid of strength, he was certainly not impressive in appearance or prowess. To a perfectionist like Wang Buwei, this was a mark of disgrace. Thus, when it came time to negotiate with District 6, she had chosen to send her inept brother. Wang Buwei believed that Qu Lingxiao had risen to prominence solely due to his unique profession, and as such his status must be lowly. She thought that someone so inexperienced would easily capitulate under a bit of intimidation, allowing her brother to make a name for himself. Little did she anticipate the outcome. Wang Buwei had sent her 2 personal attendants along, both adept fighters, while her brother was left incapacitated. Now, as he bled profusely, he was forced to kneel, his body unable to endure any longer. Ultimately, he faltered and collapsed to the ground. Witnessing this, Wang Buwei's heart softened. "Treat him," she commanded. Upon hearing her orders, those nearby rushed to attend to Wang Taizhu, quickly mending his wounds. However, a ghastly scar remained on his face, and his lower body could not be repaired. Wang Buwei's eyes simmered with fury. "What did that fiend say?" she inquired, her tone seemingly casual, yet laced with intensity. Wang Taizhu, ever cautious, replied, "Leader, no, fairy, he expressed gratitude for the gift you sent him. And he also said." "What else?" Wang Buwei urged, her impatience palpable. "He said he is prepared to form a bond of marriage with you." The latter part was entirely fabricated by Wang Taizhu, but Wang Buwei took it to heart. Her cheeks flushing in her mind. It was only fitting. With her beauty and charm, how could any man not be enamored with her? For Qu Lingxiao to say such a thing seemed perfectly reasonable. Yet, she harbored a peculiar quirk. She would not allow any man to approach her. Even the slightest hint of affection would result in their demise. According to Wang Buwei, no one should disturb her ascetic practices. Understanding his sister's nature, Wang Taizhu had strategically added that last note that in his eyes, it was certain that his sister would seek revenge for him. The thought elicited a sinister smile from Wang Taizhu, which only served to reopen his wounds, causing him to wince in pain. However, this was trivial compared to his reaction upon hearing what followed. In that case, I must trouble you, dear brother, to make a trip to District 6 and inform the esteemed Qu Lingxiao that I accept his proposal. I shall visit for a face-to-face discussion within the week. As she spoke, Wang Buwei exhaled a jet of flame, reducing the veil before her to ashes, revealing her to all present. This sight left her subordinates blushing, for Wang Buwei's beauty was unparalleled. Even amongst a gathering of women, They felt a wave of shyness. With delicate willow-like brows framing enchanting eyes, she exuded an air of aloofness that was both alluring and sacred. These attributes, which should not coexist within a single individual, harmoniously merged in Wang Buwei, endowing her with an ethereal quality that made her appear as if she belonged to another realm. Yet, the words she spoke were enough to shatter Wang Taiju's spirit. What is this nonsense? He never even mentioned such a thing. If I go, everything will be laid bare. That I in that moment, Wang Taiju found himself at a loss for words, caught between fear of refusal and inability to comply. However, with a dismissive wave from Wang Buwei, he realized that he had no choice. He must go to AS for his dealings with Qu Lingxiao. He could only take it one step at a time. Chapter 39. The brother-in-law. So, this is the leader of District 7, and she is your sister. It seems unlikely, staring at the 6-inch photograph in his hand. Qu Lingxiao could hardly fathom that this stunning girl could be related to the grotesque Wang Taiju before him. The disparity in their appearances was simply too vast. That I in the photograph, the girl donned an adorable school uniform, albeit one that was bulky and obscured her figure. Yet her cherubic face and fair complexion hinted that she would undoubtedly blossom into a breathtaking beauty in adulthood. Still, Qu Lingxiao harbored a doubt. Where was the younger sister in the current photo? Had she perhaps grown into an unattractive version of herself? With skepticism etched across his face, he inquired. Even if there were no flaws in this photograph, Qu Lingxiao still found it peculiar. The reasoning was quite simple. Who would willingly marry their sister to their enemy? It is essential to note that Qu Lingxiao had just rendered Wang Taiju incapable of being a man. This situation was undeniably suspicious. Upon hearing Qu Lingxiao's words, Wang Taiju's face involuntarily twitched. For the sake of honesty, despite his numerous misdeeds, he had not lied in this instance. His sister was indeed stunningly beautiful, perhaps even more so than in the photograph. The absence of a current picture stemmed from Wang Buwei's belief that photography was an ill omen, thus forbidding anyone from taking her picture. This particular photo had been secretly kept by Wang Taiju. Although he felt disgruntled, Wang Taiju understood that Qu Lingxiao was not someone he could afford to offend. The last time, Qu Lingxiao had turned him into a eunuch. This time, he could very well take his life. The only ones who could protect him were himself and his mischievous sister. The current threat before him might very well become his brother-in-law. Contemplating this, Wang Buwei forced a smile that was more grotesque than a frown. She hasn't grown crooked. She is even more beautiful than now. However, Qu Lingxiao was not swayed by his words. Instead, he turned his attention to the golden-eyed sisters, Jin Tong and Jin Yu, sitting on his lap. After witnessing their shy nods, Qu Lingxiao realized that Wang Taiju was indeed telling the truth. Yet this did not explain why Wang Buwei would suddenly wish to marry him. Without further ado, Qu Lingxiao agreed. Upon hearing this, Wang Taiju was momentarily taken aback that in his view, the other party's acceptance was surprisingly prompt. Did he not find this suspicious? But after a moment's reflection, Wang Taiju quickly understood. It seemed this fellow was of the same ilk. With this thought, he felt a wave of relief wash over him. While others might be unaware of Wang Buwei's true nature, he was well aware. This little girl had never been one to shy away from trouble. At 8, she had poisoned the neighbor's barking dog, and at 12, she had kicked a boy who tried to hold her hand into a well. By the time she reached middle school, she had turned her teacher's lives upside down. If she were suddenly to wish to marry a man who had just humiliated her, Wang Taiju would never believe it. The most likely scenario was that Wang Buwei had concocted some wicked scheme to take revenge on this dandy. That in that case, his vendetta against Wang Taiju would be satisfied. With that thought, a sense of satisfaction enveloped him. Just as he prepared to indulge in the feast before him, a chilling voice suddenly rang out. "Show him the door." The surrounding subordinates, including Wang Taiju, were momentarily stunned. The guest had barely touched a morsel. Moreover, this was no ordinary guest. He was Qu Lingxiao's future brother-in-law. "Show him the door," Qu Lingxiao repeated, noticing the lack of response from the crowd, as he conjured a purple whip in his hand, an upgraded version of the undead punishment spell. This skill had not only increased in power, but also produced a piercing sonic boom when wielded, tormenting even the undead. The onlookers quickly seized Wang Taiju and dragged him away, leaving him just a step away from the chicken leg, without a drop of water to quench his thirst. Fuming, Wang Taiju clenched his teeth, but recalling Qu Lingxiao's earlier display of strength, he swallowed his words that moment. He had to concede one point. His troublesome sister and Qu Lingxiao were indeed a matched pair, equally wicked and equally impolite. May you enjoy a long and blissful union, and perish together. Wang Taizhu grumbled inwardly. Meanwhile, after Wang Tieju's departure, Qu Lingxiao let out a cold chuckle. What a joke. The other party wished to marry him. This was all too sudden, especially considering she had never even seen his face before. Moreover, he had just humiliated her brother. Even if she did not care for her brother's life, could she truly disregard her own dignity? Her actions practically screamed, "I want to ruin you." If he could be tricked by such a blatant ploy, Qu Lingxiao might as well find a hole to crawl into to avoid the humiliation. Naturally, he was unaware of the previous lies Wang Taizhu had told, which led her to believe that Qu Lingxiao had long been infatuated with her. This was also due to Wang Buiwei's extreme narcissism. Regarding the prospect of marrying him, Qu Lingxiao's stance was clear. Marry her, yes, but he would also claim the entire 7th Street along with her. However, it would not be on her terms that Qu Lingxiao suspected that she aimed to seize his 6th Street and take his life in the process. Yet, as a healer, he did not desire her demise. He merely wished for her to wed him. Being a druid with the potential to transform into a fire dragon was intriguing, that in fact, Qu Lingxiao had an advantage over her. Wang Buiwei knew very little about him, whereas Qu Lingxiao had her 2 loyal attendants, Jin Tong and Jin Yu, who were well-versed in the affairs of their former master. Before long, they relayed all pertinent information to Qu Lingxiao, including her favorite colors and clothing sizes. This made Qu Lingxiao flush with embarrassment, deepening his desire to understand her intentions. Chapter 40. A reflection in the mirror under normal circumstances, in this society where the populace was focused on productivity and job transitions. One would not expect individuals to overly emphasize superficial embellishments. Even the affluent district leaders primarily channeled their energies into enhancing their own strength, treating decorative items with moderation. However, this did not apply to the leader of 7th Street, Wang Buiwei. Her utmost concern lay with decorative objects. From the smallest dish to the grandest garment or piece of furniture, everything had to meet her standards of ethereal elegance. Only Wang Buiwei herself could determine whether an item possessed such elegance, resulting in the residents of 7th Street spending a significant portion of their time sourcing these trivial adornments. This obsession indirectly led to the decline of 7th Street. After all, with the druid's strength and Wang Buiwei's formidable ability to transform into a fire dragon, how could they possibly be bullied by 6th Street? It would be a miracle if they weren't the ones doing the bullying. During this time, numerous individuals attempted to advise Wang Buiwei, but their efforts were reduced to ashes in the breath of her fire dragon. I am a fairy. If you have the guts, try to bite me. Such was Wang Buiwei's attitude. Yes, her brother. Wang Taizhu wished to intervene, but found himself unable to. He had initially thought that he was bringing good news when Qu Lingxiao agreed. Surely, after he had a bite to eat, his sister would also agree. Right? However, to his dismay, as soon as he reached for the food, she struck his hand away with a pair of chopsticks. Wang Buiwei did not simply swat him away. She launched the chopsticks like darts, piercing through his palm with considerable force. Wang Taizhu felt a surge of frustration but dared not utter a word, knowing that speaking would only invite further punishment. You should be reprimanded for eating without washing your hands, Wang Buiwei remarked nonchalantly. Her stunningly beautiful face bore an expression of indifference, as if she had merely played a harmless prank on her brother, one that resulted in his hand being impaled. Wang Taizhu could only muster a meek acknowledgement before hastily excusing himself. Yet in his heart, he fervently wished for his troublesome sister to meet her equally insufferable fiancé in a timely demise. Indeed, he harbored even greater resentment towards her than towards Qu Lingxiao. Just as he was about to exit the room, his sister called him back. "Wait, brother, you must tell my beloved to prepare," as he listened to her enumerate an extensive list of demands. Beads of sweat trickled down Wang Tieju's face that if he were to relay these requests to Qu Lingxiao, given his temperament, he would surely receive a beating. Unbeknownst to Wang Buiwei, after she had finished her lengthy list, she reminded her brother, "You tell my darling that I will be marrying him tomorrow. If these things are not ready, he can await his doom." As she spoke, she meticulously groomed herself before the mirror. What should have been a beautiful scene was, to Wang Taizhu, nothing short of nauseating. When he next encountered Qu Lingxiao, Wang Taizhu had learned his lesson. He stood respectfully aside, recounted his sister's words verbatim, and promptly closed his eyes, avoiding the tempting spread of food before him. Initially, he assumed Qu Lingxiao would dismiss him once more. However, to his surprise, after a moment of contemplation, Qu Lingxiao instructed his subordinates. Prepare a suite for Mr. Wang and bring forth a variety of dishes. Hurry. Upon hearing this, Lu Ryu wore an expression of reluctance. The delectable dishes before them were meticulously prepared by her and Lu Mimi, all in an effort to ensure that Qu Lingxiao would enjoy his meal. However, the presence of Wang Taizhu, who was not only unattractive but also the brother of her rival, cast a shadow over her enthusiasm. It is a challenge for anyone to feel joy while cooking for the brother of a competitor. Yet, when Qu Lingxiao leaned in and whispered a few words into her ear, Lu Ryu's expression transformed into one of radiant delight, prompting her to excitedly rush off to prepare a meal for Wang Taizhu. This sudden change left Wang Taizhu feeling apprehensive, pondering whether this unexpected shift in demeanor from his sister's husband might be a prelude to something sinister. Perhaps even poison in his food. Though he was currently in a weakened state, he still possessed a desire to survive. The thought of being poisoned to death was unbearable. Resolutely, he decided to refuse any food sent his way, allowing only a sip of water to pass his lips. Before long, under the guidance of Jin Tong and Jin Yu, Wang Taizhu found himself in his own room, where the dishes and wine soon arrived. The enticing aroma wafting through the air, coupled with his fatigue from the journey, made Wang Taizhu's mouth water. Sensing the opportunity with no one watching, he reached for the chicken leg. However, just as he was about to touch it, he abruptly halted. What if that scoundrel had poisoned it? I cannot eat. Yet, the gnawing hunger was genuinely distressing. Spotting a glass of cool water nearby, he seized it and drank it down in one gulp. Refreshing, comforting. At that moment, even a bit of water felt like a blessing. But to his dismay, that fleeting relief turned into excruciating agony. The water was poisoned. Wang Taizhu let out a furious roar. Just then, Qu Lingxiao walked in. Wang Taizhu initially expected a defensive rebuttal, but to his astonishment, Qu Lingxiao openly confessed to his wrongdoing. Yes, the water was indeed poisoned, but the food was safe. That my intention was to make you a glutton. Yet you chose to drink the water. After stating this, as if to validate his claim, Qu Lingxiao seized the chicken leg Wang Taizhu had been coveting and took a hearty bite, causing the succulent juices to burst forth. This only deepened Wang Taizhu's torment. You despicable little man. It was only after uttering this that Wang Taizhu realized someone had crept up behind him. That person was none other than Su Dali, with whom he had previously shared a close encounter. As Su Dali seized Wang Taizhu, he emitted a series of incomprehensible chuckles, as if capturing Wang Taizhu brought him immense joy. Witnessing this, Qu Lingxiao hastily interjected. Do not kill him. I still have questions to ask. Tell me, what schemes does your sister have? As he inquired, Qu Lingxiao displayed his signature smile. Chapter 41. The Wedding Palanquin. What schemes does your sister have? Qu Lingxiao asked, his charming smile directed at Wang Taizhu. Though Qu Lingxiao's expression appeared benevolent, Wang Taizhu, having learned from past experiences, was drenched in cold sweat. The last time, he had been rendered impotent, and this time, death could very well be on the horizon. My sister admires the illustrious prowess of Chief Chu and wishes to form a powerful alliance. Please believe me. Wang Taizhu certainly could not reveal that he had deceived his sister into believing Qu Lingxiao intended to marry her. A ploy aimed at provoking Qu Lingxiao's wrath, that if that were to come to light, even 9 lives would not suffice to save him. Initially, Wang Taizhu believed his explanation to be flawless. However, Qu Lingxiao did not even raise an eyebrow, instead commanding Su Dali to treat his brother-in-law with utmost hospitality. Amidst Wang Taizhu's cries of agony, Qu Lingxiao awaited a response, but perhaps Wang Taizhu's affection for his sister was too profound. Despite enduring torment at Su Dali's hands, he revealed nothing about Wang Buwei's schemes. This left Qu Lingxiao with a headache. Even as he felt a tinge of admiration for the sibling bond, they could not comprehend that Wang Taizhu's silence stemmed from his inability to divulge any information. Although Wang Taizhu was outwardly recognized as Wang Buwei's brother, placing him in a position of power, in reality, his status in District 7 was akin to that of a mere pawn, easily manipulated by his sister's whims. Even Wang Buwei's subordinates looked down upon him, all due to his unappealing appearance, which clashed with Wang Buwei's aesthetic preferences. The task of negotiating tribute in District 6 was widely acknowledged as perilous. While one might expect a career-driven individual to be timid, what if they were a hot-headed fool? Or a cunning individual like Qu Lingxiao? Wang Taizhu was indeed in significant jeopardy that moment. He cursed Wang Buwei's ancestors in his mind, especially since they did not share the same father, allowing him to vent his frustrations with abandon. Had he known that others viewed him as a caring brother, he would have been incredulous. Seeing that he could extract no further information, Qu Lingxiao resolved to end Wang Tieju's life, opting for a decisive conclusion. Observing Wang Tieju's lifeless gaze, it was evident that he had not anticipated such ruthlessness from Qu Lingxiao. Meanwhile, Wang Buwei, as agreed, made her appearance the following evening, accompanied by an impressively grand procession. She had somehow procured an ancient wedding palanquin, and even the musicians accompanying her were of professional caliber, according to her explanation. She chose to arrive at night solely to accommodate Qu Lingxiao's people, given that spirits typically emerge at night. This rationale seemed reasonable to the others in the district. However, Qu Lingxiao was skeptical. Setting aside the question of her motives, the very presence of the palanquin evoked memories of horror films he had once watched, where female ghosts often made their entrance in such fashion. Yet, considering her identity as a druid, it was unlikely she was a ghost. In fact, it was Qu Lingxiao's side that had its fair share of female spirits. With courage, Qu Lingxiao donned a friendly smile and approached her, accompanied by a small, unseemly figure, Wang Taizhu, who had been closely following him. Upon seeing Wang Taizhu approach, Wang Buwei's eyes sparkled with excitement. She had initially intended for Qu Lingxiao to eliminate this waste of space. Yet unexpectedly, he had spared Wang Tieju's life twice. Observing his unsteady gait, she wondered if he had been entertained by Qu Lingxiao the previous night. This thought led Wang Buwei to an inexplicable conclusion. Qu Lingxiao might genuinely be infatuated with her. Otherwise, he would surely find her sudden agreement to marry him suspicious and would not approach her so unguardedly. Wang Buwei was keenly aware that, in terms of offensive capabilities, Qu Lingxiao could not possibly compare to her own ability to transform into a fire dragon. Not to mention her formidable subordinates, all skilled fighters in District 7. In contrast, Qu Lingxiao only had Wang Taizhu at his side, who at best could be considered an ally. Thus, if Wang Buwei wished to harm Qu Lingxiao, he would have no means of resistance. Yet Wang Buwei refrained from taking action. She gestured to those around her to remain still and observe. Eager to discern Qu Lingxiao's true intentions, her, Qu Lingxiao was a man who matched her preferences and seemed utterly captivated by her. If circumstances permitted, she would not mind keeping him as a eunuch by her side. With this thought, a seductive smile graced Wang Buwei's lips as she elegantly leaped from the palanquin. Her subordinates promptly knelt, as if she were indeed a celestial being from the heavens. However, amidst the unfolding scene, Qu Lingxiao maintained an air of calm indifference. As Wang Buwei approached him, he opened his arms wide in greeting, which caused a ripple of tension among her subordinates. They understood all too well that Wang Buwei despised any intimate interactions with others. Even the maids who styled her hair were forbidden to make contact with her skin. Jin Tong and Jin Yu had erred in this regard, leading to their assignment on a seemingly fatal mission alongside Wang Taizhu. Just moments ago, Wang Buwei had resolved to spare Qu Lingxiao's life for the time being. Her aides, all female, rarely had opportunities to interact with men, making it natural for them to feel a pang of heartache upon witnessing the handsome young man courting danger. Meanwhile, a flicker of malice crossed Wang Buwei's face. Quickly replaced by her usual composure, she extended her hand into her flowing sleeves, inviting Qu Lingxiao to support her, as if he were a eunuch and she the queen herself. In response, Qu Lingxiao flashed a wicked smile. Chapter 42. The etiquette of hospitality. Faced with Wang Buwei's somewhat nonsensical request, Qu Lingxiao revealed a charming grin, causing Wang Buwei's heart to tighten in apprehension. She wondered if the other party was concocting some trick. However, to her surprise, Qu Lingxiao not only refrained from any outrageous actions, but instead showed utmost respect by gently holding her sleeve. His eyes were filled with deference, and coupled with Qu Lingxiao's already handsome visage, it caused Wang Buwei's cheeks to flush. Could it be that this fellow truly harbors feelings for me? The moment this thought crossed her mind, Wang Buwei promptly banished it from her consciousness. What was she thinking? As a stunningly beautiful girl, surely everyone would be enamored by her. If someone like him were to like her, it would be his good fortune. With this in mind, Wang Buwei soon became accustomed to Qu Lingxiao's demeanor. Yet this became an opportune moment for Qu Lingxiao. What a joke! As someone destined to be an emperor, How could he willingly act as a eunuch for her? At that moment, noticing Wang Bue narrowing her eyes in suspicion, Qu Lingxiao seized the opportunity and pushed her down. He swiftly retrieved a syringe from his pocket and plunged it into her neck. This syringe contained a potent sedative he had purchased at a high price from Murong Xiaoye. Just one dose could incapacitate even an elephant. This was necessitated by Wang Bue's ability to transform into a fire dragon. Had it not been for that, Qu Lingxiao would not have resorted to such a strong drug against her. Now, he was entirely unconcerned about whether she would awaken to attack him. His only worry was whether she might die from the dosage. Though her personality was notoriously wicked, she was an exceptionally rare beauty. And if possible, Qu Lingxiao preferred to avoid her demise. After all, giving birth to a child with the ability to transform into a fire dragon would surely bring glory to his lineage. Wouldn't it? Meanwhile, Wang Bue's subordinates, witnessing Qu Lingxiao's apparent compliance, initially thought that nothing unpleasant would transpire, and they all let down their guard. Little did they anticipate the rapid turn of events. However, these individuals were well trained. And in the face of an incident, they quickly formed a defensive formation to charge at Qu Lingxiao. Yet before they could act, they were doused with cold water. Literally. The windows above them flew open, and buckets of water cascaded down upon the guards' heads. This was all part of a plan meticulously orchestrated by Qu Lingxiao. Although Wang Bue's sedan chair was carried by her own people, the decision of where to stop ultimately rested with Qu Lingxiao. After all, given Wang Bue's nature, she would certainly be unwilling to take a single extra step. Jin Yu and Jin Tong had already informed Qu Lingxiao of this. Now, drenched by the sudden downpour, the guards gritted their teeth in anger. The leading woman, with a graceful figure, stepped forward and coldly declared, "Qu Lingxiao, you villain! If you intend to kill, then do so. What need is there for this humiliation?" Though she spoke bravely, she immediately retreated behind her comrades, pushing those of lower rank to the forefront. Sisters, attack! Witnessing this scene, Qu Lingxiao could not suppress a smile, since he had resolved to outmaneuver them. Merely dousing them with cold water was far from sufficient. The true scheme lay ahead. Qu Lingxiao, brimming with pride, whistled, and the Snow Maiden promptly descended from the rooftop, a coil of rope entwined around her. She had chosen such an unusual entrance solely for the next move. With a powerful gust, the Snow Maiden blew a chilling breath towards Wang Bue's guards, instantly freezing them into ice sculptures due to their already drenched state. Qu Lingxiao could hardly contain his laughter at the sight that to him, Wang Bue and her subordinates seemed to be relics of a bygone era. What age was it now? An era of universal job changes, where not only humans but even animals transformed into exotic beasts. Yet here was Wang Bue, a mere street leader, clinging to her outdated notions of grandeur. With such energy, instead of enhancing her own strength, her behavior was nothing short of foolishness in Qu Lingxiao's eyes. This diminished his interest in her considerably. Although it is often said that a woman's lack of talent is a virtue, this woman's intelligence was alarmingly low. Truly, she was a beauty without brains that if he were to father children with such a woman, what if they turned out to be fools? Just then, Murong Xiaoye, who had been lurking in the shadows, approached with cat-like steps, clapping her hands as she exclaimed, "Brilliant! Doctor's performance was truly splendid. But I wonder, how does Dr. Chu plan to deal with this woman?" As she drew nearer, she didn't hesitate to pinch Qu Lingxiao's thigh. Clearly having discerned his intentions, her meaning was unmistakable. While speaking, Murong Xiaoye even extended her hand, ready to drag Wang Bue away, clearly intending to take charge on Qu Lingxiao's behalf. "Miss Murong, please wait." Qu Lingxiao grasped Murong Xiaoye's hand, halting her actions. The urgency in his expression was palpable. After all, what a farce it would be. Qu Lingxiao had gone to great lengths to subdue Wang Bue, and he hadn't even had a taste of his triumph yet. How could he let her be taken away? Nevertheless, Qu Lingxiao was reluctant to offend Murong Xiaoye, for she was astute and still technically his creditor. Considering the connection with the Soul Palace, he was wary of crossing her. "Miss Murong, you speak of many things, but I have devoted my life to taming wild beasts, and I specialize in breaking in fierce horses that if Miss Murong truly wishes to sell, why not sell those guards instead? I can ensure that all proceeds from their sale are given to you." Though the relationship between Qu Lingxiao and Murong Xiaoye was far from simple, in public, they maintained a facade of professionalism. For instance, Murongxia always addressed him as Dr. Chu, while he merely upgraded her title from Mr. Murong to Miss Muranjet. It was as if an invisible barrier existed between them. Yet, as night fell and the lights dimmed, their relationship would undergo a more profound transformation. However, observing Murongxia in that moment, Qu Lingxiao knew that even under the cover of darkness, she would not yield in this matter. With that, he braced himself for conflict. Chapter 43. How could a Chinibyu girl ever surrender? At this moment, the atmosphere between Qu Lingxiao and Murongxia had grown delicate. Both clenched their fists, yet neither stepped forward. Their gazes met, filled with anger, shame, and reluctance, for they both understood that should either of them strike, the bond between them would be irreparably severed, a reality neither could accept, particularly for Murongxia. Qu Lingxiao embodied her ideal man. She was unwilling to let go, nor would she. Yet, Qu Lingxiao's intention to take in such an ostentatious and extravagant woman was incomprehensible to her, that in her mind, the other party had no awareness that they were in an apocalyptic world. She merely sought to continue her fantasy life based on her inherent talents. The thought that she would demand the man she admired expend energy to sustain her was a truth Murongxia could not bear. Yet, she was also unwilling to bear the cost of confrontation. Thus, she attempted to persuade Qu Lingxiao to reconsider with a single remark. This foolish Chinibyu still believes herself to be a fairy. Nonsense. Even if she were to be sold, she would be deemed too foolish by others. Being sold to a slave trader would be her fortune. I advise you to step aside. Qu Lingxiao, however, would not relent. While she might be lacking in intellect, her beauty was undeniable. The world was already filled with enough hardship. He desired the company of a lovely companion. Yet this woman stood in his way. Had it not been for her beauty, Qu Lingxiao might have already resorted to violence against her. Neither was willing to yield, resulting in a stalemate. Unbeknownst to them, however, Wang Buwei, who should have been incapacitated, began to move her fingers, then her arms, her eyes, until finally her entire body rose to its feet. Though she panted heavily, she had regained her mobility. You vile man. How could you betray me? Wang Buwei's voice was weak. Yet the resentment in her words was palpable to Qu Lingxiao. However, this only confirmed his belief. This woman was truly foolish, if he were in her position, believing oneself to be immobile while actually still capable of movement. He would have surely launched a surprise attack, at the very least, to ensure she would never bear children again. Yet this woman, after struggling to stand, chose to curse him first, and then proceeded to adjust her clothing, as if it were of little consequence. This absurdity made Qu Lingxiao seriously consider Murongxia's suggestion. Her foolishness left him momentarily stunned, and in that fleeting moment of distraction, Murongxia struck. Her attack was aimed directly at Wang Buwei's vital points. A jet-black knife lunged directly towards Wang Buwei's throat. Should Murongxia succeed, Wang Buwei's life would be irrevocably forfeited, a prospect that Qu Lingxiao could never permit. Not only did he desire to engage in a deeper dialogue with her, but the mere act of claiming her territory necessitated that she remain alive. With such intentions at play, Qu Lingxiao could not allow Murongxia to slay Wang Buwei. Yet he found himself lacking the ability to withstand Murongxia's assault. At that moment, his gaze fell upon Wang Taizhu, who had already succumbed to the undead, and an idea sparked within him. Wang Taizhu, go save your sister, at Qu Lingxiao's command, despite the evident turmoil on his face. Wang Taizhu propelled himself toward Murongxia's dagger. Upon seeing Wang Taizhu's grotesque visage, Murongxia immediately recoiled in disdain, discarding the knife. She had no desire to come into contact with such a repulsive man. Not even in the slightest. The dagger pierced Wang Taizhu's heart, extinguishing the flicker of life in his already murky eyes. Poor Wang Taizhu, who had harbored resentment towards his sister throughout his life, now found himself dying in her defense. Ironically, Wang Buwei genuinely believed her brother was attempting to save her, stirring a flicker of emotion within her. Brother! After a deep breath, her body suddenly swelled, her garments ripping apart. However, what emerged was not the smooth skin of a woman, but rather scales of crimson dragon hide, a fire dragon. She was transforming into a fire dragon. As this realization dawned, Qu Lingxiao swiftly retreated. The others around him followed suit. Just then, Wang Buwei expelled a torrent of flames, the target being none other than the fallen Wang Taizhu. Brother, may you rest in peace. However, At this moment, Wang Taizhu had already become one of the undead. Even with his heart pierced, he would not perish. Ignited by the dragon flames, he let out a wretched scream akin to a slaughtered pig that a hint of embarrassment flickered across Wang Buwei's face. For she had genuinely believed her brother to be dead and intended to incinerate him on the spot, only to discover that he was still alive. Yet, Wang Buwei could only unleash fire, not extinguish it, and could only belch forth another wave of dragon flames to physically purify him. The humiliation and anguish of losing her brother filled Wang Buwei's eyes with murderous intent as she glared at Qu Lingxiao. "You little thief, you ruin my clothes and slay my brother. Hasten forth and accept your death." To Qu Lingxiao's ears, her words were utterly bewildering. "That I ruined your clothes, killed your brother. This was clearly your doing." "Not mine," he protested, hands raised in mock innocence, still daring to quibble. "Take this," she retorted, unleashing a breath of dragon flames toward his face. Due to the swiftness of her attack, Qu Lingxiao barely managed to evade it with Murong Xiaoye's assistance, who collapsed onto him in the process. The two soft forms pressed against him until he coughed, prompting her to reluctantly disengage. This was not due to any confusion regarding the gravity of their situation. Rather, she was simply elated that in her eyes, with the situation having escalated to this point, Wang Buwei could never become Qu Lingxiao's woman. This meant that she would forever remain his sole beloved. Such was the folly of a woman in love, blinded to reason. Yet, she could scarcely fathom that, even in this state, Qu Lingxiao had his own means to tame the fierce beast before him. After unleashing a breath of dragon flames, Wang Buwei found herself panting, contemplating whether Qu Lingxiao would finally kneel and beg for mercy. To her astonishment, Qu Lingxiao exhibited no fear. Instead, he strode directly toward her, causing her to instinctively widen her mouth, preparing to unleash another torrent of dragon flames. Chapter 44. The dragon tamer faced with the fire dragon incarnation of Wang Buwei, Qu Lingxiao remained unfazed. Instead, he approached her leisurely, pressing his hand gently against her dragon head. Witnessing this spectacle, Murong Xiaoye and the others felt their hearts leap into their throats. At that moment, everyone anticipated that Qu Lingxiao would be reduced to ashes by her flames. However, a surprising scene unfolded. Wang Buwei's dragon head was subdued beneath Qu Lingxiao's hand, her entire form yielding to him. He instinctively embraced her, eliciting gasps of astonishment from the onlookers. What a display of strength! Long live the chief! Voices of praise erupted around him. Yet only Xuannu, Lu Mimi, and Murong Xiaoye remained by his side, their faces tinged with concern. Even Lu Ryu, who was tidying up in her room, flushed crimson upon witnessing her son-in-law holding a bare-skinned maiden. She opened her mouth to speak, but ultimately stifled her words. She now understood her position. While her daughter Lu Mimi was Qu Lingxiao's formerly recognized wife, his current might rendered her powerless to intervene should he choose to cast her aside. Now, all she could do was silently lament the state of her bed linens. Wang Buwei, cradled in Qu Lingxiao's arms, remained conscious, yet she had exhausted all her strength. Even in her feeble attempts to resist, it appeared as though she was inviting him closer. Her feeble curses against Qu Lingxiao lacked any real vigor. "Let me go, you scoundrel. I would rather die than let you touch me," she shouted, though her voice barely reached beyond the two of them. The energy expended in her fiery breath had been immense. This was precisely why Qu Lingxiao felt emboldened to approach her, that he was gambling, betting that she could only unleash a single breath of dragon flames. Though he had always struggled academically, he had a keen interest in certain fantastical lore. One such piece of knowledge explained why fire-breathing creatures could not exist in the world. They would expend too much energy, far exceeding the benefits of a simple roar or the evolution of sharp teeth. Thus, as he confronted the fire dragon incarnation of Wang Buwei, he pondered whether this theory applied to her as well. Coupled with the information from Jintong Jinyu about Wang Buwei's daily need for copious amounts of food, Qu Lingxiao became increasingly convinced of the likelihood. Unbeknownst to him, his gamble had indeed paid off. Wang Buwei was capable of unleashing a second breath of flames. However, in preparation for today's wedding, albeit a sham, she had deliberately skipped a meal, unwilling to let her self-absorbed vanity diminish her figure. This choice had inadvertently reduced her fire breath from 2 bursts to 1, leading to Qu Lingxiao's victory. It could be said that his survival was a fortunate confluence of luck and knowledge. Moreover, Qu Lingxiao was aware that she could indeed unleash fire indefinitely, yet he reasoned that if that were the case, he would eventually meet his demise at her hands. Why not face death with a touch of panache? He refused to cower before the inevitable. From the onset of the universal job transition, he had prepared for the worst. This moment was a gamble, testing his own fortitude that if he lacked the courage to confront Wang Buwei directly, he had no business continuing his ventures, that he could simply sell his territory to either the Soul Temple or the Dawn Guardians, which would be far more suitable. However, the outcome proved Qu Lingxiao correct. Wang Buwei's abilities indeed harbored significant flaws, and he possessed the audacity to seize the moment. Thus, the plans he had meticulously crafted could finally unfold. Long ago, he had contemplated that the universal job transition was a complete reshuffling of society. The previous social hierarchy had been supplanted by capability, and in such times, one must either conquer or be conquered. There was no third option. Qu Lingxiao refused to be the one left beleaguered. Therefore, he resolved to take the initiative. Reflecting on his past subservience sent a shiver down his spine. That time, either Zhuang Liren or Su Dali could have easily extinguished his life, simply because he lacked sufficient ambition. Now, Zhuang Liren was dead, and Su Dali had become his loyal dog. Qu Lingxiao was determined that such a scenario would never arise again. Now, he aimed to conquer Wang Buwei and the territory of District 7, marking the first step in his quest for dominion over the world. As he beheld the fully unveiled Wang Buwei before him, it would be a lie to claim he felt no excitement. Any normal man would undoubtedly experience exhilaration at such a sight. Perhaps sensing the intensity of his gaze, Wang Buwei began to writhe violently. However, having expended so much energy and under the influence of a tranquilizer, her struggles appeared almost inviting. Naturally, Qu Lingxiao would not hold back. In the brief span of time, the other party was transformed from suffering to joy, only to revert back to anguish once more. The abrupt shifts in emotion left Wang Buwei's feelings towards Qu Lingxiao exceedingly complex, rendering her unable to discern whether she felt love or hate for him. After Qu Lingxiao had subjected her to his forceful treatment, she was left drenched in sweat. At this point, the effects of the anesthetic had finally worn off. "I'm terribly sorry, Leader Wang, but I have no other antidotes available, that I can only resort to this method, and I hope it hasn't exhausted you too much." Qu Lingxiao scratched his head, displaying an expression as innocent as that of a neighborly boy. However, in Wang Buwei's eyes, this was nothing but a fade. Just moments ago, he had clearly forced her into treatment and intended to charge her an exorbitant price. What did he think? They were all individuals who had emerged from a bygone era. Such antics were far too familiar. Reflecting on this, Wang Buwei placed her hands on her hips and coldly declared, "I have no money, but I have a life to spare." Initially, she intended to play the rogue. However, to her astonishment, Qu Lingxiao leaned in and kissed her, simultaneously murmuring with a flirtatious tone, "Then you shall give me your entire life." Faced with the shameless Qu Lingxiao, Wang Buwei was instantly overwhelmed with embarrassment, her cheeks flushing crimson. Chapter 45. What of the Dragon Maiden? As Qu Lingxiao leaned in to kiss her, Wang Buwei initially sought to resist. Yet, in the end, she relinquished the desire to push him away, allowing him to take what he wished. After all, for someone afflicted with typical adolescent delusions, just the mere touch of his hand would compel her to feel as though she must marry him. Not to mention, they had already shared such intimacy. This moment, she found herself devoid of any resistance towards Qu Lingxiao. Consequently, her District 7 seamlessly merged with District 6. Wang Buwei's subordinates had no objections to this development. Nor should they have in an era where everyone was striving for survival. The ultimate goal was to live better. Qu Lingxiao had already showcased his abilities to the masses. Following a leader with intellect and wisdom was far preferable to remaining under the command of a delusional individual like Wang Buwei. Yet, Wang Buwei remained oblivious to this fact. She believed her subordinates were merely being excessively loyal, which even touched her heart a little. This news swiftly reached the ears of the Soul Palace. Initially, Murong Xiaoya hesitated to report the information. However, upon reflection, she realized that there is no wall that does not leak news, especially since Qu Lingxiao had taken no measures to keep it secret. In truth, it was impossible to conceal. Every leader in the vicinity was a significant figure. Wang Buwei had transitioned from being the leader of District 7 to becoming Qu Lingxiao's woman, even surrendering her territory. Such matters were simply impossible to keep under wraps. Since the higher-ups would inevitably learn of it, it was better for her to report it herself. This way, they would have no reason to suspect any ambiguous relationship between her and Qu Lingxiao. When the higher-ups of the Soul Palace learned that Qu Lingxiao had swiftly swallowed District 7, they could not help but widen their eyes in astonishment. That it should be noted that the Soul Palace's influence was limited to a mere 15 districts. This was only achievable with the clandestine support of a higher organization. Yet, Qu Lingxiao had only just assumed his position as district leader a few days prior and had already absorbed a neighboring district. If this pace continued, it would not be long before they needed to recruit him. Rather, he would be the one seeking to recruit them. This simply could not be allowed. With this thought, the head of the Soul Palace began to mutter to himself. Leaving Murong Xiaoye in a state of shock, that he issued a stern order. You must recruit Qu Lingxiao within 3 days. If not, you shall be the one to assassinate him. Alongside this command, he did not forget to present Murong Xiaoye with an enchanted dagger. The exquisite craftsmanship of the dagger shimmered with an unusual radiance, and even before identification, Murong Xiaoye knew its quality was exceptional. Upon identification, the result left her astounded. Item name: Demon Fong. Special ability: adds 100,000 volts of electricity upon attack. Requires 1 day to recharge after each use, though the cooldown was somewhat lengthy. That was a staggering voltage. In Murong Xiaoye's understanding, such power bordered on being lethal. The mere thought of this weapon potentially piercing Qu Lingxiao's eyes sent a shiver down her spine. Nevertheless, she accepted it without refusal, even allowing a smile of excitement to surface. What a jest! Even if Murong Xiaoye was reluctant to kill Qu Lingxiao, she could not let the higher-ups learn of her true intentions at that point. She could effortlessly ensure Qu Lingxiao's survival without anyone being the wiser. With this thought, Murong Xiaoye felt a slight sense of reassurance. However, the next words from her superior made her heart tighten once more. Xiaoye, although Qu Lingxiao may not be adept in combat, I believe it is still unwise for you to go alone, that I will accompany you. Accompanying me. Upon hearing this, Murong Xiaoye was momentarily stunned. The woman standing before her was one of the elite combatants of the Soul Palace. Although she typically handled intelligence-related matters, Murong Xiaoye harbored no doubts about her combat prowess, as evidenced by her profession. The Grim Reaper, a profession so rare it was almost mythical. Moreover, this profession had a unique trait. Although belonging to the undead, they were the natural enemies of all undead beings. The girl before her, named Shuya, possessed a cascade of silvery curls that had emerged from her class change, her red eyes and cherubic round face giving her the appearance of a child. Yet her manner of speaking and fighting was exceedingly hardcore. For instance, the massive scythe she wielded had cleaved countless enemies in twain. The notion that such a formidable being would accompany her to confront Qu Lingxiao was terrifying. Merely contemplating it sent a chill down her spine, prompting her to instinctively shake her head. However, her companion seemed oblivious to her hesitation, grasping Murong Xiaoye's hand and preparing to set off, all while not forgetting to bring along her oversized scythe. Murong Xiaoye could only follow with a wry smile, contemplating how she might persuade her to abandon the idea of targeting Qu Lingxiao. Miss Xiaoye, why not introduce me to this lovely lady? I sense a remarkable affinity between us. At that moment, Qu Lingxiao held Lu Mimi in his left arm while his right arm encircled Wang Buwei, all the while teasing the newly arrived Shuya. This left Murong Xiaoye feeling increasingly disheartened about her chances of safeguarding Qu Lingxiao. My name is Shuya. Pleased to meet you. From today onward, I shall be Leader Chu's maid. Brother, please don't bully me. As she spoke, she cast a flirtatious glance at Qu Lingxiao, causing his heart to race. Murong Xiaoye felt the same tension, though for entirely different reasons. That Qu Lingxiao's excitement stemmed from the presence of a beautiful woman eager to become his maid, while Murong Xiaoye's dread arose from the fear that Qu Lingxiao's antics might lead to Shuya's demise. Yet Qu Lingxiao did not disappoint Murong Xiaoye. He immediately embraced Shuya. Murong Xiaoye attempted to intervene, only to be pushed aside by him, who teasingly remarked, Miss Xiaoye, if you wish to feel jealous, you will have to wait until tomorrow. Today, I am rather busy. Chapter 46. The substitute for death. Can you truly bring the dead back to life? That is simply incredible. At this moment, Shuya nestled in Qu Lingxiao's embrace, placing her small hands over her heart, her face brimming with excitement. She resembled nothing more than an adorable high school girl, completely oblivious to her true nature as a ruthless Grim Reaper. Naturally, a necromancer's duty is to resurrect the departed, but of course, Shuya. If you were to perish, I would also bring you back to life. In his eyes, she was nothing short of a devoted fan. Having just achieved victory, he felt a sense of elation, entirely unaware of how out of place Shuya's presence truly was. Had he understood her genuine profession, he would have realized that his actions were akin to playing with fire. Discussing the resurrection of the dead with a Grim Reaper was as reckless as offering meatballs to a vegetarian or showing harem novels to a feminist. Yet, Qu Lingxiao not only engaged in such discussions but did so thoroughly, treating the resurrection of the deceased as a noble endeavor. Shuya nodded in agreement, displaying no signs of discontent, that Qu Lingxiao was quite pleased with Shuya's appearance and demeanor. The only thing that vexed him was how easily she evaded his attempts at intimate contact, her movements both graceful and polite. Initially, he assumed it was mere coincidence, but after multiple attempts, he realized she was intentionally avoiding physical contact. Furthermore, the other party's evasion techniques were remarkably sophisticated. Even though they had settled into Qu Lingxiao's embrace, he still could not touch them even once. This situation left him feeling somewhat uncomfortable. However, upon gazing at the youthful countenance of the other, understanding dawned upon him. It was merely shyness. With this thought, Qu Lingxiao couldn't help but let a slight smile grace his lips. Yet, just when he believed he would never be able to touch the other, they suddenly leaned in to kiss him, their face flushed with embarrassment. This took Qu Lingxiao by surprise, and by the time he collected himself, he found himself pinning the other beneath him. Following an intimate exchange, the other began to engage in casual conversation with Qu Lingxiao, initially reminiscing about his childhood before gradually shifting to his hobbies. Ultimately, the conversation led to the pivotal question, "Master, what do you think of the Soul Palace?" Soul Palace? What Soul Palace? At that moment, Qu Lingxiao, having been exhausted from consecutive late-night work, felt his mind clouded, nearly revealing the transaction that Murong Xiaoye had previously mentioned. Nonetheless, his words were still provocative enough. And even if SHY were to slay him on the spot, he would not feel wronged. The Soul Palace. I must say, I know Murong Xiaoye has a delightful physique, soft to the touch. I wonder how the others fare. As he spoke, Qu Lingxiao playfully tapped the softer parts of SHY's body, pondering how someone so young could have developed so well, to the point where he found it difficult to resist. Unbeknownst to him, SHY's face was flushed with anger, as he mistakenly believed she was merely pleased with his previous efforts. Thankfully, in the end, SHY concluded that Qu Lingxiao was simply an old lecher, albeit an endearing one, that if not for that, she would not have so readily surrendered herself to him, considering this was her first time that in truth, she had come to rid herself of her virginity. She had long heard tales of Qu Lingxiao's handsome visage and his formidable intellect. Now, while his cleverness seemed somewhat lacking, his looks certainly met her expectations, and she reluctantly accepted the situation. The true impetus behind her decision stemmed from pressure from higher-ups, who had commanded SHY to marry a man she did not fancy, a despicable, elderly, and unattractive fat man. Naturally, she was unwilling to comply in her eyes. Having Qu Lingxiao deflower her was a mere necessity of the mission. Should trouble arise, it would be directed at Qu Lingxiao. Thus, Murong Xiaoye's initial assumptions were misguided. Irrespective of Qu Lingxiao's actions, SHY would never harm him, but rather ensure his survival. However, she would require him to bear the brunt of the wrath from the Soul Palace's higher-ups. Gazing at Qu Lingxiao, SHY mused that he was, after all, her first man, prompting her to inch closer, her body pressing against his as she playfully rubbed against him, thinking, "Little fellow, go ahead and release. You may not have another chance." It was only after both were utterly spent that they finally ceased their activities. However, the following day, Qu Lingxiao discovered that SHY had mysteriously vanished, despite their joyful encounter the night before. She had departed without so much as a word. Meanwhile, Murong Xiaoye had received a message from SHY stating that Qu Lingxiao was fine and that she need not concern herself further. This left Murong Xiaoye feeling both exhilarated and embarrassed, wondering if Qu Lingxiao had performed exceptionally well. She privately vowed that next time, she would ensure he offered her the same attentions. What she could not foresee was that SHY intended for Qu Lingxiao to take the fall. "By the way, I have also sent you the demon Fong. Remember to protect it well." As she uttered these words, SHY's voice trembled slightly, for she herself could not discern whether she truly wished for Qu Lingxiao's demise. The higher-ups of the Soul Palace soon became aware of these developments, even speculating that Murong Xiaoya's abilities were insufficient, thus providing her with a substantial amount of magical crystals for upgrades. This revelation left Murong Xiaoya, who had assumed Qu Lingxiao was out of danger, utterly bewildered. Nevertheless, she refrained from expressing her concerns and decided to head to District 6 to devise another plan. Fearing that if the higher-ups perceived her as slacking, they might replace her with someone else, that Qu Lingxiao remained oblivious to all of this, still reeling from SHY's abrupt departure, vowing that if he saw her again, he would thoroughly ravish her before taking a bite of the milk Wang Buwei had passed to him. Chapter 47. Danger approaches Lingxiao. Do you know? You're going to die.at that moment. Murong Xiaoya had shed her usual assertiveness. Standing shyly beside Qu Lingxiao, her hands fidgeting as if she were bashful. The sight of her adorably flustered demeanor juxtaposed with such a terrifying proclamation left Qu Lingxiao momentarily uncertain whether she was jesting or speaking earnestly. However, upon seeing Qu Lingxiao's lack of response, Murong Xiaoya leaned in closer, whispering once more in his ear, "Lingxiao, you're in grave danger. Those people above want you dead, and it's likely that SHY is behind it." The latter part of her statement was nearly a scream. Yet rather than instilling a sense of caution in Qu Lingxiao, it elicited a chuckle from him. "Miss Murong, even if you are jealous of my relationship with SHY, this is hardly the way to express it. It is unbecoming of your stature." Yet Qu Lingxiao soon seemed to grasp something, his expression turning icy. Initially, Murong Xiaoya thought he had realized the gravity of the situation. "Murong Xiaoya, speak plainly. Does SHY lie in your grasp? Have you harmed her out of jealousy?" Qu Lingxiao's voice was frigid as he inquired, perceiving Murong Xiaoya as a woman blinded by jealousy, capable of harming others out of spite. Although he held affection for her, he would not easily forgive her should she truly act on such impulses. Hearing his words, Murong Xiaoya felt on the verge of breaking down. She had risked a great deal to warn him, only to be met with such accusations, a notion she found intolerable. Yet, the thought of Qu Lingxiao's potential demise forced her to swallow her resentment. "Lingxiao, listen to me. The Soul Palace has sent me to eliminate you, and SHY is not as simple as you think. She holds a high-ranking position within the Soul Palace," with Qu Lingxiao finally displaying skepticism. Murong Xiaoya pressed on, her expression one of helplessness. At last, Qu Lingxiao began to comprehend the peculiarities of the situation. He had been lost in the allure of her affections, but upon reflection, he realized that such a stroke of fortune was implausible. Why would anyone shower him with such attention? Could it be that he was truly so striking as to captivate all? From another perspective, Qu Lingxiao also recognized that SHY had been brought by Murong Xiaoya. If she were indeed envious of their connection, why would she have introduced SHY to him? Moreover, considering Murong Xiaoya's temperament, she would never go so far as to offer him a woman. As he pondered, a sense of impending turmoil washed over him. However, upon seeing Murong Xiaoya's anxious expression, he regained his composure. Not long ago, she mentioned that the higher-ups of the Soul Palace had bestowed upon her a large quantity of magical crystals and a weapon called the Demon Fang. If this were true, it at least indicated that his relationship with Murong Xiaoya had not yet been exposed. Furthermore, her willingness to warn him suggested she did not intend to carry out such orders. Nonetheless, Qu Lingxiao felt it necessary to confirm the specifics with her. It was entirely possible that she merely sought to feign civility before turning on him, maintaining a gentle smile on the surface. He remained vigilant beneath. "So, Miss Murong, how do you propose to resolve this matter?" Hearing his question, Murong Xiaoya finally exhaled in relief, for it indicated that he recognized the seriousness of the situation. She offered a wry smile. "How could I ever harm you? I would rather die than see you perish." Although Qu Lingxiao did not fully trust her words, he pressed on, "Then what do you intend to do? What else can I do?" "I'll simply report that the mission has failed, that the magical crystals and the Demon Fang were taken by you, and request they send someone else." Murong Xiaoya spoke nonchalantly, as if she firmly believed this approach would succeed. This, however, raised doubts in Qu Lingxiao's mind. But will they agree to that? Yet, as he posed this question, Murong Xiaoya suddenly erupted into laughter. "They'll have no choice." Yet, this response only deepened Qu Lingxiao's frown. "Then why did you react that way, just now? Were you trying to scare me?" This question caused Murong Xiaoya to furrow her brow once more. This approach is undoubtedly capable of handling several instances without fail. However, I never claimed that there would be no side effects. On this occasion, Qu Lingxiao remained silent, waiting for the other party to finish speaking. Murong Xiaoye truly acted in this manner. Nevertheless, Qu Lingxiao swiftly rejected Murong Xiaoye's proposal without a moment's hesitation. What absurdity! Qu Lingxiao had grown weary of entrusting his fate to others. Now, when the other party sought to take his life, was he expected to dutifully present himself to be slain? Even if there was a faint possibility of being spared, Qu Lingxiao was unwilling to gamble on it. Moreover, he still had a line of communication with the Dawn Guardians to consider. Just this morning, news had reached him from Diana 9, who had subtly praised Qu Lingxiao before the higher-ups of the Dawn Guardians. Since she had never engaged in such flattery before, the higher-ups genuinely acknowledged Qu Lingxiao as a benevolent figure. They even contemplated hosting a banquet in his honor. It is worth noting that ordinary street leaders do not enjoy such privileges, particularly since Qu Lingxiao belonged to a race with undead attributes. Receiving such treatment was already an exception. Thus, while the Soul Palace sought his demise, the Dawn Guardians treated him with respect that if Qu Lingxiao were truly forced to choose, he would undoubtedly opt for the Dawn Guardians, rendering a response to Murong Xiaoye's proposal unnecessary. Chapter 48. The Master of Performance, Qu Lingxiao, harbored no fear of Murong Xiaoye discovering this information. Instead, he recounted the entire affair to her. Initially, he believed she might feel disheartened due to his plan's failure. To his surprise, she exhibited a look of relief. This left Qu Lingxiao momentarily stunned. However, whether her concern was genuine or merely a testament to her acting prowess remained uncertain. The immediate priority was to navigate the situation with the Soul Palace. Otherwise, even if Qu Lingxiao joined the Dawn Guardians at that moment, they might not be able to protect him in time. Upon witnessing Murong Xiaoye's subsequent actions, Qu Lingxiao had to concede that she was indeed ruthless. She brandished a dagger and, without hesitation, plunged it into her own arm. Although there were numerous methods available in this age of universal job changes to ensure no scar remained, such an act was undeniably fierce, particularly for a woman, especially when, after inflicting the wound, she flashed Qu Lingxiao a radiant smile. He felt like a mere jester. How could someone capable of such actions be plotting against him? This thought evoked a fleeting pang of guilt within Qu Lingxiao. However, he quickly regained his composure and began strategizing ways to render the situation more convincing, drawing inspiration from films he had previously seen. Qu Lingxiao instructed his subordinates to wreak havoc on the less valuable items in the district. Naturally, they targeted the already dilapidated structures, such as residential homes. Valuable items were to be spared. The 6th district was already in a state of disrepair. If they were to obliterate these pre-existing buildings, Qu Lingxiao might as well rename himself the King of Beggars. Although Qu Lingxiao's undead subordinates were not particularly bright, they excelled at causing destruction. Some used their fists to smash through walls, while others employed toxins to damage trees. The weaker ones resorted to shattering glass bottles on the ground, which pained Qu Lingxiao immensely, despite being merely ordinary beer bottles. They held significant value in this era. Scarcity made these items precious, and they were being destroyed daily, leading to a severe shortage. Some had even begun referring to these glass bottles as crystal bottles. While Qu Lingxiao himself did not go so far, witnessing his subordinates smash glass bottles caused him considerable distress. These were his possessions. Yet, there was no alternative to enhance the authenticity of their performance. Both parties had to proceed as such. In a moment of determination, Qu Lingxiao even inflicted a wound upon his own arm. The excruciating pain nearly caused him to lose consciousness, yet he bore it resolutely. If Murong Xiaoye, as a woman, could endure such pain, what was there for Qu Lingxiao to shy away from? After their actions, the 6th district indeed resembled a battleground. Murong Xiaoye recorded the entire scene with the crystal she held. Originally intended to prevent collusion between the cadres and enemies, only the magical craftsman responsible for its creation knew how to modify its password. However, the higher-ups had not anticipated that Murong Xiaoye and her fellow low-ranking cadres could easily uncover it by offering gifts to the craftsman. Thus, the crystal was essentially a decorative piece. Despite its ornamental nature, it proved quite useful in dealing with the higher dash-ups that heightened the realism. Qu Lingxiao and Murong Xiaoye even engaged in a few staged altercations. Although their relationship rendered their movements somewhat unconvincing, it sufficed to carry them through. After completing this endeavor, the two embraced tightly that moment. Murongxia posed an inappropriate question. Lingxiao, tell me, who do you truly favor? You must have several women such as Diana, Lu Mimi, and her mother, Lu Ryu. Upon hearing Lu Ryu's name, Qu Lingxiao sprang to his feet. That don't speak nonsense. I have no connection with her. But you cannot deny she is yours. Can you? Regardless of how Qu Lingxiao attempted to explain, Murongxia stubbornly insisted that he was a man who indulged in both mother and daughter, to exasperation. He chose silence, sulking alone. Murongxia sought to console him, but soon realized that she was the one in need of comfort. She had sacrificed so much for him. Yet what had he ever given her in return? Even at that moment, when she risked her life to protect him, he still harbored doubts. Murongxia acknowledged that being suspicious was a necessary survival tactic in this tumultuous world, which was one of the reasons she was drawn to Qu Lingxiao. However, beyond being a black market merchant and a cadre of the Soul Palace, she was fundamentally a woman, or rather, her identity as a woman took precedence over all else. Qu Lingxiao's lack of trust in her stung her heart deeply, prompting her to bite down on his neck. This act left Qu Lingxiao utterly bewildered. Initially, he assumed it was Lu Mimi biting him. As she was a vampire and biting necks was quite ordinary for her, he never expected Murongxia to be so ferocious. This made him question her very lineage. Naturally, Qu Lingxiao would not allow her to continue biting him. He forcefully pushed her down and began to ravage her. It was a tumultuous mix of pain and pleasure. Their struggle continued for an extended period, only ceasing when both were utterly spent. This confrontation was unlike any previous encounter. Their gazes held a mutual resentment. Coincidentally, this scene was captured by Murongxia's recording crystal, fortuitously revealing itself to the higher-ups of the Soul Palace. This was, of course, due to Murongxia's exhaustion, leading her to neglect reviewing the recordings. She had initially believed everything to be foolproof, only to find brutal, utterly brutal. At that moment, observing the fierce clash between Qu Lingxiao and Murongxia, the higher-ranking officials who had recently doubted the duo's collusion immediately believed Murongxia's claims. After all, if it were merely an act, they could not fathom anyone performing with such authenticity. This despicable Qu Lingxiao. Attacking our cadres is one thing. To humiliate them further is intolerable. Surely, Lady Shuya has suffered a similar fate at his hands. Just wait, I shall dispatch more personnel immediately. This time, he shall be eliminated once and for all. The senior official declared with a fierce glare. Chapter 49. The succubus. Upon hearing the higher-up's remarks, Murongxia was momentarily taken aback. That it was only when she scrutinized the contents of the recording crystal that she comprehended the situation. They had interpreted her interactions with Qu Lingxiao as part of a battle. The intensity of the events had been so explosive that it stirred fervent emotions in those who witnessed it. Consequently, this became justification for their resolve to eliminate Qu Lingxiao. A wave of regret, pain, and anxiety flooded over Murongxia, causing her to lose her balance and faint. When those around her transported her to the hospital, the results of the examinations left everyone in shock. Murongxia was, in fact, pregnant. As for the identity of the father, it went without saying. This revelation left the higher-ups of the Soul Palace flustered, their faces alternating between crimson and pale as they struggled to find words. Ultimately, they could only arrange for Murongxia to rest, forcibly keeping her in the hospital despite her protests. This left her entirely cut off from Qu Lingxiao. At that moment, Qu Lingxiao remained blissfully unaware of his impending fatherhood, reveling in flirtations with Lu Mimi. As a side note, Qu Lingxiao had utilized the magical crystal brought by Murongxia to upgrade his undead restoration skills. Under his care, Lu Mimi's facial nerves had been repaired, rendering her even more beautiful and lively than before. This uplifted the spirits of both individuals. As for the matters concerning the Soul Palace, Qu Lingxiao harbored no concerns whatsoever. In his eyes, Murongxia was entirely capable of handling everything. It was not until a cannonball crashed before him, reducing one of his subordinates to mere fragments, that Qu Lingxiao recognized the stark divergence between reality and his expectations. In that instant, he instinctively pulled Lu Mimi aside to evade the explosive projectile. Trouble is afoot. Someone is besieging the city. A loud shout echoed, sending chaos rippling through the ranks of the undead in Block 6. It was only when Qu Lingxiao unleashed the undead punishment technique, manifesting a colossal purple whip that cracked against the ground, that the commotion subsided. Not panic. Report the situation to me at once. However, despite his inquiries, the already dim-witted undead were now in such a state of frenzy that they could scarcely provide any useful information. Yet, perhaps it was unnecessary to know the specifics. Before long, the opposing force sent envoys to negotiate. Unlike the previous envoy sent by Wang Buwei, the Soul Palace's approach was evidently far more cautious. They dispatched no underlings, opting instead to address the denizens of Block 6 directly, with words aimed squarely at Qu Lingxiao. Greetings, brothers of the undead clan. We, the Soul Palace, harbor no intentions of turning against our kin. However, Qu Lingxiao is a villain of grave repute, having humiliated 2 of our officials, resulting in one of them becoming pregnant. If you deliver Qu Lingxiao to us, all shall be spared. At this proclamation, not only did Qu Lingxiao pause in disbelief, but so too did the surrounding undead. The notion that he had humiliated 2 individuals to the extent of one becoming pregnant was undeniably explosive news. Yet, Qu Lingxiao's focus was elsewhere. Who was the one pregnant? Was it Murong Xiaoye or Shuya? This question consumed his thoughts that he was to become a father, whether it was as the adversary claimed. That he was the cause of this pregnancy mattered little to him. However, Qu Lingxiao's indifference did not extend to those around him. Countless pairs of eyes, some emerald, others waxen yellow, fixed upon him, belonging to the undead of Block 6. They had no desire for death, and their loyalty to Qu Lingxiao was tenuous at best. The Soul Palace had just demonstrated its formidable power, and now nearly everyone was contemplating turning Qu Lingxiao over. Yet this notion was swiftly quashed when Qu Lingxiao's undead punishment technique began to dance menacingly in his grasp. What are these fools doing outside? Hurry and prepare for battle. With that, Qu Lingxiao commenced reconnaissance with his most formidable minion. To his astonishment, the opposing force had indeed brought a considerable contingent. Not only were there various undead soldiers, but they had also brought an array of artillery. This artillery was unlike that of the pre-class change era. It was inferior in both firepower and mobility. However, it had the advantage of being inexpensive. Merely an iron barrel filled with gunpowder sufficed to create the most rudimentary cannon. The projectiles were a hodgepodge of shattered glass and metal fragments. While such weapons lacked the capacity to inflict significant structural damage, their impact on the human body could be catastrophic. Thus, they became Qu Lingxiao's primary target, that he commanded his most formidable minion to eliminate the undead operating the artillery. Although he succeeded, the minion's razor-sharp wings easily tore the undead to shreds. It was not enough. The remaining undead soon pressed forward, clad in thick metal armor. The undead were inherently resistant to the poison of the most formidable minion. And with the added protection of armor, Qu Lingxiao's minion was rendered ineffective. The adversaries were not vanquished. Instead, it was Qu Lingxiao's minion that was ultimately reduced to fragments by the opposing artillery. This conflict could be deemed evenly matched, with neither side gaining a clear advantage. Block 6 did possess what could be termed a wall, but it was a crude structure, constructed merely from metal sheets and refuse. At this rate, it would not take long for the enemy to breach it, complicating Qu Lingxiao's situation. Worse still, compared to the clearly disciplined enemy forces, his own subordinates exhibited no semblance of order. They only moved when Qu Lingxiao wielded the whip of the undead punishment technique. And even then, their actions were fraught with reluctance that in a desperate bid, Qu Lingxiao infused his mental energy into his subordinates, forcibly compelling them to prepare for combat. Yet, even this proved insufficient. Before long, the Soul Palace launched its assault, with Qu Lingxiao as their primary target. The lead figure from the Soul Palace was a striking woman with sharp horns, clad in revealing attire. According to her own introduction, her name was Lilith. Although Qu Lingxiao doubted the authenticity of her name, he recognized the opportunity to negotiate and was determined not to squander it. With this in mind, he greeted her with a warm demeanor. "Might I inquire, Miss Lilith, what brings you to my humble abode? I would be grateful for your clarification that to any observer, it would be impossible to discern that Qu Lingxiao was teetering on the brink of life and death." Lilith, upon witnessing his demeanor, could not help but smile before teasingly remarking, "You are quite the fellow. You managed to get Murong Xiaoye pregnant." At that moment, Qu Lingxiao realized that it was indeed Murong Xiaoye who was with child, a revelation that stirred excitement within him. Seeing his reaction, a seductive glint flickered in Lilith's eyes as she licked her lips. "Truth be told, I am genuinely curious to see what you, as a man, are capable of." However, the higher-ups have issued strict orders, leaving me with no recourse that if you were to surrender, I could plead with them to allow you to become my consort. What say you?" Upon hearing her proposition, all of Qu Lingxiao's subordinates swallowed hard. The woman claiming to be Lilith was a paragon of beauty, and for them, serving such a goddess as a consort, even at the expense of renouncing their leader's position, was not an unacceptable trade-off. Yet, Qu Lingxiao was not like them, that in the face of Lilith's allure, he maintained his composure. For one, he doubted her authority to make such offers, and even if she did, he had no illusions about his own appeal being sufficient to warrant such an arrangement. He possessed a keen self-awareness regarding his worth. Responding to her suggestion with a smile, he said, "In truth, I find myself quite intrigued by Miss Lilith as well. How about this? You and your entourage join me, and from henceforth, you shall be my pet that I assure you, I will cherish you 100 times each day." Upon hearing Qu Lingxiao's words, Lilith's expression shifted between shades of red and white, as if contemplating something. Ultimately, she bit her lip and retorted playfully, "Little brat, how ungrateful." With that, she lunged at Qu Lingxiao, her approach reminiscent of a tempest. Yet as she neared him, she suddenly pouted her luscious lips, seemingly intending to kiss him. That Qu Lingxiao was momentarily taken aback, but quickly dodged her advance. That he was not foolish. Lilith was a succubus, although succubi were not part of the undead clan. Qu Lingxiao was well aware from his youth, through tales and media, of the dangers associated with physical contact with a succubus. Her subsequent words only confirmed his apprehensions. "Such restraint. It seems I cannot deal with you without employing more advanced techniques." Casting him a sultry glance, she beckoned, "Come, dear boy, let us play together." In that instant, all the male undead, save for Qu Lingxiao, charged at Lilith as if driven mad. Yet an invisible barrier seemed to protect her. Noticing that Qu Lingxiao remained unfazed, she began to grit her teeth in frustration. However, she soon donned a sweet smile, turning to the captivated undead and saying, "Look, Qu Gij is ignoring me. Why don't you bring him to me, so I can shower him with affection?" At her command, the male undead surged toward Qu Lingxiao. Even the undead punishment technique he wielded proved ineffective against their fervor. They chanted incessantly, "Bring Qu Lingxiao to Lady Lilith." In that moment, Qu Lingxiao felt a tightening in his chest. Had he not evaded her earlier kiss, he might have already become her thrall. The mere thought of losing his autonomy sent shivers down his spine. Faced with his own subordinates, Qu Lingxiao could not afford to remain passive. He first ordered the resentful female subordinates to retreat, then commanded his most formidable minions with a grim directive: "Kill and slay as many as you can." Thus a massacre unfolded within Block 6. Against the razor-like wings of the most formidable minions, the male undead stood no chance of resistance, swiftly being torn to shreds. Even so, they continued to chant Lilith's name, while she regarded it all with a disdainful expression. Instead, the one who ordered the slaughter of these undead, Qu Lingxiao, regarded the situation with a newfound respect and remarked, "I initially believed you to be merely a pretty face, yet I am surprised to discover you possess genuine skill. This has made me somewhat reluctant to end your life. However, I must insist you perish. Do not worry, I shall ensure you meet your demise in the most pleasurable manner." Upon finishing his statement, he dramatically removed his belt and swung it towards the ground, producing a resounding crack that turned out to be a whip, and judging by the serpent's head at the end, which continuously spat out venom, it was likely a magical weapon. The opponent then lunged towards Qu Lingxiao. Observing this, Qu Lingxiao hastily retracted his necromantic punishment spell, as the adversary was not undead, rendering the spell ineffective. He whistled to summon his loyal minion, Zue Mengsheng, who immediately gathered around him, encasing him in a carapace of insects and equipping him with an insect sword. Qu Lingxiao engaged in combat with the woman before him, Lilith, wielding the insect sword. The whip in Lilith's hand, much like its form, was laced with deadly poison, and the fangs of the serpent were exceedingly sharp. It effortlessly bit Zhe Mengsheng, bringing about his demise. Witnessing Zhe Mengsheng convulsing from the poison, Qu Lingxiao could not help but shudder. Nevertheless, his movements remained unceasing. The insect sword's transformations inflicted considerable harm upon his foe, landing several stings upon Lilith's skin. Yet, she merely let out a delicate hum and continued her assault without showing any signs of distress. The whip, immune to Zui Mingxing's toxins, created a rift in Qu Lingxiao's control over him, leaving Zui Mingxing hesitant to approach the whip. Meanwhile, Qu Lingxiao's subordinates found themselves entangled with Lilith's minions, unable to extricate themselves. In desperation, Qu Lingxiao commanded Zui Mingxing to disperse and attempt to flank Lilith from another direction. Although Zui Mingxing's venom remained ineffective against her, at least they could still attempt to strike her. However, this maneuver left Qu Lingxiao vulnerable, as Lilith swung her serpent-headed whip in his direction that Qu Lingxiao attempted to evade, only to find himself unable to escape, and at that moment, Chapter 51. The Beast. Ah! What have you done to me? Just as Qu Lingxiao thought he could only await his demise, an unexpected event transpired. His opponent's body trembled violently, even emitting a burnt odor, prompting Lilith to roar in indignation. Who is it? Who has ambushed me with magic? Step forward. Upon hearing her mention of a magical ambush, Qu Lingxiao's first thought was of the Snow Maiden, for aside from himself, she was the only one capable of wielding magic. If it were indeed a failed magical artifact that had attacked her, that would be plausible. However, when Qu Lingxiao glanced gratefully towards the Snow Maiden, he found her engaged in a fierce battle with the enemy's female specters alongside several other female undead. The situation appeared dire. She seemed incapable of assisting Qu Lingxiao, let alone surviving for long. Moreover, given her ongoing struggles to gather magical materials, Qu Lingxiao swiftly dismissed the notion that she had intervened on his behalf. In that fleeting moment, he vaguely perceived a flash of lightning emanating from Zui Mingxing. Could it be a mutated individual? Qu Lingxiao pondered that it was known that among Zui Mingxing, aside from the queen bee, there occasionally emerged mutated individuals possessing peculiar abilities, possibly even the capability to wield magic. Regardless, this sudden magical attack provided Qu Lingxiao with a much-needed respite that in the ensuing chaos. He seized the opportunity to launch a few surprise strikes against Lilith. Though the earlier magical attack did not manifest again, Qu Lingxiao suddenly entertained a thought. Could this magical assault be attributed to the Battle Mage Tamer buff he had previously acquired? He distinctly recalled receiving such a buff while taming Diana, which allowed for a random magical attack during his strikes. Could it be that Zui Mingxing counted as part of his attack? The more Qu Lingxiao contemplated this, the more plausible it seemed. Resolutely, he commanded all surrounding Zui Mingxing to disperse, shedding the insect carapace he had donned. This should have been an excellent opportunity for Lilith to launch a surprise attack. However, having just suffered a significant setback, she found herself momentarily stunned as Qu Lingxiao executed his plan to TO her. His sudden command for the poisonous insects to scatter implied a terrifying countermeasure. Yet, she was mistaken. Qu Lingxiao was merely gambling, betting that the earlier phenomenon would recur, and perhaps even more than once. Ultimately, he was vindicated as the extraordinary occurrence indeed transpired again that a plethora of novel magical attacks bombarded Lilith, sending her reeling, and she coughed up blood. She had initially believed that Qu Lingxiao possessed at most a single mutated insect. Little did she anticipate the sheer number he commanded. She would never have guessed that he harbored the rare buff known as the Battle Mage Tamer. Had she known, it would have undoubtedly left her in disbelief that in any case, the outcome was that Lilith was felled, and her subordinates ceased their assault, retreating towards the street's entrance with a clear intent to withdraw. However, Qu Lingxiao had no intention of allowing their escape, and he understood that they had concluded they could not withstand him. Consequently, he resolved to seize this undead army. Only then could he prepare for the impending military confrontation. Although this was a perilous undertaking, particularly in the wake of the substantial losses he had inflicted upon his own subordinates in District 6, it became far less daunting with an abundance of Zui Mingxing acting as his eyes and ears. With this in mind, he commanded them, "Remove your armor, one by one. Quickly." The rationale behind Qu Lingxiao's order was that Zui Mingxing struggled to attack armored foes. Even with his special buff, he was unwilling to gamble on whether it would manifest during an ambush. The undead complied with Qu Lingxiao's command, albeit hesitantly. Ultimately, he sighed in relief. This time, he had truly emerged victorious against the odds. Not to mention, in terms of personal strength, he could not hold a candle to Lilith's combat prowess. His survival and eventual triumph were solely due to Lu Mimi's support. Without the unique talents derived from marrying Lu Mimi, he would have never been able to tame Diana, and thus would not have acquired that buff. At that moment, Qu Lingxiao fully grasped the implications of what Murong Xiaoye had previously conveyed. Buffs could indeed snowball. After all the captives had discarded their armor, Qu Lingxiao made an unexpected observation. They were all young women, each possessing remarkable beauty. This left him with a newfound admiration for Lilith's aesthetic sensibilities. However, irrespective of their beauty, they were now his captives that Qu Lingxiao recognized that the most crucial objective remained the incapacitated Lilith on the ground. If he could successfully tame her, he would secure a powerful ally. Gazing at the bloodied and weakened succubus, Qu Lingxiao swallowed hard and knelt down, speaking tenderly, "Lilith, join me, did I want you to be my woman. I promise to treat you well. Rest assured." At that moment, bolstered by the buff of possessing a blood succubus lover, Qu Lingxiao appeared to Lilith as a handsome and exceedingly gentle man, even overlapping with some tender sentiment she harbored within. She bit her lip and softly replied, "Little brother, come closer. I want you near me." Qu Lingxiao, initially believing she intended to flirt with him, approached without a hint of caution to his astonishment. She bit down on his lip, causing his blood to flow freely. Angered, he glared at Lilith, who unexpectedly began to bleed profusely from her mouth. When Qu Lingxiao stepped closer to investigate, he discovered she had bitten off her own tongue and spat out a mouthful of blood, coldly declaring, "You beast, I would rather die than submit to you." With that, she drew her last breath. Chapter 52. Lilith's resolve, staring in shock at the succubus who had taken her own life by biting her tongue. Qu Lingxiao stood utterly dumbfounded, but he had anticipated her compliance. After all, she had appeared more libertine than any foe he had previously encountered. Yet, this seemingly wanton woman had chosen such a drastic fate before him. It left him questioning, was he truly so repulsive? However, this question would remain unanswered, for she was now gone. Even several of the opposing subordinates let out a piercing scream as they charged towards Qu Lingxiao. Witnessing the unfolding chaos for the first time filled Qu Lingxiao with an overwhelming sense of guilt, almost rendering him faint. Just as these individuals were about to launch their attack, they were intercepted by Lu Mimi, Xuannu, and others. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Qu Lingxiao hurriedly summoned the most formidable defenses around him to thwart the attack. The women, who had already been ordered by him to remove their armor, exhibited no defensive capabilities against the onslaught. They were swiftly torn to shreds. Meanwhile, the other female undead, who had refrained from attacking, glared at Qu Lingxiao with palpable fury, their expressions a testament to their suppressed rage. Causing Qu Lingxiao's heart to race with trepidation, it was not until he heard Xuannu's reminder that he suddenly regained composure. "Brother Qu, the corpse of the succubus is an excellent material. It should be immensely powerful when used to create undead." Lu Ryu and her daughter Lu Mimi chimed in hastily. "Xuannu is right. We cannot waste the corpse of this succubus," to Qu Lingxiao, still somewhat ensnared in the shadows of his actions, recognized that neglecting such a prime resource would be unwise. After all, in this apocalyptic era, one must utilize every asset at their disposal. Thus, after casting the necromantic resurrection spell on the fallen Xuannu, her body rose at a peculiar angle. Following a tremor, she finally regained her former shape. Lu Mimi and the others were correct. The succubus's corpse was indeed well suited for resurrection. Perhaps it was due to the inherent affinity between demons and undead that the resurrected undead were often formidable, with some surpassing their former selves. Although Lilith, the succubus, was not among them, her strength remained largely intact compared to her living days, providing Qu Lingxiao with some solace. Consequently, by the end of the day, Qu Lingxiao had lost all of his male subordinates, but gained a multitude of loyal female followers, including the notable succubus Lilith. Overall, Qu Lingxiao's power had increased, yet this growth left an unsettling feeling within him, akin to having committed an unforgivable sin. Nevertheless, Qu Lingxiao would not overlook these subordinates. After all, they had come to kill him. They must pay the price, especially since his own strength had significantly waned due to their actions. It was imperative that the female undead, originally belonging to Lilith, compensate for his losses. However, judging by their recent behavior, it was clear they were fiercely loyal to Lilith and harbored considerable animosity towards him. This was utterly unacceptable to Qu Lingxiao, that if they were to turn against him at a crucial moment, whom could he turn to for redress? When he gazed at the bewildered Lilith, a cunning plan surged into his mind. After a moment of intense scrutiny, she suddenly spoke, her tone laden with desperation. "Master, I beg you, release my soul. I am truly in agony." As she spoke, she crawled slowly towards Qu Lingxiao, her demeanor reminiscent of a genuine supplicant. Yet only Qu Lingxiao was aware that all her actions were entirely under his control, aimed at deceiving Lilith's subordinates into serving him wholeheartedly. That as Lilith approached him, Qu Lingxiao kicked her down and growled, "You should know that I can torment your soul at any moment, that if you wish to avoid such a fate, compel your subordinates to obey, or I assure you, you will wish for death." As he spoke, an evil laugh escaped him, prompting Lilith's subordinates to grit their teeth, refraining from expressing any discontent. For if they revealed any hint of rebellion, it could very well cost them their beloved Lady Lilith. That would be a fate far worse than death. Under Qu Lingxiao's manipulation, Lilith crawled over, licking his fingers, though he felt no pleasure in the act. Everything was for his survival. Otherwise, he would likely never have resurrected Lilith in the first place. Despite being enemies, Qu Lingxiao admired her courage, finding it far superior to those truly licentious women that in his heart. He vowed that when the day came that he no longer required her protection, he would grant both Lilith and her subordinates their freedom. With this thought, Qu Lingxiao began to orchestrate defensive measures that Lilith's subordinates, not only well-trained, had also brought 15 cannons with them. As Qu Lingxiao manipulated Lilith to command these individuals, he simultaneously positioned the cannons in various directions. After arranging the cannons at the entrance, he directed the undead to repair the damaged walls. Though merely a haphazard piling of debris, it was better than nothing. After completing these tasks, Qu Lingxiao remained uneasy by chance. He sensed the communication crystal nestled within Lilith's grasp that an idea struck him. He could employ a delaying tactic, but if he could have Lilith report back that they had successfully subdued Block 6, he might buy himself some time, enough to summon reinforcements from Block 7. Ever since Qu Lingxiao had tamed Wang Buwei, Block 7 had indeed become his territory. The druids there possessed combat prowess even superior to that of Qu Lingxiao's undead, though they would undoubtedly be weakened upon resurrection. A regrettable loss. The subordinates he had previously dispatched, under Lilith's control, had swiftly fallen to his hand and were now resurrected one by one upon returning to life. They appeared utterly dazed, igniting Qu Lingxiao's ire while simultaneously deepening his envy of the bond between Lilith and her subordinates. Chapter 53. The Delaying Tactic. Hello, this is Lilith. That we have successfully captured Block 6 and have even taken Qu Lingxiao alive. At that moment, the high-ranking officials of the Soul Palace, upon activating the communication crystal, were greeted with this startling message that on the screen, a man lay on the ground like a dog, his gaze vacant and breath rapid. Clearly the result of Lilith's seductive magic. The officials of the Soul Palace exchanged cold smirks. They had initially thought him to be a formidable figure, only to discover he was merely a fool who lost his wits in the presence of women. Indeed, such a waste of space deserves to meet his end at Lilith's hands that if it were me, I would have dismembered him. The high-ranking officials of the Soul Palace celebrated in unison, while some derided Qu Lingxiao's ineffectiveness. Many directed their ire toward Shuya. The reason was simple. She held a high position, yet many sought to usurp her place. Her lack of dedication to cultivating her own strength, relying solely on her Reaper abilities to maintain her current status, was glaringly evident. This was precisely why the higher-ups of the Soul Palace had unanimously chosen to offer her as a gift to their esteemed master. Observing that Lilith, of lower rank, was the one to bring Shuya misfortune only fueled their delight. Moreover, it was only a matter of time before someone called for Shuya's impeachment. Such was the internal rule of the Soul Palace. With this rule in place, the high-ranking officials opted to avoid undertaking tasks themselves, delegating them to others instead. This way, should anything go awry, they could easily shift the blame. Such behavior was all too common. Those like Shuya, who took their work seriously, were but a rare breed and thus became prime targets for others. This did not imply that the individuals celebrating would not stab each other in the back given the opportunity. Nevertheless, for the time being, Lilith's conquest of Block 6 was a source of joy for them all. Even Qu Lingxiao had not foreseen such a turn of events that he had believed that even if Lilith reported her victory over him, given the apparent disparity in their strengths, she would regard it as a matter of course. Of course, this misconception arose from his inability to grasp the intricacies of their relationships. Had he understood, he would likely have deemed the Soul Palace irredeemable and held it in even greater contempt. However, from his current perspective, the rewards promised to Lilith were undeniably enticing. Should they be revealed, Qu Lingxiao's delaying tactic would be utterly foiled. The best course of action would be for them to voluntarily deliver those rewards. With this thought in mind, Qu Lingxiao, manipulating Lilith, declared with feigned arrogance, "I believe that Qu Lingxiao has likely hidden some treasures in Block 6, that I shall take this opportunity to rest here with my sisters and uncover all of his secrets." As she spoke, she kicked Qu Lingxiao, who lay on the ground. "Oh, please deliver the rewards to Block 6 that love you all." With that, Lilith ended the communication. The conference room of the Soul Palace fell into a profound silence. So much so that the sound of a pin dropping could be heard. After a prolonged pause, someone finally spoke. "This Lilith is truly something. She won't even come to collect her own reward. Does she intend to lay claim to Block 6? A high-ranking official spoke with evident displeasure, while another responded with a light-hearted chuckle, exclaiming, "This is indeed Lilith's nature. Rest assured, I know this girl well. She harbors no ambitions." Thus, with the support of this high-ranking individual defending Lilith, the matter was settled. The Soul Palace would dispatch someone to deliver gifts to Block 6. Throughout this process, the other party remained blissfully unaware of any discrepancies. Primarily due to Lilith's eccentric behavior, that IT was not uncommon for her to issue orders incessantly, yet this was precisely what the high-ranking officials of the Soul Palace admired about her. After all, individuals of such temperament were unlikely to betray, were they not? Meanwhile, Qu Lingxiao was meticulously arranging the reception for the envoy delivering the gifts. According to Qu Lingxiao's estimations, the arrival of the gift-bearer for Lilith would not be swift. Naturally, it was imperative that Lilith did not make an appearance. Otherwise, if the envoy discovered that Lilith had transformed into a member of the undead, the entire ruse would be exposed. The hope rested solely on Lilith's subordinates. Observing the fidgeting eyes of her subordinates, who were supposed to be loyal to Lilith, Qu Lingxiao felt a wave of frustration, utterly at a loss as to whom he should send in his stead to accept the gifts. Just then, a woman unexpectedly stepped forward. Her attire set her apart from the others. While signaling Lilith discreetly, she boldly offered, "My lady Lilith, allow me to accept the gifts on your behalf, as I was once your aide." From her perspective, this was a blind spot that Qu Lingxiao should have missed. She presumed that he would be oblivious. Thus her expression could only be described as audacious, that a face that was once considered fair became contorted with excitement. To Qu Lingxiao, this was irrefutable evidence of her potential treachery, that if someone bearing such a countenance was not a traitor, he truly could not fathom who might be. Unbeknownst to her, every move she made was under the watchful eye of Qu Lingxiao, who was manipulating Lilith. Initially, Qu Lingxiao contemplated rejecting her offer, as it was evident that she intended to undermine him. However, upon reflection, he realized that her schemes were unavoidable. He was not naive enough to believe that he could indefinitely conceal matters from the Soul Palace. Since exposure was inevitable, it would be prudent to ensure that the revelation occurred within his controlled parameters. After exchanging glances, Lilith specifically requested that a few more subordinates remain with her. They were all exceedingly thrilled. Yet they remained oblivious to the fact that everything was proceeding according to Qu Lingxiao's plan. Once Lilith's subordinates entered the room, Qu Lingxiao commanded Lilith to securely shut all doors and windows. Then, wielding the necromantic punishment spell, he unleashed a barrage of attacks upon them until they were utterly broken, reduced to mere puppets. Chapter 54. Turning the tables. Having completed this task, aside from the audacious individual who had stepped forward, all of Lilith's subordinates, including Lilith herself, were now under his control. Everything was in place, awaiting only the final trigger. Now, Qu Lingxiao merely needed to wait for the envoy's arrival to execute his plan. As Qu Lingxiao had anticipated, the pace of such a large organization was remarkably sluggish that he waited an exasperating 3 weeks. During this interval, he had already dismantled the mental fortitude of many of Lilith's subordinates using the necromantic punishment spell, turning them into his puppets. Even reinforcements from Block 7 had been summoned and trained for coordinated operations. That it could be said that, even if a foe as formidable as Lilith were to arrive, Qu Lingxiao could easily manage the confrontation, certainly not facing the same arduous challenges as before. Just as everything was set, the envoy arriving to deliver rewards to Qu Lingxiao, or rather to Lilith, finally appeared. Upon seeing Lilith's subordinate, the envoy immediately sought to ingratiate herself. Contrary to Qu Lingxiao's expectations, this cunning subordinate did not betray him outright. Instead, she respectfully ushered the envoy into Qu Lingxiao's domain. Throughout this process, Qu Lingxiao relied on the perspectives of several other subordinates of Lilith that it was only when they reached the reception room and locked the door that the subordinates sorrowfully proclaimed. The assault on Block 6 has failed. My Lady Lilith has been slain. What? The envoy, upon hearing this, stood up abruptly. What do you mean by that? Clarify yourself. At this moment, the envoy's face was a mask of panic. Her eyes filled with hostility towards the subordinate. This reaction was entirely understandable. If what she said was true, she had now walked into a den of peril. Should she reveal even the slightest hint of suspicion, her fate would likely be death. Lower your voice. We cannot allow them to see through our ruse. The subordinate cleared her throat and continued. Many of our comrades have been forcibly subdued by them. Yet nobody is willing to heed their commands. Thus, we must coordinate our efforts. Upon hearing this, both the envoy and the subordinate shared a laugh, for according to the subordinate's scheme, it was indeed a flawless plan. With internal cooperation, even the most fortified district could be breached. This was an indisputable fact. Moreover, in a scenario where captives outnumbered their own, the likelihood of success was even higher. They even conspired to launch an assault with a force reduced to half of the previous attempt. Aiming for greater accolades, the subordinate, however, expressed some reservations, but that Qu Lingxiao possesses some peculiar powers. Yet the envoy dismissed her concerns, coldly stating, just because your sister Lilith relies on her charm to deceive. I assure you, true power lies here. As she spoke, she pointed to her own head that it was intelligence. Witnessing this scene, Qu Lingxiao nearly choked with laughter. The envoy remained oblivious to the fact that everything was part of his grand design. While there were indeed many captives within his territory, during the time consumed by the envoy, Qu Lingxiao had systematically dismantled the mental fortitude of these captives, rendering them as puppets. It mattered not whether the attacking force was smaller than the last. Even if it were double the size, he would still not be at a disadvantage. Lilith's subordinate nodded solemnly in agreement. After agreeing on various signals for their actions, the envoy concocted an excuse to depart, even absconding with a significant portion of the rewards provided by the higher-ups of the Soul Palace. Observing the seemingly unconcerned demeanor of Lilith's subordinate, Qu Lingxiao could only imagine the depths of corruption within the Soul Palace. As for the remaining half of the rewards, the envoy did not embezzle them, but returned them entirely, even whispering to Lilith, "Rest assured, sister, everything has been taken care of." Under Qu Lingxiao's manipulation, Lilith bore a satisfied smile, as if everything were progressing smoothly. Had the envoy reported the events here back to the Soul Palace unchanged, those cautious individuals among the higher-ups would likely have insisted on a conservative approach. Yet, the envoy was solely focused on her own glory. Naturally, she would not disclose such fortunate tidings to others. Consequently, she requested the upper echelons to allocate 50 individuals to assist Lilith, all of whom were utterly devoid of combat prowess. At this moment, these so-called trash appeared to her as precious assets. The more worthless the reinforcements sent her way, the greater the reward she would reap upon completing her mission, hastening her ascent to replace Lilith. The envoy had already begun to dream of her rise to power and wealth. Soon, she marched into Block 6 with a grand procession of these individuals. After signaling, she slipped into the designated sewer entrance. Upon entry, she observed that the inhabitants of Block 6 were indeed faring well. The spoils were ample. Otherwise, such an abundance of oil could not possibly exist in the sewers. The thought that the subordinates of a mere street leader were faring better than herself ignited her fury, prompting her steps to grow even more resolute. Before long, she arrived at the agreed-upon location. After knocking thrice on the manhole cover, what awaited her was not Lilith's subordinates, but a barrel of gasoline. Shortly thereafter, a torch was hurled down. As these Soul Palace individuals entered the sewer, they were all doused in oil. The moment the oil met the flame, it ignited fiercely, reducing them to ash in mere moments. Qu Lingxiao, suppressing his nausea, searched through the carnage of the undead to find the envoy's body. By this point, she was crimson all over. Even Qu Lingxiao could not guarantee her revival. Ultimately, by a stroke of fortune, Qu Lingxiao succeeded in reviving her. This was undoubtedly fortuitous for him, yet a significant misfortune for her. I beg you, please don't, she cried desperately, feeling each strike of the violet-tinged whip diminish her mental strength. Yet, the more she pleaded, the more exhilarated Qu Lingxiao became. As the lashes inflicted upon the other party increased in frequency, their expression began to grow increasingly hazy. Ultimately, they became a mere puppet, entirely at the mercy of Qu Lingxiao. Chapter 55. Master, please command, Master. I am at your beck and call. Observing the obedient countenance of the Soul Hall's messenger before him, Qu Lingxiao could not help but feel a surge of joy. This messenger, unlike Lilith, held a slightly inferior status, but possessed an advantage that Lilith lacked. They were inherently of the undead lineage, in contrast to Lilith, who belonged to the demon race, that if Qu Lingxiao managed to wield this advantage adeptly, he could potentially utilize the messenger to infiltrate the inner sanctum of the Soul Hall. At that juncture, whether it be intelligence or resources, he would have access to as much as he desired. Even though Qu Lingxiao prided himself on his composure, his heart raced with exhilaration. He had never before relished his own capabilities to such an extent. The mere thought of manipulating the formidable entity known as the Soul Hall sent waves of excitement coursing through him. His first command to the Soul Hall messenger was to disclose all information pertaining to the Soul Hall, particularly that which involved himself. In the realm of warfare, intelligence is paramount. After the messenger divulged everything they knew, Qu Lingxiao let out a sigh of relief. Initially, he had harbored uncertainties regarding whether the messenger had concealed any pertinent details. Upon hearing their verbal account, he confirmed his suspicions. Indeed, the messenger had kept this matter hidden, even from their superior, who was reported to be organizing personnel to assist Lilith. This inadvertently proved to be a significant boon for Qu Lingxiao, as for the idea of sending the messenger to infiltrate the Soul Hall. Qu Lingxiao felt it warranted further contemplation. This hesitance stemmed from the limitations of his necromantic control. Even though he had elevated his necromantic abilities to the highest tier of an intermediate necromancer, he was still incapable of controlling undead from such a considerable distance. Should the messenger regain consciousness, all of his meticulously laid plans would be thrown into disarray. Thus, Qu Lingxiao ultimately resolved to employ his previous strategy, utilizing the communication crystal to establish contact with the messenger. The purpose of this communication was not other than to request supplies, citing that his former subordinates had experienced a minor rebellion and required weapons and provisions. As the messenger complied with Qu Lingxiao's request, transmitting this information to the higher echelons of the Soul Hall, the officials could not help but find the situation puzzling. Logically, there should be no semblance of camaraderie between subordinates and their leader in this world. Even if there were, it would merely be a relationship grounded in self-interest. Once a leader perished, subordinates would typically betray them with alarming swiftness. According to the intelligence from the Soul Hall, Qu Lingxiao had only recently ascended to leadership. Thus, how could he possibly command such a loyal following? After some deliberation, they arrived at the most plausible conclusion. Qu Lingxiao must be a branch of an organization with significant faith. Only in this way would everything make sense. And only this could account for Qu Lingxiao's repeated challenges to the authority of the Soul Hall. They did not believe that he would dare to confront such a formidable power without the backing of a strong force. Consequently, they resolved to devise means to extract information regarding the powerful organization backing Qu Lingxiao. In their estimation, that organization was undoubtedly the Dawn Guardians. However, Qu Lingxiao made a critical error previously, while controlling Lilith to send messages to the Soul Hall. He inadvertently revealed that he was still alive. This revelation piqued their interest. Upon learning that Qu Lingxiao's subordinates were still resisting, they could not afford to let him remain in District 6. To them, the more fervent the resistance from Qu Lingxiao's subordinates, the greater his value to the Dawn Guardians. Coupled with Qu Lingxiao's unique profession, everything began to fall into place that Qu Lingxiao was the secret weapon the Dawn Guardians intended to deploy against the Soul Hall. Utilizing a necromancer to combat a faction predominantly composed of undead was indeed a cunning and nefarious strategy. Even the higher-ups of the Soul Hall could not help but admire the Dawn Guardian scheming. Simultaneously, they prepared for every eventuality. In contrast, Qu Lingxiao initially sought to exploit the situation for his own gain. Naturally, he had no intention of complying, but he realized that failure to do so would likely lead to his exposure. At that moment, Lu Mimi, standing beside him, offered a brilliant suggestion. Of course, there will be a transport, but if any issues arise during the escort, they cannot place the blame on us, can they? Upon hearing Lu Mimi's words, Qu Lingxiao immediately grasped the implications. He embraced her in a fervent kiss. With Murong Xiaoya absent, Lu Mimi had effectively become Qu Lingxiao's new confidant. When Murong Xiaoya was present, Lu Mimi had scarcely been given the opportunity to speak. However, with her now alone, Qu Lingxiao was astonished to discover that Lu Mimi was indeed a woman of both talent and beauty, far more manageable than Murong Xiaoya. Ultimately, Qu Lingxiao decided to heed her advice. Selecting a random undead to impersonate himself, the messenger, in a fit of excitement, even promised numerous benefits. Yet, Qu Lingxiao was acutely aware that such advantages would likely elude him. Nevertheless, prolonging the charade was advantageous. In Qu Lingxiao's mind, the messenger need not depart from District 6. It sufficed to find a location that would render her appearance somewhat disheveled. However, this matter was not urgent. Even if complications arose during the escort, it was improbable that issues would manifest immediately upon departure. Qu Lingxiao meticulously calculated the timing, ultimately determining that the messenger should encounter difficulties at the intersection of District 6 and District 5 3 days hence. This plan was nothing short of twofold. It would satisfy the Soul Hall's demands while simultaneously diverting their attention to District 5, that Qu Lingxiao harbored no fondness for District 5, primarily because it was predominantly inhabited by the angel race, which had an inherent aversion to the undead. Even Qu Lingxiao, who had previously led a reclusive existence, had encountered several instances of District 5 launching unprovoked attacks against him. Naturally, they shared a poor relationship with the Soul Hall, which was primarily composed of undead. Nevertheless, Qu Lingxiao found it curious that, to date, there had been no indication of District 5's inclination to join the Dawn Guardians, which left him pondering the underlying connections. Nonetheless, what Qu Lingxiao required at present was a strategy to develop and strengthen himself. Time was essential, and it would be most fortuitous to have the self-righteous angels of District 5 bear the blame for his predicament. Chapter 56. Too deep in the role as time passed, the moment for Qu Lingxiao's grand performance finally arrived. The principal character in this play was none other than the messenger from the Soul Hall. Originally a strikingly beautiful woman, she now bore numerous wounds and tattered garments, rendering her appearance akin to that of a beggar rather than a high-ranking official of the Soul Hall. Upon Qu Lingxiao's countdown of 3, 2, 1, the messenger collapsed to the ground, groaning theatrically. With practiced ease, she activated the communication crystal that "My Lord, our operation has failed." The angels from District 5 suddenly appeared and abducted Qu Lingxiao. I nearly perished at their hands. Upon hearing the messenger's tearful lament, the higher-ups of the Soul Hall felt a wave of anxiety wash over them. Not long prior, they had received intelligence indicating a rift between District 5 and the Dawn Guardians. Yet, given the current circumstances, it was evident that the angels had intervened at the Dawn Guardians' behest. Otherwise, given their deep-seated disdain for the undead, why would they concern themselves with the fate of a necromancer? Devise a plan to utilize District 6 and District 7 to restrain District 5, that we will expedite the delivery of supplies, along with an additional 200 personnel. Qu Lingxiao, who overheard this exchange, could not suppress his delight, for it indicated a continuous influx of resources from the Soul Hall, all of which he would leverage to bolster his own power. The only concern weighing on his mind was the arrival of the promised 200 personnel. Qu Lingxiao recognized that, even with his necromantic abilities, assimilating so many individuals would prove a formidable challenge, as this number exceeded the entirety of his current forces combined. Therefore, he adopted a stance of utmost caution. Unexpectedly, an unforeseen event transpired. Qu Lingxiao had anticipated that the promised supplies and personnel would take at least a month to arrive, yet to his astonishment, mere days after the request, they materialized just outside District 6. Upon sighting the leader among the 200 individuals, the messenger's expression soured. The reason for her discontent was clear. The individual was one of the most formidable captains within the Soul Hall, notorious for their difficult demeanor. Compared to the other captain, Lilith, this one, known as the Ice Beauty, posed a far greater threat, as Lilith maintained a friendly demeanor towards all. The enchanting Ice Maiden, throughout her existence, has displayed naught but indifference, seemingly devoid of any other expression. As a creature of frost and ice, she appears to have lost all interest in the myriad beauties the world has to offer. Her sole passion lies in the art of killing, with a particular predilection for vanquishing the cowardly. From a distance, Qu Lingxiao discerned her presence through the most acute of visions. To be precise, She could indeed be deemed a beauty. Her large, pale blue eyes, hair reminiscent of the vast ocean, and a perfectly proportioned cherry-red mouth. Yet, even Qu Lingxiao, accustomed to the coldness of the undead, found her demeanor overwhelmingly frigid, truly a worthy embodiment of the term Ice Maiden. At that moment, her previously rigid head unexpectedly turned towards the window where Qu Lingxiao stood on the second floor. This sudden movement caused a tightening in Qu Lingxiao's chest as he pondered whether she had discovered his presence. However, it turned out he had overthought it. She had not noticed him at all. Merely glancing around, she followed the leader into the room Qu Lingxiao had prepared for her, in an effort to further confound her. Qu Lingxiao had taken special care to arrange an exquisite chamber. Initially, he anticipated some polite flattery from her, but to his dismay, she exhibited no reaction whatsoever. Upon entering her room, she promptly closed the door behind her. The envoy under Qu Lingxiao's control was not spared from this silence either. Yet, Qu Lingxiao sensed that the envoy was not the least bit surprised, revealing to him the true nature of the Ice Maiden. Qu Lingxiao had secretly concealed several ferocious creatures within the room he prepared for her. Little did he anticipate that upon her closing the door, the temperature would plummet to freezing, causing those creatures to enter a deep slumber. Thus, Qu Lingxiao found himself unable to ascertain any further information about her. He could only glean occasional insights while controlling his subordinates to deliver her meals, observing her merely staring vacantly at the ceiling. Resembling a soulless puppet, upon reflection, Qu Lingxiao realized he had a similar entity among his ranks, a snow maiden who had long harbored affections for him. With this thought, he summoned her and cautiously inquired, "Snow Maiden, you and that Ice Maiden both possess the properties of frost. You must have some understanding of her. Why does she appear so lifeless? Could it be that she lacks a soul?" Qu Lingxiao was aware that his question might be somewhat intrusive, as it strayed into the realm of the Snow Maiden's privacy. Although she was a subordinate, he would not compel her to divulge any trivial secrets if she so wished to keep them. Nevertheless, he anticipated some resistance from her, yet he was unprepared for the intensity of her reaction. Upon his inquiry, she erupted, "Brother Qu, how many times must I say it? I am not undead. I am a creature of the supernatural. I am not of the same kind as that woman, that if you wish to court her, go seek her out yourself. Do not come to me." This was Qu Lingxiao's first reaction. He could hardly fathom that the Snow Maiden would leap to such conclusions. After all, he did not present as someone brave enough to engage with such a perilous woman. Moreover, she was colder than the Snow Maiden herself. The latter was sufficient to freeze him to death. If it were the Ice Maiden, Qu Lingxiao feared he would meet a swifter demise. Fortunately, after a moment of frenzy, the Snow Maiden regained her composure and began to explain some details regarding the weaknesses of frost-based undead. To his surprise, she revealed an intriguing fact. The Snow Maiden was inherently the sworn enemy of the ice zombies. This revelation clarified her furious reaction upon hearing Qu Lingxiao mention the Ice Maiden. Upon hearing this, Qu Lingxiao expressed his apologies, but soon thereafter, he inquired about the vulnerabilities of the ice zombies. The Snow Maiden, eager to share, spoke with unrestrained enthusiasm, as if the mere thought of imagining the demise of the ice zombies brought her delight. Qu Lingxiao, however, remained indifferent to the feud between their two races, focusing solely on acquiring methods to confront her. He had witnessed far too many instances of individuals becoming overly engrossed in their roles after the universal profession change. Even witnessing brothers turning against one another due to their differing races. Such occurrences struck him as akin to madness, that in his eyes, the universal profession change merely altered each individual's abilities. Their essence remained unchanged. Yet this perspective was soon challenged, not by anyone else, but by the Snow Maiden before him. As she spoke of the weaknesses of the ice zombies, her 10 fingers dug painfully into her palm, causing blood to flow freely. Yet, this blood quickly transformed into ice due to her unique constitution. Nevertheless, Qu Lingxiao discerned an astonishing truth. Her blood was warm. For an instant, he felt the fleeting warmth within her blood. If that were the case, then from whence did the chill emanate? Before Qu Lingxiao could ponder this enigma further, an image transmitted from the envoy drew his complete attention. Upon entering the Ice Maiden's chamber, the envoy discovered her feasting upon something. While it was somewhat commonplace for the undead to engage in such gruesome acts, what she consumed was none other than a living woman, or rather, not just any woman, but a snow maiden, albeit not the one who stood beside Qu Lingxiao. This was one she had brought with her, previously concealed within her belongings. That as the envoy gazed upon her in sheer horror. Qu Lingxiao noted that she rarely smiled, evoking an unsettling fear. He could sense this fear as he maintained a connection with the envoy. Yet a more terrifying development ensued. The Ice Maiden brazenly severed the leg of the Snow Maiden and presented it to the envoy, causing him to instinctively tremble. This scene was shockingly overwhelming, even for the undead, and no one could guarantee that the Ice Maiden would not turn her gaze upon them. The envoy lost control and stumbled to the ground, eliciting a fit of laughter from the Ice Maiden. "I apologize for your witnessing my meal. However, I seem to detect the scent of another Snow Maiden nearby. Do you happen to know where she is? I wish to engage in some intimate interaction." Her words, though sweetly spoken, carried an ominous implication in Qu Lingxiao's ears. She intended to devour the Snow Maiden alive. This was something he could not allow. He initially aimed to control the envoy to issue a warning to her, yet the envoy proved utterly unreliable, fleeing the room instinctively. The recent events left Qu Lingxiao's expression profoundly complex as he turned to the Snow Maiden. "Snow Maiden, what is it?" she inquired, taken aback by the wary look on his face. Fearing she had inadvertently frightened him, in that moment, her cheeks flushed with a hint of embarrassment. "Please, do not approach the Ice Maiden. If she attacks you, shout loudly. Everyone will come to your aid." Qu Lingxiao spoke earnestly. However, upon hearing his words, the Snow Maiden stood resolutely. "Brother Qu, that is impossible. She is our race's sworn enemy, and we are destined to defeat her." "It cannot be." With that declaration, she stormed out of the room, leaving Qu Lingxiao in a state of utter bewilderment, unsure of how to proceed. Moreover, he found it perplexing that, according to the circumstances, the Snow Maiden was meant to be a target for the Ice Maiden. Yet, if that were the case, why did the Snow Maiden's race possess such extensive knowledge of the ice zombies, and why did she refuse to flee? The former could be construed as self-preservation, but the latter left Qu Lingxiao searching for a suitable explanation. Ultimately, he resolved to proceed cautiously, taking one step at a time. What he did not anticipate was how swiftly the two would engage in combat. Just as Qu Lingxiao sought a moment of respite, a furious scream from a woman echoed from outside. But if he was not mistaken, it was the voice of the Snow Maiden, accompanied by the sounds of Lu Mimi attempting to mediate. This realization struck Qu Lingxiao with dread. He understood that the situation was dire. Even if he wished to intervene, he would find no opportunity. The battle between the two had escalated to the point that snowflakes began to fall from the sky, and a maw gaped wide, siphoning something from the Snow Maiden. Meanwhile, the Ice Maiden's approach was far more ferocious than Qu Lingxiao had anticipated. He had expected her refined demeanor to translate into a more tempered attack. Instead, her assault was characterized by an unrestrained ferocity, launching ice pillars towards the Snow Maiden with reckless abandon. Each of these ice pillars was effortlessly intercepted by the ice dragon cradled in the Snow Maiden's embrace, who consumed them voraciously, yet appeared unsated. In this tumultuous exchange, no one dared to approach within 10 meters of the two, transforming the vicinity into their battleground. As Qu Lingxiao emerged, the Snow Maiden cast a glance in his direction. However, his attention soon shifted back to the battle at hand. Whether it was merely the illusion of Qu Lingxiao or something else entirely, he couldn't shake the feeling that the opposing side's morale had suddenly surged. Witnessing this, the Ice Beauty was equally resolute, brandishing two ice forks forged from chilling frost with impressive ferocity. The two engaged in a fierce clash, the Ice Dragon meeting the ice forks head-on, ultimately resulting in the Ice Dragon being pierced through. In turn, the dragon's fangs sank into the Ice Beauty's flesh. In this encounter, the Snow Woman narrowly emerged victorious. Chapter 58. Devour. Had events concluded here, Qu Lingxiao would likely have remained silent. Although the Snow Woman's slaying of the Ice Beauty might bring him some trouble, the mere existence of the Ice Beauty had always posed a significant dilemma. With the opposing side now vanquished by the Snow Woman, Qu Lingxiao could conveniently shift the blame onto the inherent enmity between their two races. After all, since the universal class change, numerous individuals had engaged in mutual slaughter due to such rivalries, a tacit understanding among all. No one would dare offend the living in favor of the deceased. Nonetheless, even amidst this reasoning, Qu Lingxiao felt a chill run down his spine upon witnessing the snow woman's actions towards the ice beauty's lifeless body. She ruthlessly tore apart the corpse, extracting the still-beating heart and devouring it voraciously, producing a sickening crunching sound. The sight sent shivers through Qu Lingxiao, raising goosebumps all over his body. The expressions of those around him reflected their discomfort. Yet even the ice beauty subordinates remained uncharacteristically silent. It wasn't until one of them spotted Qu Lingxiao that a piercing scream erupted. Qu Lingxiao, I've seen his wanted notice. How can he roam freely here without anyone intervening? Despite the outcry, no further actions were taken. This was primarily due to the fear instilled by the reports describing Qu Lingxiao as exceedingly vicious and terrifying. Thus, driven by a better-him-than-me mentality. None, including the one who had shouted, dared to challenge him. Gradually, they began to sense something amiss. The fact that Qu Lingxiao could move about unimpeded suggested that previous reports might have been false. This realization caused the ice beauty subordinates to tremble involuntarily, instinctively huddling together to form a defensive formation that in truth. Given their numbers, the ice beauty subordinates could have easily charged out of Block 6. Even without their commander, fleeing should have posed no issue. Yet they had just witnessed their leader fall to an unknown individual from the opposing side. This revelation crushed their morale, as they had always viewed their captain as the most formidable entity in existence. Seeing that even a nameless lackey from the enemy could dispatch their leader was a severe psychological blow, effectively extinguishing their will to fight. That Qu Lingxiao keenly observed this shift in dynamics. He first directed his own subordinates to encircle the opposing group before employing verbal persuasion. Sisters of the Soul Hall, greetings. I am Qu Lingxiao. As you can see, we are not the brutal beings portrayed by the Soul Hall. He accompanied the statement with a gentle smile, casually spreading his arms as if to convey that he posed no threat. Yet, despite Qu Lingxiao's attempts, his words held no sway over the ice beauty subordinates. They remained on high alert, exchanging wary glances, but ultimately none stepped forward to engage him in conversation. In desperation, the individual at the forefront shouted, "Let us go, or we will fight you." The others echoed this sentiment, rallying behind their comrade. However, Qu Lingxiao's smile remained unwavering, for he held little belief in their threats. According to the Soul Hall's notorious reputation, if they genuinely intended to attack, they would have done so by now. Their current display was merely a fade. Moreover, Qu Lingxiao reasoned that a group whose commander had just perished could hardly muster any combat effectiveness. Thus, Qu Lingxiao silently signaled his subordinates to advance. They complied, and upon witnessing this, the ice beauty subordinates began to frantically brandish their weapons. Seizing the moment, Qu Lingxiao boldly called out, "Surrender, and I shall spare your lives. Otherwise, I will ensure not a single one of you remains." Upon hearing his ultimatum, the ice beauty subordinates hesitated briefly before, astonishingly, they actually lowered their weapons. Observing this, Qu Lingxiao smiled faintly and turned to leave. However, before his departure, he issued a command, "Attack." What a jest it would be. Even if they had surrendered, they still numbered 200 elite-level undead. The undead could still pose a threat even without weapons. Qu Lingxiao understood that allowing them to remain would be akin to harboring a ticking time bomb, potentially endangering himself should other enemies approach. It would be far wiser to eliminate these undead first and then resurrect them, thereby placing them entirely under his control. This approach would not violate his promise. With this thought, Qu Lingxiao felt a surge of cleverness, for the one who would soon overpower him. It was none other than the snow woman who had just consumed the ice beauty. At this moment, she was no longer the icy figure she once was. She radiated warmth, her beautiful eyes brimming with desire. Qu Lingxiao found himself effortlessly dragged into a chamber, utterly defenseless against her advances. After an intense bout of passion, only when Qu Lingxiao had completely exhausted his strength did she finally relent. Yet he discovered something remarkable. The snow woman's temperature was now indistinguishable from that of an ordinary woman, perhaps even warmer than that of the bloodline clans Lu Mimi and her daughter. Following their passionate encounter, the snow woman gazed at Qu Lingxiao with a hint of shyness. "Big brother Qu. I didn't mean to." Hearing her words, Qu Lingxiao chuckled awkwardly, thinking to himself how could she claim it was unintentional when she had nearly shattered his bones. Nevertheless, he reassured her it was fine, while internally resolving to investigate the nature of the snow woman. Logically, as a necromancer, he should have had extensive knowledge of most undead. However, the Snow Woman, in truth, could not be classified as undead, but rather as a type of monster, one not recorded in his repository as a necromancer. Yet, despite this, Qu Lingxiao was determined to delve into the mysteries surrounding the Snow Woman. After all, with external threats looming, he could not afford any complications arising from her. The consequences of her last failed experiment were still fresh in his memory. Chapter 59. The Ice and Snow Queen. Typically, when confronted with unfamiliar matters, Qu Lingxiao would first consult Murong Xiaoye. However, she was currently under the protection of the Soul Hall due to her pregnancy. Even without her condition, her presence in Block 6 would undoubtedly raise suspicions. This avenue was no longer viable. Qu Lingxiao could only hope for an expansion of his repository through leveling up. Yet, expanding his repository was no simple feat. He needed to elevate from an intermediate necromancer to an advanced one, a process requiring considerable experience and magical crystals. While he had recently gained ample experience from defeating the Ice Beauty soldiers, he still lacked sufficient magical crystals, approximately 8,000 short. Determined, Qu Lingxiao resolved to take the initiative. Even if he were to seize resources from the Soul Hall, he could always find a way to shift the blame onto the angels of Block 5. Conveniently, he had a spirit transformed from an angel by his side, Shaobai. The first undead he had created, the Qu Lingxiao held a deep fondness for Shaobai, not only for her pure appearance, but also for the sentimental value of being his first creation. However, the thought of bringing Shaobai into such a perilous situation filled him with reluctance. Yet, contemplating the potential chaos that awaited him, he steeled his resolve. This was not solely for the sake of the Snow Woman. It was also to establish his authority among others. Although Qu Lingxiao had animated numerous subordinates through necromancy, he was acutely aware of the strain this placed on his mental fortitude, should his mental strength wane significantly. He risked his subordinates rebelling against him, that he vividly recalled the incident when his subordinates had been ensnared by Lilith's allure, charging towards him in a frenzy. Though he had triumphed in the end, the memory lingered uneasily in his mind. That to avert such a scenario, he needed to bolster his attributes, particularly his hidden ones, which necessitated an increase in his professional level, in pursuit of safeguarding all that he had and to reunite with Murong Xiaoye. Qu Lingxiao resolved to embrace this perilous path. According to Qu Lingxiao's knowledge, the Soul Hall possesses a substantial magical crystal mining site located in Block 4, that if he were to seize control of that area, he would undoubtedly acquire sufficient magical crystals to facilitate his own advancement. It is even conceivable that he could fully enhance all other applicable skills. With this thought in mind, Qu Lingxiao promptly organized a team and personally led the expedition to Block 4. Naturally, the attack was scheduled for daylight hours. If the Angel clan were to launch an assault, it would undoubtedly occur during the day, as that is when they are most formidable, according to Qu Lingxiao's plan. He intended to allow a few survivors to escape, subsequently disguising himself as the leader of a small group. But he also needed to prepare an impressive prop for Shaobai, ensuring that the enemy believed the Angel clan had acquired an artifact capable of controlling the undead. This strategy would not only enable him to amass a considerable quantity of magical crystals, but also divert the enemy's attention entirely to Block 5. With this in mind, Qu Lingxiao wasted no time in taking action. As for the prop intended for Shaobai, Qu Lingxiao chose to craft it himself. He hastily gathered a few pieces of lingerie that Lu Mimi no longer used, along with some jewelry from Lu Ryu, binding them together to create an impressive-looking artifact. Although this object possessed no inherent magical effects, Qu Lingxiao's goal was merely its appearance. As long as it sparked the enemy's imagination, that would suffice. He was content to know its actual efficacy. Upon learning of Qu Lingxiao's mobilization, Xuan Nu insisted on joining. However, Qu Lingxiao could not acquiesce to her request, recalling the trouble she had caused previously. With such a significant change unfolding, who could predict what chaos her presence might incite? Despite her attempts to charm him, Qu Lingxiao remained steadfast. Ever since Xuan Nu's body temperature normalized, she had been seeking various opportunities to draw closer to him. Yet Qu Lingxiao, recalling her fierce nature, adhered to the principle that while a friendly embrace was acceptable, anything beyond that was out of the question, leading to a degree of tension between them. Meanwhile, Qu Lingxiao's team had assembled, primarily consisting of Su Dali and the recently resurrected subordinates of the Ice Beauty. This choice was deliberate, as Qu Lingxiao wished to ensure that the enemy recognized Soul Hall's personnel within their ranks. thus making them more likely to believe in Xiao Bai's possession of an artifact that could manipulate the undead, subsequently attributing all responsibility to the Angel Clan. Soon, the group arrived at the territory of Block 4. Given that it was daytime, nearly all the undead remained indoors. Even the few stationed outside appeared lethargic. The undead accompanying Qu Lingxiao were equally disinclined to move, only mustering the energy to comply with his commands under his necromantic control. A few even succumbed to the sunlight. Fainting on the spot, the Qu Lingxiao felt no sympathy. In fact, he hoped that this would attract the attention of the Soul Hall, rendering their ruse even more convincing. Within Block 4, the Soul Hall had erected a massive metal door, which, under Su Dali's formidable strength, was easily breached. The undead inside screamed in terror. Yet given the daylight, their combat capabilities were negligible, in no time. They were reduced to mere fragments under Qu Lingxiao's relentless assault. However, just as Qu Lingxiao believed everything would proceed smoothly, an unexpected turn of events occurred. Given the significance of this magical crystal mine to the enemy, it was unlikely they would neglect to deploy formidable guards. Just as Qu Lingxiao's subordinates were wreaking havoc, a figure emerged. The mere shadow of the individual was sufficient to encompass all of Qu Lingxiao's subordinates. To his astonishment, the figure turned out to be a giant zombie, towering approximately 3 stories high and weighing several tons. With a single swipe, the giant zombie decimated a tenth of Qu Lingxiao's forces. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Qu Lingxiao swiftly commanded his men to disperse while seeking cover himself. However, he had underestimated the giant zombie's combat prowess. It seemed to intuitively recognize Qu Lingxiao as the leader and effortlessly captured him in its grasp. Chapter 60. Becoming a father at that moment. Held in the palm of the giant's hand, Qu Lingxiao was overwhelmed with regret. Had he not been so greedy and suspicious of Xuan Nu, perhaps these events could have been averted. Now, in the grip of the giant zombie, he felt as if he were ready to surrender to despair. Yet, just as he contemplated giving up, the giant zombie unexpectedly released him. As Qu Lingxiao stood bewildered, a figure stepped out from behind the giant. Dai was the one who had ordered the giant to halt. When Qu Lingxiao finally discerned the individual's features, he was left stunned. For it was none other than Murong Xiaoye, who had been under the protection of the Soul Hall due to her pregnancy. Upon seeing her, Qu Lingxiao began to question whether he was experiencing a vivid hallucination before death. It wasn't until she addressed him that he realized the reality of the situation. "Lingxiao, what are you doing here? Are those your subordinates?" Murong Xiaoye exclaimed, equally astonished that Qu Lingxiao quickly recounted his purpose for being there, prompting Murong Xiaoye to scold him playfully. "I thought you were here to find me. Instead, it seems you've set your sights on the magical crystal mine." However, her expression soon shifted from displeasure to delight as she continued. "But that's also why I like you, because I've had my eyes on this place too, and was just trying to figure out how to send the magical crystals to you." Remarkably, they found themselves aligned in their intentions. Nevertheless, Qu Lingxiao couldn't shake his unease after glancing at the giant zombie beside them. "Who is this? He seems oddly familiar." Qu Lingxiao inquired suspiciously, that he even began to worry that their conversation might be overheard. Fearing that if the Soul Hall's higher-ups were informed, his plans would be utterly foiled, to his surprise, Murong Xiaoye burst into laughter at his question. "Guess who he is?" she teased, lightly caressing her slightly rounded belly. A sense of foreboding washed over Qu Lingxiao. Could he be my son? As this thought crossed his mind, a headache began to form. While he indeed desired a child, the notion of having a son who resembled a colossal, fearsome zombie was more than he could bear. He could scarcely imagine how his parents would react upon discovering their grandson's terrifying appearance. He might even feel compelled to find a crevice to hide in. Fortunately, Murong Xiaoye promptly clarified, "What are you thinking? This is your daughter's summon. She has inherited a portion of your and my abilities and is a rare profession, an undead summoner." Upon hearing Murong Xiaoye's explanation, Qu Lingxiao's heart finally settled, and he felt a flicker of joy at the revelation of having a daughter. Moreover, her unique abilities were remarkable. Even while still in her mother's womb, she could summon such a formidable giant zombie. Qu Lingxiao believed her combat prowess would surpass that of an average adult. With the giant zombie's assistance, his own strength would be significantly amplified. However, Murong Xiaoye was not entirely supportive of Qu Lingxiao's enthusiasm. Her reasoning was straightforward. "Brother Qu, do you have any idea how many resources it takes to nurture an undead summoner?" Upon hearing this, Qu Lingxiao shook his head, genuinely unaware of the extent T.O. put it plainly. Depleting the entire magical crystal mine wouldn't suffice to be why the way. The Soul Hall has already decided to allocate all the output from this mine for your daughter's upbringing. What? So generous. Qu Lingxiao was taken aback by the revelation. To him, the entire magical crystal mine could easily supply the needs of an army. Now, all of it was to be devoted to an infant. Even if this child possessed extraordinary abilities, it seemed utterly unfathomable to Qu Lingxiao. Murongxia's subsequent words only added to his astonishment. Moreover, if all goes well, this child is likely to join the Elder Council when she grows up to that point. The entire Soul Hall will be under your command. Why the haste? Murongxia's words caused Qu Lingxiao to reconsider his impatience. However, leaving both his daughter and wife behind in such a precarious situation left him feeling uneasy. Ultimately, he steeled himself and posed a crucial question. They won't force you to marry someone else, will they? As he uttered this question, Qu Lingxiao felt a heavy weight on his shoulders that he knew he couldn't provide Murongxiao with everything she desired. Yet he could not accept the thought of his daughter being with anyone else. Murongxia's first time was his, and all her future moments should belong to him alone. With this conviction, Qu Lingxiao embraced her tightly, and Murongxiao reciprocated by kissing him passionately. Following a fervent kiss, Murongxiao issued an eviction notice to Qu Lingxiao. Hasten your departure, taking with you the coveted magical crystals. I shall inform the Soul Palace that it was the angelic race that invaded. Furthermore, when preparing props next time, refrain from using the belongings of Lu Mimi and her daughter, for the sight of them is repugnant to me. Qu Lingxiao is well aware that the special props referenced were crafted from the garments and adornments of Lu Mimi and her progeny, though he felt a twinge of embarrassment about this. He found himself unable to procure superior materials for the task at hand. Thus, while he verbally acquiesced, he internally rationalized that the prop could still be utilized a few more times. After all, in addressing the issue with the Soul Palace, there was no pressing need to prepare additional props. Consequently, with a loss of 1/10 of his manpower, Qu Lingxiao departed, laden with several carts filled with magical crystals and other precious materials. To be precise, he was leaving the kindergarten of his daughter. The thought that the adversary would expend significant resources to nurture his daughter filled him with pride that it was only upon his departure that he realized he had forgotten to name her. However, he quickly dismissed this as inconsequential. The two had exchanged a pair of new communication crystals, allowing them to converse at any time. Moreover, Qu Lingxiao surmised that even if he had bestowed a name upon his daughter, it was highly probable that the Soul Palace would ultimately use one of their own, rendering his efforts unnecessary. What he truly needed was to make the most of the gift from his daughter and swiftly enhance his own power. Chapter 61. News of remarriage. As he acquired a plethora of skills, the database indeed expanded to include information regarding the Snow Woman. The data indicated that the Snow Woman could no longer be referred to simply as such. She should now be called the Ice Snow Queen. It was typically noted that ice zombies consumed the Snow Woman to replenish their vitality. However, in rare instances, the Snow Woman could retaliate against the ice zombies. When such a scenario arose, the Snow Woman would undergo a special evolution, though the conditions for this transformation were exceedingly stringent. Firstly, it must occur without any third-party intervention. Secondly, the Snow Woman's rank must be inferior to that of the ice zombie she vanquishes. These two conditions alone proved insurmountable for many. Facing a being inherently stronger than oneself and needing to achieve a solo kill while maintaining a lower level was nearly impossible for the majority. This scarcity of ice snow queens rendered them exceedingly rare. Yet when they did appear, they were formidable forces capable of catastrophic devastation. At this stage, their bodies were entirely composed of ice, no longer merely utilizing it, but embodying it. They could even manipulate the ambient temperature by consuming cold, thus possessing the formidable abilities of both ice and fire. Upon learning this, Qu Lingxiao felt a mixture of joy and concern that he was pleased that his team had grown once more, never doubting the Snow Woman's loyalty. Yet, he harbored no illusions regarding her desire for exclusive possession of him. Now, the Snow Woman had become an individual of utmost importance not to offend, which was a source of considerable headache for him. Compounding this dilemma was the immense quantity of magical crystals required for the Ice Snow Queen to level up. This led him to discern a pattern. The more powerful a profession or race, the greater the resources required for advancement. Consequently, A significant portion of the resources he had initially intended to equip his army with had been consumed by the Snow Woman. This was due to Qu Lingxiao's deliberate moderation in providing her with resources. Had he allowed her to take freely, he might have jeopardized his own resources for leveling up. Nevertheless, even with this concession, the Ice Snow Queen continued to lament that the resources allocated to her were insufficient. According to her, "Since you have given me so little, dear brother Qu, you shall have to exert yourself tonight." To this, Qu Lingxiao could only feign excuses, claiming he had matters to attend to in the evening. It was no jest, considering the Snow Woman's frequency. Even a man of iron would be drained by her demands, making it impossible for him to acquiesce to her wishes, that he could only respond ambiguously to her complaints. During his ascension to a high-level necromancer, Qu Lingxiao acquired numerous new skills, among which the one that caught his attention was a skill named necromantic sacrifice. This ability permitted him to permanently sacrifice a controlled undead in exchange for formidable power from a higher existence. The power gained was entirely random, making it a gamble of sorts. Yet Qu Lingxiao was fond of it, for at least it was a skill he could wield independently, relying solely on his subordinates. He feared that one day, should his mental strength wane, they might spiral out of control. He was confident that if used judiciously, necromantic sacrifice could serve as a deterrent, that Qu Lingxiao had anticipated a brief respite. But trouble arrived sooner than expected. As he lay in Lu Mimi's embrace, preparing to doze off, the communication crystal nestled in his hand suddenly chimed. This was the dedicated communication crystal between him and Murong Xiaoye. Initially, he thought she might be yearning for him after such a short separation. Just as he was preparing to tease her, he was met with her weeping voice on the other end. "Lingxiao, it's terrible. They're forcing me to marry." "Wait, clarify. Are you seriously considering marriage while pregnant? Who will want to take on such a role?" Qu Lingxiao exclaimed without hesitation. The response from Murong Xiaoye was a scoff, followed by a laugh. "How could you say that? Am I so undesirable? It's not about taking on a burden. Someone has taken an interest in us mother and daughter. You must think of a way to eliminate him." It turned out that the Soul Palace, ostensibly to soothe Murong Xiaoye's wounded spirit and provide her unborn child with a complete family, had arranged for her to have a boyfriend, insisting on their marriage within a month. Initially, Murong Xiaoye had rejected this arrangement, but the Soul Palace had already made commitments on her behalf. The suitor hailed from a more powerful organization than the Soul Palace, known as the Ethereal Palace. Murong Xiaoye further noted that this man had been intended to wed Shuya, but that the engagement had been annulled due to her affair with Qu Lingxiao. The Soul Palace had believed they had thoroughly offended this individual, only to discover he sought to marry Murong Xiaoye instead. Naturally, the Soul Palace was delighted to oblige, which incensed Qu Lingxiao. Previously, he had felt gratitude towards the Soul Palace for their financial assistance in raising his daughter. He had even contemplated leaving them intact once he defeated them. However, their current treachery made him reconsider. Yet Qu Lingxiao was also puzzled. "You want me to assassinate him, but he isn't even a member of the Soul Palace. How can you be certain of his whereabouts? You haven't already." Before Qu Lingxiao could finish his thought, Murong Xiaoye interrupted, visibly irritated. "Pooh, you're the one with a connection to that man. The news comes from the Soul Palace, stating that he volunteered to accompany me to District 4. There is but one route from the Ethereal Palace to here. Just follow that, and you shall find him." After relaying this information, Murong Xiaoye sent him a portion of the map. Qu Lingxiao nodded in agreement. Such was the natural response of any man whose pregnant wife was sought after by another. When Qu Lingxiao presented the map to his subordinates, they were met with expressions of sheer terror. "What is the matter? Why do you all look so frightened? Is this place truly that dreadful?" Qu Lingxiao inquired, pointing at the map displayed on the communication crystal with an air of indifference. Chapter 62. The Abyss of Demons. At this moment, as Qu Lingxiao confidently uttered these words, the various officials beneath him exhibited a range of expressions. Some looked on with admiration, others wore faces of fear. Yet the majority shook their heads at him, in their eyes. Qu Lingxiao could no longer be described as a naive newcomer unafraid of danger. It was plainly foolishness. Although these officials were primarily under Qu Lingxiao's control, they retained their intellect and memories. Upon seeing the map he presented, they understood that this operation was fraught with peril. The location depicted was none other than the infamous Abyss of Demons. If there existed a buffer zone between the Dawn Guards and the Soul Palace, it would undoubtedly be this cursed place known as the Abyss of Demons, prior to the global class transition. This area was the largest morgue and waste disposal facility in the city. Following the transition, it transformed into a location that instilled terror in the hearts of ordinary people. Only someone like Qu Lingxiao, a recluse, could remain oblivious to its reputation in that forsaken place. All flora and fauna underwent severe mutations, and there had even been numerous accounts of hybrid monsters resulting from the fusion of various animals and plants. These abominations would attack anything that was not of their kind. Yet this was not the most critical aspect. The true danger lay in the presence of the most fearsome organization in the vicinity, the Ethereal Palace. Rumors about the Ethereal Palace were rife. Some claimed it was merely a fade established by those leveraging the notoriety of the Abyss of Demons to create the Ethereal Palace. Some assert that it was the local inhabitants who established the Ethereal Temple. However, a greater number contend that this otherworldly sanctuary exists solely within the realm of legend, utterly implausible in the real world. According to the lore, the Ethereal Temple is home to a monstrous three-headed hound, giants whose physiques dwarf skyscrapers, and a dragon with 9 heads, each spewing venom. The power of such beings would make conquering the surrounding neighborhoods an effortless task. Yet, very few locals dare to emerge, leading many to deduce that no such organization as the Ethereal Temple exists within the Abyss of Demons. This organization appears to be nothing more than an elaborate urban myth. Nonetheless, when some of Qu Lingxiao's subordinates proposed this notion, he vehemently shook his head in denial that no, this organization is indeed real, for it is the denizens of the Ethereal Temple who seek to abduct my wife and child. Upon hearing Qu Lingxiao's declaration, the assembly fell into a hushed silence. After a prolonged pause, one brave soul finally spoke up, suggesting, "Perhaps, Master Qu Lingxiao, you might consider offering your wife and child to them? Surely, we cannot engage in battle with a foe born of legend." Following this individual's remark, others quickly joined in agreement, including the Snow Woman, who voiced her support with particular fervor. "Qu, having you is sufficient for me. I shall bear as many children as you desire." Her self-sacrificing demeanor elicited a sense of embarrassment from Qu Lingxiao, though he managed a nod and a smile in response. Just as the Snow Woman believed Qu Lingxiao had acquiesced to her, he interjected, "Regardless, I have no intention of relinquishing my wife and child to another, and we shall infiltrate the Abyss of Demons to eliminate this adversary, but only at the periphery. Here is a photograph of the fiend." As he spoke, Qu Lingxiao presented an image of a towering beast with 2 heads. "This is the one. We must eliminate him before he reaches the 7th district." He gestured across his throat in a slicing motion. Yet to some, this gesture appeared rather ludicrous, that if their eyes did not deceive them, the one aiming to abduct Qu Lingxiao's wife was none other than a 2-headed ogre. Ogres, by nature, are a formidable demonic race, possessing remarkable resistance to both physical and magical assaults, with immense strength capable of demolishing tanks with bare hands. Yet this creature was a rare subspecies, the 2-headed ogre, which not only boasted the typical ogre's might, but also the ability to wield magic. As they had anticipated, this operation seemed tantamount to a death sentence. Despite being under Qu Lingxiao's control, the prospect of facing such a potent enemy instilled thoughts of retreat among them. However, Qu Lingxiao merely chuckled derisively before promptly activating his newly acquired skill. Spirit Infusion. Skill name: Spirit Infusion. Effect: infuses a fragment of the host's soul into other entities, absorbing their essence for growth, weakening their mental fortitude while permanently enhancing the host's own mental prowess, and amplifying the efficacy of mental attacks against the target. Upon activation, Qu Lingxiao was immediately beset by excruciating pain, akin to having a portion of his consciousness forcibly torn away. Yet, the results were unmistakable. As Qu Lingxiao entrusted fragments of his soul to the other undead, he became acutely aware of their genuine thoughts, warm currents flowing into his consciousness, providing a distinctly refreshing sensation. When Qu Lingxiao unleashed the punishment of the undead once more, his comrades nearly leapt in surprise. The power of the punishment, augmented by the spirit infusion, had intensified by over 3-fold. Combined with the steady siphoning of their mental energy, they soon found themselves overwhelmed, collapsing in surrender while clamoring to join the impending mission. Naturally, Qu Lingxiao only targeted those newly assimilated subordinates, sparing the Snow Woman, who had remained loyal. Moreover, he harbored no desire for her to accompany him. Although Qu Lingxiao was confident that the enemy would not harm Murong Xiaoye or their child, the mere gaze of the foe unsettled him. After finalizing their plans, Qu Lingxiao declared their departure. Unlike the usual clamor, this time his entourage appeared unusually subdued. Due to the demonic nature of their adversary, Qu Lingxiao opted for nocturnal operations, reasoning that sunlight affected the undead far more than it did demons. Despite the intimidating nomenclature of the Abyss of Demons, it was not far from Qu Lingxiao's 6th district. With deliberate haste, it was not long before Qu Lingxiao arrived at the street where he intended to lay ambush. However, he was taken aback by the sight that greeted him. This is the Abyss of Demons. Chapter 63. The abyssal landscape before Qu Lingxiao and his companions lay a distorted world. Trees and buildings intertwined. Birds and hounds melded, alongside various other monstrous hybrids composed of insects and other entities. Upon spotting Qu Lingxiao and his party, these creatures surged forward en masse, while these entities paled in comparison to Qu Lingxiao's recently upgraded subordinates. They still caused quite a commotion that Qu Lingxiao had hoped to ambush his enemies discreetly. But now, such noise had likely exposed their intentions. Just as he was feeling disheartened, he observed a distant scene. A horde of monsters was engaged in a chaotic fray among themselves, producing a ruckus that surpassed that of Qu Lingxiao's group. This, paradoxically, assuaged Qu Lingxiao's concerns. If these creatures were prone to infighting, the commotion caused by his own party would be of little consequence. Although they faced disturbances from these mindless monsters along the way, their progress remained relatively smooth. Soon, they arrived at a peculiar cluster of structures resembling a fusion of a beehive and human architecture, emitting a cacophony akin to the buzzing of insects. Undoubtedly, this locale represented the optimal choice for Qu Lingxiao's stealthy infiltration. Upon entering, however, they discovered a dearth of monsters within, only to find countless cocoons, which sent shivers down Qu Lingxiao's spine, afflicted as he was by a fear of densely packed objects. Nevertheless, thoughts of Murong Xiaoye and their unborn child steeled his resolve, and he pressed onward. The interior was not particularly spacious, with numerous branching paths, but fortunately, the beehive-like walls were not sturdy, that Qu Lingxiao's subordinates easily dismantled these barriers. The most formidable among them was Su Dali, whose grotesquely oversized arms could crumble the walls like biscuits with a mere swing. Qu Lingxiao commanded him to clear the path while the others followed closely, encountering no significant peril along the way. However, as they neared the exit, Qu Lingxiao sensed something amiss. Based on his initial estimation, this place should only span a diameter of around 300 meters. Yet they had traversed at least 1,000 meters without sight of an exit to confirm whether it was merely an illusion. Qu Lingxiao inquired among his subordinates, who reported distances ranging from 500 to 2,000 meters, all agreeing they should have reached the exit long ago. This left Qu Lingxiao with a throbbing headache. When he attempted to issue commands telepathically, he faced an even more chilling revelation. 1/3 of his subordinates had vanished. Out of the 100 he had brought, fewer than 70 remained throughout this ordeal. Qu Lingxiao had been utterly oblivious. The ability to make 1/3 of his forces disappear without a trace suggested that this beehive structure was far from ordinary. Just then, a diminutive subordinate approached Qu Lingxiao. Trembling with trepidation, Qu Lingxiao recognized him as one of those who had accompanied Lilith. After Lilith was transformed into an undead, this individual had gradually been tamed under Qu Lingxiao's influence. Noticing the subordinate's hesitance, Qu Lingxiao cut to the chase, asking, "What is it? Do you have something to say?" The subordinate started at Qu Lingxiao's direct inquiry, then stammered, My lord, I can sense that this maze is shifting." "What a maze? What are you talking about?" Qu Lingxiao pressed, prompting the subordinate to take a deep breath and elaborate. "You might not recognize me. I'm a scout under Lady Lilith. The reason I can feel the maze moving is due to my race. I am a cave goblin undead, and my profession is a scout." Upon hearing this, Qu Lingxiao felt a flicker of belief, for while most rare races and classes were indeed powerful, some were less formidable. The cave's goblin undead before him is but one example. The cave goblin is inherently a race well adapted to darkness, possessing a remarkable talent for reconnaissance skills. Moreover, the opponent boasts an additional class of scout, making it entirely reasonable for their perception to surpass his own. However, Qu Lingxiao is uncertain whether the foe was originally undead or forcibly transformed into one by a necromancer like himself. Should it be the latter, Qu Lingxiao cannot help but admire his fellow practitioner's foresight, for if the roles were reversed, he too would have sought to convert the adversary into an undead. Nevertheless, this is not the moment for such musings that Qu Lingxiao fixates on the murky eyes of the goblin undead before him and states, enunciating each word, "Are you truly certain this labyrinth is in motion? If you deceive me, you shall face the consequences." As he speaks, Qu Lingxiao unleashes the necromantic punishment upon the ground, startling the goblin into momentary bewilderment. Only after witnessing the goblin's oath to the heavens does Qu Lingxiao find himself inclined to trust its words. Then, do you possess any means to confront this labyrinthine creature? Once convinced of the veracity of the goblin's claims, Qu Lingxiao concludes that the labyrinth is indeed a living entity, since it is a creature. It should be possible to combat it. Thus, he seeks the goblin's counsel. Initially, Qu Lingxiao anticipated some form of suggestion from the goblin. Yet to his surprise, it bluntly declares its inability to assist. This leaves Qu Lingxiao momentarily speechless. However, considering the goblin's proactive provision of information, he refrains from further comment and promptly instructs it to depart. As Qu Lingxiao contemplates the labyrinth-like creature, he comes to the realization that he has entered its very body. Yet whether he finds himself within its stomach, intestines, or oral cavity remains uncertain. Perhaps the creature's organ distribution is not as complex as he fears. Regardless, the pressing matter is to escape from this place. The thought of slaying this labyrinthine beast does not even cross Qu Lingxiao's mind. Setting aside whether he could accomplish such a feat, he doubts that vanquishing this entity would yield any benefits. His sole purpose is to defeat the scoundrel attempting to abduct his daughter and wife, and he has no desire to disrupt the ecological balance of this realm. To that end, Qu Lingxiao expends considerable mental energy to maintain a connection with all of his subordinates. Fortune favors the diligent, and he indeed perceives something. Chapter 64. The labyrinthine maw. This sensation is faint, requiring Qu Lingxiao's utmost concentration to discern. It resembles the almost imperceptible sounds of insects buzzing or the chattering of some rodent, inducing a sense of unease. Gradually, the noise intensifies, and a dark shadow lunges toward Qu Lingxiao's subordinates. When he finally identifies the approaching creature, a chill runs down his spine, for it is exceedingly repulsive. A slimy appendage, akin to a tongue, culminates in a grotesque maw that lunges violently at one of his subordinates. The latter instinctively attempts to evade, yet Qu Lingxiao's mental command forcibly halts the escape. What folly it would be to squander this rare opportunity to glean insight into the enemy. Under Qu Lingxiao's stringent control, despite the subordinates' overwhelming terror, their legs remain unyielding. Only when Qu Lingxiao confirms the creature's inability to flee does he relinquish his grip. However, at that moment, Qu Lingxiao is confronted with an even more unimaginable sight. Within the gaping maw of the tentacle lies an eye, just as Qu Lingxiao believes the creature intends to spare his subordinate. A grotesque arm suddenly emerges from the wall beside him, looking as if it has been skinned alive, with veins protruding grotesquely. Qu Lingxiao deduces that this must be the enemy's trump card. This time, he refrains from obstructing his subordinate's escape, instead directing all attention toward this abhorrent appendage. They swiftly rend the arm to shreds that Qu Lingxiao himself approaches, suppressing his disgust, and yanks at the creature, revealing a repugnant being. Its entire body seemingly flayed, Qu Lingxiao, battling revulsion, turns it over, only to find its bloodied face adorned with a single eye, while its mouth gapes grotesquely upon its abdomen, vast enough to account for half its body. Is this the creature that has been ambushing my subordinates? No. Initially, Qu Lingxiao believed it to be the assailant, but he quickly realizes the inconsistency. Given its size, it could consume at most one subordinate. After all, in any era, the volume of consumption correlates directly with body size. Without sufficient mass, it cannot devour numerous subordinates, or is it possible that it consumes while excreting? The thought sends a shiver down Qu Lingxiao's spine, as the image is too macabre to contemplate. Just as he relaxes his vigilance, a scream echoes from afar. When Qu Lingxiao extends his mental awareness to investigate, he discovers a corpse among the terrified onlookers. Its head devoured and body contorted grotesquely. This revelation induces a headache in Qu Lingxiao that he surmises that this bizarre labyrinth likely harbors more than one type of monster. Rather, it suggests an entire ecosystem of creatures. Their arrival has undoubtedly disrupted this balance. Now, Qu Lingxiao must hasten his departure, but as he prepares to summon the goblin undead, who first alerted him to the anomaly, he is astonished to find it has vanished without a trace. Yet it has not perished. Upon extending his mental reach, Qu Lingxiao detects that it is fleeing in the opposite direction from the group. Several possibilities cross his mind, but he never imagines it would attempt to escape alone. This raises doubts about his control over the undead. He resolves to enhance his skills in this area. Nevertheless, Qu Lingxiao previously entrusted his soul to these subordinates. Under his compulsion, the goblin kneels before him. Yet its face betrays an indescribable terror. What transpired? Why do you attempt to flee alone? When Qu Lingxiao mentally interrogates the goblin, all is revealed. They were drawn to the crowd, and gathering together only leads to death. This realization brings Qu Lingxiao further distress. To prevent any unforeseen mishaps, he instructs Su Dali to embrace the goblin closely. However, even as Qu Lingxiao employs necromantic healing on the goblin, it shows no signs of awakening. Is it possible that the spirit trauma healing spell cannot mend such wounds? As doubts plague his mind, Qu Lingxiao begins to believe that the purpose of necromancers is to weaken the mental fortitude of other undead for the sake of control. Thus, it stands to reason that the healing spell would not remedy the spiritual wounds of the undead. With a sigh, Qu Lingxiao refocuses his mental energy on the immediate predicament. The silver lining is that, following the recent chaos, everyone's spirits are unified, and no further ambushes have resulted in casualties. However, the number of assaults they endure remains unchanged, and enemies emerge not only from the honeycomb-like walls, but also from the very ground beneath them. Qu Lingxiao finds himself bemused by the absurdity of the situation. Typically, mindless creatures do not target the undead due to their unappealing scent and lack of nutritional value. Even the few omnivorous monsters rarely consider the undead as prey. Yet here, these creatures have gathered en masse, drawn to the undead. This thought strikes Qu Lingxiao as comically absurd. However, when he gazes upon the corpse he had recently slain, mirth evaporates that a black scythe-wielding figure is emblazoned upon the corpse's chest, a symbol unmistakably belonging to the Hall of Souls. This revelation ignites a terrifying notion within Qu Lingxiao's mind. Could it be that these monsters were not native to this place, but rather... Chapter 65. The mark upon witnessing the faint markings upon the creature's chest. Qu Lingxiao shudders involuntarily that a dreadful realization dawns upon him. These monsters may not have been part of the original inhabitants, but rather transformed from his own subordinates. The more he contemplates, the more plausible it seems. The majority of his subordinates hail from the Hall of Souls, implying that nearly all bear such markings, even if the creature before him is not one of Qu Lingxiao's subordinates. It is likely a minion of the Hall of Souls that Qu Lingxiao cannot fathom that the Hall possesses the resources to infiltrate this location, especially with such evidently mindless beings, which would be unlikely candidates for recruitment. With this thought, Qu Lingxiao grows increasingly vigilant. For if this is indeed the case, no matter how many monsters he slays, they will never cease to emerge. Moreover, the means by which the enemy transforms his subordinates into monsters is a matter worthy of further investigation. Upon this realization, Qu Lingxiao unleashed all of his most formidable subordinates. Originally, many of these elite warriors had perished in recent battles, and Qu Lingxiao had hoped to conserve their strength, that if this situation persisted, he and all of his subordinates would inevitably become mere puppets of the enemy. Under the watchful gaze of his elite warriors, Qu Lingxiao discerned some telling clues. All those transformed into monsters harbored fragments of nearby beehives within them. This implied that these creatures had the audacity to consume such things as sustenance. If that were the case, it would mean that there had never been any ambush to begin with. It was entirely reasonable that Qu Lingxiao had failed to perceive this, as even he could not anticipate the enemy's desire for food, that he could only blame their insatiable appetites, while others had refrained from consuming anything within the labyrinth. Qu Lingxiao nonetheless issued a decree forbidding all from eating, just to be safe that in truth, the undead did not require sustenance, as they were not particularly hungry. However, some individuals had a peculiar habit of chewing on anything they encountered. Akin to humans chewing gum, albeit the items consumed by the undead were far more repulsive. After issuing these orders, Qu Lingxiao also inspected whether any of the remaining individuals had eaten. The results confirmed his suspicions. they had indeed not consumed anything. This indicated that only those who had ingested something would fall under the labyrinth's manipulation. Simultaneously, Qu Lingxiao's elite warriors discovered a path leading to the outside world, with one particularly considerate warrior even bringing him a branch. Although this branch, like other objects from the abyss of demons, was grotesquely deformed, it now represented a glimmer of hope for Qu Lingxiao. It was essential to note that he was not yet a member of the undead faction. He realized that if he remained trapped here, he could very well perish from hunger before exhausting his food supply. Compared to others, he had far greater reasons to escape this place. With this thought in mind, Qu Lingxiao promptly ordered everyone to follow that elite warrior. Remarkably, they uncovered the path to freedom. Upon seeing the familiar moonlight outside, everyone erupted into cheers to Qu Lingxiao. This was a clear indication that they would attract enemies. He hastily commanded everyone to remain silent. However, to his astonishment, despite the ruckus created by his companions, no enemy emerged. That Qu Lingxiao could only rationalize that the bizarre labyrinth must have eliminated any other foes. Just as Qu Lingxiao and his group were departing, a petite figure emerged from the labyrinth's apex. This figure belonged to an adorable blonde girl clad in a Lolita outfit, who giggled like silver bells as she gazed in Qu Lingxiao's direction. Speaking to herself, she said, "This time, I'll let you off easy, but you must teach that two-headed bastard a lesson that if you fail, I will surely devour you next time." With that, the blonde girl vanished into the labyrinth. Unbeknownst to Qu Lingxiao, he mistakenly believed that his successful escape was solely due to his own cunning. Soon, he discovered an excellent ambush location, a hill littered with skeletons, all of which were ordinary human remains. As a necromancer, Qu Lingxiao possessed the ability to discern this. He surmised that the owners of these corpses were akin to his parents, unable to withstand the universal transformation. Now, these skeletons would serve as natural cover for Qu Lingxiao. As most of his subordinates resembled corpses, since they were all corpses, lying among the skeletal remains would not draw undue attention. That Qu Lingxiao indeed commanded his subordinates to do so. Not long after, they heard the sound of an engine starting, something Qu Lingxiao had not encountered in many years. That in a world where production had nearly ground to a halt, even gasoline was scarce, and machinery was exceedingly rare. This indicated that anyone capable of operating a vehicle was a formidable individual. Even if this person sought to take Qu Lingxiao's wife and daughter, Qu Lingxiao couldn't help but feel a degree of admiration. As the car approached the hill of skeletons, Qu Lingxiao instantly recognized it as his target. Before him was a modified vehicle, its roof entirely removed, revealing two grotesquely large heads protruding from the top, along with the upper body of a man typically well-dressed. Despite having two heads, the man's confident demeanor suggested he fancied himself a gentleman. However, he had clearly neglected to shave, as his chin and neck were covered in unkempt hair, evoking a sense of revulsion in Qu Lingxiao. That he recalled that his middle school teacher bore a similar countenance, notorious for taking advantage of female students. With this thought, Qu Lingxiao charged toward him. Unable to fathom the fate that awaited Mu Rong Xiaoye and his unborn daughter if they fell into such a man's clutches, that of course, Qu Lingxiao was not alone in his charge. His subordinates followed suit. That he had deliberately sent lower-ranked subordinates to take the lead, and the results validated Qu Lingxiao's strategy. The adversary swung his grotesquely large arm with a mere flick, unleashing a bolt of lightning that swept across the battlefield. Many of the lower-ranked subordinates were reduced to ashes before they could even let out a scream. Nevertheless, Qu Lingxiao would not squander their sacrifice. That in that fleeting moment before their demise, he activated a skill known as necromantic sacrifice. Chapter 66. Necromantic sacrifice. Faced with the loss of his subordinates, Qu Lingxiao was determined not to waste their sacrifice. That he resolutely activated the skill known as necromantic sacrifice, channeling his subordinates' final energies into a radiant display. Their energies did not disappoint him. The effects of necromantic sacrifice were entirely random, yet one constant remained. The more powerful the sacrificed undead, the more potent the resulting effect. Moreover, the sacrificed undead could never be resurrected. While Qu Lingxiao regarded these subordinates as the weakest among his ranks, others would deem them elite. The sacrifice of dozens of elite undead was a sight to behold. Even the two-headed ogre, the intended target of the attack, was taken aback, mistakenly believing that a formidable force had come to eliminate him, unaware that he was merely being assaulted by an obscure faction. The energies released by the necromantic sacrifice shimmered in a spectrum of colors: gold, silver, and green. Ultimately, all of these energies coalesced into a singular mass of darkness. When all colors merged, they formed black. From this swirling mass of black energy emerged a large, shadowy hand. Just the sight of the prominent veins visible on the hand indicated that its combat power was formidable. The two-headed ogre's mouth dropped open in terror. A primal demon? Though Qu Lingxiao was unfamiliar with what a primal demon entailed, he understood that he had gained a significant advantage from this sacrifice. He directed his command towards the massive hand. Kill him. Annihilate that two-headed ogre. In Qu Lingxiao's view, since he had summoned this entity, it should obey his command. However, to his astonishment, the creature pivoted in Qu Lingxiao's direction. In the center of the hand, a single crimson eye appeared, swirling with an eerie movement. Eventually, it narrowed, clearly displeased with Qu Lingxiao's actions. Just as it began to express hostility towards Qu Lingxiao, arcs of blue lightning erupted from its form. This arc caused the creature to tremble violently, and after casting a resentful glance at Qu Lingxiao, it turned its gaze towards the two-headed ogre. The ogre, having already exited the vehicle, knelt before the monstrous hand, his corpulent form bowing repeatedly. Primal demon, I am your servant. The enemy is over there. Upon hearing this, the eye on the massive hand immediately sealed itself, fixating its gaze upon the two-headed ogre. After emitting a crimson light, it severed one of the ogre's heads and an arm with a single swift motion. Following this, the hand vanished without a trace. Yet, even so, Qu Lingxiao's heart raced. For a brief moment, he genuinely believed he was destined for death. In reality, that hand had nearly taken his life, but perhaps due to Qu Lingxiao's status as the summoner, it was constrained by some limitation. Nonetheless, Qu Lingxiao could discern that the creature had shown mercy to the two-headed ogre. He had no grounds for complaint, as the loss of a head and an arm was a satisfactory outcome for Qu Lingxiao, that he anticipated that this injury would only inflict minor harm on the two-headed ogre. Now, with one head and one arm lost, the ogre glared menacingly at Qu Lingxiao with its remaining head. Observing his expression, it was as if he intended to devour Qu Lingxiao whole. Although the adversary had spoken in such a manner, the gathering of lightning orbs from his single arm suggested a readiness to attack should negotiations falter. However, what the opponent did not anticipate was Qu Lingxiao's unexpected smile. I sincerely apologize. I may have misidentified my target, that we from the Soul Temple are actually here to ambush another individual. Let me see, a creature with 9 heads. Not 2. Did I truly regret the misunderstanding, as he spoke. Qu Lingxiao even bowed at a 90-degree angle, appearing genuinely remorseful for his error. Yet the two-headed ogre's countenance shifted between anger and confusion. Misunderstood. He scoffed bitterly. The opponent had rendered one of his heads and an arm incapacitated. And now he claimed a mistake. Such a rationale was utterly unacceptable. Furthermore, the mention of ambushing a 9-headed being. Was he referring to the Hydra, Sudella, upon realizing he had fallen into Qu Lingxiao's trap? The ogre let out a furious roar. That moment, he felt as though he had been played from the very beginning. The notion of a union had been a ruse, a deceit crafted to fool him. To add insult to injury, the adversary even suggested that the child in that woman's womb could summon giant zombies before its birth, a unique claim among those seeking a scapegoat. While the ogre had a penchant for other men's women, he despised being made a fool of. In a fit of rage, he tore his shirt asunder, revealing the layered fat beneath. This left Qu Lingxiao, who was anticipating his next move, momentarily stunned. After a brief pause, he exclaimed, "Is this it? Where's the muscle? Is this what you call a wardrobe malfunction? Was that shirt issued by your unit or something?" The ogre felt his face flush at Qu Lingxiao's remark. Nevertheless, he charged at Qu Lingxiao, his hefty form quaking with indignation. "I'll show you slick words." However, the two-headed ogre seemed unaware of his own physical limitations. After only a few strides, he was panting heavily. In truth, he had not walked on his own in quite some time. His corpulent physique was ill-suited for movement, and with the recent loss of a head and an arm, he was rendered exceptionally weak by the exertion, ultimately collapsing to the ground. Chapter 67. The magic duel. At this sight, Qu Lingxiao could hardly contain his laughter. He had not anticipated that his intended target would be such a clumsy individual. This realization sparked an idea within him. Even without intervening, The cunning Qu would likely render the ogre completely ineffectual that as he contemplated this. Qu Lingxiao began to underestimate the two-headed ogre before him. The ogre, however, emitted a furious roar and rose to his feet once more, gathering his signature lightning orbs in his hands. Initially, Qu Lingxiao assumed the ogre's magical attacks would mirror his clumsy physicality and thus paid little heed. It was only when a lightning orb shattered the rock beside him that he recognized the ogre was not merely a fade of strength that in fact, after hurling dozens of lightning orbs with little success. The ogre began chanting obscure incantations. With the utterance of those spells, the surrounding space rippled, and emaciated little goblins began to crawl forth from the disturbances in the air. Upon recognizing these summoned creatures, Qu Lingxiao was taken aback that if his memory served him correctly, these were supposed to be a variant of goblins. Presently, he had a goblin under his command, fast asleep on Su Dali's shoulder. This piqued Qu Lingxiao's curiosity. Ordinarily, goblins were considered weak monsters. However, these particular ones appeared even more gaunt and bore a fiercer expression than the norm. Just as he pondered the nature of these creatures, they suddenly lunged toward him with astonishing speed. Even Qu Lingxiao barely managed to evade them, thanks to employing several of his subordinates as human shields. Otherwise, he might have met his end at the hands of those goblins. Even so, witnessing the horrifying wounds on his subordinates, who had been used as shields, left Qu Lingxiao trembling with fear. After all, these creatures belonged to the undead. While he was merely a human, the uncertainty of what would happen should he be struck by one of their attacks heightened his vigilance. All of his subordinates formed a protective circle around him, while Qu Lingxiao discreetly unleashed his strongest combatant, using him both as a deterrent and for a surprise attack against the foe. To his surprise, this tactic unveiled a crucial detail. During the skirmish with these peculiar goblins, the two-headed ogre was healing his own wounds. The remaining arm of the ogre radiated a green glow. And as this luminescence cascaded down, the ghastly wounds upon him began to mend rapidly. Although his lost head and arm did not regenerate, the overall vitality of the ogre appeared significantly improved. This revelation incited Qu Lingxiao to act swiftly, commanding his strongest combatant to transform into a spear aimed at the ogre. He believed this strike would surely end the ogre's life. However, to his astonishment, just as the spear was about to pierce the ogre's heart, an extraordinarily thin goblin interposed itself, allowing the spear to impale it instead. The goblin wore a triumphant grin, seemingly valuing the ogre's life above its own. Before Qu Lingxiao could comprehend the extent of the ogre's manipulation, the latter exhaled a plume of green toxic mist toward his strongest combatant. Enveloped by the noxious cloud, many of his strongest allies perished instantly, while the remainder, though still alive, scattered uncontrollably in flight. The ogre then rose, a self-satisfied expression plastered across his face, as if he were certain of his victory over Qu Lingxiao. Qu Lingxiao seethed with frustration, but he found himself powerless to retaliate. His strongest combatant was his last line of defense. Having been discovered once already, the risk of losing more of his strongest allies was too great, and he could ill afford further losses. The two-headed ogre, perhaps sensing Qu Lingxiao's predicament, approached him with a grin, speaking earnestly. "Little brother, I know you are being manipulated as well. How about this? Why not join me? I'm about to collect a widow, and we could have some fun together." Upon hearing this, Qu Lingxiao realized the ogre was referring to Qu, his own woman. The audacity to label her a widow felt like a curse upon his own existence. A surge of anger coursed through him, igniting an urge to confront the ogre in a life-or-death struggle. Yet he ultimately restrained himself and donned a smile, replying, "Since you are so magnanimous, I shall not refuse. I happen to possess some intelligence regarding the Soul Temple. Perhaps I could share that with you." As he spoke, Qu Lingxiao opened his arms and approached the ogre, his expression betraying a facade of genuine surrender. His claim of possessing confidential information about the Soul Temple piqued the ogre's interest, leading him to abandon any thoughts of killing Qu Lingxiao. After all, if the ogre could extract valuable intelligence from him, especially evidence of their insurrection, then the loss of an arm and a head would pale in comparison to the potential gains. As the goblins looked on in confusion, they ultimately refrained from attacking. Qu Lingxiao, arms outstretched, calmly approached the two-headed ogre, who seemed utterly unconcerned about a sudden betrayal, despite his enormous size suggesting a lack of intellect. He was quite astute. He had already discerned that Qu Lingxiao was merely a human, a species regarded as the weakest in this world. If a two-headed ogre could be ambushed by an ordinary human, then the ogre's kind had no reason to exist and might as well seek a chasm to bury themselves in. However, just as Qu Lingxiao drew near, the ogre suddenly noticed a fist-sized poisonous insect perched upon his shoulder, none other than his strongest combatant. Chapter 68. The trap. In an instant, a bolt of lightning struck the most formidable opponent, reducing him to mere ashes. That a look of despair flickered across Qu Lingxiao's face. The two-headed ogre, witnessing this, merely chuckled indifferently. With his remaining arm, he gently patted Qu Lingxiao's shoulder and remarked, "It's quite natural indeed. Once you confess your feelings to me, I shall forgive you just the same." Yet beneath this facade of camaraderie, the two-headed ogre contemplated, "Once I glean everything from your lips, I shall promptly stuff your pretty little head where the sun doesn't shine for your treachery." However, his expression was meticulously composed, even lending the impression that he was a benevolent soul. Yet, he was not the only one adept at managing his facial expressions. Just as the opponent let down his guard entirely, a most formidable creature burst forth from between Qu Lingxiao's legs. This creature, unlike any ordinary one in terms of color, size, and even demeanor, was the queen bee of the entire swarm. The queen's venomous stinger struck precisely at the navel of the two-headed ogre, causing him to collapse to the ground almost instantaneously, his previously jovial smile frozen upon his face. The goblins he summoned, enraged, sought to exact vengeance upon Qu Lingxiao. Yet, more of the formidable creatures ensconced these goblins within their ranks. Indeed, while Qu Lingxiao's forces were not plentiful, that did not preclude their capacity for a surprise assault. The two-headed ogre had placed undue faith in his own vision, and Qu Lingxiao's performance was so convincing that he overlooked the fact that Qu Lingxiao's contingency was far more than a solitary maneuver. Even the creature perched upon Qu Lingxiao's shoulder was intentionally displayed for the ogre's observation. After executing these maneuvers, Qu Lingxiao collapsed to the ground, gasping for breath. This had been the most brutal battle he had ever endured. Not only had he lost the majority of his subordinates, but his formidable creatures were reduced to a pitiful one-third of their number. Yet in the end, Qu Lingxiao emerged victorious, acquiring a powerful corpse in the process. Gazing at the two-headed ogre, whose smile remained frozen in death, Qu Lingxiao found himself increasingly fond of the sight, though he sensed something was amiss. Despite being a two-headed ogre, it possessed but a single head. How could that be? He resolved to rectify this by adding an arm as well. With this thought, he glanced towards Su Dali, and using his mental prowess, he directed Su Dali to detach his head and one arm. Thus began Qu Lingxiao's endeavors in healing the fallen. Both the two-headed ogre and Su Dali displayed remarkable fortitude, uttering not a single sound throughout the operation. Ultimately, a complete two-headed ogre was brought into existence. Although there remained slight discrepancies in coherence, the proportions of the head and arm from the immensely strong zombie were fitting. Upon witnessing the successful awakening of the creature, Qu Lingxiao could not suppress a surge of excitement, even yearning to test the newfound power of this being. After surveying his dwindling subordinates, he ultimately chose to spare them, but he also did not forget to commandeer the dilapidated, then intended as the two-headed ogre's mount. Once considered worthless before the universal class change, it had now transformed into a valuable asset. However, for Qu Lingxiao, it served merely as a means to transport the newly acquired two-headed ogre. The creature's movement speed was woefully inadequate, and his greatest concern was whether the vehicle had sufficient fuel. If not, he would have no means to procure this now obsolete resource. Fortunately, the gasoline proved adequate. Upon discovering that the Snow Maiden had been awaiting him at the watchtower in District 6, Qu Lingxiao nearly felt his bones fracture under the strain. Yet, given her concern for his well-being, he refrained from expressing his discomfort. The Snow Maiden, however, appeared oblivious to the fact that two-thirds of his subordinates were missing. Seemingly unaware of the situation, that Qu Lingxiao could only feel exasperated by her indifference. Nevertheless, when she caught sight of the two-headed ogre seated in the van, she was momentarily taken aback. "Brother Qu, what have you transformed this time? And is that small head on the right?" Su Dali. "Greetings, Snow Maiden. From this moment forth, I am a two-headed ogre." "Ha!" Yet, at that moment, the head of the two-headed ogre coldly interjected, "Merely a patch. I am the true two-headed ogre." Su Dali, naturally, could not abide by this assertion, and thus the two began to bicker, exchanging slaps. The Snow Maiden could only regard this absurdity in silent bemusement. Observing the commotion, Qu Lingxiao swiftly intervened, halting their antics before guiding everyone into District 6. Aside from the corpse of the two-headed ogre, the reason he had not resurrected it was twofold. Firstly, he was utterly fatigued, and secondly, he had an inkling that these goblins might be more than meets the eye. At that moment, Qu Lingxiao's original cave goblin undead had awakened. Upon noticing Qu Lingxiao's intense gaze upon him, the creature shuddered and hastily explained, I apologize, my lord. I truly fear death." Upon hearing this, Qu Lingxiao felt a wave of incredulity wash over him, in his eyes. Fearing death was the hallmark of cowardice, especially for one who was undead, capable of resurrection. Such fear was a blatant defiance of his calling. Yet, he maintained a gentle demeanor, for he needed to glean information about these tall and slender goblins. Before he could pose his inquiries, the cave goblin undead, upon seeing the corpses, began to tremble, exclaiming, "Ghosts! There are ghosts! My lord, save me!" Chapter 69. Possession by demons. At this moment, the cave goblin undead, upon seeing the tall goblin corpses, screamed in terror, preparing to flee. Qu Lingxiao swiftly struck him down with a resounding slap. "What are you running for? You are undead. If anything, you resemble a ghost even more than they do." The cave goblin undead, chastened by Qu Lingxiao's words, calmed slightly, yet his gaze remained filled with dread as he beheld the slender goblin corpses, as if they were his mortal enemies. Yet it was evident that he was far more afraid of Qu Lingxiao than of the corpses. "Master, though we may all appear to be goblins, they are not ordinary goblins." Upon hearing this, Qu Lingxiao delivered a swift kick to the creature's rear, issuing a fierce warning. "Enough with the nonsense. Get to the point. If these wretches are akin to you, what need have I for inquiry?" The cave goblin undead, looking utterly aggrieved, continued, "These goblins are known as demon goblins, hybrids born of demons and goblins, capable of traversing both the netherworld and the human realm at will, typically employed as servants." However, one thing remained unclear to him. "Then why are you so terrified of them?" Upon hearing this, Qu Lingxiao was reminded of his own harrowing experience after nearly being drained by the Snow Maiden. He regarded the creature with newfound sympathy. After confirming with him whether these demon goblins could be resurrected, Qu Lingxiao released the cave goblin undead. According to the latter's account, their relatives were not particularly mentally robust and should not be difficult to control. After Qu Lingxiao resurrected these demon goblins, he found this to be accurate. Nonetheless, their incessant cackling still irked him profoundly. Even when he instructed them to quiet down, they could not help but produce irritating sounds through their feet or breath. Ultimately, Qu Lingxiao, exasperated, directed them to patrol the vicinity of District 6. Upon witnessing their astonishing speed, he began to reconsider their repulsiveness. Qu Lingxiao prided himself on his quick reflexes, yet if these demon goblins charged at him head-on with their previous speed, he doubted his ability to respond in time. Undoubtedly, if utilized effectively, these demon goblins could serve as formidable allies. In a moment of awkwardness, the cave goblin undead added, "Master, I forgot to mention that the scent of these demon goblins attracts demons. We might unwittingly become possessed." Upon hearing this, Qu Lingxiao swiftly led a group in pursuit of the demon goblins. However, upon locating them, they appeared entirely unremarkable. The cave goblin undead sheepishly remarked that demon possession was not a certainty. Just as Qu Lingxiao, displeased, prepared to depart, a curved blade suddenly swung toward his neck. Although Qu Lingxiao's formidable creature blocked the attack, the fierce energy still tore through his clothing. His muscles expanded dramatically, his forehead sprouting unevenly pointed horns, and even his teeth and nails sharpened considerably. Qu Lingxiao was already acutely aware that the other party was indeed possessed by demons. Upon witnessing Qu Lingxiao evade an attack, the goblin demons emitted peculiar sounds from their throats, reminiscent of avian calls. Meanwhile, a nearby cave goblin hastily elucidated, "Chief, this is the language of demons. It appears they are not from this realm." However, when Qu Lingxiao inquired about the meaning of their words, the cave goblin was utterly clueless. According to him, only a select few races in this world could comprehend the demon tongue. Rather than questioning him, it would be more prudent to consult the two-headed ogre. Yet, even if Qu Lingxiao wished to ask, he found himself unable to do so. The ogre's massive size necessitated the use of a vehicle for movement, and without access to fuel, it was impractical to involve him in such trivial matters. In fact, Qu Lingxiao had already contemplated using the ogre as a makeshift cannon on the city walls, which seemed to be the most fitting utilization of his capabilities. Alternatively, he considered procuring a large cart for the ogre. Regardless of the method, it would certainly be more convenient than acquiring gasoline, but he even contemplated selling the van at the earliest opportunity, with Murong Xiaoya being the obvious choice for the transaction. In the current predicament, although Qu Lingxiao was unable to decipher the demon's language, it was of little consequence. The corpses of these goblin demons rightfully belonged to him, and he unhesitatingly employed the undead punishment spell. This method would be ineffective against ordinary demons, but since these demons hailed from another world and their physical forms were those of deceased goblin bodies, they could indeed be classified as undead. Under the influence of Qu Lingxiao's spell, the goblin demons trembled one by one, yet their expressions grew increasingly exhilarated, their crimson tongues flicking out as if they beheld some delectable delicacy. This sight induced a wave of nausea in Qu Lingxiao. Nonetheless, it reminded him of the information he had acquired upon ascending to the rank of High Necromancer, concerning how to lure demons into possession through corpses and subsequently manipulate them, that time. He had pondered why the Necromancer's lore was intertwined with demons, but it seemed likely that demons had a penchant for inhabiting corpses. According to the records, what Qu Lingxiao needed to do was. Chapter 70. Just in case, let me go now, Yafei exclaimed, deftly maneuvering behind Aelfu and twisting her into submission, although Aelfu was a member of the Flame Hero group with considerable combat experience. She had overlooked the fact that she was a mage, not a true warrior. In terms of physical prowess, she was significantly inferior to a rogue like Yafei. While binding Aelfu, Yafei retrieved a small vial from her pocket. Its contents, a writhing red liquid, revealing itself to be the long-lost blood of the Daywalker. This revelation prompted a sigh of relief from Aelfu, yet simultaneously fueled her disdain for Yafei. Yafei, do you even realize that your actions nearly cost Philip his life? Aelfu uttered with palpable resentment. Her words rang true. Just moments ago, Aelfu had nearly opened Philip's coffin. Without the blood of the Daywalker, exposure to sunlight would instantly reduce her to ashes. That's a matter for you noble scum. It has nothing to do with me. Listen, I'm merely ensuring that the spoils are not monopolized by a single individual. As she spoke, Yafei cast a menacing glance at Philip's coffin, clearly indicating her disdain for him. Why? Aelfu questioned, increasingly perplexed by Yafei's obsession with the dreadful blood of the Daywalker. Do you wish to become one of those bloodthirsty monsters? In response, Yafei spat on the ground and coldly retorted, Don't paint me with such filthy desires. It's merely you noble fools who long for immortality that I simply devised an excellent method to deal with this substance. Nothing more. What method? Asuna and Aelfu asked in unison. It's quite simple. This substance qualifies as an extraordinary item, and we can use it to settle the debts owed to the Reaper Tim and the God of Plundergrant. Naturally, the extraordinary items we save can be sold and divided among us. Upon hearing Yafei's proposal, Asuna and Aelfu exchanged glances, ultimately nodding in agreement. Clearly, they recognized this as a sensible approach to handling such a perilous item. When do you plan to use it to repay the debts? Asuna inquired, her curiosity piqued. Why the rush? This curse still serves a purpose for me. Let's not forget, I have no desire to part ways with my dear friend. Right, Diana? As Yafei spoke, she glanced at the empty desert beside her. Throughout this period, Yafei had fully exploited Diana's status as a forgotten one, but the forgotten treasures alone had amassed into dozens of items in Yafei's possession, and if she wished, Diana could assist her in gathering even more. Since Diana felt overwhelming guilt over the misdeeds of her descendants, she had become deeply entrenched in her remorse. Helping Yafei fulfill her desires effectively alleviated Diana's guilt. Consequently, whenever Yafei sought assistance, Diana was always notably eager. To outsiders, it appeared as though Yafei was merely conversing with the empty desert. Nevertheless, it was well known that Yafei had not lost her sanity. The existence of Diana had been confirmed by her descendant, Queen Atlantia. What truly left Asuna speechless was Yafei's uncanny ability to turn a curse into something advantageous. Perhaps it was the deity who had cursed Yafei that was truly foolish. If Asuna were a deity, she would certainly impose a month of silence upon Yafei, for that would be far more torturous than ending her life. In any case, our supplies of food and water are dwindling. We must proceed to the next town. Observing the silence that enveloped them, Asuna produced a map from her pocket and solemnly outlined their forthcoming journey. Her demeanor was grave, primarily due to the presence of Yefei, who bore the curse of Grant. They had no hope of entering the town unnoticed. Anyone who laid eyes upon Yefei would undoubtedly perceive her as one of the wealthiest individuals in the world, akin to a beacon in the darkness. However, this very beacon could render them living targets. Compounding the issue was Yefei's penchant for stirring trouble. For instance, her recent theft of the Demon King's golden chariot could easily lead to recognition, even if the onlookers had never seen her face. The chariot itself was far too conspicuous, eliminating any chance of subtlety. Aelfu, do you have any means to make this chariot less conspicuous? I suspect it harbors more than just the tracking magic of the Void Demon. Asuna remarked with a tense expression. While the harpies summoned by the golden chariot had inadvertently benefited them, Asuna did not trust that her luck would hold indefinitely, that if possible, she preferred to abandon the golden chariot altogether, which left Aelfu seated atop it, feeling quite reluctant. Asuna, you know I struggle with long journeys, and this chariot is simply exquisite. Upon hearing Aelfu's response, Asuna couldn't help but sigh, realizing that Aelfu was, after all, still a woman. The moment she laid eyes on something beautiful, she was rendered immobile, unlike herself, who prided herself on her wisdom and valor. However, Asuna refrained from being overly critical. She understood that it was not only Aelfu who was unwilling to part with the chariot. Yefei was equally adamant. Given her nature, it was impossible for her to relinquish it. Fortunately, after Aelfu meticulously examined the golden chariot, she found no other issues, as if it indeed only bore that one spell. Asuna, weary of further debate, initiated their journey toward the next town. According to the map, the upcoming city was named Brandebark, meaning City of the Void in Elvish. From the memories inherited from the hero Asta, this city was rather peculiar. Despite its scant resources, scorching climate, and inadequate rainfall to sustain a standard of living, it hardly seemed a suitable location for a settlement. Even passing merchant caravans rarely lingered there. Yet every year, a multitude of affluent elven merchants squandered their wealth within its confines. The reason being that this locale was considered a sacred site in elven mythology. Though most other races viewed such extravagance as meaningless waste, Asuna cautiously reminded her companions, especially Yefei, to exercise utmost caution. Even though this city had been established for over a millennium, many elven customs remained undisclosed. Moreover, both the rulers and residents were predominantly elven, in such circumstances, transgressing any taboo could easily lead to dire consequences. Chapter 71. Hometown. However, upon uttering this warning, Asuna swiftly realized that her caution was entirely unnecessary. This moment, an unprecedented expression of awe appeared on Yefei's face as she gazed into the distance at Brambard. Her eyes akin to those of a devotee beholding a deity. The previous air of irreverence had vanished entirely. This prompted Asuna to wonder if Yefei had, once again, glimpsed something forgotten through the curse of the Reaper. Perhaps something of an unusual nature. However, Yefei remained silent, and Asuna refrained from inquiring further. The expression on Yefei's face was, in every sense, not one that invited interruption. Thus, the group arrived at the city gates. The guards here were all of the elven race, and in contrast to the brutish human sentinels, the elven guards displayed a grace and elegance that was markedly superior. Their slender and exquisitely proportioned figures created a striking tableau against the backdrop of the desolate desert. Due to a severe imbalance in the gender ratio among the elves, with the predominance of females, male sentinels were scarcely visible. Upon noticing Asuna and her companions' approach, the guards immediately gestured for them to halt. Tulu's elven stop. Although Asuna was not well versed in the elven tongue, she understood from the gestures that they were being instructed to cease their advance. Complying, Asuna signaled in return that they were merely passing merchants seeking to replenish their supplies of food and water. Yet, the guards entirely disregarded Asuna's motions, their attention fixated upon Yefei's visage. Yalphelia? Suddenly, one of the guards exclaimed in delight upon seeing Yefei, who in turn blushed unexpectedly at the sight of this individual. Come now, cease the charade. These are my friends. Let us converse in the common tongue, Yefei said, her expression conveying a mix of embarrassment and familiarity with the guards. My sister, you know how it is. This is a directive from the Archbishop of the city, and we are compelled to comply." Yet, Yifei dismissed their words with a disdainful air, pouting adorably as she did so. This reaction led Asuna to instinctively realize that Yifei, too, possessed a feminine side. This realization was not due to any lack of beauty on Yifei's part. On the contrary, she was undeniably a stunning beauty by any racial standard. However, her exuberant disposition often obscured her femininity. Perhaps it was in this moment that Yifei's true self was revealed, one that had previously been masked by her ulterior motives. Concurrently, Asuna was astonished to discover that Yifei exhibited numerous elven traits, such as the signature long ears of her kind. Despite Yifei's attempts to conceal them with her hair, they were nonetheless apparent to those around her, though no one seemed to take note. Respecting one another's secrets was a fundamental tenet among adventurers. While Asuna remained oblivious to the nature of Yifei's relationship with the guards, one thing was assured: her provisions of food and water were guaranteed. Furthermore, the elven sentinels warmly prepared accommodations for Asuna and her companions, the rooms adorned in a style that epitomized classical beauty. The only drawback was the guards' cautionary reminder to refrain from leaving the rooms unless necessary, and to ring a bell should any needs arise. Aelfhew harbored no objections to this stipulation. Indeed, most mages were quite reclusive, and Aelfhew was no exception. Having been pampered since childhood, she had grown weary of the hardships of life outdoors. Thus, the prospect of resting in such splendidly furnished quarters for a day or two, or even a year, was entirely acceptable to her. Meanwhile, Yifei, for reasons of her own, had joined the guards outside. Asuna was acutely aware that despite Yifei's surface-level indifference, often teasing Asuna as a silly girl, she was, in fact, one of the most enamored with Asuna's cherubic face. Each night, once Asuna had fallen asleep, Yifei would stealthily approach and fondly pinch Asuna's cheeks until she was on the verge of exclaiming. It was evident that Asuna, possessing the keen intuition inherited from the hero, was well aware of Yifei's playful antics, though she chose not to expose them. This was Asuna's noble sacrifice for the harmony of their party. However, the outcome proved disappointing, as another individual was dispatched to relay that Yifei intended to leave the group. Upon hearing this news, Asuna's mind buzzed with disbelief that in her eyes, Yifei, despite her flippant demeanor, was one of the most loyal members of their party. To consider departing at such a moment, and in such an abrupt manner, was unfathomable. Asuna could not accept it. Given Yifei's temperament, she would surely have taken a significant portion of their assets before departing. After all, 2 legendary items remained in their possession, not to mention the golden chariot Yifei had so long coveted. The suddenness of the situation was overwhelming. You lie. It is inconceivable that Yifei would leave without so much as a word. Bring me to her. Asuna shouted vehemently at the elven messenger before her. Yet the messenger, with a look of helplessness, firmly declined Asuna's request, stating that Princess Yifei was currently unavailable to meet with outsiders. This revelation left Asuna in shock. Yifei? A princess? The thought of that wild girl being a princess was utterly absurd. Asuna's voice reached a near hysterical pitch. The messenger, incensed by Asuna's outburst, retorted, "Madam, please exercise some decorum. Princess Yifei is no mere wild girl. She is the princess of Branbard. Should you continue to speak so recklessly, I shall have no choice but to discipline you, even as a friend of the princess." This left the onlookers in a state of stunned silence. That moment, Aelfhew, who typically had a strained relationship with Yifei, unexpectedly spoke up. Though she was not particularly fond of Yifei, the sudden announcement of her departure struck a discordant note within her. Perhaps she possesses something that grants her the title of princess. The speaker was Philip, who had yet to settle the score with Yifei for nearly costing her life due to her antics. The fact that Yifei would leave without so much as a farewell only fueled her ire. Everyone knew what that something referred to: the blood of the Daywalker from the demon realm. The mere thought of such a powerful entity falling into the hands of others alongside Yifei sent a chill down their spines. Chapter 72. The Wrath of the Ethereal Hall. How could the 2-headed ogre be slain? He was one of our trademarks. An enraged voice echoed from a hidden corner of the demon abyss. The source of her ire stemmed from the recent news that one of her most formidable subordinates, the 2-headed ogre, had been killed. To make matters worse, it was likely the work of those from the Soul Hall, a subordinate faction of her own, and a rather powerful one at that. This signified that all her strategic plans required urgent reevaluation. Before proceeding, she needed to investigate the last known connection of the two-headed ogre, which led her to a widow and the exceptionally gifted child she bore. This widow was none other than Xiaoye, and the child in her womb belonged to Qu Lingxiao, yet to be born. Thus, at her command, a swarm of demons set forth to District 4 to investigate. However, they erred gravely in one regard. They made far too much noise. Perhaps they underestimated the potential for a small faction like the Soul Hall to mount any significant resistance, or perhaps they reveled in the thought of provoking such opposition. The more resistance they faced, the more exhilarated they became. Under the influence of the universal occupation shift, a portion of those transformed into demons exhibited this very trait, including Qu Lingxiao, whose own brutality had intensified, albeit to a lesser degree than that of these demons. Meanwhile, Xiaoye was enjoying the first rays of sunlight on the second floor of her loft, when suddenly, discordant noise erupted from the distance. Such sounds were rarely heard in District 4, which housed the Soul Hall's essential magical crystal mines. To deter potential troublemakers, the Soul Hall regularly sanitized the surrounding forests and swamps, ensuring that any mutated creatures or rival factions dared not approach. Even when Qu Lingxiao had ventured close before, he had done so with utmost stealth. Yet, these newcomers seemed entirely unconcerned with such precautions. Thus, rather than viewing them as enemies, Xiaoye suspected they were more likely to be members of the Soul Hall. Given her position within the hall, coupled with her emotional investment in Qu Lingxiao, she had no inclination to regard these lower-tier individuals with any favor that she prepared to call out to them from her vantage point. She was suddenly seized by a greenish, clawed hand around her neck. At first glance, the hand suggested a monstrous creature, but when she looked up, she beheld an exquisite woman. Her beauty was undeniable, from her features to her figure, enhanced by the delicate horns adorning her forehead, each detail radiating a unique allure. This exquisite beauty subtly ignited a spark of jealousy within Xiaoye. She couldn't help but wonder if Qu Lingxiao were present. Would he fall for the other person? Such thoughts, which should not have surfaced at this moment, incessantly invaded her mind. Unbeknownst to her, the woman grasping Xiaoye's neck was equally perplexed. Did this woman not fear for her life? Why was she incessantly preoccupied with a man named Qu Lingxiao, who, by the way, was undeniably handsome? Although it appeared that the woman was clinging to Xiaoye, she was in fact probing the depths of her heart. The image of Qu Lingxiao in Xiaoye's mind was so splendid that it inadvertently infected the woman before her with infatuation. At that moment, a cool, feminine voice emanated from the woman's lips, and her dark green wrist returned to its normal hue as she released Xiaoye. So, Wuxingge, does that fellow have anything to do with this matter? Upon hearing this inquiry, the woman named Wuxingge felt her cheeks flush crimson. Surely not, she thought. My grasp of the situation was quite sudden, leaving the other party no time for mental preparation. To me, this woman is merely infatuated, preoccupied with a man named Qu Lingxiao. However, the speaker's casual remark struck a chord with the listener. Upon hearing Qu Lingxiao's name, the woman recalled something instantly to Qu Lingxiao. Wasn't he the one who had sullied that woman named Shuya? And wasn't Shuya the fiancé of the two-headed ogre? It seemed that the affairs of the Soul Palace were indeed chaotic. In the woman's eyes, a single individual could tarnish the reputation of the Soul Palace's upper echelons and simultaneously leave another mid-tier member infatuated with him. This was inherently peculiar, bordering on abnormal. Her perception of the Soul Palace was inevitably diminished. Nevertheless, to hastily conclude that the woman before her was involved in the demise of the two-headed ogre would be excessively presumptuous. The woman, known as the Red Witch, was ruthless towards men but harbored an inexplicable sympathy for women, especially those besotted by love. Almost every woman who loved but could not obtain her heart's desire garnered her concern. Observing Xiaoye's sorrowful countenance, the Red Witch unfurled her bat-like wings and effortlessly flew to her side, inquiring gently, "Hello, miss. May I ask who Qu Lingxiao is, and why do you constantly think of him?" Instead, Xiaoye eyed her warily. With a good figure and a lovely face, she seemed precisely the type Qu Lingxiao would favor. Could it be that, after contemplating this, Xiaoye's gaze turned suspicious that, oh, what rumors? Observing Xiaoye's expression, the Red Witch became intrigued, resting her chin on her hand, appearing genuinely interested. Chapter 73. The heartthrob upon witnessing the other woman's expression. Murong Xiao instantly deduced that she had guessed correctly. This woman was indeed here for Qu Lingxiao, and she was the type who would not relent until her goal was achieved. Murong Xiao was acutely aware that Qu Lingxiao had recently been overexerting himself. As the only woman who could bear his child, she felt compelled to alleviate his burdens. With this in mind, Murong Xiao decided it was best to align with the other woman's sentiments. Naturally, she would extol the man's strengths, dismissing the exaggerated claims of him entertaining 30 women in a single day as mere fabrications. He was but a mere twig, hence she spoke so candidly. However, to her astonishment, upon hearing Murong Xiao's words, the Red Witch's face flushed a deep crimson. This inadvertently turned Murong Xiao into a woman who seemed to speak in vulgarities, prompting her own cheeks to redden. After a lengthy pause, the Red Witch finally managed to compose herself, though her speech was still somewhat stammering. That you miss, is the child in your womb his? Murong Xiao was utterly unprepared for such a question. Even the child within her reacted, kicking her belly incessantly. Finally, gritting her teeth, she admitted, indeed, that man is responsible for my condition. He made me pregnant, and then went off to seek pleasure with others. He is the worst kind of man. Murong Xiao had expected this revelation would dissuade the Red Witch from pursuing Qu Lingxiao. However, to her astonishment, the Red Witch's expression brightened with excitement. It's true. This guy is indeed a scoundrel. As she spoke, the Red Witch's gaze grew dreamy, and a glimmer of moisture appeared at the corners of her mouth. She then seized Murong Xiao's hand, exclaiming with fervor, "What do you say, miss? Shall I break that scoundrel's legs, ensuring he remains by your side? Or perhaps I could simply kill him. I delight in tormenting scoundrels." Murong Xiao was momentarily taken aback by the Red Witch's words. The thought that she might be a deranged individual, capable of inflicting some twisted harm upon Qu Lingxiao, prompted her to hastily clarify. Actually, he is not all that bad. He just has many women constantly pursuing him, leaving him with no choice. Moreover, he is quite formidable. He is not someone to be trifled with. Murong Xiao hoped these words would deter the Red Witch from seeking trouble with Qu Lingxiao. However, upon hearing her, the Red Witch confidently pounded her chest, assuring, "Rest assured, I possess ample means to deal with men. Just look at that two-headed ogre. He was castrated merely for casting a lingering glance at me. I initially came to inquire about his demise, but it seems that dealing with that scoundrel has become my top priority." Upon hearing this, Murong Xiao realized that she had inadvertently drawn trouble upon Qu Lingxiao by inciting the demise of the two-headed ogre. Regret washed over her, for if the woman were a eunuch, she might not mind a fleeting dalliance with him, that it would certainly be preferable to placing Qu Lingxiao in danger. Yet now, faced with the unyielding Red Witch, Murong Xiao could only concede, "You can have your way, but do not castrate him. He does not deserve such a fate." The Red Witch readily agreed. "Fear not. Had the two-headed ogre not been so hideous, I wouldn't have resorted to such measures. Now, let us set forth. Perhaps we can still make it in time for dinner." The Red Witch exhibited an air of complete disregard for Qu Lingxiao, even pondering having dinner within his territory. Murong Xiao, however, sensed that this group was not to be trifled with, especially the woman known as the Red Witch, who exuded an aura of extreme danger. Unbeknownst to her, the Red Witch was the master of the ethereal palace. Had she known, she might have fainted on the spot. Although reluctant, Murong Xiao ultimately had no choice but to lead the way. Deep down, she harbored a flicker of hope regarding the Red Witch's words. The prospect of Qu Lingxiao's legs being broken sounded enticing. Though she would need to care for him, the thought of him being hers every night was undeniably alluring. As they made their way to Block 6, Murong Xiao quickly established a rapport with the Red Witch, soon addressing her as sister. Similarly, her relationship with the woman who had previously grasped her neck, Wuxin Gue, also blossomed. Through their interactions, Murong Xiao discovered that Wuxin Gue was a staunch feminist, harboring a deep disdain for scoundrels and fickle men. Under Murong Xiao's deliberate attempts at camaraderie, the trio's bond advanced rapidly. As for the minions, they were hardly worth mentioning. Nonetheless, both men and women alike treated the three with utmost respect, as if Murong Xiao had suddenly ascended to a position of authority within the ethereal palace. Before long, they arrived at the entrance of Block 6, that upon seeing the words Block 6 emblazoned on the door, Wuxingge eagerly volunteered to break it down. Murong Xiao promptly intervened. Unlike the others, Block 6 was her man's domain, hence her own. While the door may not have been expensive, repairs still incurred costs. How could one be so wasteful? Initially, Murong Xiaoye intended to dissuade them from entering. But since they were already there, she was indifferent to them meeting Qu Lingxiao. Even if there were any unpleasantness, she believed that, given their newfound friendship, she could mediate a resolution. Despite her protest, Wu Xingge remained poised to draw her sword. Fully aware of scoundrel's nature, such men typically abandoned their responsibilities after sowing seeds of discord. How could one expect them to easily open the door for a woman they had wronged, especially when she was pregnant? To her surprise, the door swung open, revealing an exceptionally handsome man. As he emerged, he enveloped Murong Xiaoye in his embrace, tenderly kissing her lips, evoking a wave of bitterness in both the Red Witch and Wu Xingge. What they remain unaware of is that this feeling is known as jealousy. Chapter 74. A meeting of hearts. 74. What to do, dear sister? The other party is indeed a handsome man. I want him too. Wu Xingge cautiously conveyed this to the Red Witch. What many do not know is that the Red Witch, in addition to being able to read the thoughts of others, can also transmit her voice to those who are particularly close to her. In this world, the only person she is truly close to is her elder sister, the Red Witch herself. How ungrateful. That is the man of a good sister. How can you harbor such thoughts? At most, it should be a mere borrowing. Do you understand? Borrowing. The Red Witch firmly stated to Wu Xingge, even speaking directly rather than through mental communication. Yet, despite her resolute words, both the Red Witch and Wu Xingge found their cheeks flushed with embarrassment. Initially, they believed they had come merely to reprimand a scoundrel, but to their astonishment, this scoundrel was not only strikingly handsome, but also exceptionally considerate. Especially when they witnessed Qu Lingxiao resting on Murong Xiaoye's belly, listening to the movements of the baby, both could not help but entertain the thought of having children together. Unbeknownst to them, Qu Lingxiao and Murong Xiaoye were still contemplating what name would suit their child. Just as matters seemed poised to resolve peacefully, an unexpected figure burst forth that it would be more accurate to say it was not a person but a wraith. After all, as a being completely under Qu Lingxiao's control, this entity should not be considered as an individual. This wraith was none other than the cave goblin that Qu Lingxiao had recently assigned him an important task, to oversee the transformation of the two-headed ogre. He had come to report on this matter. Perhaps due to his being manipulated by Qu Lingxiao, his intellect was somewhat lacking, or perhaps it was simply that he was inherently incapable of reading the room. Observing his leader cozying up to beautiful women, he failed to realize the need for discretion, that he boldly approached and earnestly stated, "Master, we are running low on materials to secure that two-headed ogre. I would like to request additional supplies." Faced with his subordinate's impudent behavior, Qu Lingxiao showed no curiosity, that he coldly replied, "Such trifles are for you to manage. Besides, that two-headed ogre is alive and does not require such rigid confinement. It can move on its own." Having said this, Qu Lingxiao returned to his intimate moment with Murong Xiaoye, completely oblivious to the two pairs of eyes in the distance glimmering with unusual light. The owners of those eyes were none other than the Red Witch and Wu Xingge. Initially, they felt a twinge of embarrassment at the thought of disrupting the apparent bond between Qu Lingxiao and Murong Xiaoye. However, it soon became evident that he was the very murderer of the two-headed ogre. Although the Red Witch did not particularly care for the demise of a male subordinate, especially one as unattractive as he, this did not imply she would refrain from pursuing the matter, particularly when it seemed so ripe for exploitation. With this thought in mind, she and Wu Xingge leapt from their concealed hiding place in the grass, charging furiously toward Qu Lingxiao while vocally accusing him. "It is you. Why have you killed our beloved two-headed ogre? What will you offer us in compensation?" While speaking, Wu Xingge dashed forward, clawing at Qu Lingxiao's face. Instantly, all of Qu Lingxiao's thoughts flooded into her mind. After a surge of embarrassment colored her cheeks, she angrily exclaimed, "Perverted fiend!" before releasing him. She simply could not fathom why, at a moment when she intended to threaten him with death, he would still entertain such wicked thoughts. Could it be that all men are like this? As Wu Xingge pondered that this was her first encounter with a man's body, even if it was for combat. All her previous experiences had been with women. Perhaps the issue did not lie with Qu Lingxiao, but rather with the nature of all men. With that thought, Wu Xingge's face grew even redder. Yet she found herself unable to divert her gaze from Qu Lingxiao. Qu Lingxiao, This appeared as though he had encountered a madwoman who had rushed in to slap him, branding him a pervert. Were it not for her being a beauty, he might have killed her on the spot. Who, after all, was truly the pervert, despite his thoughts? Qu Lingxiao refrained from voicing them, as he had just overheard another seemingly unhinged woman mention the two-headed ogre. Anxiety began to creep into his mind, accompanied by a terrifying thought. Could it be that they intended to make me a slave to repay this debt? With that thought, Qu Lingxiao's face flushed with embarrassment, and he instinctively took a step back. However, Wu Xingui was not prepared to let him off so easily. In her eyes, he had manifested such repugnant thoughts toward her, yet refused to take things further, serving as evidence of his disdain for her. With an angry retort, she declared, "Indeed, a scoundrel. Watch as I teach you a lesson," and charged toward Qu Lingxiao with the ferocity of a tiger descending a mountain. Seemingly unstoppable, Qu Lingxiao stumbled and fell to the ground, allowing her to dismantle his equipment and launch an onslaught against him. From the clumsiness of her attacks, Qu Lingxiao discerned that this was her first experience in close combat. Yet, her aggression was disproportionate for a novice. He sensed she was engaging in a battle of wills. Attempting to force him to surrender, Qu Lingxiao, proud as he was, would never capitulate to a woman with no combat experience. After summoning his strength and pinning her beneath him, Qu Lingxiao delivered a series of blows to her head until she finally cried out that she wished to surrender. Observing her sister's defeat, the Red Witch could not allow her to endure humiliation alone. After a brief internal struggle, she too charged toward Qu Lingxiao, leading to a fierce confrontation among the three that they exchanged various weapons and spells until all were utterly exhausted. However, just as Qu Lingxiao believed he had resolved the matter through sheer force, the Red Witch's words heightened his vigilance. "While we have just engaged in friendly sparring, you must still repay the debt incurred from killing the two-headed ogre. And it must be repaid in full." This revelation left Qu Lingxiao in a state of dismay. Chapter 75. The Issue of Debt 75. The Issue of Debt. As she spoke, she inexplicably produced a thick stack of papers, clearly detailing all the efforts expended to raise the two-headed ogre, Qu Lingxiao. It felt akin to raising livestock, with terminology that evoked images of feed, and such that he could hardly comprehend why a respectable leader would refer to their subordinates as mere fodder. Yet she delighted in calculating the costs, ultimately demanding that Qu Lingxiao compensate her and her entire territory, declaring it would suffice. Moreover, she added a stipulation. Qu Lingxiao must fulfill some additional requirements for her and her sister, such as their nighttime needs. Initially, Qu Lingxiao contemplated acquiescing, as her strength was formidable, and aligning with her seemed advantageous. However, he could not bear to imagine the relentless toil he would face daily to meet the demands of these two sisters. The prospect of dying in bed became increasingly plausible. As she perceived Qu Lingxiao's hesitance to comply, she prepared to take action. At that moment, Murong Xiaoye could no longer remain passive. With her hands on her hips and a displeased expression, she exclaimed, "What do you two mean by this? We were just good sisters, and now you're attempting to steal my man? I didn't even raise an issue when you both took advantage of me. How could you?" Upon hearing Murong Xiaoye's words, the faces of the two women flushed crimson. Just as they were about to relent for Murong Xiaoye's sake, a group of individuals stormed in, led by none other than the Snow Woman. Flanking her were Lu Mimi and her mother, while Wang Buwei timidly followed behind. Their aggressive demeanor left no doubt they were seeking trouble, and it was clear who their target was: Murong Xiaoye. "You wretched creature! Not only did you steal a man for yourself, but now you wish to take him with your sisters. You truly leave us no path to survive, do you?" the Snow Woman proclaimed. Her voice brimming with righteous indignation. As she spoke, she conjured a massive ice pillar in her hands, indicating that she was prepared to hurl it at any moment, intent on inflicting serious harm. Lu Mimi remained silent, her lips pressed together, but the most furious was Lu Ryu, who forcefully shoved the Snow Woman aside and, with fervent anger, exclaimed, "You heartless scoundrel! Do you have any regard for us mother and daughter? Now your paramour has come knocking. What more is there to say?" Upon hearing the other party's words, Qu Lingxiao felt an inexplicable oddness, yet he could not articulate precisely what felt amiss. Ultimately, he resolved to find a way to calm everyone down. "Everyone, please listen to me. Listen to your nonsense." Before Qu Lingxiao could finish, the Red Sorceress and Lu Ryu interjected in unison. Their surprising consensus in disregarding Qu Lingxiao's authority was noteworthy. However, this did not imply that these two factions were allies. As the saying goes, fellow travelers are often rivals. Although strictly speaking, these two individuals could not be classified as compatriots. They shared a common objective, which naturally led to some conflicts. Soon enough, the verbal skirmish escalated into mutual attacks. Lu Ruyu, displaying remarkable cunning, deftly sidestepped the onset of battle, pushing the Snow Maiden to the forefront instead. The Snow Maiden had no objections. She had long harbored a deep-seated fury and yearned for combat. The current situation was precisely what she desired, that as the two engaged in fierce combat, Qu Lingxiao finally grasped the Red Sorceress's abilities. Her power was that of magma. Although he could not pinpoint her exact demonic classification from his limited knowledge of the arcane, one thing was certain. She was undeniably connected to magma. When the magma she spewed clashed with the Snow Maiden's ice pillars, they immediately transformed into thick steam, each force counteracting the other in a display of equilibrium. After taking a deep breath, the Red Sorceress's form suddenly expanded several times over, her palm now capable of enveloping the Snow Maiden entirely. In response, the Snow Maiden conjured a massive armor of frost, standing triumphantly atop its head, creating an impression of parity between them. At this juncture, Wu Xingui was also embroiled in combat with Lu Mimi. Logically, Lu Mimi, a blood succubus, was not suited for battle, yet she found herself evenly matched against Wu Xingui, who was equally ill-prepared for conflict. However, their clash was characterized more by cunning and flair than the grandiose intensity of the Snow Maiden and Red Sorceress's confrontation. Between them, a series of alluring illusions materialized, ensnaring even the nearby minions, regardless of gender, in their enchanting grasp, some of whom stumbled into the illusions only to be felled by the residual effects of their battle. Qu Lingxiao observed all of this. Yet his primary concern lay with the tumultuous fight between the Snow Maiden and the Red Sorceress. In a mere moment, the walls of District 6 had been utterly decimated. This was a structure Qu Lingxiao had painstakingly overseen, intending for it to serve as his signature edifice. Now, it lay in ruins. Contemplating this loss, Qu Lingxiao found himself driven by a reckless impulse that he decided to sacrifice the nearby undead in hopes of summoning that peculiar demonic hand once more. However, what appeared instead was not the massive hand, but a little girl adorned with a jester's mask. While she was indeed a child, her voice was hoarse and grating, prompting even the raving mad to cover their ears. Yet, amid the fervent battle, the Snow Maiden and the Red Sorceress remained blissfully unaware of this unexpected guest, continuing their duel of ice and magma. Finally, a blast of magma struck the masked girl squarely, and as everyone braced for her imminent incineration, she unexpectedly erupted into a melodious, sultry laughter. The sound was devoid of any rasp, reminiscent of a silver bell's chime, captivating even Qu Lingxiao. However, her subsequent actions swiftly dispelled any notion that she was an object of fantasy. In an instant, she darted forward, seizing the Red Sorceress by the neck and lifting her effortlessly, before opening her mouth wide and swallowing her whole. That Qu Lingxiao observed, astonished, as for a fleeting moment, her mouth expanded to an unimaginable size. Chapter 76. The Void Demon Delicious. Do you have any more? The girl with the jester mask uttered, a slurping sound escaping her lips as a crimson tongue emerged from the mask, licking as if she had just savored a delectable treat. However, the onlookers could not muster a smile. They understood she had indeed consumed something. Specifically, the formidable Red Sorceress, a leader to half of them. Despite this, none dared to utter a sound, as if silenced by an unseen spell. After a prolonged silence, Wu Xingui shattered the stillness, her voice frenzied as she charged at the girl. This reaction was entirely understandable. Wu Xingui and the Red Sorceress were sisters who had supported each other through the years. Witnessing her sister devoured by an unknown monstrosity was enough to ignite a righteous fury. The girl, however, did not flinch at Wu Xingui's approach. Instead, she grinned widely, that in the blink of an eye, she transformed into the likeness of the Red Sorceress. Her stunning visage gazing longingly at Wu Xingui, who, entranced, rushed toward her. Qu Lingxiao attempted to intervene, but it was too late. That as Wu Xingui drew near, the girl opened her mouth and engulfed her in one swift motion. Afterward, she gazed at the remaining onlookers with a gluttonous gaze, her demeanor audacious, except when her eyes met Qu Lingxiao's, which sparked a flicker of wariness. This made Qu Lingxiao realize that, as the summoner, he still posed a significant threat to her. Due to the ephemeral nature of interdimensional summons, Qu Lingxiao, fearing that the Red Sorceress's subordinates might retaliate upon her disappearance, resolved to attempt rescuing the two sisters from the girl's grasp. Even if he failed, he would have made an effort, thereby increasing the possibility for negotiation. Absolutely not. The girl's cuteness was disarmingly playful, leaving Qu Lingxiao at a loss. After a moment of hesitation, he firmly commanded, as the summoner, "I command you to release those sisters immediately." To his surprise, the girl did respond, and a circle of lightning crackled around her petite form, causing her body to tremble. Soon, a charred scent filled the air. Yet, despite this, she neither agreed nor refused, displaying a defiant demeanor that Qu Lingxiao, seeing this, ordered his subordinates to attack her. Just then, the girl relented. "I will release them, but only if you allow me to eat you." "Eat me?" Qu Lingxiao shuddered at her request. He knew that while others may not have witnessed her devouring the sisters, as the summoner, he had seen it clearly. Her vast maw could easily consume 4 or 5 individuals. The idea of being her next meal was utterly unacceptable. "You can eat someone, but choose one of my subordinates, and if you can agree to that, I will comply." Qu Lingxiao uttered these words with great resolve. At that moment, as long as the chosen individual was not someone of great importance to him, he would acquiesce. Yet the girl's response was a bombshell. "Very well, I want to eat that big-bellied woman," the little girl exclaimed, pointing enthusiastically at Murong Xiaoya, her excitement palpable. "If I eat her, there will be more inside her. Just thinking about it makes me feel good." She appeared to have plotted this all along. However, Murong Xiaoya was someone Qu Lingxiao could never relinquish, especially since she was carrying his child. "That won't do. Choose someone else." However, the girl dismissed Qu Lingxiao's repeated concessions. "That I don't care. You've already agreed." She charged toward Murong Xiaoya, mouth agape, ready to consume her. Yet, Qu Lingxiao intervened just in time. That as he did so, his own body trembled. He had resorted to the spirit-locking technique. Although the technique was typically used to bind souls within their corporeal forms, Qu Lingxiao had already created a temporary body using magical energy during the summoning process. Logically, she should not have been able to draw energy from this realm, and even if she could, it would only be a small fraction. Thus, in his desperation, Qu Lingxiao decided to use the spirit-locking technique to confine her within this temporary vessel. However, this approach had no precedent, even in the knowledge he possessed as a necromancer. It was all theoretical. Fortunately, once Qu Lingxiao enacted the spirit-locking technique, her body trembled in response as well. Even in terms of physical form, there was an unmistakable inability to maintain its original state. The appearance of Qu Lingxiao was even more unbearable to behold. Compared to the previous muscle strain, this time Qu Lingxiao's entire body had contorted into a twisted shape. For an ordinary person, it would have been a sight of unmistakable death. Yet, the incantations escaping Qu Lingxiao's lips did not falter, as if he were prepared to perish alongside his adversary. The hearts of everyone present were in their throats. Meanwhile, Murong Xiaoya, protected by Qu Lingxiao, burst into tears. Before long, Qu Lingxiao's body trembled to a complete halt, apart from the faint rise and fall of his chest indicating that he was still alive. There was no other evidence of his existence at that moment. Qu Lingxiao's limbs had been severed, and crimson blood stained the ground. This scene plunged all of Qu Lingxiao's women into despair. What deepened their despair was the realization that he had done this to protect Murong Xiaoya. Initially, they should have harbored resentment towards her for this. But upon remembering that she carried Qu Lingxiao's child, they each forced themselves to endure. Nonetheless, the murderous glint in their eyes was unabashedly evident, prompting Murong Xiaoya to feel not only sorrow, but also an unsettling worry for her future. Chapter 77. Taming the Demon King among them. Lu Ryu charged directly in front of Murong Xiaoya. Seizing her collar with fierce intensity, with a venomous tone, she exclaimed, "You little harbinger of misfortune, look at what you've done. You've brought about Lingxiao's demise. How are we to live as mother and daughter now?" Despite her words, Lu Ryu's demeanor exuded vitality that starkly contrasted with the deathly pallor of Murong Xiaoya, who appeared utterly lifeless. The same was true for the other women of Qu Lingxiao. They were all consumed by grief over his impending death. Just then, a voice echoed from the ground. What are you lot doing? I'm not dead yet. Hurry up and treat me. Qu Lingxiao bellowed with all his might. Initially, he had intended to succumb to unconsciousness, but upon hearing Lu Ryu's words, he realized that if he were to faint now, it was highly likely that these individuals would bury him alive. At that point, resurrection would be impossible. Not to mention, Qu Lingxiao's spirits were surprisingly high, especially considering the extraordinary identity of his current circumstance. He was now allied with the demon of gluttony from the void demons. This meant that Qu Lingxiao had suddenly acquired a formidable ally. With such a powerful aid, not only could he address the debts owed to the Void Palace, but it was also entirely plausible for him to consume the Void Palace itself. Thus, even in his grievously wounded state, the glimmer in Qu Lingxiao's eyes as he gazed at the crowd radiated an unusual brilliance. Others might have assumed that his behavior stemmed from madness, and they understood this perspective, given the excruciating agony he had just endured. However, everything changed when one individual lifted Qu Lingxiao into their arms. None other than the little girl in the clown mask. Despite their similar appearances, her current demeanor was so respectful that no one could fathom they were the same person, that Qu Lingxiao couldn't help but feel a sense of pride that To enhanced his stature. He decided to take advantage of the moment. He instructed the girl before him. Why don't you quickly release the Red Sorceress and Miss Wuxin? They are guests and must not be treated with disrespect. Although Qu Lingxiao's words expressed disapproval of impropriety, the glint in his eyes as he regarded the girl's subordinates revealed a burgeoning sense of triumph, akin to a subtle threat. The girl, however, bowed her head in complete submission. From the moment the clown girl appeared, the demon clan had already surrendered. While many were aware of the demon's brutality, few recognized their inherent strong sense of hierarchy. For instance, the clown girl holding Qu Lingxiao was regarded as a royal figure among the lower-ranked demons. Qu Lingxiao had initially overthought the situation. In the eyes of the demons, the death of a lower-ranked entity by a higher-ranked one required no justification. Instead, the latter should feel honored. Thus, even if Qu Lingxiao did nothing to rescue the two individuals, none among the demons would dare to trouble him. In fact, they would revere him for being able to summon such a high-ranking entity. All of this, of course, was beyond Qu Lingxiao's comprehension. He was entirely absorbed in the pleasure derived from the fear he inspired in others. At that moment, he suddenly noticed Lu Mimi moving her belongings, specifically her gold and silver jewelry. This made Qu Lingxiao feel uneasy. Lu Mimi, what are you doing? Is the room collapsing or something? Although Qu Lingxiao knew very well that the room was intact, he could not fathom why she would choose to move her possessions at this time. After all, in his memory, Lu Mimi was the type who clung to him incessantly. Her current behavior was undoubtedly suspect. What Qu Lingxiao did not expect was that upon hearing his words, Lu Mimi burst into tears. What are you talking about? Naturally, I'm making room for you and that woman. You're about to become a father. Do you expect me to wait for you to coax me away personally? Lu Mimi's voice was loud, as if she feared others would not know of her impending departure. Instantly, everyone nearby turned their attention toward her. Although most of them were puppets controlled by Qu Lingxiao, there were still a few who retained their sanity and were aware of the situation, pointing fingers at Murong Xiaoye. Due to their fear of Qu Lingxiao's position, their voices were hushed, but Qu Lingxiao's consciousness, now intertwined with his territory, caught their words nonetheless. The content of their gossip was truly scandalous. Have you heard? The esteemed leader is having a child with his mistress. And now Lu Mimi can't even keep her own bed. Indeed, I heard that Murong Xiaoye is carrying triplets. No, I heard it's quintuplets, and one of them is a giant zombie. The more they gossiped, the more absurd their claims became, leading Qu Lingxiao to believe that he and Murong Xiaoye were some bizarre extraterrestrial beings. As the rumors escalated, they even suggested that Murong Xiaoye was pressuring Qu Lingxiao to divorce Lu Mimi. Otherwise, she would marry a two-headed ogre with her unborn children. Upon hearing such slander, Qu Lingxiao felt a surge of both shame and anger, vowing to erase these individuals' memories once he regained his strength. This thought in mind, Qu Lingxiao gazed at the little girl in the clown mask, finding her increasingly endearing. After all, she was akin to an extension of himself in terms of perception, thought, and even pleasure. This realization sparked a curiosity within him about what visage lay beneath her mask. With this thought in mind, Qu Lingxiao commanded her to remove the mask from her face. However, when he finally beheld her features, A shiver ran down his spine, not because she was unattractive, but rather the opposite. She was an undeniably striking beauty. What terrified him were her eyes that as he looked into her vertically slitted pupils. He was reminded of a serpent, though no snake could exude such a formidable presence, that in that moment, a terrifying thought invaded Qu Lingxiao's mind. Chapter 78. The Pride of the Dragons. She is a true, genuine dragon. For Qu Lingxiao, who had been exposed to fantastical works long before the universal class transition, knowledge of dragons was profoundly ingrained in him. He had even once yearned for such powerful beings. The girl before him, wearing a clown mask, was an authentic dragon. This was fundamentally different from the druid transformations of Wang Buwei. The sheer pressure emanating from her was enough to leave Qu Lingxiao breathless. Yet it simultaneously ignited an inexplicable thrill within him. Eventually, he found himself embracing her tightly. After all, not many could claim to hold a dragon maiden in their arms. This realization filled Qu Lingxiao with pride. However, just then, an unexpected turn of events unfolded. She abruptly pushed Qu Lingxiao away. Though the force was not great, it still left him utterly astonished. He wondered if she might suddenly go on the offensive against him. Recalling the terrifying moment when she devoured the red sorceress and Miss Wuxin, the very thought of such a scenario occurring to him sent a chill down his spine, prompting him to instinctively retreat a step. Fortunately, her resistance ended there. She had no intention of escalating the situation. This alleviated Qu Lingxiao's anxiety, and he resolved to give her a name. Since you devoured the red sorceress, I shall call you Little Red. Little Red, come here. As Qu Lingxiao contemplated the name he had chosen, he found himself increasingly satisfied and decided to address the other directly, commanding them to approach him. Little did he anticipate that the individual would once again resist him, even going so far as to speak. The name bestowed by my master is utterly repugnant. My name is Freya. Remember it well, Freya. The revelation that the other retained their self-awareness astonished Qu Lingxiao even further. And a vigilant glint gradually crept into his gaze. Were it not for the fact that the other had fetched him water, he might have entertained the notion of utterly annihilating them. Nonetheless, his demeanor towards them became ever more cautious. Just then, a woman's voice suddenly echoed from outside the door. A voice so soft it seemed to weave charm into the air that Qu Lingxiao immediately recognized it as Lu Mimi's voice. After inviting her in, he noticed that two individuals accompanied her. Upon seeing their appearances, he was taken aback. The two were none other than the Red Sorceress and the Wuxin ghost that from Murong Xiaoye. They claimed she was still resting. Qu Lingxiao understood this, acknowledging that it was only right for a pregnant woman to take extra rest. Regarding the purpose of the Red Sorceress and Wuxin ghost visit, it turned out they sought to propose a collaboration with him, that a partnership with the Ethereal Palace would be mutually beneficial, the Red Sorceress stated with an air of righteousness. However, Qu Lingxiao discerned that their interest lay not solely with him, but rather with Freya, who was serving him tea. They must have recognized her extraordinary combat prowess, leading them to desire an alliance with him. To this request, Qu Lingxiao readily acquiesced. Such an arrangement would spare him considerable hassle and allow him to stay close to Murong Xiaoye. He could not bear the thought of his beloved spending her days in the Soul Palace. The Red Sorceress was part of the superior organization to the Soul Palace. This collaboration inherently elevated Qu Lingxiao's status above that of the Soul Palace. Consequently, he felt no further concern. This news swiftly spread, and upon learning of Qu Lingxiao's alliance with the Ethereal Palace, the higher-ups of the Soul Palace were filled with regret. It not merely two women? If Qu Lingxiao desires them, he should have been given them without hesitation. The realization that they had offended someone capable of attracting even the Ethereal Palace left the self-proclaimed shrewd members of the Soul Palace feeling they had suffered a significant loss. Among them, the most astonished was Shuya. Initially, she had believed Qu Lingxiao would be doomed to bear the blame. Yet unexpectedly, he not only survived but also elevated his position above that of the Soul Palace. This revelation quickened her heart. Nevertheless, she ultimately lacked the resolve to seek out Qu Lingxiao, instead sitting alone before her vanity with diminished enthusiasm. However, her indecision was soon resolved by others, just as she thought she would never have to see Qu Lingxiao again. Several other high-ranking officials arrived at her residence, insisting she accompany Qu Lingxiao. While Shuya did not vehemently oppose the idea, their insinuation rendered her feel akin to a courtesan, darkening her fair complexion. Yet, as the adage goes, one cannot resist overwhelming authority. She had no choice but to comply. She took special care to arrange her Nordic braid, striving to present herself as a charming high school girl before departing for District 6. After all, she recalled how infatuated Qu Lingxiao had seemed with her previously. Upon her arrival in District 6, she discovered it was already bustling with visitors. The ethereal palace was not the sole subordinate organization. Representatives from all factions had gathered. Upon noticing Shuya's presence, many greeted her with veiled mockery. "Dada, is that not Miss Shuya from the Soul Palace? I heard you had been ruined by Lord Qu. What brings you here today? Are you perhaps addicted?" A graceful woman with an alluring figure teased, causing Shuya's face to flush crimson. Despite her embarrassment, she could muster no retort that it was only natural. Though Shuya had never explicitly claimed Qu Lingxiao had wronged her, she had indeed confirmed to the Soul Palace that she had become intimate with him, thus carrying the burden of guilt. That moment, a girl clad in white approached, disregarding the crowd to stand before Shuya. Coldly, she declared, "Miss Shuya, the master wishes to see you." Hearing this, Shuya's face lit up with joy, and she swiftly followed the girl to Qu Lingxiao's chamber. Qu Lingxiao lay reclined on the bed, his expression a tempest of emotions as he regarded Shuya. The sight of his countenance made her feel a pang of anxiety. Chapter 79. Shuya, Miss Shuya, you truly have brought me great distress. Qu Lingxiao remarked coldly as he observed the woman before him, who was not quite familiar at his words. Shuya lowered her head even further, resembling a girl who had erred. Yet, even in her embarrassment, she utilized her unique ability to glimpse the girl behind Qu Lingxiao. Despite the ornate clown mask the girl wore, Shuya sensed an aura of dread emanating from her, that if she was not mistaken, this individual was likely a demon lord from another realm. How could such a being be in the company of Qu Lingxiao? Moreover, the girl appeared to be quite subservient to him. Was this the reason behind the collaboration between the ethereal palace and Qu Lingxiao? Within a mere minute, Shuya had pieced together much of the situation, confirming her suspicions that Qu Lingxiao's current status relied significantly on the girl at his side. However, one detail eluded her. Qu Lingxiao reclined on the bed, not out of a desire to appear nonchalant, but rather because he was unable to move freely. To the observer, it seemed as though he was simply indulgent and carefree, prompting several individuals to approach him, only to be rebuffed by his claim of discomfort. Qu Lingxiao harbored a tinge of regret regarding this, for among those who had approached were several breathtaking beauties. Meanwhile, Shuya remained oblivious to this nuance and naively believed that Qu Lingxiao only adopted such a posture in her presence. Thus, she elegantly strode to Qu Lingxiao's side, allowing her armor to slide away, revealing her exquisite form before him. "So, what do you desire? I shall grant it." In response to Qu Lingxiao's accusations, she offered no rebuttal, seemingly prepared to repay him with her actions. Under normal circumstances, Qu Lingxiao would have found such behavior detestable. Yet, as he beheld her alluring figure, he could not resist embracing her. She, in turn, readily reciprocated, prompting him to reminisce about their first night together. On that night, he had been acutely aware that it was her first experience, which tempered his demeanor with gentleness. Even though he understood she had wronged him, he felt she must have had her reasons. His intent in summoning her was to hear her explanation, but she surprised him by offering none at all, instead presenting herself so generously. Yet despite her outward demeanor, Shuya did not appear to be entirely at ease. As she writhed in Qu Lingxiao's embrace, her gaze remained fixed on Freya, wary of any sudden moves from her. She yearned to clarify the relationship between Qu Lingxiao and the girl, yet found herself too timid to voice her questions. Instead, she silently prayed that their connection was not ambiguous. Otherwise, her public display of affection with Qu Lingxiao would likely provoke Freya's wrath, potentially leading to her demise. The embarrassment of a death god being slain by an enemy would be quite humiliating. However, Shuya's apprehensions dissipated amidst their shared embrace, as if she and Qu Lingxiao had melded into one, their affections intertwining. They held each other for an extended period, during which Qu Lingxiao's injuries inexplicably healed. Puzzled, he leaned in to kiss Shuya's cherry lips before inquiring, "Do you possess some special ability? How is it that my wounds have mended?" In response, Shuya blushed and replied, "I am a death god. The love of a death god is a healing elixir." "But how did you sustain such grievous injuries?" Shuya had only just noticed Qu Lingxiao's wounds, her curiosity prompting her to ask. However, Qu Lingxiao refrained from divulging the truth. He remembered all too well that she was a high-ranking member of the Soul Palace, unlike Murong Xiaoye, who was closely tied to him. Xia harbored her own intentions, just as she had previously caused him considerable distress. Thus, he simply stated he had been injured during vigorous activity with someone else. Xia before him, in a fit of pique, began to strike at the chest of Qu Lingxiao, ultimately taking a bite out of it. It was unclear whether the other party believed Qu Lingxiao's explanation, yet he himself was convinced. Though his words were somewhat muddled, the truth remained. There had indeed been vigorous exercise involved, and with a girl. No less. After all, who decreed that a demon lord could not be a girl? Thus, it was not until the following morning that Qu Lingxiao resumed his audience with others that he had anticipated some grievances from these individuals. However, to his surprise, they displayed not a trace of resentment, but rather regarded him with utmost reverence, their eyes glimmering with admiration. This left Qu Lingxiao perplexed, pondering whether these people were inherently sycophantic that moment. Xia, with a relaxed demeanor, elucidated, "You may not be aware, but when the Crimson Sorceress of the Ethereal Palace receives visitors, they are often made to wait an entire month and are neglected in terms of sustenance. Some even resort to catching mice for food. What you have done can be deemed as merciful." Upon hearing Shiya's words, Qu Lingxiao realized the truth in the adage that one cannot appreciate the value of a thing without comparison, that he had thought himself sufficiently ruthless. Yet in contrast to that woman, he found himself to be excessively benevolent. No, I must learn to be more merciless, he resolved inwardly. After graciously accepting the gifts from these visitors, they dispersed. Initially, Qu Lingxiao believed he would enjoy a few days of tranquility thereafter. However, unbeknownst to him, a faction was secretly gathering intelligence on him, with some spies being among those who had come to present gifts. Though these individuals belonged to the undead races, their contacts were angelic beings. One such figure, with cascading silvery hair, could not be concealed even in a loose, pure white robe, which did not detract from her alluring figure. More striking was her visage, which bore an uncanny resemblance to the undead companion by Qu Lingxiao's side. Stirring speculation about their connection, as she listened to the reports from the spies, her gaze remained fixed on her notes, unperturbed, until one of them remarked, "My lady, did you not appear in District 6? We believe we have seen you there." Only then did she lift her head, her icy blue eyes gleaming with a chilling light. "It seems I must pay a visit personally," she stated coldly. Chapter 80. Nightfall. Unlike other districts, District 6 thrived in the evening, bustling with life, while the daylight hours rendered it nearly deserted. Even the patrolling guards, fearing the scorching sun, retreated into their quarters. Yet Qu Lingxiao paid little heed to this. After all, these guards were ineffectual against a formidable enemy and had little means of confronting a weaker foe without unnecessary commotion. Given his rising notoriety, the surrounding districts were well aware of his association with the Ethereal Palace, making it unlikely that anyone would dare to trouble him. Thus, both District 6 and District 7 languished in a state of complacency, oblivious to the figure clad in black robes advancing under the sun as cover. Despite the dark attire, her exposed skin was remarkably pale, almost devoid of color. This figure was none other than the woman who bore an uncanny resemblance to Xiaobai, Evelea, her long-lost sister, the elder sister. She could not afford to overlook any trace. Yet an unsettling premonition gnawed at her, for according to the spy's account, her sister appeared dazed, devoid of rationality. From this perspective, it was likely that Evelea had transformed into an undead being. As the elder sister, she felt compelled to purify her. How absurd! Despite the Dawn Guard's public declarations of inclusivity towards all races, there existed no such beings amongst their upper echelon, save for angels and humans. Their proclamations served merely as a facade to exploit one race against another. This ideology had become deeply ingrained in Isabel's mind, a belief she could not alter. Thus, even if her sister had become undead, she resolved to eliminate her, more accurately, to purify her. With such thoughts, a resolute expression graced Isabel's face. Observers might have been surprised to detect an undercurrent of excitement within her determination, as if slaying her own sister were a matter of honor. However, she had gravely underestimated the difficulty of infiltrating District 6. That indeed, the challenges of breaching the district and locating Qu Lingxiao's companion were vastly different. This discrepancy arose partly from Isabel's habitual disdain for the undead spies. who dared not meet her gaze, especially when they suspected her potential intrusion into District 6, but they were acutely aware of the dire consequences of exposing themselves. Their fate would be nothing short of fatal. Thus, while Isabel knew her sister was in District 6, she remained oblivious to her specific whereabouts and identity that moment. Isabel encountered a pregnant woman, her attractive face radiating joy. This sight prompted a wave of disdain within Isabel, who thought that a woman so blissfully expectant in an undead district could not be virtuous. Yet, she recognized that this woman was her greatest lead. After all, larger bosoms often indicated lesser intellect. Especially when one was pregnant, that if she approached the woman cautiously, she was bound to glean critical information. With this in mind, Isabel donned a smile and approached the woman. However, before she could utter a word, the pregnant woman spoke first that, "Oh, Xiaobai, what are you doing here? Did Lingxiao send you to find me? Perfect, let us chat. Oh, I forgot. You can't speak. Did I tell this?" Disappointment flickered across the woman's face, causing Isabel to swallow her words. She realized that the woman recognized her sister, and that her sister was incapable of speech. Yet, whether this was due to transformation into a dull-witted undead or sheer obstinacy remained a mystery. A surge of inexplicable anger welled within her. How dare this woman name her sister Xiaobai, a name befitting a pet? Was her sister, or her sister's corpse, to be treated as a mere plaything? The thought of her sister being reduced to an object of mockery by the undead incited a murderous fury in Isabel. Nonetheless, she suppressed her rage, trailing silently behind the unsuspecting woman. This pregnant figure was none other than Qu Lingxiao, who was contentedly nurturing her unborn child in District 6. That she harbored no animosity towards Xiaobai. In fact, she found her somewhat endearing. The reason being, Xiaobai possessed no intelligence, thus presenting no threat to her position. Who would not appreciate a compliant companion who posed no danger? Certainly, Qu Lingxiao held affection for Xiaobai. Were it not for the latter's lack of a soul, she might have even tasked her with keeping an eye on Qu Lingxiao. As for Xiaobai's presence behind her, Qu Lingxiao thought nothing of it. Though Xiaobai's behavior struck her as peculiar today, she naively assumed that Qu Lingxiao had entrusted his spirit to Xiaobai to observe her. This notion filled her with warmth, prompting her to engage Xiaobai in conversation. "Xiaobai, do you think this child will resemble me or Qu Lingxiao? I hope he becomes a good child." Upon hearing Qu Lingxiao's words, Isabel could hardly contain her urge to retort. How could a child raised in the undead district possibly be virtuous? It would be better to remarry with a child in tow. However, she ultimately withheld her opinions, for she believed her sister would not be capable of speech. To her astonishment, Qu Lingxiao's remarks grew increasingly explicit, even brazenly discussing her own desires. This led Isabel to conclude that the woman was likely a pervert. What other explanation could there be for a stranger to speak such words? She remained blissfully unaware that, in the eyes of the woman, she was merely a conduit for communication. Moreover, it is of the kind that does not require any telephone bills. Chapter 81. Xiaobai. Xiaobai, do you know that every night I find myself pondering what Lingxiao is doing, whether he is entwined with some woman, and if he is at all concerned about us? Mother and daughter. Qu Lingxiao spoke, feigning tears as she did so, which made Isabella, standing nearby, feel a chill run down her spine. As a member of the angelic race, her desires were innately lesser than those of other beings, and she was utterly bewildered by matters of intimacy between men and women. Listening to the bizarre postures described by the other, Isabella felt a wave of nausea wash over her, though it was tinged with a hint of curiosity. Yet, none of this could eclipse her yearning to locate her sister, and thus she endured the discomfort, until she heard the other say, "Xiaobai, last time when we were sharing sweets, you were just watching beside us. It is quite embarrassing for a girl like you." While speaking, Qu Lingxiao reached out to caress Isabella's cheek, noticing the change in her expression. "Xiaobai, what is wrong? Are you upset?" Qu Lingxiao exclaimed in shock. For in her recollection, the soulless Xiaobai now exhibited an expression of anger. Her flawless face contorted grotesquely, resembling a ravenous fox. This sight startled Qu Lingxiao, prompting her to instinctively step back, fearing an actual attack. Indeed, Isabella harbored such intentions, her fists clenched tightly, and her silvery wings unfurled. Despite the terrifying expression on Isabella's face, to Qu Lingxiao, she radiated an aura of sanctity. Nevertheless, Qu Lingxiao's body instinctively recoiled, yet it was too late. As Isabella flapped her wings, countless feathers flew toward Qu Lingxiao, one of which even grazed her cheek, igniting her fury. Silver fur began to sprout all over her body, and 9 tails emerged from behind her. A 9-tailed fox. You are indeed a 9-tailed fox. Isabella gasped in astonishment, simultaneously preparing to flee. This was a rational decision. Even if she were to win a battle here, she would likely attract the attention of others. Although Isabella was quite powerful, she was not strong enough to withstand an entire district's worth of foes, especially since she had heard rumors of the Void Demon King controlled by Qu Lingxiao, who could easily overpower her alone. Hence, how could Isabella possibly wish to linger in conflict? After casting numerous feathered projectiles akin to blades at Qu Lingxiao, she spread her wings, ready to escape. However, unexpectedly, a colossal hand appeared in the sky. Emanating a putrid stench, pale as death, that was the giant zombie summoned by the child within Qu Lingxiao's womb. With the abilities of the angelic race, such a mere zombie should have been easily purified. Yet, the principle of quantitative change leading to qualitative change held true. Isabella's sacred purification spell against the looming zombie was akin to a needle falling into the ocean, causing not a single ripple. This caused Isabella to frown, but her reflexes were swift. With a flap of her wings, she attempted to change direction. However, Qu Lingxiao would not allow her to escape so easily. Behind her, the 9 tails quivered, conjuring flames, hail, floods, and various miniature calamities that enveloped Isabella that moment. Qu Lingxiao did not forget her usual tactics, so, would you like to sign a contract with me, pledging your unwavering loyalty to us, mother and daughter? Otherwise, I shall kill you right now. As she spoke, a sinister smile crept across the fox-like face of Qu Lingxiao, as though she anticipated the thrill of slaying Isabella herself. Qu Lingxiao assumed Isabella would capitulate, for who would not wish to survive? Yet, to her surprise, Isabella smiled and charged toward the surrounding calamities that in an instant, she was battered by the various disasters, her body smeared with blood as she plummeted toward the ground. Just when Qu Lingxiao thought Isabella was about to perish, a figure suddenly soared down from above. This person was tall, handsome, and bore a wicked smile that could make numerous maidens swoon. His massive bat-like wings gave the impression that he was a fallen angel from the depths of hell. Yet this malevolent being promptly cradled Isabella in his arms. Despite her waning strength, Isabella attempted to resist, exclaiming, "No, I do not want the devil's help." As she spoke, she stretched out her weary hands to push the man away, only to receive a deep, passionate kiss in return. "It's all right. You've done enough," he murmured. Though Isabella harbored a profound disdain for the demon race, she inexplicably felt a sense of comfort in the presence of this man. Ultimately, she succumbed to exhaustion and fell asleep in his embrace. Meanwhile, the man above cast a seductive smile toward Qu Lingxiao, who was left fuming, her face pale with rage. Upon regaining her human form, she immediately berated him. "You unfaithful scoundrel! In front of your own daughter, you dare to flaunt your infidelities. Be wary. That woman is no pushover. You might end up biting off more than you can chew." However, Qu Lingxiao, unfazed by her outburst, soared back toward his room. Observing the space cluttered with gifts, he resolved to decorate it splendidly for her. "Let us orchestrate a romantic encounter," he declared, extending his sharp claws to scratch his shoulder. And after disarraying the room, he lay down beside the angelic girl, slipping into a deep slumber. Yet, unbeknownst to him, a pair of bloodthirsty eyes lurked in the shadows, fixated on Qu Lingxiao and Isabella. The corners of this figure's mouth curled into a sinister smirk. This individual was none other than the gluttony demon king, whom Qu Lingxiao had tamed. Meanwhile, in the same room, Qu Lingxiao brooded, pondering what schemes her adversary might devise this time. Chapter 82, Dreamlike Illusions. In District 6, all were engaged in hushed whispers, discussing the peculiar orders they had received. The authenticity of these commands was beyond question, for they were transmitted to them telepathically by their leader, Qu Lingxiao, leaving no room for error. Yet the content was bizarre in nature. He required all low-level undead in District 6 to launch a sequential attack on Qu Lingxiao's room, following a signal from him, and to do so with utmost realism to the onlookers. This behavior was utterly incomprehensible. Seeking to harm oneself was a characteristic only the most deranged masochist would exhibit. However, they were acutely aware that Qu Lingxiao was not mad. In fact, he was often perceived as chillingly rational. What then could this command possibly signify? Many of the undead wished to seek clarification, but Qu Lingxiao abruptly severed the mental link, leaving them in a state of confusion. This was not due to his unwillingness to explain. Rather, he had more pressing matters at hand. Specifically, the endeavor to secure the allegiance of the angelic girl before him. To achieve this, Qu Lingxiao needed to gain her trust. What could be more enticing than a handsome man willing to sacrifice himself to save her? The idea of masquerading as a demon, leveraging the power of the gluttony demon king, was heavily influenced by certain European-themed films. At that moment, the angelic girl opened her azure eyes, and after a brief moment of dazed bewilderment, she became alert. She vividly recalled being attacked by a mad fox before being rescued by a demon. If that were the case, then I am now. Upon this realization, Isabella sprang to her feet, warily surveying her surroundings. Before her stood a tall, handsome man, unmistakably the one who had saved her the previous day. This was also due to the fact that in this world where industry had nearly ground to a halt, Isabella had not encountered any photographs of Qu Lingxiao. Another significant reason was that Qu Lingxiao was currently disguised as a demon. Whereas the records indicated he was merely an ordinary human with a somewhat unique profession. Observing Qu Lingxiao, who lay bleeding from his shoulder, Isabella raised her hand, summoning a blue lightsaber that appeared in her grasp. Yet she found herself unable to strike in this critical moment. She hesitated, perhaps due to his righteous appearance, or simply because he had saved her and was now injured. Isabella did not wish to exploit his vulnerability. Ultimately, Isabella sighed and sheathed her lightsaber, murmuring to herself, "Regardless, even if I ignore him, he will surely bleed to death." Upon this thought, a smile unconsciously graced her lips. However, to Qu Lingxiao's ears, this sentiment elicited a silent curse. What a perverse notion it was to wish to watch one's savior bleed out. This woman's heart was indeed more malevolent than that of a demon. With this realization, Qu Lingxiao prepared to signal the gluttonous demon hidden in the attic to eliminate Isabella without hesitation. Yet, at that very moment, Isabella unexpectedly turned around. After a brief hesitation, she cast a healing spell upon Qu Lingxiao. Witnessing the wounds on his body heal, a look of relief surfaced on Isabella's face. It was astonishing that the divine healing magic of the angelic race proved effective even on a demon. She had half expected it to either be ineffective or yield the opposite effect, in which case she would have deemed it merciful to end his life. However, this way, she felt she owed him nothing. With that, Isabella turned away, peering through the crack of the door, as if preparing to flee at any moment. However, the instant she opened the door slightly, an arrow shot directly towards her eye. Had it not been for the man behind her pinning her down, Isabella's eye would have surely been ruined. The man who restrained her was none other than Qu Lingxiao, the very individual she had just healed. This stirred within Isabella a sense of unexpected gratitude, mingled with a peculiar embarrassment. After all, being pinned down by a stranger, regardless of the circumstances, was hardly dignified. With this thought, she commanded, "Release me at once, or I shall purify you." To her surprise, the man atop her not only failed to comply, but covered her mouth, whispering, "Do not speak. They will hear you." Simultaneously, Qu Lingxiao signaled to his subordinates outside, instructing them to shout in accordance with his plan, "Muruaching, you traitor! Come out, you demon traitor, and we shall tear you to shreds. And you inside, angelic girl, if you surrender the traitor to us, we shall spare your life." As they spoke, the undead erupted in maniacal laughter, their mirth genuine, for they now grasped their leader's scheme to ensnare the angelic maiden. In many mythologies, undead and demons are often regarded as one and the same, sharing a common trait, a penchant for deception and harm. Witnessing their leader orchestrate such a performance, their joy was palpable, eliciting cheers that rang true. Meanwhile, Isabella seethed with indignation to her. Eliminating Qu Lingxiao was of no consequence. In her eyes, all demons deserved death, regardless of their prior acts of salvation. What irked her was the notion that she would have to kill her savior to secure her own freedom. This was an affront she could never tolerate. Thus, with clenched teeth, she contemplated rushing out to confront them, only to be forcibly restrained by Qu Lingxiao. "I do not go. I know their ferocity. There was once an angelic girl who looked just like you, who sought to confront them, but the outcome was—" "What was the outcome? Speak." At this moment, upon hearing Qu Lingxiao mention her sister, Isabella's emotions surged. She grasped his neck tightly, sensing that the moment was ripe. Qu Lingxiao feigned unconsciousness. Chapter 83. The Fall into Darkness. Once Isabella observed Qu Lingxiao succumb to her grip, she finally regained her composure. It dawned on her that the demons before her might very well be allies of her sister. Moreover, since they had just saved her, perhaps they could be considered friends. She felt it was only right to treat them with kindness. Throughout her years as a sentinel of dawn, she had witnessed many who, unable to choose their fates, succumbed to despair and took their own lives, while others chose to ally with the sentinels to oppose those who succumbed to their baser instincts. Nevertheless, Isabella had always looked down upon these individuals, viewing them as mere beasts. Yet upon seeing Qu Lingxiao, she inexplicably felt a pang of sympathy for him. Unable to resist, she reached out and gently caressed his cheek. Realizing the striking similarity between them, she recognized that he too was human, albeit a plaything of some higher power. They should stand together against fate. With this thought, Isabella removed her short leather jacket and draped it over Qu Lingxiao. This act, however, prompted Qu Lingxiao to silently scoff, for it was summer, and the heat was stifling. Why would she wear a leather jacket, let alone cover him with it? Surely, humans were cold-blooded? With this in mind, Qu Lingxiao silently cursed her ancestry. He also came to another realization. She was indeed connected to Xiaobai. Upon seeing her face, nearly identical to Xiaobai's, he had suspected as much. After a subtle probe, he felt even more certain. With this in mind, Qu Lingxiao decided to play along with her charade, that at last. After a fit of heavy breathing, he regained his composure and grasped Isabella's delicate hand. When she felt his sudden grip, Isabella initially thought to retaliate against the demon before her. However, upon hearing him utter Xiaobai's name, her spirits lifted. Despite her disdain for the name, which reminded her of a dog, it indirectly confirmed that he truly knew her sister. Thus, Isabella astonishingly allowed him to proceed. She stifled her excitement and cautiously inquired, "What has happened to my sister?" "No, Xiaobai." As she asked, Isabella forced a smile, but to Qu Lingxiao, her strained expression was more sorrowful than a Ryin response. He feigned composure, pulling away from her grasp, yet ultimately succumbed to tears. This sight deeply saddened Isabella, leading her to embrace him tenderly. In that moment, an inexplicable bond of empathy blossomed between them. Cautiously, Isabella asked, "Tell me about her." "I wish to know that Qu Lingxiao," adopting a serious demeanor, began. "Xiaobai was taken from somewhere unknown. Arriving here battered and bruised, I was one of her guardians." As he spoke, Qu Lingxiao lowered his head, appearing as if burdened by regret. "And then what happened?" Isabella pressed. Qu Lingxiao continued, his voice trembling. "She was tormented to the point of losing her identity, only muttering that her sister would surely come to rescue her." Qu Lingxiao had meticulously crafted this narrative, for he did not truly know Xiaobai's past. Any deception in this regard could easily unravel under scrutiny. Thus, he resolved to portray her as having lost her sanity, a tactic that proved remarkably effective. Upon hearing this, Isabella shed tears. Eventually, I could no longer bear to witness them tormenting Xiaobai, so I attempted to help her escape, which led to a confrontation with everyone. Ultimately, I fortuitously encountered you. Qu Lingxiao recounted these events. Isabella was already a blubbering mess, oblivious to the numerous inconsistencies in his tale. This realization made Qu Lingxiao think women were remarkably easy to deceive. In no time, their bond deepened, and Qu Lingxiao found himself comfortably holding her, offering solace at this moment. As he embraced her soft form, he marveled at her delicate physique, akin to cradling warm cotton candy, distinctly different from Xiaobai's. This prompted him to indulge in a few more caresses. Meanwhile, Isabella remained oblivious to his actions, lost in the narrative he spun. Unbeknownst to Qu Lingxiao, the angelic race was fundamentally different from most others. They possessed only half a physical form, the other half being ethereal. The reason Xiaobai lacked a soul was that the souls of angels could not be truly imprisoned. Yet, the angelic beauty before Qu Lingxiao was utterly captivated by his words, eager to offer him everything she had, sharing in their mutual plight. Nonetheless, Qu Lingxiao felt it was insufficient and decided to command the undead outside to launch a full-scale assault. The adversaries surged in one by one, the anguished Isabella, having lost her strength, was effortlessly overpowered. Just as they prepared to execute her, a figure stepped in front of her, none other than the resolute Qu Lingxiao. Witnessing Qu Lingxiao being sent flying by a single blow, his head tilting lifelessly, Isabella's despair reached its zenith. With a finger pointed skyward, she unleashed a furious curse. Accompanied by a primal roar, Isabella's form began to transform. Sharp fangs sprouted from her mouth, and her feathers shifted from pristine white to an ominous black. A potent aura of malevolence emanated from her. Simultaneously, a notification echoed in Qu Lingxiao's mind. Congratulations, host, for completing the achievement. Fallen Angel. Chapter 84. The King of the Fallen? What on earth? Qu Lingxiao's initial reaction to the peculiar system notification was one of astonishment. He mused that it was likely akin to the last time he tamed the battle mage, Diana, and anticipated acquiring a new buff. Indeed, the buff materialized, yet it was not as he had imagined. Congratulations, host, you have gained a special buff, Veiled Demonic Aura. Skill name, Veiled Demonic Aura. Unique effect. The host can influence lower-tier demons through mental power, yet ordinary individuals can perceive the demonic aura surrounding the host. Warning: excessive contact with demons may lead to demonic transformation, ultimately resulting in the host becoming a demon. Upon witnessing the effects of this skill, Qu Lingxiao's first impulse was regret. Regret for having sought amusement at Isabella's expense. The angelic race, regardless of perspective, was akin to that of a protagonist. Now, through a careless mistake, he had inadvertently caused her fall and acquired the Veiled Demonic Aura buff. While others might find this buff appealing, it certainly did not hold such allure for Qu Lingxiao that he had no shortage of subordinates, and the demon race was scarce. Most lower-tier entities were under the control of more formidable demons. Did it mean he would have to compete with those powerful demons for followers? Moreover, the negative consequence of this skill, being visible to others as a host of demonic energy, was nearly fatal for someone as cunning as Qu Lingxiao. It implied that he would no longer have the opportunity to conceal himself before the angelic race or other benevolent beings. However, the skill did offer a potential advantage. Should he encounter excessive contact with demons, he could transform into one himself. Given the current circumstances, it seemed likely that Qu Lingxiao would leverage his necromancer abilities to undergo transformation upon an untimely death, with the vampire lineage being the most desirable option. Perhaps in a few years, even without danger, he might choose to end his own life, for the simple reason that aging in human form would leave him frail, rendering a transition to the undead preferable for maintaining a youthful appearance. Yet when comparing the finest of the undead, vampires, to demons, there was an inherent disparity. Even exceptional vampires harbored a profound fear of sunlight and garlic, compelling Qu Lingxiao to tread cautiously in the future. Conversely, demons boasted higher potential and were not easily vanquished. Born of human malice, they could resurrect without warning even after death. Thus, in every regard, demons were superior to the undead. Upon contemplating this, Qu Lingxiao felt a modicum of solace. Yet when he turned his gaze to Isabella, he discovered she had already engaged his undead army in fierce combat. Her method of fighting was uniquely unconventional. Even the most ferocious beasts paled in comparison to the horrifying spectacle she presented. At that moment, Isabella seized a nearby undead being, effortlessly cleaving it in two, before moving on to the next. Some were even obliterated outright by her grasp. Had Isabella been a burly brute, such a scene might not have been so shocking. However, she was alive and exquisite beauty. Despite her transformation into a demon, complete with fangs and darkened wings, her allure remained undiminished. If anything, it had intensified in Qu Lingxiao's eyes. Yet this beautiful figure fought with such bloodthirsty ferocity. Strangely, her attack seemed to have no effect on Qu Lingxiao. Piquing his curiosity, that moment, she suddenly turned to him, a radiant smile illuminating her face that in that instant, Qu Lingxiao comprehended the unsettling amalgamation of evil and beauty. Isabella's eyes arched in a charming crescent, her exposed fangs appearing both playful and endearing. Yet the dark blood that dripped from her reminded Qu Lingxiao of the peril she posed, compelling him to instinctively take a step back. However, it was her subsequent words that truly filled him with dread. "So, you just deceived me, didn't you?" As she spoke, a glint of cunning sparkled in her eyes, confirming Qu Lingxiao's suspicion that she had discerned his scheme. Just as he contemplated an escape, she continued, "You merely desired to be intimate with me, don't you?" As she approached, she enveloped him in her embrace, delivering a passionate kiss that I've longed for this too. "Let us fall together, shall we?" Upon hearing her words, Qu Lingxiao was taken aback. Even amidst the throngs of his subordinates around him, who exchanged bewildered glances, clearly uncertain of how to respond, he felt an overwhelming sense of embarrassment. Though they were all under his control, the glances they cast towards him brimmed with resentment, as if they believed he had sacrificed them for the sake of seduction, that it was only natural for them to harbor grievances towards such an irresponsible leader. Qu Lingxiao himself was flustered, for he had never encountered such a situation before. Fortunately, Isabella eventually released him, though not before sinking her sharp fangs into his shoulder. When she turned to face the undead, a cruel expression overtook her features. Surrender or perish. At her command, all the undead turned their gazes upon Qu Lingxiao. Only after he nodded did they kneel in submission. Subsequently, Isabella graciously appointed Qu Lingxiao as the second-in-command of the district. Yet, Qu Lingxiao felt no joy in this, for the district was originally his. Unbeknownst to her, Isabella mistook his silence for shyness, and she embraced him once more, showering him with kisses that in that moment, Qu Lingxiao noticed glistening tears brimming in her eyes. Chapter 85. The district leader becomes the vice leader. When Qu Lingxiao observed the tears threatening to spill from Isabella's eyes, he realized she still retained her sanity. Her recent frenzy had merely been an act, and this realization instilled within him a fleeting sense of guilt. However, that guilt quickly dissipated, overshadowed by the burgeoning malevolence within him. Ultimately, he absolved himself with a single thought: it is all the fault of this wretched world. In truth, this sentiment resonated closely with the reality of their existence, that in this world, every individual, in a certain sense, was but a plaything of a higher power. Whatever whims these entities harbored, humanity had no choice but to comply. Even if a sudden wave of class change swept through the populace, they would endure it. Brothers, once bound by blood, would turn on each other in deadly conflict due to racial animosities. Such occurrences had become all too common in this era. In contrast, those who still held on to kindness were truly a rarity. Take Isabella, for instance. Had Qu Lingxiao not plotted against her, she would likely have sought his life indiscriminately, fueled by the belief that he was the murderer of her sister. Yet, Qu Lingxiao had done nothing. The moment Xiaobai arrived, she had already been a corpse, and the resurrection had been forced upon him by Su Dali, who acted under the directives of the Soul Palace. As for why the Soul Palace had orchestrated such events, Qu Lingxiao was none the wiser. Ultimately, none of these circumstances were within his control. Yet he understood that had he been in a similar situation, he too would likely have slain her without hesitation. Come, let us embrace our grievances. Sometimes, overthinking could be detrimental. It was preferable to let things unfold naturally. Influenced by the demonic energy, Qu Lingxiao's spirits lifted considerably. The source of this demonic energy lay with Isabella, who was embracing Qu Lingxiao. Given this, it was only natural that the demonic energy surrounding her should surpass his own. Yet, why was she weeping? An unsettling thought struck Qu Lingxiao as he glanced at her wings, that he noticed that what had once been pure black around her eyes now bore a hint of white. The implications of this development were all too familiar to Qu Lingxiao, who had been immersed in fantastical tales since childhood. She was on the verge of breaking free from her fallen state. As for what would transpire once she did, Qu Lingxiao dared not contemplate. According to certain fantastical narratives, a purified angel, once tainted, would emerge with even greater power, wouldn't she? With this thought in mind, Qu Lingxiao lunged forward, biting Isabella until his not-so-sharp teeth pierced her skin, that he then snarled fiercely. "You know nothing. You cannot begin to comprehend what Xiaobai has endured." Upon hearing his words, Isabella's eyes reddened, but no tears fell. Instead, she erupted into maniacal laughter, and her wings transformed back to black. Qu Lingxiao sensed that they appeared even darker than before, in that moment. Isabella turned her gaze towards the line of kneeling undead behind her. They had bowed under Qu Lingxiao's command, though Isabella was unaware of this, believing instead that they submitted to her overwhelming power. Ultimately, she scooped up a young, undead girl, and Qu Lingxiao initially thought she intended to exact vengeance on behalf of her sister, to his surprise. She leaned in and kissed the undead girl, declaring with heartfelt enthusiasm, "Excellent. Killing useless angels is the most meaningful endeavor. Thus, you shall become my new sister." At her explosive declaration, all present gaped in astonishment. While the girl in Isabella's arms began to weep, Isabella's brows furrowed. "What, you refuse to be my sister?" Upon hearing Isabella's inquiry, the captured undead girl burst into tears, further inciting Isabella's fury. Just as she prepared to deliver a fatal blow to the girl, Qu Lingxiao intervened, compelling her to smile sweetly at Isabella. "I accept. I am more than willing. I was merely too emotional just now." Upon hearing the undead girl's response, Isabella finally calmed. However, just as Qu Lingxiao believed the matter was settled, she suddenly tossed the undead girl aside, exclaiming, "Weak, too weak. Is there not a stronger girl who can be my sister?" As she spoke, she began to search among the ranks of the undead. Yet Qu Lingxiao had deliberately sent only the weakest of his subordinates for this purpose. How could she possibly find a formidable companion among them? As he foresaw her impending wrath, Qu Lingxiao devised a plan that if she sought a new sister, why not summon Shaobai directly? With a thought, he conjured Shaobai, who flew in with her silvery wings. Upon seeing Shaobai, Isabella's eyes shimmered with unshed tears, only to be replaced by overwhelming joy. "Euphelia, you've arrived. How wonderful. You've become one of the undead." However, she abruptly halted mid-sentence, lunging forward to rend the undead girl she had just claimed as a sister in two. The dark red blood splattered across Shaobai's wings, staining them a deep crimson. Isabella then laughed with triumph. "Is this my sister? From now on, you shall be by my side, and you let us depart." Isabella suddenly turned to Qu Lingxiao, issuing a command. Initially, he intended to resist her order, yet the thought of potential conflict in his territory compelled him to follow her. Consequently, he allowed Shaobai to embrace him, quietly trailing behind Isabella. Her actions soon proved that Qu Lingxiao had made the right choice in accompanying her, as she flew directly towards Murong Xiaoye, who was expecting his child. When Isabella spotted Murong Xiaoye, she tilted her head and smiled sweetly, then knelt before her. Chapter 86. The Dark Madonna. "Oh, my wicked, fallen Madonna, you shall bear the child of my lord. I bless you." With that, she leaned in to kiss Murong Xiaoye's belly, causing Qu Lingxiao's heart to leap into his throat. Thankfully, Isabella merely kissed her belly without further actions. Otherwise, Qu Lingxiao would have regretted it for life. Meanwhile, Murong Xiao stood in bewilderment. Although she could sense Isabella's inexplicable reverence towards her, she struggled to comprehend why such words as wicked and fallen were used to describe her. Were those not insults? While Murong Xiaoye pondered this, a figure had intervened between them, none other than Shaobai. At that moment, Shaobai seemed to have regained her consciousness and smiled brightly at Isabella, saying, "It is truly wonderful to see you, my esteemed sister. However, I am rather hungry. Shall we find something to eat together?" As she spoke, Shaobai linked arms with Isabella, shaking her playfully. This added clarity to Isabella's gaze, and she ultimately acquiesced. "Very well then, let us delay our visit to the Dark Madonna." With that, they headed towards the dining hall. Shaobai's sudden clarity was due to Qu Lingxiao channeling his consciousness in her. He would never dare allow such a deranged individual to be alone with his pregnant wife. While utilizing Shaobai to divert Isabella, Qu Lingxiao also arranged for the undead in the kitchen to add certain ingredients to their meal. As a necromancer, he might not have extensive knowledge of demons, but thanks to the existence of spirit-locking techniques, he possessed methods to counteract these semi-ethereal beings. One particular concoction could effectively erase the consciousness of a semi-ethereal entity, that if he could make Isabella consume it, he would gain complete control over her, eliminating any future concerns. Yet as he contemplated this, he recalled Isabella's previous state. She had fallen because of her feelings for him. Was it not excessively cruel to strip her of her consciousness once more? However, as the demonic energy within him surged, that thought was swiftly banished. Given her current condition, erasing her consciousness would be the greatest mercy he could offer. Resolutely, he imparted the recipe. Unbeknownst to him, the resultant dish would possess an extraordinarily unique aroma. "What is this? It reeks terribly." At that moment, Isabella pinched her nose, casting a disdainful glance at the concoction presented by the undead. It was a bubbling mass of purple, exuding an overpowering scent reminiscent of soiled socks. This nearly made Isabella retch, and she glared at the undead with hostility. Qu Lingxiao, observing from a distance, recognized this as an indication that she was about to kill the undead, although she was under his control. The terrifying pressure exuded by Isabella threatened to undermine Qu Lingxiao's spiritual influence. Just as she was on the verge of breaking free and revealing his plan, Isabella unexpectedly swallowed the concoction. The reason? Xiao Bai had also eaten it. Since her sister had partaken, it would be inappropriate for her not to. This was Isabella's reasoning that Qu Lingxiao, cautiously observing her every move through the eyes of the lowly undead, noted that she consumed 3 large bites with no apparent reaction to his astonishment. She even began to critique the dish. It doesn't taste as terrible as expected, though perhaps it is a bit too salty. Upon hearing this, Xiaobai nodded eagerly. Indeed, it is rather salty. They should use less salt. Curiosity piqued. Qu Lingxiao connected his taste buds with those of Xiaobai and Isabella. However, this connection almost made him retch, as he was overwhelmed by a flavor reminiscent of vomit, mixed with an indeterminate herbal taste that exploded in his mouth. Even if it were merely for a fleeting moment, it compelled Qu Lingxiao to expel it from his mouth. He had begun to admire Isabella before him for her ability to consume such a thing. Unbeknownst to Qu Lingxiao, the concoction he witnessed had an inherent effect that enticed the demon race to partake in its consumption. Although he bore traces of demonic energy, he was not of the demon lineage, hence his palate did not align with theirs. What troubled Qu Lingxiao further was that this substance appeared to have no effect on Isabella. He watched as she devoured everything on her plate, her gaze remaining as clear as ever, devoid of any sign of losing her wits. Just as Qu Lingxiao presumed the elixir had no efficacy, an unexpected turn of events occurred. Isabella suddenly seized a nearby member of the undead race, and before he could utter a word, she swiftly twisted his head off in one fluid motion. She sliced open her own abdomen with a sharp nail, discarding the contents onto the lifeless face of the undead. Meanwhile, she cursed, "How dare you conspire against me?" Fortunately, I was vigilant. Afterward, she opened the stomach of the unfortunate creature beside her. Upon retrieving the elixir from within, Isabella flapped her wings and soared into the sky, with the controlled creature, Xiaobai, trailing closely behind. Even if she intended to escape, Qu Lingxiao felt compelled to track her movements, for he was utterly unprepared for such an eventuality. However, to his astonishment, she seemed to have no intention of fleeing. Instead, she stood boldly before the tallest edifice in Block 6, shouting, "Qu Lingxiao, come forth. I know you wish to control me. Let us engage in a contest. The victor shall be the leader, and the loser shall be the other's servant. What say you? Do you dare?" Listening to her provocation, Qu Lingxiao found himself at a loss for words that a necromancer. His forte lay in commanding the undead in battle. Confronting a fallen angel single-handedly was not something he would typically entertain. Naturally, he had no intention of heeding her challenge. Yet, just as he resolved to ignore her, she presented a condition that he could not refuse. Chapter 87. An unrefusable proposition. Qu Lingxiao, I know you wish to decline, but have you forgotten that I kissed your wife not long ago? The child in her womb has been cursed by me, that if you wish for their survival, it would be prudent to comply with my request. Otherwise, at this moment, Isabella threatened Qu Lingxiao while clenching her fist, her expression one of triumph, as if she had ensnared him completely. Although Qu Lingxiao was loath to admit it, he found himself unable to refuse her demand, setting aside the safety of Murong Xiaoye. The mere peril faced by the child in her belly was sufficient to pose a dire threat to him. Nevertheless, he still had a question to pose. That's so. You've known my true identity from the start. Though he had an inkling of the answer, he ultimately posed the question directly. That I wish I could say yes, but I only discovered everything after the fallen angels in the City of Decay, through a newly acquired skill. Otherwise, as she spoke, a pained expression crossed her face that Qu Lingxiao understood her unspoken words. She would never have fallen for his ruse. Yet, she instead exclaimed with enthusiasm, "Regardless, I feel splendid now. I could not be better. So, let us duel." With that, she lunged at Qu Lingxiao, leaving him momentarily bewildered. "What about the rules? Where are the rules?" Upon his inquiry, she looked at him as though he were a fool. "Rules? We are demons. The only rule is that the strongest prevails." With that, she mercilessly conjured a sword of pitch-black darkness and launched an attack towards Qu Lingxiao that he found himself without any means of countering her onslaught, forced only to evade. Observing the situation, others wished to assist Qu Lingxiao, but he forbade them, as he could not guarantee that she would not retaliate against Murong Xiaoye and their child. Yet, Qu Lingxiao was not without options. Under his mental command, all the fiercest insects nearby swarmed toward him, ultimately forming a protective armor upon his body. Simultaneously, he wielded a sword crafted from venomous insects. With the peculiar and unpredictable nature of the insect sword, he was able to hold his own against her. However, this method of attack exacted a significant toll on Qu Lingxiao. Each clash resulted in the demise of several insects, which, while negligible in the grand scheme, still accumulated substantial losses over time. Even a queen bee fell victim to her blade, causing Qu Lingxiao a pang of regret and igniting a desire to employ a soul-locking technique against her. However, when he cautiously attempted to connect with her mentally, he discovered her mental fortitude was remarkably strong. Should he attempt to use the soul-locking technique, it would likely end in failure, and he could very well find himself under her control instead. Yet at that moment, a thought struck Qu Lingxiao that he decided to inquire, "Isabella, can summoning magic be utilized?" Initially, he held little hope for a positive response. To his surprise, she retorted with irritation, "You, a grown man, still hesitating. Since you summoned it, go ahead and use it. What else can I say?" With that, she thrust her sword towards him. Just evading the strike, Qu Lingxiao excitedly called out in a clear voice to the empty space, "Gluttony Demon King, come forth and help me defeat her. I want to live, and please do not disfigure her." Upon hearing the name, Gluttony Demon King, Isabella trembled slightly. Yet the current situation left her with no room for regret. In the blink of an eye, a petite, adorable loli appeared before Isabella, so swiftly that she nearly believed it was teleportation. The little girl stared intently at Isabella with wide eyes, her lips curling into a glistening smile. Revealing her hunger, that moment, Isabella felt not only the urge to resist, but an overwhelming compulsion to kneel before the little girl. This was the innate hierarchical suppression of the demon race. Simultaneously, Isabella could not fathom how Qu Lingxiao had managed to summon a being as formidable as the Gluttony Demon King. Ultimately, she succumbed to her instincts and knelt, pledging her loyalty to Qu Lingxiao. Qu Lingxiao recognized that this victory felt somewhat hollow, yet he was indifferent to it, casually helping Isabella to her feet. However, Qu Lingxiao was taken aback to find that she was crying in tears. Isabella had lost her previous madness, revealing a pitiful vulnerability. Coupled with her striking resemblance to Xiaobai, who spent every day with him, Qu Lingxiao felt a fleeting pang of sympathy for her. Nonetheless, this feeling was ephemeral. At present, his greater concern lay with how to address the curse afflicting Murong Xiaoye. Even if Isabella ceased to invoke the curse, Qu Lingxiao did not consider it wise for his pregnant wife to bear such a ticking time bomb. Just as he broached this topic, Isabella suddenly erupted into a frenzied laugh, her tone desolate. "That I once believed I could triumph over you, that I could keep you beneath me forever. Yet, it seems I am to be the one beneath you. But fear not, I have not laid a finger on Murong Xiaoye and her child." Seeing this, Qu Lingxiao hastily instructed the insects to follow her. He felt that, given her nature, it was improbable she would flee after her recent defeat. However, Qu Lingxiao was not one to suffer losses lightly, that if her earlier demeanor had merely been an act to facilitate her escape, he would feel greatly cheated, for he could very well envision himself doing something similar. Nevertheless, Qu Lingxiao's assumptions were misguided. Isabella simply found a random house in Block 6, unceremoniously evicting its former occupant before making it her own residence. Although she had just lost to him, her demeanor suggested she believed she was the victor. Chapter 88. The Jealousy Jar. 88. The matter should have concluded here. However, Lu Mimi and Lu Ruyu, mother and daughter, acted as if they had consumed gunpowder, completely ignoring Qu Lingxiao. Qu Lingxiao understood that accepting Isabella was an act of desperation on his part. Yet others were unaware, especially among his women, who began to speculate that Qu Lingxiao was on the hunt for another woman, even going so far as to transform her from an angel into a fallen angel. Even the other party is the sister of the ethereal Bai, who is beside Qu Lingxiao. Truly, they are a bane to humanity, wreaking havoc upon their own family, utterly devoid of compassion. However, while they may speak thus, their eyes betray a different sentiment. It appears they yearn for Qu Lingxiao to bring misfortune upon themselves. It is a manifestation of envy, jealousy, and hatred, like sour grapes when one cannot taste the fruit. If they merely whispered such things behind closed doors, it would be one matter. The current situation, however, sees Lu Mimi, Murong Xiaoye, Lu Ruyu, and Wang Bue forming a united front. Whenever Qu Lingxiao approaches, they cast him furious glances, determined to ensnare him with a myriad of excuses. They resemble specters intent on siphoning the vitality of An contrast. The Snow Woman emerges as a refreshing anomaly among them, subtly positioning herself as Qu Lingxiao's protector. On this day, Lu Mimi feigned an accidental collision with Qu Lingxiao. Lingxiao, I hope you are unhurt. Shall we retreat to a room where I can examine you properly? Inside the room, the others had long been poised, ready to scrutinize Qu Lingxiao's physique. Such inspections often resulted in him shedding a pound or two. While some of this was due to perspiration, numerous other factors contributed as well. Ultimately, after several experiences, Qu Lingxiao discerned a pattern. If he wished to avoid weight loss, he must refrain from sharing a room with these women. This wisdom was hard-earned through blood and tears. Yet, when Qu Lingxiao expressed his desire to abstain, Lu Mimi audaciously seized him, saying coolly, "You must go, regardless of your wishes. While you flirt indiscriminately, others may be tolerable, but what of Murong, who is heavy with child? Should you incite her ire, what then?" At this moment, the address for Murong Xiaoye had shifted to Murong's sister, not indicative of a deep bond, but rather a reflection of their collective stance that Qu Lingxiao, however, was acutely aware that the relationships among these women were anything but solid. Should he wish to witness their mutual harm, he could easily sink their fragile camaraderie. Just as Qu Lingxiao contemplated yielding to their demands, one individual stepped forth. "Brother Qu, we still need to train the newcomers. Ladies, perhaps you could wait a moment longer?" As she spoke, the Snow Woman grasped Qu Lingxiao's hand and led him outside. Lu Mimi, seething with rage, found herself powerless against this development. She recognized the Snow Woman as a formidable presence. Indeed, apart from Qu Lingxiao, she was the most powerful individual in the entire 6th district, especially considering Qu Lingxiao's combat prowess. Thus, Lu Mimi was keen to avoid inciting her wrath. Additionally, Qu Lingxiao genuinely required time to train the newcomers. Not long ago, the battle mage Diana, whom Qu Lingxiao had previously tamed, had relayed urgent news. The Dawn Wardens were taking Isabella's disappearance very seriously. This concern stemmed from Isabella's high standing within their ranks and her heritage as an angelic being. Angels were symbols of the Dawn Wardens, revered and idolized. Isabella had explicitly stated her intention to venture into the 6th district to locate her sister, thus implicating Qu Lingxiao in her disappearance. Given this, it was imperative to prepare for potential conflict. Moreover, Qu Lingxiao had informed the Red Sorceress, who assured him that the Soul Palace would dispatch assistance. However, they also cautioned him that, like the Dawn Wardens, the Soul Palace was a subsidiary of a vast organization, and this entity appeared to be significantly more powerful than the Ethereal Palace. This revelation instilled a sense of vigilance in everyone. While others viewed Qu Lingxiao as nearly invincible, he bore considerable pressure. Unlike them, he was acutely aware that his current standing was partly due to his intellect and largely reliant on sheer luck. Should he lose the latter, he would find himself in dire straits, even without the Dawn Wardens seeking him out. Consequently, his spirit was fraught with tension, leaving him devoid of thoughts about romantic pursuits. This absence of desire led Lu Mimi and the others to suspect he was once again engaging in frivolous liaisons, to which he could only protest his innocence that in truth, he was merely honing his mental fortitude. Almost all present were under Qu Lingxiao's manipulation. Thus, as long as his mental acuity remained robust, he could ensure seamless coordination among his forces. Yet the enhancement of this hidden attribute was no trivial matter. Regardless of his efforts, he could only maintain control for 30 seconds, that if he could seize the moment during that brief window, all would be well. Otherwise, the consequences could be dire. Just as Qu Lingxiao found himself in despair, the communication crystal in his possession chimed once more. Upon inspection, he discovered it was indeed a message from Diana, the gravity of which nearly rendered him breathless. "Lingxiao, the Dawn Wardens have dispatched 15 executives to hunt you down, and I am among them, that we must coordinate," Diana conveyed anxiously. However, before she could finish, the image on the crystal abruptly cut out, and Qu Lingxiao caught a fleeting glimpse of a pale hand. This sight ignited his concern for Diana's safety. If all went as feared, she had likely been discovered. The loss of yet another potential ally weighed heavily on him, deepening his sorrow. Nevertheless, he issued commands for battle preparations, and upon receiving the order, everyone braced themselves. Chapter 89. Orders as Qu Lingxiao relayed the alert to all. Tension permeated the air. Yet there exists a limit to human endurance. Reality is not a novel or a film. The moment danger is mentioned, it materializes. Diana had merely indicated that she and the 14 executives were en route to confront Qu Lingxiao, but she provided no details regarding their distance or estimated arrival time. Consequently, Qu Lingxiao gleaned little from her words. Nonetheless, several critical points warranted attention. Firstly, Diana was among the 15, suggesting they were all of comparable strength. Perhaps her prior visit to the 6th district had led to her selection as a guide? If so, it implied that all present were likely stronger than Diana. More crucially, Diana had not mentioned any subordinates, which was highly unusual. Normally, an assault on a district housing at least 1,000 individuals would necessitate reinforcements, even if merely to serve as cannon fodder. After all, even a powerful individual could falter when besieged by a multitude. Yet, the fact that only 15 had been dispatched indicated a blatant disregard for him. However, Qu Lingxiao was unconvinced by this notion. Despite the Dawn Warden's historically arrogant demeanor, such an underestimation seemed improbable, particularly given Qu Lingxiao's recent notoriety. The only plausible explanation was that they believed these 15 could easily subdue him. Diana had spoken of a hunt, not a negotiation. This realization brought Qu Lingxiao a wave of frustration, while he was certain that some of his trump cards remained unknown to them. For instance, the gluttonous demon he controlled and the two-headed ogre he had transformed. Their actions unsettled him, and he was not the only one feeling perturbed. Some of the undead, whom Qu Lingxiao did not fully control, began to express their restlessness. Although he was their leader and his commands were absolute, a degree of discontent brewed within them. This discontent, once it reached Qu Lingxiao's awareness, only served to heighten his agitation. Lacking alternatives, he resorted to wielding the whip fashioned from his necromantic powers to instill discipline among them. The hours dragged on until dawn, at which point Qu Lingxiao wisely allowed the undead to rest while he continued to patrol the territory with utmost vigilance. Daylight, typically favorable for angelic combat, arrived, yet the enemy failed to materialize. Thus, on the following night, Qu Lingxiao again commanded the undead to remain on alert. This time, their grievances were more pronounced. Some even voiced their dissent openly. In response, Qu Lingxiao opted for a rigorous discipline until they complied. Only after ensuring their obedience did he find respite, and it was then that movement was finally detected at the gates. Qu Lingxiao had anticipated the arrival of enemies and, conjuring a massive sword from his ethereal forces, lunged forward. To his surprise, it turned out to be merely a goblin merchant seeking to peddle his wares. The actions of the goblin startled Qu Lingxiao to the point of losing all composure. Had it been any other goblin inflicting harm, Qu Lingxiao might have dismissed them as merely a spy. However, the goblin merchant before him was not merely a newcomer to this place. According to Murong Xiaoye, the individual belonged to the Soul Temple, just like himself, a fellow scout of the Soul Temple, albeit one of considerably lower status compared to Murong Xiaoye. Qu Lingxiao could only offer him gentle reassurances. After inquiring about the Dawn Guard, the goblin responded with a tense expression, claiming ignorance. Yet, Qu Lingxiao could not shake the feeling that the goblin was concealing something. This led him to suspect whether the goblin might actually be a spy sent by the Dawn Guard. Weighing the risks of the Soul Temple turning against him over a mere scout, Qu Lingxiao prepared to employ the soul binding technique on the goblin. However, just as he was about to act, the goblin suddenly exclaimed with excitement, "Sister Si, you're here too." With that, the goblin removed her hood, revealing a fair-faced young girl. Observing the familiarity between her and Murong Xiaoye, Qu Lingxiao found it impossible to proceed with his intentions. Considering the implications for his daughter, ultimately, he allowed them to converse freely at that moment. Murong Xiao posed a similar inquiry. "Gobulina, did you encounter any members of the Dawn Guard on your way here?" Strangely, despite the similarity of their questions, the responses were starkly opposed. The goblin, with a serious demeanor, declared, "I know, I saw them heading." Her voice trailed off, dwindling to a whisper, prompting Murong Xiaoye to lean in closer. Suddenly, the goblin pulled out a pouch of powder from her bosom and sprayed it into Murong Xiaoye's face, causing her to instantly lose consciousness. When the goblin turned to Qu Lingxiao, her expression had transformed into one of resolve as she shouted, "Long live the Dawn Guard!" She aimed to plunge the dagger into her own neck. Qu Lingxiao gazed at her, as though she were a fool, realizing she likely had no understanding of her own motives and had come to disrupt his life. As a necromancer, he could easily resurrect her, thereby extracting any information he desired. Just then, Murongxi yelled, "No! Stop her! Gobulina is being controlled." Qu Lingxiao froze momentarily upon hearing her words, but in that instant, the goblin had already thrust the dagger into her neck. Yet, when Qu Lingxiao resurrected her as an undead, he discovered that she truly had no knowledge of the Dawn Guard's intentions. She had arrived here entirely under the influence of external control. Even the powder she had sprayed on Murongxiao was merely ordinary flour. This bizarre turn of events left Qu Lingxiao perplexed. Ultimately, he expended considerable energy to confirm that Murongxiao had not been poisoned or cursed. The substance sprayed upon her was simply flour. This revelation clarified the goblin's intentions. She aimed to embarrass him and deplete his resources in the process. Qu Lingxiao felt an intense resentment, but found himself powerless to act. Chapter 90. The first defense after Gobulina's outburst. The atmosphere grew tense. Qu Lingxiao felt an overwhelming urge to strike down the goblin before him. However, upon seeing the pleading expression on Murongxiao's face, he restrained himself that he could not disregard the feelings of his pregnant wife. Nevertheless, he did not forget to place a mark on Gobulina, using the spirit binding technique to prevent any future mishaps. Should such a scenario arise, it would be too late for regret. Murongxiao, undeterred by Qu Lingxiao's objections, insisted on making Gobulina her attendant. Qu Lingxiao completely failed to comprehend the allure of the green-skinned beauty. However, having taken multiple precautions, he did not forcibly intervene. Concurrently, Qu Lingxiao became increasingly serious about the district's defenses. One measure he implemented was to prohibit anyone from entering the district without his inspection. Given Gobulina's situation, it was likely that a troublesome individual adept at mental manipulation was at play. Though Qu Lingxiao believed he had tight control over his undead subordinates, he remained uneasy. After all, his forces included not only the undead, but also the druids inherited from the 7th District. Should they fall under external control, he would be utterly unprepared. This approach nearly severed the connection between the 6th and 7th Districts, leading Qu Lingxiao to contemplate abandoning the 7th District altogether, a notion he kept to himself. As no one dared to inquire, those around him sensed his discontent and chose to remain silent, avoiding conversation whenever possible. This behavior extended beyond his subordinates. Even his women maintained their distance. The only ones brave enough to approach him were the fearless Isabella and the ever-impudent Snow Woman. They soon recognized a change in Qu Lingxiao. It was not merely his sour mood that made him seem unapproachable, but rather a profound transformation in his aura and even his physical form. The most evident sign was the 2 sharp horns protruding from his forehead, traits characteristic of the demon race. Clearly, prolonged exposure to demons had begun to influence his essence, manifesting in a volatile temperament. While Qu Lingxiao's natural composure had thus far masked the change, those who interacted with him remained acutely cautious. Even the Snow Woman and Isabella were on guard, albeit for different reasons. While the former expressed concern, the latter was filled with excitement. Isabella could hardly contain her eagerness to witness Qu Lingxiao's complete demonic transformation. Perhaps fueled by her own experience with demonhood, she often voiced her desire to corrupt all 15 members sent by the Dawn Guard. Her excitement palpable as she licked her crimson tongue, both alluring and perilous. Yet Qu Lingxiao found himself too preoccupied to indulge in such matters. He understood his own transformation better than anyone. It was a sensation that pierced through his very soul and body. Akin to being engulfed in flames, that it was a blend of agony and desolation, often accompanied by visions reminiscent of a life flashing before one's eyes at the moment of death. If such a phenomenon existed, it would surely resemble this. The week passed in eerie silence, save for a solitary request from the 7th District that Qu Lingxiao declined. Not even a single bird ventured into the 6th District. It was as if the Dawn Guard had entirely abandoned this territory, an implausible notion, given Qu Lingxiao's daily confirmations with the Soul Temple regarding the Dawn Guard's movements, that he was confident that no conflict had arisen between the Dawn Guard and either the Soul Temple or the Ethereal Temple. With that certainty, Qu Lingxiao pondered the possibility that they were merely biding their time, perhaps even fearing him. This thought was quickly dismissed, for he had concealed his trump cards well, and they could not possibly be aware of them. Even if they did, their most likely course of action would be to petition the upper echelons of the Dawn Guard for reinforcements. Given their temperament, it was improbable they would allow him to remain unscathed. Just then, a subordinate rushed into Qu Lingxiao's chamber, panic evident in his demeanor as he exclaimed, "Chief, they've come. They've finally come." Under normal circumstances, such enthusiasm in the face of an approaching enemy would have resulted in Qu Lingxiao promptly removing the man's head. However, in light of the relentless strain of defense everyone had endured, his reaction was unsurprising. With that in mind, Qu Lingxiao made his way to the district's entrance without hesitation. What he encountered, however, was utterly shocking. The assailants were neither angels nor even humans, but rather a horde comprised of ordinary ogres and goblins, an assembly that should have belonged to the Soul Temple-S forces. Yet, they boldly claimed to represent the Dawn Guard. Qu Lingxiao's head throbbed at the implications, wondering if the Soul Temple sought to eliminate him under this guise, regardless of how they had managed to subdue such a multitude of demonic beings. Now that they had arrived at his doorstep, he commanded a volley of arrows and magical projectiles to rain down upon them. Many among the enemy ranks immediately knelt in surrender. However, Qu Lingxiao had no intention of accepting any prisoners. Even acceptance entails their transformation into undead after their demise. Employing this very method during this conflict, Qu Lingxiao not only suffered no losses among his subordinates, but also gained several dozen undead created from ogres, marking a small profit. Nevertheless, Qu Lingxiao's mood remained taut. He awaited any further lethal moves from the opposition. However, it was not until the following day that the second wave of assault commenced. Yet, this second attack proved to be even more feeble than the first. The initial onslaught had at least included a few ogres. By the second, only a handful of goblins remained. Even amongst these goblins, only the frail and the infirm were present, given such a meager configuration. Qu Lingxiao found no need to expend arrows, effortlessly devouring these enemies with sheer ferocity, that he even lacked the interest to transform the goblins into undead. After this assault, 3 days passed before the enemy launched a third attack. This time, harpies were their assailants, presenting a slight challenge. Their enchanting songs could mesmerize human minds, and their surprise claws, along with their ability to soar for extended periods, posed a significant threat. Yet, this was merely a minor inconvenience. Qu Lingxiao again relied solely on his overwhelming ferocity to fend off these harpies, even finding time to indulge in a warm bath. Ultimately, these harpies also joined the ranks of his undead army. Gradually, Qu Lingxiao grew accustomed to the lackluster nature of the enemy's assaults. Even his routine reminders to soldiers to remain vigilant began to wane in importance. His subordinates, delighted by this, indulged in their meals and drinks. Showing little concern for other matters, the other officers were even more nonchalant, with some believing that the Dawn Guards were merely jesting, perhaps even contemplating a peace negotiation at some point. Such instances of drawing a salary without effort had become commonplace in this world. Even if it happened to them, they would not find it astonishing. Among Qu Lingxiao's small cadre of druids, this sentiment prevailed. Unlike the undead, they had not been entirely subdued by Qu Lingxiao, or perhaps they simply had not been controlled at all. Enjoying their freedom of thought, they only superficially complied with Qu Lingxiao, offering him little genuine respect. That Qu Lingxiao, for his part, paid them little mind, even extending them considerable privileges, resulting in a remarkably harmonious relationship. At this moment, they reveled in the service of the surrounding undead minions, their spirits exceptionally high that if possible, they wished for this lifestyle to endure indefinitely. Yet, at that instant, a goblin undead suddenly approached them. Without ceremony, it seated itself among them, prompting an immediate sense of unease. What was amiss? Had this creature lost control? I recall that it was just recently transformed, wasn't it? Upon hearing this from one druid, his companions exchanged alarmed glances, their expressions betraying their fright that a frenzied ogre undead was indeed a terrifying prospect. Without further ado, in such close proximity, a single misstep could lead to their demise. This raw, primal power was beyond the capacity of the intellect-driven druids to withstand. As the druids cautiously retreated, a voice emanated from the ogre's maw. "Druids, greetings. Are you truly so willing to consort with the undead?" The druids were taken aback by the ogre's utterance. Each pondering whether Qu Lingxiao was testing them. One stepped forward, chest puffed out, proclaiming, "Leader Qu, you need not test us. I would brave fire and sword for District 6. However, before the words could fully escape his lips, the ogre's massive hand swiftly twisted his head off. Even in his final moments, the unfortunate soul gazed intently at his own body, utterly oblivious to his demise until he finally succumbed to fear and breathlessness. The ogre then turned its gaze toward the druids. With a distinctly feminine demeanor, it placed its hands on its hips and coldly inquired, "So, are you all of the same mind?" Some immediately prepared for battle, while others collapsed to the ground, trembling uncontrollably. Druids, akin to healers rather than warriors, exhibited fear in the face of such a lethal threat, a natural response. Yet, amidst the non-combatant druids, there existed exceptions, those known as shapeshifters. At that moment, a shadowy figure lunged at the ogre undead, using its sharp claws to topple the creature, rolling it several times before finally coming to a halt. The assailant was none other than one of the sisters, Jean Tong and Jean Yu, who had transformed into a jaguar and a cheetah, baring their teeth as they glared at the ogre. The latter, upon being scrutinized by the sisters, grinned wickedly. "How delightful! A group of obstinate fools. Since you have betrayed the light, do not blame me for my ruthlessness." With that, it lunged toward the sisters. However, before it could reach them, a pitch-black blade pierced its chest. Upon realizing who had struck, the ogre gasped, "Isabella, you... How have you fallen to this?" In response, Isabella displayed no hint of sorrow. Instead, she smiled with wicked charm. "Indeed, but I feel quite splendid now, Lady Tim. Come join us." As she spoke, Isabella wielded her inky sword to sever the ogre's head with flawless precision, the severed head transforming into a mere scrap of paper. Shikigami technique. That fool Qu Lingxiao was deceived by such sorcery. There are plenty of these in the district, I suppose. Despite her words, Isabella's demeanor remained leisurely, even indulging in the food on the table, as if preparing to enjoy the spectacle that attained the very moment the ogre's head was severed. In a nearby forest close to District 6, the expression of a beautiful woman suddenly darkened. Dressed in a charming outfit that belied her age, she exuded an air of maturity mingled with youthful exuberance, rendering her appearance quite peculiar. Even more strikingly, her face bore not a hint of color. Observing her distress, her companions hurriedly approached, inquiring about the cause. Yet, she found herself at a loss for words. After a long pause, she finally uttered in terror, "Isabella has fallen. She has become a fallen angel." Upon hearing this, the expressions of the 15 individuals surrounding her shifted dramatically, alternating between red and white, akin to a display of neon lights. After a lengthy silence, they spoke in unison. "This matter must be dealt with severely. Eradicate District 6. However, among the chorus, one individual remained silent. Diana. Earlier, when she had contacted Qu Lingxiao, she had narrowly avoided detection by others, ultimately severing the communication crystal just in time to escape a crisis. The cost of this was that she had lost the opportunity to reach out to Qu Lingxiao again, whether it was due to her companions suspecting her or some other reason. Whenever Diana sought solitude, others would invariably converge, discussing topics of loyalty and light, leaving her utterly bewildered. Yet, in her desire to remain undetected, she could only feign agreement. Thus, she had languished in this state, unable to assist Qu Lingxiao. Now, witnessing the impending onslaught against him, Diana felt a sense of helplessness. Just as she contemplated the risk of rushing to District 6 to share in Qu Lingxiao's fate, a voice resonated in her ear. The speaker was none other than Lady Tim, the Shikigami user, whose countenance had regained its normalcy, her complexion radiating a mature allure while retaining the vivacity of youth. Diana found herself blushing uncontrollably. Even as a woman herself, she could not help but acknowledge the other's beauty. Yet, upon hearing what Lady Tim had to say, a chill ran down Diana's spine. "Diana, might we find a secluded spot to converse at length? I sense you harbor many secrets that you wish to share with me." Diana sought to decline, yet the other party's grip was as unyielding as a vice, rendering her powerless to resist. Consequently, she was compelled to follow them into the woods. Throughout this ordeal, the other individual maintained a warm smile, even nodding in acknowledgement to fellow companions they encountered along the way, upon witnessing the terror etched upon Diana's face. Those companions were momentarily taken aback, yet ultimately chose to remain silent. This only intensified Diana's belief that she was indeed under suspicion. With no other option, she resolved to take it one step at a time. After closing her eyes and regulating her breath, Diana ceased her resistance and proceeded deeper into the woods alongside her captor. Upon hearing Diana's words, Lady Tim displayed an expression of surprise, ultimately teasingly remarking, "So, Miss Diana, do you not wish to attempt a rebellion? With your prowess, you might very well succeed. Then you could be with your beloved, could you not?" As she spoke, Lady Tim scrutinized Diana's countenance, eager to glean any hint of vulnerability. However, she found none. Diana's visage radiated a steadfast resolve, resembling a warrior of light. This prompted a flicker of doubt in Lady Tim's expression, leading her to question whether she had misjudged the situation. Was the woman before her truly unrelated to the infamous Qu Lingxiao? Had the claims of her irresistible charm been mere fabrications from the outset? With such thoughts swirling in her mind, Lady Tim felt a strange sense of disappointment, for a compelling antagonist would undoubtedly be thrilling to confront. Previously, she had even entertained the notion of transforming a particularly handsome adversary into a familiar, allowing them to exist as her cherished pet. Yet now, it appeared that all her assumptions might have been misguided. Nevertheless, having already brought Diana to this secluded location, it would be uncharacteristic of her to refrain from taking action. "So, Diana, do you truly have nothing to say? I must inform you that my familiar has just at this juncture." Lady Tim cunningly paused, anticipating Diana's anxious inquiry that if that were to occur, it would not be long before Diana revealed a crack in her facade. However, the anticipated reaction did not materialize. Upon hearing Lady Tim's words, Diana's expression shifted slightly before returning to a placid demeanor, leading even Lady Tim to believe she had misjudged her target. She prepared to apologize and escort Diana away. Yet, in a sudden moment of inspiration, Lady Tim remarked, "Speaking of which, that woman beside Qu Lingxiao is quite numerous, is not the one named Murong Xiaoye affiliated with the Soul Palace. Now she has even given birth to a daughter for Qu Lingxiao, who has vowed to forsake all other women." Upon hearing this, Diana could no longer contain her clenched fists, yet she resolutely refrained from uttering a single word, in the end, Lady Tim remained uncertain whether Diana was indeed an enemy spy. Her earlier behavior could be interpreted as jealousy or as irritation at Lady Tim's repeated probing. However, as Lady Tim contemplated her plan, she quickly came to terms with it, regardless of the nature of Diana's relationship with Qu Lingxiao. Even if she reported the situation here back to him, it would not impede Lady Tim's scheme in the slightest. The rationale was simple. Lady Tim's plan was a purely overt one, a strategy wherein she anticipated the adversary's moves yet possessed no means to counter them. Lady Tim was exceedingly confident in this regard. She was now prepared to transform Qu Lingxiao into her most beloved familiar. With that thought, an expression of wicked delight crept across her face, a visage that starkly contrasted with her noble demeanor, evoking an aura of malevolence. Chapter 93. The Essence of the Dawn Guardians in the Eyes of Many. The Dawn Guardians are a noble organization dedicated to purging all evil, serving as a pillar for most human practitioners. Thus, it is only natural for people to assume that even its members, despite being demons, should embody justice. The majority of their actions are likewise conducted under the banner of righteousness. Yet, not all deeds and individuals conform to this narrative. For instance, Lady Tim herself was an avid figurine collector before the universal job change. Following the transition, she ascended to the rare profession of familiar summoner. Her passion lay in transforming rare races into familiars to command at her whim. Among her prize collection, she even boasted angelic beings. The upper echelons of the Dawn Guardians were well aware of these activities, yet they chose to remain indifferent. The distinction between formal justice and actual justice has always been a convoluted issue, and the Dawn Guardians evidently pursue only the appearance of justice. Nevertheless, Lady Tim harbored a deep affection for her work and had already selected her next two familiars. Point one was Qu Lingxiao, and the other was Isabella. The twisted romance between a fallen angel and a necromancer was indeed intriguing. Lady Tim's excitement only grew, to the point where she could not resist licking her crimson lips. Soon, the time for their confrontation arrived. Due to the inherent peculiarities of familiars, even if Qu Lingxiao resurrected the corpses of those familiars, they would remain bound to Lady Tim's control. Chaos erupted in an instant. The familiars transformed into undead by Qu Lingxiao rampaged through Block 6, although Qu Lingxiao's subordinates attempted to intervene, Their efforts bore little fruit, that in a matter of moments, the gates of Block 6 were breached. Qu Lingxiao finally faced his true adversaries. 15 Dawn Guardians executioners, that to those familiar with the Dawn Guardians, the simultaneous deployment of 15 executioners would suggest an all-out assault on the headquarters of the Soul Palace. It is worth noting that the entire Dawn Guardians comprise only 30 executioners, several of whom are inexperienced newcomers. Among those present, only Diana was a novice. The others were seasoned veterans with established reputations within the Dawn Guardians and this region. Lady Tim herself once set a record for single-handedly conquering an entire block, a feat that remains unbroken to this day. Yet now, this formidable assembly was descending upon the relatively obscure Qu Lingxiao. An event that was nothing short of astonishing, that it was a clear indication of an intent to annihilate Qu Lingxiao, that in fact, Isabella, as an angel, was the race most esteemed by the Dawn Guardians. Even without her involvement, the Dawn Guardians would inevitably seek to expand into the territory occupied by Qu Lingxiao in Block 6, that thus, even in the absence of Isabella's involvement, the Dawn Guardians' assault on Qu Lingxiao was merely a matter of time. Lady Tim had long been prepared for this eventuality. Many believed that Lady Tim's ability to conquer an entire block single-handedly stemmed from her immense power. However, she alone understood that strength was merely a minor component of her many successes. The true foundation of her achievements lay in her meticulous calculations and exceptional intellect. One of the reasons she deployed her familiars into Qu Lingxiao's domain was to set the stage for a surprise attack. Additionally, she sought to glean insights into Qu Lingxiao and his subordinates. While she may not have fully uncovered Qu Lingxiao's true trump cards, she had gathered substantial knowledge of the unguarded tactics employed by his subordinates. Armed with this information, Lady Tim possessed a solid 70 to 80% assurance of success. The moment for her true trump card had now arrived. If one were to inquire about the greatest benefit Lady Tim had reaped from her years of combat on behalf of the Dawn Guardians, some might respond with wealth, power, or the fulfillment of her passions. Yet if pressed to answer herself, Lady Tim would declare that it was the acquisition of an even more formidable trump card. The familiar summoner profession differs from other rare occupations in that it initially lacks significant strength, even falling short compared to necromancers. They can only transform near-death corpses into familiars, and even then, there is a considerable margin for error. This implies that Lady Tim's survival thus far has relied not solely on her beauty, but primarily on her intellect. Countless men have had their necks snapped by Lady Tim's warm hands in the dead of night, their souls imprisoned, destined to serve as her eternal slaves. Lady Tim reveled in such affairs, and she had begun to anticipate a romantic encounter with Qu Lingxiao. With this in mind, she advanced step by step into Block 6, protected by her powerful familiars. The sounds of battle and chaos reverberated around her. Yet Lady Tim appeared entirely unfazed. Occasionally, a misguided undead would attempt to assault her, only to be effortlessly torn to shreds by her formidable familiars. That moment, she resembled a fallen angel emerging from the depths of hell. Unstoppable in her advance, was then that she beheld a figure materializing before her. The young man, adorned with devilish horns atop his head, possessed an undeniably handsome visage, coupled with his exposed 8-pack abs. He instantly captivated the attention of Madame Tim. Her fingers instinctively traced the air, contemplating where to inscribe a seal upon his exquisite form. What began as a trivial consideration soon escalated in importance upon witnessing the breathtaking beauty of Qu Lingxiao, akin to a work of art. Tim realized that neglecting this matter could very well mar the inherent aesthetic appeal of her target, a fact of paramount significance for an enthusiast of figurines like herself. At that moment, however, she caught sight of a most detestable creature, one of her least favored shikigami, a repugnant ogre riddled with festering sores. Had it not been for its potential as cannon fodder, Tim would have obliterated it long ago. Yet this hideous being dared to attack her cherished doll. The ogre's filthy hand was mere moments from brushing Qu Lingxiao's arm. While not fatal, it could incapacitate that arm temporarily. A pang of sorrow struck Tim's heart, and with a mere thought, she commanded the creature to retreat and self-destruct in the distance, a scene witnessed by Qu Lingxiao's eyes. Chapter 94. Abnormal Affection Under Normal Circumstances. Qu Lingxiao would not have detected Tim's spellcasting, as she had uttered no incantation. Yet a glimmer of crimson light emanated from her eyes during the casting, inadvertently revealing her actions to him. He naively assumed she was aiding him. With this thought, Qu Lingxiao hastily approached her, disregarding her astonishment, and grasped her hand with gratitude. "Miss, I truly appreciate your help. You saved me just now, didn't you? Are you perhaps from the Soul Hall or the Ethereal Palace?" As he spoke these words, Qu Lingxiao exhibited utmost respect, causing Tim's face to flush crimson. Gazing at the unusually bashful and stunningly beautiful woman before him, Qu Lingxiao refrained from further words, merely inviting her to join him for coffee. This invitation rendered Tim's face even redder, for she had never been asked by a man to share a coffee, not even before the universal job transition. The reason was simple. Tim was exceedingly shy, intimidated by all handsome men, and could only find solace in her figurines to escape her intense bashfulness. Even after the transition, she had only approached men with the intention of turning them into shikigami, devoid of any genuine emotional connection, thus sparing her from feeling shy. However, at this moment, Qu Lingxiao suddenly grasped her hand, causing her heart to race uncontrollably. She thought of finding an excuse to leave, even dismissing the idea of turning Qu Lingxiao into a shikigami. Yet Qu Lingxiao had other plans. While preparing a cup of coffee for Tim, he intentionally created opportunities for physical contact. His actions, driven by the realization that her cheeks flushed with embarrassment, suggested that regardless of her affiliation, he could potentially win her over. With this notion in mind, Qu Lingxiao became increasingly attentive, leading Tim to feel a fleeting sense of infatuation. Suddenly, Tim's communication crystal vibrated discreetly. The Dawn Guard's communication crystal was uniquely designed to remain undetected, emitting a sound so faint that only Tim, who held it close to her chest, could perceive it. She sought an excuse to have Qu Lingxiao step aside and cautiously retrieve the crystal. Regret washed over her as she pondered why she had brought it along. Discarding it initially would have been preferable. Just as she was about to connect, two familiar figures emerged from the nearby bushes, her companions. Upon spotting Tim, they began to complain. "Tim, you seem far too relaxed, flirting with that brat Qu Lingxiao while we're left to our own devices." One teased. The other chimed in, "Indeed. After all, that man will eventually be killed. Why not let us have some fun as well?" Though they jested, Tim's expression darkened at their words. "What is wrong, Tim?" they asked in unison, sensing an unexplainable, chilling aura emanating from her. "Enough with the jokes. I have matters to attend to. You two should leave." Though suspicious of her intentions, they were not particularly interested in the Necromancer's man, and thus departed, albeit reluctantly. However, the moment they turned away, their foreheads met in eternal severance from their necks. "How dare they vie for my man?" Tim spat, taking their earlier jest as a grave affront. The irony of two lives lost over a mere jest was not lost on her. Within, Tim grappled with a dilemma: how to handle Qu Lingxiao. Should she plead for his life from the higher echelons of the Dawn Guard, or should she flee with him? Ultimately, she chose the latter, aligning with her innermost desires, since sensing her overwhelming affection for Qu Lingxiao. Tim had grown indifferent to her previous passions. Figurines and shikigami were mere tools for the weak to find solace in their solitude. Tim recognized her desire for a living, breathing person, Qu Lingxiao alone. Therefore, she resolved to eliminate everyone in the vicinity, be they Dawn Guard or Qu Lingxiao subordinates, that in doing so, she could masquerade as a member of the Dawn Guard, perishing alongside Qu Lingxiao, and embrace a life of unbridled intimacy. With this thought, her cheeks flushed once more as she stepped into Qu Lingxiao's quarters. After exchanging pleasantries, Tim concocted an excuse to leave, claiming she would clear the obstacles for him. Qu Lingxiao, pleased by her words, remained blissfully unaware that she harbored intentions of annihilating everyone, that Tim's first target would be her own comrades. Based on her previous investigations, she deduced that Qu Lingxiao's subordinates posed no real threat to her. Thus, under her directive, her most formidable shikigami began to eliminate her former allies through various treacherous means. Some were poisoned by drinks offered by the shikigami, while others were asphyxiated from behind. The most tragic fate befell one who was gruesomely impaled through the throat by Tim's shikigami. Each act of murder brought Tim an unprecedented thrill, not from any hatred towards her former companions, but rather as a farewell to her past self. For her, the most fitting way to do so was to obliterate all those who once knew her. At last, as night descended, all of Tim's comrades lay dead. Next, it was time to turn her attention to Qu Lingxiao's women, particularly the heavily pregnant Murong Xiaoya, who must perish. Tim considered sparing the others, should they not obstruct her plans, as a courtesy to Qu Lingxiao. With this thought, a wicked smile crept across her face. Chapter 95. The Hunter and the Prey. For various reasons, Tim believed that eliminating Qu Lingxiao's subordinates would be a simple endeavor, particularly his women, whom she presumed to be mere parasites reliant on men. How could such individuals possibly rival the prowess or beauty of Lady Tim? With this thought, she chuckled with arrogance. However, she soon discovered that Qu Lingxiao's subordinates were not so easily dispatched. His women, in particular, proved exceptionally formidable. Some could transform into fire dragons, others possessed immense combat prowess, and some wielded peculiar contract techniques. Among them was a battle mage Tim knew well. Diana, you scoundrel, so you've been sneaking around with Qu Lingxiao. I can't believe I ever let you off the hook. How infuriating. The mere thought of it filled Tim with rage, and visions of Diana entwined with Qu Lingxiao flooded her mind, igniting her fury further. In retaliation, she sent her Shikigami to confront them, even rushing there herself. Yet upon arrival, she was met with an even more infuriating sight. Qu Lingxiao was present, entwined with those women, particularly leaning against Murong Xiaoye. Listening to the sounds of their unborn child, that in that instant, a tumult of envy, jealousy, and hatred surged within Tim, compelling her to charge forward recklessly, oblivious to the fact that her Shikigami had vanished and her connection to them was sporadic. All she desired was to eliminate every woman before her and bind Qu Lingxiao to herself entirely. Thus, he would forever be unable to betray himself to that moment. Qu Lingxiao also noticed him. Observing Tim's demeanor, Qu Lingxiao initially assumed that Tim was merely feeling jealous. Qu Lingxiao was adept at comforting women who were prone to jealousy, having garnered a wealth of experience in such matters. He waved at Tim and said, "Tim, you have arrived. We have all been waiting for you." Upon hearing this, Tim's cheeks flushed crimson. However, her actions remained undeterred as she lunged a knife towards Murong Xiaoye's abdomen, intent on killing both her and the child within. Yet, she underestimated Murong Xiaoye, or perhaps the strength of the child in her womb, that in an instant, a colossal summoning rune appeared on the ground. And simultaneously, a gigantic zombie materialized. The creature swung its hand towards Tim. Although Tim was a Shikigami envoy, she was, at her core, merely an ordinary woman. Should the blow land, she would undoubtedly be left in a state of utter dismemberment. However, just as the giant zombie's hand was about to make contact with her body, it abruptly halted. As Qu Lingxiao pondered this strange occurrence, he realized that a petite green figure was pressing a dagger firmly against Murong Xiaoye's neck. This diminutive figure was none other than Gabrina, who had appeared earlier. This revelation made Qu Lingxiao realize that she was also one of Tim's Shikigami. However, no amount of regret could change the situation now. Upon witnessing Qu Lingxiao's dejected expression, Tim's face lit up with excitement. My dear, rest assured, I am far more intriguing than these women. Being with me will bring you joy. As she spoke, Tim blew a kiss towards Qu Lingxiao. Logically, such a gesture, coming from someone of her beauty, should have been exquisite. Yet, to Qu Lingxiao's eyes, it was utterly repulsive, and he felt an overwhelming urge to rush forward and tear her face apart. Nevertheless, with Murong Xiaoye and their unborn child still in her grasp, he refrained from acting impulsively, forced to watch as she approached him slowly, groping him indiscriminately. Initially, Qu Lingxiao thought that her actions would satisfy her. However, to his surprise, she did not relent. Instead, she erupted in fury. These hands have been touched by those women, haven't they? And your skin, it's been caressed by others. How disgusting. It must be thoroughly cleansed. As she spoke, Tim summoned a small fire dragon Shikigami, commanding it to breathe fire towards Qu Lingxiao while cautioning it to control the intensity, lest he be incinerated instantly. Faced with her unreasonable behavior, Qu Lingxiao did not evade, adopting an expression of resignation to fate. However, at the very moment the flames were unleashed, he sprang into action. Not only did he move, but he also thrust a long sword, forged from the strongest materials, deep into Tim's abdomen. As Tim collapsed, Gabrina's eyes widened in fury, ready to plunge her dagger into him. Yet, she met her demise first. Her head severed from her body, Qu Lingxiao's daughter was born. Even though she had just entered the world, her body smeared with blood, Qu Lingxiao could discern her extraordinary beauty, a perfect inheritance of his and Murong Xiaoye's lineage. It was she who had communicated telepathically with Qu Lingxiao, urging him to take action. Initially, he was skeptical of the sudden voice, but under her persistent urging and the urgency of the situation, he finally complied. Unbeknownst to him, everything had been calculated by the infant before him, a realization that filled Qu Lingxiao with both relief and an undercurrent of fear. However, his trepidation was not solely due to this revelation. In a fit of rage, the infant commanded the zombie giant to seize Qu Lingxiao, holding him aloft until it placed him beside the newborn girl, at which point it ceased its actions. Although Qu Lingxiao suffered no harm, witnessing Murongxia's triumphant demeanor led him to anticipate difficult days ahead. With such a formidable daughter as leverage, Murongxia would undoubtedly strive to extract every ounce of effort from him. Meanwhile, the other women stood behind him, with the boldest among them, Isabella, assuring Qu Lingxiao that they would all support him henceforth. Yet in Qu Lingxiao's eyes, these women were no different from Murongxia, each one intent on squeezing him dry. Just then, another piece of news arrived. Lu Mimi was also pregnant, even revealing the child's profession, a vampire slayer, a vocation that inflicted double damage upon the undead. As she spoke, Lu Mimi smiled in Murongxia's direction. Though they exchanged smiles, Qu Lingxiao sensed a palpable tension between them. Ultimately, he could only dismiss it as his own misperception. Regarding the matter of neighborhood reconstruction, Qu Lingxiao need not worry, as the ethereal palace had already entrusted the soul palace with assistance. Yet, he harbored a lingering suspicion that these individuals aimed to seize this opportunity to linger indefinitely, as for the Dawn Guardians. Qu Lingxiao no longer had concerns, for they had suffered significant losses and were now proactively offering him compensation. This revelation allowed him to breathe a sigh of relief, leaving only his poor kidneys as a source of anxiety. At that moment, a voice reached him. "Lingxiao, have you truly become a demon?"